Volume 8, Chapter 376. The Brockhytry Brothers Part 1. Unfortunately, the Brockhytry brothers are stupid. Also, the heart is weak and a bird's heart, surprisingly. This was the story the Blackfeet told Jaehyeon. Jaehyeon couldn't help but sigh at the pitiful treatment he faced once again as he rode the rattling cart into the cave. Let's hold out for just 3 days. After that, we'll get rid of them all. If you endure and endure for 3 days, the effect of the ring will disappear. That means they can no longer hide. After that happens, Jaehyeon will be able to track them down by spreading his magic. Even if any of these guys run away, you will be able to catch them somehow. For him, now is the moment when he needs the most patience. Let's hold on a little. It will go by quickly in 3 days. No slave would ever work more than 10 hours a day. Jaehyeon thought about it and nodded his head. But then, suddenly, Eitri, the younger of the siblings, intertwined her index fingers and spoke in a hesitant voice. By the way, brother, what do you have to do with a slave first? Is that so? What do I have to do first? What did you buy me without deciding what to order, of course? 2 gold coins for a slave was far too cheap. It was almost like a special sale. Probably it's understandable what they were screaming at, but you brought yourself in without deciding what to do. Let's take the gag off your mouth and let's clean up first. Jaehyeon, who heard their words, spat out the gag on his own. It wasn't even that I had properly closed my mouth in the first place, he asked with a puzzled expression. To clean up, Akue, our forge, it's been exactly 100 years since we haven't cleaned it, as Brock said. He puffed out his chest. Is that a characteristic of dwarves? Why are you all in that position? Since he is naturally small, is he somehow trying to intimidate him by increasing his size? I don't know about Jaehyeon, but he looked cute anyway. Do the cleaning to me. Jaehyeon's brain stopped for a while because he had been treated so badly for the first time in a while. Didn't he give a speech a few days ago at a place where the best human radars gathered? By the way, cleaning, all right, compelled to comprehend. No matter how incomprehensible it is. Can you do anything about it? Now, for 3 days, I have to accept the snow stamps of these guys. Jaehyeon was not the type to mess around with his emotions. Tuck, as Jaehyeon drew out his magic and started cleaning. The 2 brothers started having tea time, seriously discussing what to do now. The smell of rosemary, chamomile, and honey spread through the air. I thought maybe I'd give myself a drink too. But it didn't happen. The dwarves didn't have enough capital to give tea to the slaves. Jaehyeon felt his insides boil. Your precious coworkers, they reminded themselves of something they had forgotten. The world is cold, you can't trust anyone. That the world is cold, it made me realize the forgotten truth. At that moment, no one noticed that the corner of Jaehyeon's mouth went up for a moment. For the dull dwarf brothers, that change only lasted for an instant. About 2 hours later, Jaehyeon was able to finish all the cleaning. All kinds of equipment needed for crafting and strengthening were lined up, and every time I cleaned them up. This should be over there, you can't remove this. A lot of stress piled up in the barrel of whining. Even in the midst of that, I somehow felt sorry for not treating slaves openly, but it was the same as bothering himself with chores. Aren't they the ones who had a tea time and planned how to roll themselves? Atrocious things. Jaehyeon thought so and waited for the next instruction. But suddenly the brothers took up the hammer for a while, as if they liked the clean smithy. After exchanging glances for a while, the 2 dwarves heated the iron in the prepared bellows, poured it into the mold, and started making equipment. It was a sudden thing, but Jaehyeon quickly focused. The work was done with astonishing speed. It was an astounding speed of work that exceeded the level of talent. I didn't know what to make yet, but Jaehyeon, who didn't know much, looked at the way the frame was slowly being formed with a clear Kong sound, and the momentum was great. About 30 minutes later, soon after, they wiped the sweat from their foreheads and smiled brightly. After, brother, the 2 twin brothers smiled at each other as they looked at the finished product. However, it was not a reproduction. There was only an absurd, dejected smile hanging from the corners of his mouth. The reason was really trivial. As Jaehyeon looked at the objects the 2 dwarves had made, a status window popped up before long. Equipment item. Name: Wonderful Artisan's Pickaxe. Brockhytry Brothers Craft Grade S+. An artisan's pickaxe that is said to be able to gather ore with just one hoe. It is the work of the Brockhytry Brothers. I thought they were making something that looked like something. These bastards made a pickaxe, in the meantime. What was absurd was the grade of the pickaxe they made. S+. It was a state of awe in the human world. Excluding Shinhwa, it is the highest grade. And the number of people holding it in their hands can be counted. Except for Jaehyeon and his colleagues. There was no one who could handle it properly. But can you make something like that right in front of you in 30 minutes? While cleaning, there were few useful tools in the blacksmith's bar, except for the hammer and the mold used for smelting. The blacksmith is familiar with the word narrow. The only ore to be found there was an ingot of iron ore commonly found rolling around. However, the finished product was not at that level. How could that be? Are you using alchemy? The wonder that Li Yisang felt only when he was making potions was felt in these brothers. He was the most outstanding person in his field among all Jaehyeon knew. A compliment like that was nothing short of praise for Brother Brockhytry, however. At that time, Jaehyeon felt something pull on his backbone. By the way, he tried his best to hide his embarrassment because something didn't feel right. Why did you make the pickaxe? When Jaehyeon asked cautiously. The brothers responded with a happy expression. I have to mine a lot of ore with this, right Brock? I need a special ore in Wyvern Gorge. We can't go because we're scared. So we'd better have slaves, right Eitri? Somehow out of the blue he was making a pickaxe. Jaehyeon sighed and accepted the pickaxe. The brothers excitedly began to tell the slave the location of Wyvern's Rift. However, even at that moment, Jaehyeon had only one question. They are stronger slaves than they are, so what if I hit the back of the head? What are they doing? Is there any countermeasure? Of course. The Brockhytry brothers had no countermeasures. If it's a problem because there are too many countermeasures, it's a problem they were truly absurd gag brothers. Jaehyeon will be fine, Seo Ine suddenly opened the door with those words. An Hoyeon accepted the words with a slightly chilled expression on his spine. Well, I'm afraid we've touched a hive we shouldn't touch, it's not someone else. It's that Jaehyeon. Maybe they'll say that they hit them until they die, upon hearing this. Kwon So-yeol and Kim Yoo-young's faces darkened noticeably. There is no reason why it is because they were the main actors in this rock-paper-scissors manipulation incident. Kwon So-yeol plans it. And Kim Yoo-young tricks him with an innocent face. It was indeed a perfect plan. And the cost will probably be dire. Hella sighed lightly and recalled the situation from a moment ago. So that brother needs a slave, and the ring they are wearing is something that avoids the eyes of others. Do I have to stay with them for 3 days to make the effect go away? Even Darren broke out in sweat at Jaehyeon's absurd words. The soles of his black feet had already suffered from hyperhidrosis, and sweat was dripping from all over his body. Jaehyeon had a cool look on his face. That means someone has to become a slave to the Brockhytry brothers, hide in them, and then take care of them for 3 days. How about rock, paper, scissors? Kwon So-yeol intervened. It was that moment. Jaehyeon nodded his head, not feeling the smell of manipulation at all, but then the preparations were already over. The colleagues quickly exchanged glances and exchanged autographs, and at that time Kim Yoo-young took a picture of the finish line. Then, this time let's go and come back with something special. Even though we are a team, we all come out with the same thing. But wouldn't it be nice to have a different person coming back and forth? That's because Kim Yoo-young's expression was so natural. It's Jaehyeon's fault for not suspecting that he used such a trick. Colleagues sincerely thought so. I was quite tired from catching the dark elves. And I hated spending 3 days with a dwarf I didn't know. It can't be helped, but shouldn't the leader make sacrifices here? Rock, paper, scissors, bow. Just like that, the rock, paper, scissors continued. And Jaehyeon realized that he had been betrayed in an instant. It was because the fists of other colleagues, even Hella, were lying in front of her when her own scissors fell pitifully in front of her. Was it made up? Jaehyeon questioned his colleague with only his heart. But he couldn't get the result he wanted. Because it's already too late, he gave out the scissors and colleagues raised their fists. As a group too, so Jaehyeon went to persuade the Brockhytry brothers as a representative. An Hoyeon wrapped his arms around both shoulders and trembled. Lee Yi-sang also swallowed his saliva. At that time, the black-haired soul who had been watching this from the side collided with his teeth and trembled. As expected, humans are dangerous. How could he abandon his comrades so quickly? On top of that, when you play rock, paper, scissors, the sense of urgency with your hand gestures and urgent movements is something that dwarves can't handle. He truly became aware of human fears. The reason is, ironically, rock, paper, scissors. Darren knew at least that Blackfoot had such thoughts, because he was thinking the same thing, sometimes because of a strange thing. They become mistaken for humans. Chapter 377, Brockhytry Brothers Part 2. Bang, bang. As a result, there was no need to use a pickaxe. Jaehyeon was gathering ore using his fists and magic. Basically, the ore belonged to a fairly hard side, however. It was not enough to withstand Jaehyeon's fist in the third stage of divinity liberation. Jaehyeon judged that fists were more efficient than using a pickaxe that didn't fit his body. It was really fast. So it wasn't a big problem in the first place. The Brockhytry brothers didn't even come together. Maybe he said he would think about how to roll more slaves to be more efficient. How do you feel like a real slave? It made me a little upset. I don't think they're all that bad, but I don't think they're good either, seeing them do things like this. It's fortunate that the owner doesn't hit me. But the extent to which he makes me work is different, at first. They were cleaned and then sent to the mine to mine 200 special ores. It's a very breathtaking situation. The wyverns in the Wyvern Gorge had already been cleaned up with one meteor shot. It's annoying to stick to it. So I'm going to take a look at it at once. They're not as smart or strong as dragons anyway. Even if the number of objects is reduced a little, there is no way that troublesome things will happen. By the way, this mine, the interesting stones are quite far away. Jaehyeon thought so and looked at the 3 or 4 stones he obtained from collecting 200 special ores. Whoa, a small stone that makes a sound like the wind blowing. It was an object that came in one hand. but it had small letters written on it. The writing inside was a character that Jaehyeon was very familiar with. Rune word. Runes were engraved on the stone, that said. The stone he was holding was a thing called a runestone. This meant that it was the most important tool for engraving. Before he was first enslaved by the Brocatry brothers, Jaehyeon had a chance to hear about it from Darren. So he knew it well. Engraving is basically carried out through the medium of rune words, and it draws out the personal magic of the caster and the power of equipment that reacts to this rune stone. Rune stone, yes, it's a rare item in Svartalfheim, even if you search all the mines. You won't be able to find more than 3 or 4, so when we do engraving, we melt this runestone and then use it to imprint. Let's see, each runestone can engrave nearly a dozen pieces of equipment. This was good news for Jaehyeon. Darren says that the stronger the weapon can be made without diluting the imprint stone as much as possible. The imprint becomes stronger. However, there was one problem here too. If imprinted with an undiluted runestone, it could be difficult for the user to properly control it and the equipment could be destroyed. However, there was no problem with Jaehyeon at all. In the first place, even if my equipment is destroyed, I just have to remake it. You can use the imagery of magic tools. Besides, since I've already got a few runestones like this, it'll be easier to get stronger if I use the undiluted solution for engraving. Such a judgment was made, it's clear. But it was quite a harvest. You can get more by using Kwon Soyul after the number of rune stones. Wasn't it her specialty to read the field map and get hidden objects there? Should I be a little grateful to the Brocatry brothers? With that thought in mind, Jaehyeon entered the workshop where their blacksmiths was located. At that moment, the evaluation of his 2 brothers was completely overturned again. "I'm here, slave, then help us with the bellows next." Eitri said that, and Jaehyeon kept his mouth shut before finally speaking. "Did I just come back? Aren't slaves supposed to keep working?" A natural look, as if you really don't know anything, seeing this. Jaehyeon felt weak disillusionment. Are these guys the ones who made Thor's hammer Mjolnir? I still couldn't believe it. But Jaehyeon sighed as if he couldn't do it. "So how do I clean the bellows, Mjolnir?" Thor looks down at his mightiest hammer. Lost in contemplation, a weapon crafted by 2 dwarves who are now in hiding, its power was truly unmatched. "Brothers Brocatry, I should have done it a long time ago if I could get my hands on it. I have no idea where it disappeared." They have a special ring that can hide their presence, just as Envari had a ring to make gold. They also have an object to protect their lives. Thanks to that, Thor had no choice but to give up the idea of asking them for other items after the war. "I couldn't. If you can't find it, no matter how much Thor you are, you can't exercise power. Now it's a fact that I've asked another blacksmith to make things." Nevertheless, a thirst for Mjolnir remained in Thor's heart. Of course, even now, Mjolnir is the best weapon, but the speed at which the adversary is getting stronger, and the death of his 2 sons was somehow disturbing. Not only that, recently, I heard that even Freya and Tyr are looking for the enemy. It is natural to have a turn come to you. But this could change rapidly at any time. You can't read what the Sur's supreme god is always thinking. The adversary said he had risen to the top of Yggdrasil recently. You freed humans and proved your worth. The Aesir system is now as good as completely broken. Again, Odin only gave them the strength to stand alone. At best, he wanted to unleash monsters and gates in Midgard and turn them into Einherjar. But all of his plans were destroyed. You have to be careful, it's good to be a little more cautious. The adversary was no longer an opponent to be ignored. Thor constantly ruminated on himself to avoid making a mistake. What's the easiest way to beat him? How much power can he use? How many artifacts do you have? Analyzing everything completely wasn't really in Thor's temperament. He was a combat fanatic who genuinely enjoyed fighting. Besides, he's stupid, so I wasn't used to this process itself. Tyr, who is said to be the god of war, is good at the same thing as he is now, and there was only Freya. One of the competitors, but I couldn't help it. Thor sincerely intended to fight Jaehyeon. That's why I decided not to collide, just with a sense of goodwill. "Are you listening?" "Yes," to Thor's words, his servant, who was waiting in front of the door, answered in a voice. Thor said in a stern voice, "I will prepare to head for Midgard." After roughly finishing his thoughts, he was in a situation where he had regained his strength to move slowly. Now, if you just raid him, everyone. There was a message from Odin. What? Odin's message? It was completely unexpected for Thor, variable. It meant that something he hadn't anticipated intervened in his plan. Thor asked, frowning, "Tell me the contents of the message." "All the gods of Asgard will concentrate on collecting the stars of the far abyss and will not touch their opponents for the time being," said. Damn it. Thor was certain that the realization of his plan would be delayed. Perhaps he wasn't the only one who felt this dismay. Tyr and Freya, aren't they feeling it too? How annoying it is to have your prey stolen by someone else. 2 days after being enslaved by brother Brocatry, Jaehyeon was finally able to properly grind the bellows and watch the process of making all sorts of tools right in front of his nose. I was irritated because I had to work for about 18 hours a day. But it miraculously subsided every time I saw the brother's skills as a field manager, which was close to divine. Is it because he is happy that he can use their power to make his own weapons, or is it because the eyes feel pleasure just by appreciating their beautiful awe-inspiring skills? I don't want to admit it. But Brockatri's skills are certain. He's more skilled than anyone I've ever seen. Speaking of blacksmiths, all Jaehyeon had seen were human items received after joining Yeonwha for the first time. It was the work of Jae, the guild's exclusive blacksmith. But the young robber said it was a mess and ate it. Anyway, it was the first time Jaehyeon had ever seen him make items himself like this. But he knew that this technique was truly miraculous. Slave, go over there and get me a pitcher of water. Every time I was so engrossed in it, I thought, he's a guy with skills. Always the idiot brothers would hit candles and have them run errands. Jaehyeon sighed and brought the kettle he had put on the back to replace it. Then they melted the ore and began to create new items with highly purified materials. The types are so diverse that it is impossible to recite all of them. But there were many types of weapons. There were quite a few pickaxes and other tools needed in real life. But their skills were the most valuable when making weapons. What if I wield that sword, if I can hold it in my hand and use the power of engraving? Jaehyeon felt his heart pounding at that thought every day. That's how Jaehyeon kept repeating the bellows and running errands. Finally, I was able to spend all 3 days. All the effects of the artifact Ring of Stealth have ended. Jaehyeon almost roared as he listened to the system message. Tongue brother, no slaves are crazy. Yes, brother, slaves are crazy. The two dwarves hugged each other and shuddered as they watched Jaehyeon change, even though he was a slave. Jaehyeon's momentum seemed frightening. Woodjuk, Jaehyeon slowly walked towards the two brothers and said, "Hey guys, have you ever been able to pamper me?" Why? Slave, we just… Yes, you think that slaves have to do what they are told to do, but isn't that it? That your first premise was absolutely wrong, Jaehyeon laughed. I am not a slave, and bang, on the wall of the blacksmith's cave. The marks of Jaehyeon's blow are clearly visible. It was a fist mixed with resentment. You guys should do something for me because they used high-quality personnel like me. Well, at least 30 years. Chapter 378 Brockatry Brothers Part 3 Jaehyeon was able to realize one thing for sure at this opportunity. Although there are many principles that move the world and all kinds of variables work, the most effective among them is money and fists. He smiled viciously at the two dwarf brothers in front of him. Therefore, you shouldn't have been called a slave, and you're so gullible. Who in the world would sell a slave for 2 gold coins? The limbs are intact like this. I'm not advocating slavery. But it was absurd. Moreover, it is Jaehyeon who felt a lot of anger toward Kim Yoojung. Are you worth only 2 gold coins? Where on earth would you treat a god with a status like that? Feeling sad, Jaehyeon made the two brothers sign a contract by subordinating them. Labor and labor contract. This is a document about the conclusion of a contract between A. Min Jaehyeon and B. Brockatry brothers. B must provide A with 30 years of labor as a field manager, and A provides 2 gold coins each time B manufactures equipment. At this time, it is a principle that the material is provided by A, and if this is violated, the labor contract is automatically terminated. When A or B intentionally forges the contract or fails to keep it properly due to the effect of magic, the contracting party dies. In fact, it is a terrible contract that is almost at the level of exploitation. Except for the part where A said he would provide materials to Yule. Content that was not even seen in the reproduction that was rolled in the radar agency before the return. However, the Brockatry brothers couldn't refuse Jaehyeon's offer. In the first place, it was a threat, not an offer. Why are you crying so much? But no matter how much we make mythical equipment for 2 gold coins, the unit price is not right for us. The unit cost of my labor was 2 pieces. The two brothers looked at each other, rolling their eyes in deep silence. They were now unable to escape with their artifacts. Now you have become a slave to this human being, a slave who only makes equipment. Did you sigh? Jaehyeon just asked. But Eitri waved his hand in fright. Oh no. The names were quickly sorted out. It happened automatically because I had just witnessed the impotence of representation with my own eyes. In the first place, what is the A of the contract? Isn't it a word that has turned many people into powerful people and terrible workers? Jaehyeon is now the clear leader and can return. All that was left was to return to Nidavellir and put them to work. There is no need to worry. As long as you get the necessary items in moderation. Eggplant. Saying that even at the moment Jaehyeon took the lead, they were whispering to each other and plotting a plan. Its contents were as follows. Still, Hyung, why don't you ask the Black Lion's left soul to solve it somehow, no matter how wrong we are? You won't help us because we're all dwarves. Of course, he is the strongest dwarven warrior. Maybe you can easily subdue him too. I think the Black Lion's left soul is a courageous dwarf who will stand up against the Aesir god. It was an absurd story. But the absolute weak cannot recognize the strong. Because they did not even have eyes to distinguish how strong the representation in front of them was, the meaning itself did not exist. Unfortunately, They believed that black souls would save them. One unfortunately. You damn dwarves say you can hear it all. Jaehyeon could hear all their conversations. The effect of hearing, which was strengthened by gaining a reputation, was more amazing than expected. Also, they are not a race that is fluent in magic enough to use telepathy. Jaehyeon watched as the brothers clenched their fists. I was barely able to resist the fact that I was amazed at his steadfast appearance. Jaehyeon was thinking of teaching them how to handle slaves properly. Of course. By the time they get slaves, the war will be over, slavery will be abolished, and they will still be in poverty. I am here. Within a few hours of that, an eerie and cold voice was heard in the ears of the 9 members. Jaehyeon is back, that too. Dangling, a dwarf dangling from each arm. He said that because the dwarves' legs were too short and they were slow to run. He grabbed them by the collar and jumped up. The members were feeling a lot of debt and fear towards him due to the rock-paper-scissors manipulation situation they had committed. Jaehyeon smiled and took one step closer to his colleagues. For now. Hoyana, let's start with you. Wait a minute, Jaehyeon, at that time I was just crazy for a moment. Kim Yoo-young was frightened and stabbed him in the side, however. Those words were already an act no different from their own confession. Kwon Soyeol's complexion turned blue. This is dangerous, Jaehyeon, who was enslaved by the dwarves for 3 days and did a lot of hard work. The dark circles under his eyes were not unusual. If you go like this, your turn will surely come. I didn't want it to die. Then, Yi Sang-ah, why did you do that, to send a younger junior? Lee Yi-sang tilted his head and looked at Kwon So-yeol. I couldn't understand the meaning of it. So those good-looking eyes pricked my conscience. Sorry, but I have to live too. When Kwon So-yeol said that An Ho-yeon had already suffered, he was slumped to the floor. Shivering, the intermittent shaking of the body was unnerving to even pretend to see. The power of Jaehyeon, who gained more status and became stronger, seems to be more than he thought. The members of 9 also gained strength while climbing the tower, but Jaehyeon must have gained even stronger strength, so it was natural in a way. Jaehyeon was silent for a while, then started walking in the direction of Kwon So-yeol. Senior Soil, you mean the Chancellor Hyung did it wrong? That it is. It was Kwon So-yeol who felt excessive remorse for being good at lying. Jaehyeon grinned as she lengthened her horse tail. He was approaching himself. Not Lee Yi-sang, that, do you think I would believe it? My back felt chills and cold sweat began to flow all over my body. Kwon So-yeol was convinced at that moment. I'm crazy to make such a clumsy mistake. It was Kwon So-yeol chose the wrong person to overwrite, because Lee Yi-sang is not a great man to do such a thing. Kwon So-yeol was in a hurry and did not know what to do. Lamenting over his mistakes, that was when Jaehyeon approached her. Jaehyeon, wasn't it hard? Seo-in-na's voice cut in the middle, before Jaehyeon could even turn his gaze to that direction. He could feel the scent of all sorts of food and spices coming from the tip of his nose. Life returned to his eyes, this smell. Apple pie plus braised short ribs with a lot of beef. Oh. You cooked it, Jaehyeon said so with a thrilled expression on his face. He was genuinely happy. Even if it wasn't so, he was the one who ate food that wasn't food at the Brockhatry brothers' smithy. Roasted elk meat without salt. Or even soup with everything in it. It was hardly fit for human consumption, but I never thought Seo-in would have cooked it herself. When Jaehyeon was thrilled like that, Kim Yoo-young stayed still and cautiously intervened while watching him. This time, as a sign of self-reflection, I didn't even touch the cooking. Feeling even more happy, Jaehyeon snatched Pappy from her arms and hugged her. Groong, Pappy turned his head away at the smell of Seo-in-na's food, as if he had a particular taste, but Jaehyeon was more interested in filling his stomach. Now, the thought of being able to eat food like food properly stimulated the primal senses of his brain. Meanwhile, at that time, only one person had his head on the floor with a sad expression on his face. If there was such a thing. I wish I had taken it out before I got hit. It was An Ho-yeon. He was the only victim and was rolling on the floor. A cool breeze blew through his gray hair. This is an obvious tragedy. He couldn't help but think that way. So, all the materials needed are 12 claws of a black wyvern, 6 wings of an elite harpy, a core of a stone golem, etc. In all, there are 38 pieces, right? Jaehyeon asked the Brockhatry brothers about the materials needed to make the equipment and organized them all. After all, it was not a joke from the number of ingredients because I had to make all of my colleagues' own. 38. No, it was exactly that kind of thing. No matter how much he thought about it, he sighed. But he didn't say anything. What can I do? The blacksmith said it was needed to make it. Then, as for the ingredients, Hoyeon, Yi-sang Hyung, and Kim Yoo-jung and Ine all went together. Hella and Soyeol Sunbi follow me. Jaehyeon showed Darren the 3 or 4 rune stones he had accidentally obtained a moment ago, confirming their identity. As expected, the identity of the stone he picked up was a rune stone, Darren said with a surprised expression, probably not knowing that Jaehyeon would get the rune stone. If we can find more rune stones this quickly, I don't know if it would be difficult to engrave only with the undiluted solution. Jaehyeon smiled. It was bingo. If you collect a lot of rune stones as you thought, the efficiency of engraving will be greatly increased. In the first place, the number of runestones that Darren had was not that many. Most of the diluted solution was left over after using it, however. Since Jaehyeon found a way to supply it, there is no reason not to go collect it. Therefore, Jaehyeon decided to take Kwon So-yeol, who is good at finding the way, and Hela, who is good at large-scale battles. They were included in the runestone expedition, of course. He is in charge of directing. I was thinking of doing nothing but giving advice. The reason was simple. I can't suffer alone. I want you two to suffer as much as I suffered for the 3 days. Your back end is really long. That's right, Kwon So-yeol and Hela's words. But Jaehyeon's ferocious impression instantly turned them into a teammate. Seeing them with their mouths closed, Jaehyeon laughed evilly. Now everyone go to your work. You make equipment, Darren. You imprint. What are you doing? Aren't you working quickly? That guy became a slave and learned how to be a slave himself. This time. It was the specialty of the black-haired soul that was intimidating. Chapter 379 Brothers Brockhytry Part 4 to begin with. It didn't take long to get the materials. There were more witches in the valley than I thought. I wonder if it's a matter of course. The ruling race of Svartalf fame was the Dark Elves, but they had little reason to hunt demons. Food problems are often caused by hunting or raising livestock. In addition, in the case of Dark Elves who are sometimes sent to Midgard, they hunt humans directly. In fact, they had no reason to hunt demons at all. In addition, the Dark Elves were able to use these monsters again. It was because they were the ones who were wearing taming-related magic. Moreover, the dwarves did not even dare to think of hunting down demons and collecting rune stones. In order to mine the runestone, you have to penetrate the demon beast and go deep into it. But the force required for this is far beyond what the dwarves can handle. Because of this, Darren also couldn't secure this runestone. So he diluted it and used it. By the way, wow, are there so many runestones in Svartalf fame? It was Darren who looked shocked at the mysterious blue stones pouring out of the basket. When he was looking for it, he found it well if he could only find one every 10 days. But how many runestones did Jaehyeon bring? There seemed to be at least 100 of them. How is that possible? How is it? Do you think you are ready to engrave? It's a skill worth using. Darren said so disingenuously because I did not want to reveal all of my base. It was the expression of my qualifications that I did not know. Jaehyeon, of course, was clearly seeing through this as well. Now then, you can engrave as many engravings as you like. Next is the equipment. Hey, slaves. Yep, yes, the two dwarf brothers trembled and answered Jaehyeon. They are now named Slave Number 1 and Number 2. It's a disgraceful name. But I couldn't help it. Wouldn't it be better to roll in this world, even if it's a field of dog shit rather than die? If you endure just a little longer. If you endure just a little longer. You will tell the black lion's left foot about its ugliness, and if that happens, you will be able to somehow improve the treatment of that unfair contract. The plan of those who thought so was broken right in the exact next moment. Black feet, you keep an eye on them to make sure they're doing the right thing, got it? I see, the soul of the black lion's left foot. The only hope is to bow one's head to the human being who is said to be the enemy. What the hell is that human being? Even the soul of the black lion's left foot. Even the best warrior has become like that. The brothers eventually had to accept the deplorable thing. He became a slave and told Jaehyeon that he would have to continue working while receiving 2 gold coins each, which was almost unpaid. First of all, what I need is a long sword. Jaehyeon parted his lips like that, unaware of the other person's speed. Long sword, it was just the weapon he needed. Neither the staff nor the wand are familiar to him. The sword already possessed 3 types of rapiers, great swords, and daggers, since he hadn't obtained a long sword with a long blade yet. Jaehyeon was feeling sad inside. Moreover, Hoyeoni uses a long sword well. Jaehyeon was thinking of making a sword and sharing it with An Hoyeon. After touching the sword once, he made it into the image of a magic tool and gave the original to An Hoyeon. That way, 2 people can benefit from the materials for making one sword. Anyway, my gloves are classified as weapons. So I can't equip 2 weapons. This is the most efficient way. Of course, the engraving was intended to be different, but it was better to share weapons, so Jaehyeon has just commissioned the production of the best and best long sword for 2 gold coins. The ingredients are all gathered. Give me 3 days and I'll finish it right away. 3 days, it sounds familiar. Eitre's words were answered by Jaehyeon with a cold smile. After all, the back end was long. Darren interrupted. My engraving will take that much for each piece of equipment. You'd better think of it as a well-deserved rest here for a month. It is there a gymnasium? In the meantime, Jaehyeon, of course, had no intention of resting. Isn't it not enough time to grind and polish yourself? Every day was precious now. Odin and Tordur, etc. There were many strong gods who had ill feelings towards them, of course. It is true that he has grown so as not to bow down, but Jaehyeon is still weak. You need to train with me again for a while. At Jaehyeon's words, the party was a little taken aback. Hadn't they already gone through his training several times? It was really not something that could be endured with spirit or enthusiasm. I don't want to close my eyes. Could it be my mistake? Of course it's an illusion. An Hoyeon quickly nodded and responded. There was no one here who did not know that behind that smile there was fear. Jaehyeon laughed. Brothers Brockhytri. I heard that the Aesir gods came to us several times and offered a huge amount of gold in order to subdue them. Do they know the fact that the Brockhytri brothers, whom they had been searching for so long, were being exploited for only 2 gold coins per piece of equipment? That too to their nemesis, their antagonist. As the weapons production progressed smoothly, Jaehyeon and his party continued to practice. Since they are now fully matured in their skills, Jaehyeon had to bring out some of his strength. In the past, those who faced without even taking out the rank, but now it was safe to fight after freeing the second level, otherwise you'll get caught. It's new. But you've really grown a lot, guys. Kiang. Jaehyeon thinks so and perfectly cuts off Hoyeon and stabbing sword. After drawing the sword's trajectory and avoiding it with a light movement of lowering the head. Counterattack with a flurry, he had nothing in his hand but the effect was great. Big, An Hoyeon raises his knee to block Jaehyeon's attack, even so. It was quite difficult to withstand because each attack was heavy. Yujung, at that timing Kim Yuyong rushes towards Jaehyeon, however. Jaehyeon knows that this is an operation, she is a fake hop. A small cheer came from the left side instead of the right side as she ran. It belonged to Cona, what I heard while climbing the tower. He was used to Jaehyeon. Jaehyeon laughed lightly as he saw the two rushing towards him, following Kuang when it rolls on the ground. The Earth's axis breaks and creates a roar. This slowed the movement of the two for a very short moment. Bang, Jaehyeon managed to deflect Cona before he knew it. The situation where only Kim Yuyong continues the rush. Shit, I'm no match, Chai Prophet. She quickly stopped and applied the brakes, but it was a meaningless action. Jaehyeon was already in front of his nose. He was smiling. I've been thinking about it. Jaehyeon said so. Kim Yuyong's spine became chilly. No matter how much I think about it, it doesn't make sense that Soyal Sunbeam worked alone in the rock-paper-scissors case, even if it is so with Ane and the Chancellor. Hella, he clenched his fist. I think it's 100% that you participated, yes. Oh no, active skill subordinate is activated. The designated target is telling lies. Oh, it just caught on. Jaehyeon throws his fist back. Its appearance was like that of a raider without hesitation. Kim Yuyong muttered with a face that gave up. Akure hit just one hit it. Bang, unfortunately. Jaehyeon wasn't the kind of person to look after him. This was only in the name of training, but it was also Jaehyeon's revenge. Although he forgot that his soul was sold for Ina's food when he first came back. Aren't these colleagues who enslaved him for 3 days for 18 hours a day? Whoa, after a while the wind blew just like that. When all of his colleagues fell for Jaehyeon, Darren and Blackfeet, and the Brockhytri brothers were secretly spying on their training, and I was sure never mess with them. 3 worlds seem so wide, I never thought there would be a monster like that. Akue, brother, I think so too. Humans are so strong, I've never heard of them. Yes, Blackfeet. The Black Souls have already given up on thinking, thanks to Jaehyeon. Other dwarves have now started calling themselves Blackfeet. How absurd. It was black-haired souls that took pride in their name. To shorten the name my mother cherished, 1 letter at a time like that, even if it's a human way. Isn't it too much? Suddenly Brock opened his mouth. By the way, why does the adversary call only Blackfoot by his first name, Darren, and we don't cut it? Oops, Blackfoot finally realized that he had been tricked, but it was already too late. They were too strong to talk to now, so he had no choice but to say, that's because I'm closest to him. Oh, after all. You are black-haired, you look like a dwarf legend. At the words of the 2 dwarves, the black-haired soul stretched out its shoulders for no reason. Well, even if it's not life and death. We defeated the dark elves together. Wouldn't he consider himself a colleague? That is why he never lied. Anyway, that's it. A month passed quickly and the equipment of the colleagues was finally completed. With excitement, Jaehyeon began to appreciate the weapons of the Brockhytri brothers. First of all, the weapons and armor of allies. The weapons that Jaehyeon had already chosen were quite usable, so I filled them one by one. Starting with the most urgent parts, and the equipment was prepared at a level that could be used even for pretending. A great hardness that could withstand dozens of hits from the Sir God. Plus the effect of the engraving made by Darren. These are truly the best tools available today. Jaehyeon nodded with a satisfied expression and next looked at his equipment. At that moment, he couldn't help but be surprised for the second time since the regression. These bastards, I thought they were idiots, but they're more skilled than I thought, right? Jaehyeon tried to swallow the words down his throat, but when he thought about it, he realized that he didn't need to do that, so he pulled him out again. I thought you guys were idiots, but you were quite usable guys. Right? Chapter 380 Armor Beyond Myth to say that with your own mouth. Jaehyeon's unexpectedly bad side. Inaya, he was originally bad, what a surprise. Kwon So-yeol quietly reprimanded Seo In-na, who was covered in bean pods. It was because he was resentful of being hurt by Jaehyeon in a recent battle. However, Jaehyeon, who should have answered right away, was silent for some reason. The reason was clear. It was because he was busy checking the new weapon he had acquired, a weapon that lies right beyond the myth, equipment item. Mythical longsword rating, mythical stats, ATK plus 800. This is a mythical longsword made for opponents. a masterpiece of the Brockhytry brothers. Created through their exploits, it is a sword for a human who has gained a new status and has begun to write a myth. Increases the efficiency of unique skill effects by 35%, increases all stats of the user by 50% when using field magic, aside from the terrifying attack power of 800. The legendary longsword made by the brothers had two additional effects. Those are all things that are in the realm of heaven and earth. Jaehyeon laughed, unable to hide the corners of his lips. I especially like the second skill. Now it is Jaehyeon who has reached the third stage of divine liberation. Soon, all restrictions on unique skills will also be removed. To put it simply, it was safe to say that Jaehyeon could become many times stronger than before. A field magic that can only be unlocked by level 3 or higher of divine liberation. However, this was something that no one could use. In fact, there are even gods who cannot use field magic. Jaehyeon had heard that there were quite a few such people in Asgard. For example, Gatekeeper Heimdall or Magni Modi were like that. Still, it's not a negligible enemy. But there's a pretty big difference between those who have ultimates and those who don't. At least now, Jaehyeon has reached the stage. If that was the case, it meant that an improvement could be expected in the last fifth trial as well. Finally, if you finish all the trials up to the fourth stage of liberation, it comes close to a level that can challenge Odin and Loki. Jaehyeon clenched his fists as he felt the blood rushing through his body. But this is not all over. No, at that moment. The brothers' voice suddenly interrupted. They are stretching their chests with a triumphant expression as if they still have something left. Jaehyeon tilted his head. I thought everything was over. What the hell is left? While I was thinking about that, Brock suddenly pulled out an item and set it down. It was only then that Jaehyeon realized what kind of work they still had left. Surt's Unquenchable Flame. Jaehyeon still hasn't been able to use Surt's Undying Flame he got during the tag game in the theme dungeon in the past. It was also because he hadn't met a good blacksmith yet. And it was because he basically fought by making items. But in this case, the story is different. I learned that items made through magic can be imprinted and strengthened. Not only that, but now the best blacksmith was his slave, Brockhytry. They should be able to use Surtur's Unquenchable Flame. Jaehyeon smiled and crossed his arms for a moment. The brothers did not hesitate and immediately began strengthening the item. Jaehyeon, Surt's Unquenchable Flame and the mythical longsword begin to react. Antagonist of prophecy, in other words. The red letters that stand out clearly begin to be engraved on the sword for humans who are writing a new myth. It matched exactly the phrase he had seen when stabbing his heart during his previous fight with Surt. I could read it now. From the cold beginning of the world to the hottest end. After reading the written phrase as if possessed, Jaehyeon looked at his brother. Before I knew it, the well-cut white blade emitted a transparent light, and red flames began to rise from it. Perhaps this power can only be used by oneself, because it is an item with the story that it is an armament only for the opponents of Brockhytry. The two brothers puffed out their chests once more and boasted. What adversary? We did as we were told, so, Brock said as if he was asking for something but to no avail. It was because Jaehyeon took out 2 gold coins from his bosom and put them in his hand, and Hyo shook his hand. In simple terms, it means to turn off for a while because I will check the item. The brothers' faces were burnt black as if thunder had fallen. It must have been quite a shock. It was obvious what the brothers Brock and Eitri had intended. So Jaehyeon smiled. Because I made a weapon worth using. It's like saying that the contract didn't exist, but there's no way. Are you going to let yourself die like this after rolling yourself to death for 3 days? Of course. There was no way Jaehyeon would see this. Please take good care of me for 30 years. While the two brothers were silent, other colleagues were also checking items. They shared their item information with each other and were planning what to do in the next battle. It seemed that he was full of thoughts of using the effects already attached to the item. Jaehyeon was happy to see this. However, there was still more to check. It was a newly added phrase at the very bottom of the equipment. Engraving is activated, displays information. Imprint of counterattack when counterattacking. The attack power is temporarily increased by 200% 2-hour cooldown. Imprint of counterattack, although it has a cooldown of 2 hours. It was a fraudulent imprint that dramatically increased its efficiency when countering enemy attacks. Jaehyeon set the absurd figure of 200%, except for Tiabing. This was the first weapon capable of producing such destructive power. Of course, it is not as powerful as Tiabing, who activated the Mark of Destruction. However, this weapon does not have any restrictions on eating emotions, and it has all kinds of effects. Of course, it is said that the efficiency is bound to be high. Good, you all look fine too. Her colleagues also looked very bright as if they had found something useful. Of course, it didn't make a big difference. This is because Jaehyeon told him to act as if it were natural before receiving the goods. Smur Hella. And even Jormungand. I've heard that dwarves tend to brag about weapon production. A poker face was important to continue exploiting them without instilling conceit rather than pride. Jaehyeon calmly checked the equipment. There were also some changes to the artifacts that were installed in other parts. First of all, the armor, engraving of patience, reduces damage taken by 30%. It is a simple but most effective imprint. Defense is a very important number at any time, because when the enemy hits one, you can hit two. Jaehyeon was well aware of what a great advantage that was, because I'm so used to melee. Similar effects were attached to other equipment. They were mainly imprints related to recovery. But there were quite a few things in preparation for long battles. Colleagues also usually engrave the imprint that reveals the effect of recovery. In order to prepare for any situation, you must prioritize what will help you survive. This has always been close to the truth. But, as expected, the unexpected benefit is this way. Jaehyeon nodded his head slightly as he looked at the true nature of the accessories he was wearing. I thought it was serious from the beginning, but I didn't know it would be this much. Equipment item, name, Brochytre's mithril earring grade, Shinwa, an earring made by the Brochytre brothers. It uses mithril, so its strength is very high. It was perfectly smelted through special craftsmanship. All stats plus 100 meet and smelt a brother to be able to exert full power. Brochytre's blessing is applied, first of all. The biggest change was that the rating was upgraded to myth. This was pretty encouraging. Its stats have also risen considerably, and now it has reached a level where it does not bend at all compared to other parts. But more than that, it was the skill, passive skill. Name, Brochytre's blessing rating. Myth increases the effect of items made by Brochytre's brothers by 20%. Jaehyeon clicked his tongue as he looked at the new skill attached to his earring. To put it simply, it meant that the efficiency of items such as the Shinwa longsword they made would increase even more. Good, I got quite a few things this Nidavellir. This level is enough for the next trial. Every time the Shinwa class equipment was filled, Jaehyeon felt a warm feeling in his heart, because that was the basic instinct of the radar. For reference, Jaehyeon was now facing his final ordeal. Actually, at first, I was planning to take the 5th trial right after coming out of the tower. But the other guys were very reluctant. Hell and Smur Jormungand Hella. Everyone stopped Jaehyeon. The reason was simple. He's a crazy battle maniac. I'm not your opponent. He's a guy who could really kill you out of a sense of pride. If Smur says something like that, what kind of personality is that? Hellas also elaborated on who presides over the 5th trial. Certainly. The level of skill is ridiculous. It's about right below Loki, the highest among the 4 levels of liberation. Even Nidhogg is difficult to deal with one-on-one. It is truly a monster that becomes stronger with just breathing. Jaehyeon got a hint from that. By culling the members who participated in the Anti-Aesir Alliance according to the Last Ordeal Elimination Act, it was easy to identify the last organizer, the father of Squall and Hattie and one of Loki's sons. A giant wolf that was only recently released from being tied to the real thing of its Gleipnir's copy, Fenrir. He was also famous for eating one of Tyr's arms while making a bet with him, a being described as one of the strongest in mythology. In addition, if he is a guy who becomes strong just by breathing, as Hela said, there is a high possibility that he continued to grow even while he was sealed. It was a situation in which Jaehyeon had to rely on a considerable amount of time. So he headed for Nidavellir first. The desire to reach the 4th stage of divinity liberation as soon as possible and defeat Odin was like a chimney. But it is impossible to be buried there and miss the big picture. Once you get everything you need here, let's go slowly now. Okay, Kim Yoo-young, wearing a nice white robe, responded like that. It seems that the effect of the item is fraudulent. Well, Jaehyeon got that too. By the way, can you really give me this? At that time, An Ho-yeon asked cautiously. He was holding the exact same longsword that Jaehyeon was holding earlier. Jaehyeon nodded. Of course. Well, it's an item only for opponents, so you won't be able to use that effect. But if it has enough attack power, it will always be useful, and only I have the skills to make equipment. An Ho-yeon nodded with a firm expression. He seems to be feeling quite a bit of pressure, but now that he's used to that, he's probably fine, because being with Jaehyeon made his mentality stronger. Now, An Ho-yeon is in a state where he can overcome even that burden. Jaehyeon was so sure. An Ho-yeon pondered for a while before responding with a smile. Then, Akare, I will do my best to help you. So do I. Li Yisang also said that with a warm smile. He also got a pair of black half-gloves to use. And they looked pretty good. Seo Nana and Kwon Soyeol also got a belt and a necklace, respectively. Jaehyeon confirmed that the effect was very good. At this level, even while he was undergoing the 5th ordeal, his comrades would be able to sufficiently respond to the enemy's attack. I heard that Fenrir has an impatient personality, so the ordeal won't take too long. So there was nothing to worry about. Blackfeet, you suffered too. Joy, of course. The black-footed soul said that while seeing Jaehyeon off. Unfortunately, Darren couldn't come out separately because he had to deal with business as a king. Of course, the 2 slaves were welcoming Jaehyeon as he left. Precisely, it would be to welcome Jaehyeon. Who is leaving? See you again. The two twins fell into silence again. See you again. Stay up all night hammering for another month, receiving 2 gold coins. Of course, isn't that right? Little brother, of course not bro, we will welcome you anytime. Of course, Jaehyeon laughed. His next destination has been decided. Also in the meantime, Jaehyeon has decided to leave a very important task to his colleagues. It was to kill a certain god. Chapter 381 Fifth Ordeal Part 1. I didn't expect to visit this place in its true form again. Tusk, after all. There are no guys who do the job properly. A white male god who arrived in Midgard after passing through Bifrost. Heimdall muttered with an annoyed face. He had just reached his peak, to be honest. Midgard was not a place he had good memories of. I challenged the opponent to a fight and was completely pushed back, and it wasn't enough to help him wake up, so I lost more than 30% of my level. In the aftermath of that time, one powder, not the main body, was lost, and Heimdall was unable to move properly for a while. It seems that the aftermath of that time still throbs in the body. However, Odin instructed him to clean up the enemy and his allies. In the conversation a moment ago, he had asked himself, the gatekeeper, if he could properly deal with the adversary. Heimdall decided to obey his instructions because he was tired of protecting Bifrost. Anyway, the guys who gave themselves shame before, this time. I was about to grind my teeth with the thought of paying back from this side. For the belligerent Heimdall, this was not something to refuse. This time, I will be able to defeat the enemy with certainty. Then you will be favored by Odin, and your role as a gatekeeper will be over. Heimdall is actually the weakest among the Aesir gods, utilizing not only combat skills but also brilliant ideas and knowledge. There is almost no part that directly affects the operation of Asgard. His practical value is at least his flute and his eyes that can see well into the distance. I could say that was all. That is why he was assigned to Bifrost. A loyal dog that monitors whether other people cross the Rainbow Bridge and faithfully reports to Odin whenever there is a problem. That was Heimdall's current address. But that is over now. This time I will be able to go higher. If I can only kill the adversary, I can put everything back in place. I have already finished talking to Odin, if you prove your worth. I will give you a better seat. I had heard such a story, also. Odin granted himself enormous deity. It is also possible to use one's power in Midgard, that's why he wasn't rough now. Clench your fist lightly and open it. The muscle expands and contracts repeatedly. It seems that it is far from the strength of ordinary people, even in small movements. The strength is clearly felt. It was one of Heimdall's greatest strengths. Even that was inferior to Thor. But no one could easily ignore him anyway. Then shall we find the antagonist? The corners of his lips went up. The adversary at that moment. Jaehyeon was on his way to the fifth ordeal. He was riding on Poppy's back, stroking the mouth of his neck, which had grown through gigantism. The destination is clear. Jaehyeon recalled a conversation he had with Hela a while ago. Perhaps after you receive all of the dwarves' equipment and inscriptions, they too will start moving properly. The war is about to break out. Does that mean that the fifth ordeal should be skipped? That's not the case. This time Hel said that and put his hand on Jaehyeon's shoulder. You have to go through all the trials prepared for you, and the full-fledged start of the war means that we, who are here now, also participate in the battlefield. The anti-Aesir coalition begins to move properly. Yes, Smur is thick, crossed arms with hands. He was adversary. You go through the ordeal and come back, ASAP, instead of you. We will fight together with your comrades to protect humans. But if you do that, as you thought, it would be our job to present them with war and its justification, I mean. They'll be able to use more divine power. I didn't rush out from this side, and the reason why Aesir couldn't put all his power right away was because of his divine power. The force needed to interfere with each other's world worked, limiting their range of action. However, if the anti-Aesir alliance brings other gods to attack them, they will also get a justification for Odin to act directly. If that happens, the war will really intensify and disaster may come. Jaehyeon swallowed his saliva. If you don't return quickly, you'll have a more difficult situation if you don't prove your worth by reaching level 4 of liberation. This meant that at least half of the world's population could be wiped out in an instant, all unavailable. It is different from not being able to save even the person in front of you. Jaehyeon was a person who thought life had seriousness. It can be called hypocrisy. But the safety of himself and his fellow family members was the most important thing. That's what he said at a recent press conference. To protect yourself, if you don't do that, I won't protect all of you. It was something he said to others. But it was more appropriate to say it to himself. In order to move on, you must eventually give up something. It shouldn't be the person next to you. I will make it like that. That's what it meant. Because of this, Jaehyeon called his colleagues before the fifth trial and said, "Everyone, borrow the power of the other gods and kill the enemies before I go through the fifth trial. When they come, never die. You have to kill them. Maybe I think Heimdall, that guy, will come as the gatekeeper. He is the first to announce the improvement of the war, because that would be the most rational thing for them too." Jaehyeon's words fell heavily, however. The colleagues again had bright expressions. Kim Yoo-young smiled lively. Isn't this an opportunity to repay what you suffered during the camp? Why are you making such a gloomy face? Not like you. It's a little scary. I almost died from being strangled at that time. Kwon Soyeol pretended to tremble as she wrapped her arms around her. Li Yisang and An Hoyeon also nodded in response, an answer in place of will. Hela lifted her tiptoe one last time and put her hand on Jaehyeon's head. No. Rather than putting it on, it was a motion of raising the blade. Don't try to do everything alone on a subject that has just become a god. Leave this to us. The war has begun and its end will now begin. Yes, it won't be too late. Of course, you are the adversary. Do you think I will tolerate running away from my fate? Hela laughed and said that. Why? Jaehyeon felt a little relieved by her words that seemed to restrain him. There is a place to return to. Is it because such a feeling spreads deep in the heart? For that reason, Jaehyeon was determined to go through the ordeal as soon as possible and return. Fortunately, I already knew who the person in charge of the test was, even though there was no guide, Hela. He had heard a lot of information about this place, home to the world's mightiest wolf. This was a wetland. Well, the origin of the name is natural, right? In Fenrir, pen has the meaning of marsh, so in a way, it is natural for him to appear in the wetlands. Jaehyeon got off Poppy's back and walked through the dark marsh. Slowly, a gurgling sound came from somewhere. Creeping up the back and waist, I could even feel the deep magic power from him, far too high it seemed to choke Jaehyeon's breath. Is this, at least more than Tyr? Jaehyeon was convinced that someone with more power than Tyr was here, and it was confirmed there that the words of Hel and Hela were not lies. You're the enemy. A black shadow fell over Jaehyeon's head, and a drop of saliva fell on it. Jaehyeon lightly bounced it off with magic, with the wolf's low cry. The two red eyes radiate. Jaehyeon laughed at his huge size like a mountain. It was exactly the same face as described in mythology. Fenrir, are you the master of my final ordeal? Yes, I was annoyed that he left troublesome things to me. But I mean, after Fenrir said that, he began to look closely at Jaehyeon. The corners of his mouth twisted and went up. You seem to be the one who will make me happy, so I don't regret it. It will be fun. I hope so. Then. Let's start the fifth ordeal, the start of the ordeal like Fenrir. It was a quick decision and start. I have already heard from Van Aesir's other gods and giants that the ordeal with him is very simple. His final ordeal is, fight me and win, fight him and win. This is not an empty word. It means that Jaehyeon will die unless he really fights with him and wins. I encountered an opponent with an excessively high rank. Caution, the enemy reveals a strong sense of triumph. Jaehyeon cleared his head coldly. Fenrir, an existence that is at least the same level as Nidhogg. Unofficially at the fourth level of divine liberation. Will Jaehyeon be able to defeat him? The answer does not come easily, but it is also true that it must be done. But why? Haha. A smile leaks out at the crossroads of life and death. Fenrir raised an eyebrow. You seem to be a combat fanatic like me. It can't be. Can't you see I'm shaking? Please take it easy. It was a curious thing. Jaehyeon's shoulders were clearly shaking, however. Fenrir seemed to have no intention of reaping his opinion. He added, the reason your body trembles, isn't it because you're looking forward to fighting with me? Not because you're afraid. Did you try to trick me? Ah, Jaehyeon laughed. I can't help it if I get caught. Jaehyeon immediately made a sword and held it in his hand, mythical longsword, the masterpiece created by the Brockhytry brothers. The sword for the opponent is in his hand and begins to aim for Fenrir. Yes, this is the last one. The last ordeal will lead you to a higher place than ever before. Kwang, Jaehyeon narrowed the gap before he knew it. And after accurately shedding Fenrir's claws aiming at his shoulder, he put his strength into the longsword he was holding. The artifact's special effect is activated. Counterattack imprint is activated, temporarily increases attack power by 200%. Chow ah along with that. The sword of Jaehyeon climbed up Fenrir's leg and cut it vertically. Streams of blood scatter and fill the sky. Dark red raindrops slowly begin to pour down Jaehyeon's red eyes. Jaehyeon was sure that he can win, and that the end is closer than ever. Chapter 382, the fifth trial, part 2. Chow ah. The longsword climbs up the enemy's legs at once and cuts them in a spiral pattern. Jaehyeon stepped between the giant wolf's legs and reached his eyes before he knew it. Looking at Fenrir from close range, the pressure seemed to intensify. Jaehyeon didn't feel so intimidated anymore. I don't intend to be vigilant though. Jaehyeon sighed and looked ahead. Fenrir, the strongest wolf in mythology, that bright red pupil resembled himself, like a wild beast. I feel the fear of swallowing anything at any moment. The drooling jaws would also be able to devour voraciously whatever it puts in. Thinking of putting my hand in there. He's the god of war. But I thought Tyr wasn't sane either. That's interesting. Fenrir was a crazy talent who had become so strong with just one body without any artifacts. The strongest existence that Loki gave birth to, no matter how strong Jaehyeon attacks him. He won't break through easily, however. Jaehyeon had no intention of avoiding it. Wasn't the reason why I got this and that artifact in the first place to deal with him. It was the right decision here to fight him directly rather than back down. If you lightly show your back, you'll see yourself in his mouth in an instant. Jaehyeon took a few steps back, sweating, then. A late system sound and a quest window come to mind. You have accepted the main quest, the fifth trial, the trial of Fenrir. Main quest, Trial of Fenrir. Fenrir, the god-eating wolf, gives an ordeal to the adversary. Fight Fenrir. Subdue him and claim your worth. Clear reward, liberation level 1, failure to rise penalty, death as a result. The story the system tells is simple. If you don't beat that big guy, you'll die. And for this, he must prepare for everything he has and be recognized for his strength. Jaehyeon had already prepared several measures for this. Perhaps, if he could use them properly, winning victory over Fenrir wouldn't be too much of a stretch. However, Jaehyeon's positive thoughts were something he could do because he hadn't experienced Fenrir yet. Fenrir showed his teeth and smiled. I expected it because he was an adversary, but he's exactly living up to my expectations. But you're still at the top of the 3rd level of liberation. He looked down at Jaehyeon with his red eyes. Let me tell you one thing for sure, you'll never be able to beat me with that level of skill, so. In this place I am looking at, you must go beyond your limits. Limits, what that means is clear, stage of liberation. Fenrir was telling me to get over it at this moment, it's not even impossible. Jaehyeon put strength into the longsword in his hand, as an adversary. He has greater potential than anyone else. Also, several times so far he has crossed his walls. It wasn't any different than it was now, however. Fenrir was not conceited either. Fenrir was recognized as one of the strongest beings, a monster that makes even the gods tremble, because he is such a being. Jaehyeon, a human being, thinks that he cannot easily reach him, therefore. It is not conceit, it meant superior innate confidence. There has never been a time when I didn't do my best. Jaehyeon said so with force. Fenrir also responded by pressing down on each letter. That's something I'll have to check. Let's start a proper fight, let's start. White smoke begins to leak from Fenrir's mouth. It was breath. A cold breath that seems to freeze everyone in this very cold place spreads over Jaehyeon's shoulders and feet, making him freeze cold from his waist. Jaehyeon immediately activated the fire magic to prevent his body from stiffening. Xperrif, quick response, however. The coldness of Fenrir was not something that could be resisted that much. It's a pity, but it's a severe cold that goes beyond simple coldness. Fenrir's fear was that he had fangs of bitter cold, of course. The simple destructive power is also terrifying. Jaehyeon quickly repeated his thoughts. It's not the coldness that can be blown away with flame magic. If it wasn't for Hell's protection, I'd probably be frostbitten and unable to move. I felt very fortunate that the first ordeal was Hell's. At that time, Jaehyeon exceeded his limit by holding Nightshade, and as a reward, he obtained the protection of Hell, which can resist all status ailments. That has considerably reduced Jaehyeon's consideration of compatibility when dealing with enemies so far. It's clear what he's thinking, however. The power of the cold that I possess is of the kind that cannot be completely twisted by Hell's protection, just extreme cold. After saying that, Fenrir tore open his mouth wide and started shooting something. The coldness was immediately apparent. But there was something more surprising than that. Bruce right away, because what he's shooting is his breath. Jaehyeon quickly leaned back and bounced like a spring, kicking the ground. Dangerous. Instinct knows that it shouldn't be hit by that, and tells Jaehyeon that. Jaehyeon immediately injected magic into his hand. Active skill, absolute calculation. Quaching, as the shot breath breaks, the shards scatter like glass fragments at first glance. It was nothing more than a very beautiful landscape. Actually, it didn't end there. Blah blah, with its huge jaw wide open again, it approaches Jaehyeon at close range. Jaehyeon tried to roll over, but the floor was already icy. It's a situation where you can't be sure where you'll land if you roll over there. I couldn't throw myself away recklessly. Jaehyeon immediately raised his longsword vertically to block Fenrir's approaching fangs. Cleverly, Fenrir quickly fell back, and this time he threw his claws. I thought that this was really unavoidable, so I had no choice but to recreate it and use the special effects of the equipment. Active skill, Shadow Fairy Tale, while activating Shadow Assimilation. Jaehyeon let the enemy attack once. The attacks followed with wild wolf howls. There was Fenrir, who was gradually getting stronger from him, and Jaehyeon had no choice but to focus all his energy on receiving the attack for a long time. He didn't even have time to wipe his cold sweat. An unstoppable attack. How the hell can I get out of this situation? At that moment, Jaehyeon put on a smile that put his worries to shame. As expected. That's the best. You can't face the wolf in front of you without revealing all of your cards. Then you just bring your talents to the fore, even if it's a power that hasn't been completed yet. Roaring, the special effect of the artifact Mythic Longsword is displayed. The dust of Surt embedded in the artifact takes effect. At that moment, Fenrir's eyes narrowed for an instant. Jaehyeon didn't miss it. Wild flames rise through the medium of the sword, and then shoot towards the enemy. Deep in the city of Daegu is a bridge connecting the human world and Asgard. It was the place where Bifrost was located. Few people know that this bridge is hidden here. But of course the Sur's keepers. Heimdall was different. Isn't he the highest being who protects Bifrost and at the same time becomes another Eye of Odin because it is such a hidden place? In fact, when Heimdall visited Midgard this time, he thought the neighborhood would be quite quiet. However, What are you? Contrary to his expectations, all kinds of people are gathered in front of him, looking closely. Every aspect of his face looked familiar. Heimdall's lips went up as if he knew right away. Someone said they were the opponent's colleagues. Then, An Hoyeon, who was standing in front of him, responded first. Behind him are Jaehyeon's colleagues and members of Nine. Heimdall snorted as if it were absurd. As far as I know, the current achievements of the adversaries have reached the third stage of liberation. If a guy like that had come here to deal with me, I would have certainly thought you had a chance, but sending out these ragtags, does that mean you're going to run away? Jaehyeon is not that kind of person. Seoane gave strength to her voice as she said that. Well, she should have been more confident. No matter how much the previous existence is located in the third stage of liberation, she is also a person with dignity. At least there was nothing to do or collapse in one sum. Moreover, you don't seem to know that taking your victory for granted isn't so cool. Heimdall, the owner of the alluring voice, heard from behind. It belonged to Hel. Then countless numbers of the dead and Hela followed behind. Hel's emergency meeting results. Smur and Jormungand were waiting in the preparation group, and Hel decided to directly participate in the battle this time. It was decided to operate the army of the dead together with Hela. Heimdall, learning of the enemy's plans, smiled. Since you can't handle it alone now, do you keep it in check by gathering in groups? What a pitiful look, Hel. That must be the saddest thing. I've heard stories of people ignoring me getting their throats cut and being trampled on while talking softly. Don't you think that's an honorable thing? This bastard. Heimdall came pretty easily to provocation. After the members of Nine used all their pre-activated skills, be prepared for an enemy attack. Heimdall begins to fully release his character and slowly proves his power. I knew it was strong, but I can't believe it's this strong. Kim Yoo-young and Kwon So-yeol had the same thoughts at the same time. Heimdall, who had been attacked during the camp in the past. Back then, they didn't know how strong he was because they were too weak. It is just a transcendent being. I was just barely aware of that. However, the appearance of Heimdall, who had completely disappeared, even the limitations of his power following that time, was like that of a more fearful god of death. Divinity permeated through the overflowing mana. Then until the adversary comes, shall we start talking among ourselves? That's good, Hel retorted and clapped his hands. Then a thin, black film formed around them and confined them. A magic that Hel often uses. It was Border of Death. It is similar to Jaehyeon's Life or Death skill in that it prevents anyone from approaching the surroundings. But it was close to a barrier that never allowed anyone to come inside without raising the caster's attack power. Heimdall frowned. He scratched his head as if he was annoyed, then took out an object and murmured, I had no intention of using this from the beginning. An artifact that Heimdall took out. It was also a flute he used often. It's a long war. It was the sound of the flute of death announcing the beginning of Ragnarok. Chapter 383, Fifth Trial Part 3. Odin leaves the throne after a while and searches all over the 9 worlds with Hyujin. He was pensive with a cynical face. There is only one thing that fills his head. It was a deep question about the adversary from 10,000 years ago, after all. He was a real person, in fact. Odin already knew that another adversary existed before he heard from Tyr. It's easy to see if you think of his usual obsession with perfectionist tendencies. Never take care of things haphazardly and never choose the road that has no odds. That was Odin's way. And indeed it always worked out what was best for him. Because of this, Odin always analyzes the situation to the limit and handles the work. No matter how dire the situation was, it was the same, because, in the past, Odin also looked through all the books related to the adversary in Asgard's library. He had already acquired all the knowledge, so he thought he would not be able to know anything. But there was a mix of disparate records that even he did not know. First, adversary. It was mixed with the story that such a human existed 10,000 years ago, but Odin felt strange. Why can't even he, who is at the top of the Aesir, remember information related to a human with the alias of an adversary who existed 10,000 years ago? He was the one who knew everything about the 9 worlds. However, it was somewhat reluctant that there was a history that even the person himself did not know about. The most incomprehensible thing is, of course, the error of memory, as if the film was cut somewhere, in Odin's memory. Only a few fragmentary scenes floating around as fragments came to mind little by little. Hyujin, when I was deep in thought, Odin, who had been walking quietly, suddenly got lucky. Hyujin immediately looked back and lowered his head. Yes. Are you hiding anything from me? Probably no one can answer that question by saying that there is something hidden. Even so, Odin asked, of course. Hyujin said so without hesitation. It was a vague answer, as if he was waiting for you to ask a question. There was not even a slight change of emotion in Hyujin's eyes. It was natural, because he was a being who could handle emotions. That's why you can respond calmly to your own questions, in that respect. Hyujin was both an excellent horse and a loser. However, even in that situation, Odin closed his eyes as the thoughts continued to wander through his head. Why the hell did Tyr say such a thing the other day? What kind of correlation is there between the prophecies of the 3 Norn sisters about the enemy and their own death? What am I missing? And Odin remembered the first time he saw Hyujin. What is Hyujin hiding from me? But it was a meaningless question. Odin quickly lost interest and turned his attention the other way. No wonder, there was no reason to worry. Odin is the god at the top of the Sur, and Hyujin is a mere trifle. It is nothing more than an existence that has shared its status a little. Right now. He probably won't be able to defeat even his opponents. How is the process of finding the star in the far abyss? It's going smoothly, since Tyr and Freyjanim are stepping out on their own. We should be able to find them anywhere. Akue, tell everyone not to disappoint me. All right. After saying that, Hyujin greeted her with the same attitude as the first time, then in the blink of an eye. He was already gone, shadow welcome. It was one of the powers Odin gave him. I don't know what he is hiding, everything will be meaningless. At that moment, there was a small shimmer in the space floating in the air. Odin did not miss. He thought Hyujin must have been listening to his story a while ago, and that he would never change anything he was planning. The main of the fifth trial is basically winning the battle against Fenrir. It was simple. But not so easy to do, there was no need to explain why. Fenrir, the guy is getting stronger as he fights. Are you testing me? Our testing Jaehyeon was initially a little annoyed by the premise. The pain of the last 4 times that I've been through in the name of trials, it made him grow and put him where he is now. Now I wanted to feed myself at least one room, even though they were allies. It was a refusal to stand in a position where they were constantly being tested, even if it's the huge monstrous wolf in front of you. Hop! With a spirit, he drew the newly obtained sword, Fenrir's leg, which had already been cut off a while ago, had been healed after being sutured. So it was necessary to deal with him with more frequent and faster attacks, even though he wouldn't be able to spread his swordsmanship with all his might like he did at the beginning. But if he crosses over several times and aims for the same part, there's no possibility at all. It was quite difficult. But Jaehyeon believed he could do it. Then Fenrir opened his mouth and said, you have a useful sword. It seems that he met the Brocatri brothers. It was not unreasonable to guess that way. Among the dwarves, there were not many people who had this much talent for equipment production. Didn't Ivaldi's sons completely stand on Asgard's side? Those crazy clumsy dwarves were all the guys who could make weapons for Jaehyeon, who is now his opponent. The good news is that my skills aren't too bad. That's it, they are now my slaves. Haha, I guess he gave quite a bit of gold. 2 coins. Jaehyeon was not confident enough to make Fenrir understand the situation in detail. So he took off as it was. Then with his arm stretched out, he cut the sword horizontally. Chow, a short sound of blood dripping was heard, but shallow when Jaehyeon intuitively realizes it and tries to move his body backwards. Fenrir's fangs approached Jaehyeon before he knew it, and was pinning itself into his shoulder. Big, Jaehyeon quickly stepped back, then he took a moment to examine the enemy in front of him. In fact, it's not that small when you look at it. It's definitely a target to overcome, but anyway, it's an opponent to fight on the battlefield together. If I ask you to kill me, won't you do that? Of course. Why do you say this every time you go through trials? We are on the same side. If you can't defeat me anyway, you won't be able to kill Odin. So you'd better die here. Maybe he stuffs you and displays only your head as an example. Sounds creepy. After Jaehyeon healed his shoulder with sacrifice, he fired an accurate sword strike towards Fenrir's neck. Don't do it. Intangible sword, it glowed, slowing the enemy's awareness of the attack by 1 beat. The attack hit Fenrir directly and left a scar on his neck. In the aftermath of the blazing flame, the bitter cold that surrounded him began to break. Jaehyeon continued to dig into his body. As he started running, Fenrir cried as if he was having fun. You're a quick guy, as expected. The story of Mimir and Loki was true. What? I think it will be more fun from now on. Jaehyeon smiled as well. The sword draws a trajectory, and the enemy's fangs and teeth repeat to target him accurately. Jaehyeon used magic to dodge attacks and increase their speed. It was to make full use of the battle mage's strengths. Anyway, this is an ordeal. Trials were prepared for growth, and he was ready to defeat Fenrir in front of him. Jaehyeon said as he released his godhead at once. Release your divine power to the limit. I'm sorry, but I can't play for a long time. I hate procrastination too, so Fenrir also pulled out all of his skills. The intangible energy soon takes shape and even the air freezes to pure white. The next moment, Fenrir's teeth collided with the icy earth of reappearance and a roar poured out. Hailstones fell like rain from the sky with a loud banging sound. Boo woo woo woo. If you attack me now, you will be allowed to use your divine power so that Asgard can show its strength in war. You don't think that would put you at a disadvantage, do you? Although Heimdall spoke calmly, in fact, he was unable to accurately grasp the intentions of the anti-Aesir gods. Why are they suddenly holding themselves in check through the consumption of divine power? I hadn't even thought of it this way. Either way, they are weak. Because of this, I thought I would take the most time to fight, but what does this look mean? Hela. And the enemies of the adversary all around him. Heimdall thought while blowing the flute to lower the enemy's stats. It's best to run away from here. Jallarhorn. Heimdall's flute is ineffective against opponents of the same level, therefore, In the end, it means that it is of no use to Hel. In order to deal with her, Tyr, who was excellent in the same large army, was the best. But he was not so advantageous. It is difficult to deal with even her alone, but even more so the guys in front. It seems that they are equipped with a new level. It's clumsy, but the level cannot be ignored. Heimdall knew this. So he decided to make a gap. After that, he runs away and ravages Midgard with the other gods. Yes, you can do that, I'm sorry. It was then. The reason why Hel suddenly opened a barrier like a curtain and blacked out his vision. Did I get hit? It was the moment when Heimdall, who grasped the situation, opened his magic. With a voice that seemed to be incomprehensible to Heimdall. One of his legs was accurately cut and he rolled on the floor. Blood fountains splashed out. He barely held onto the collapsing center with his hand and hurriedly looked behind him. An Jaehyeon was there. He is looking down at him, brushing his blood-soaked gray hair. For a moment, I felt my heart pounding like crazy. This kind of feeling was something I hadn't felt even when I was competing with God. Why, he is a human who is neither faster nor higher than himself, but why did I suffer? Heimdall came to a realization when the accident had not been properly connected. An Jaehyeon's weapon, and how deceptive is the effect of the buffs his teammates used on him, and that his secret technique. Gjallarhorn hadn't been eaten by them at all. Shit. Heimdall cursed and corrected his posture. From now on, I had no choice but to fight, even from the people who thought they were the weakest. Chapter 384. The fifth trial part for the active skill Cold-Blooded is activated. Active skill formation of magic tools is activated. You have succeeded in producing the artifact Demon Sword Jaehyeon. Jaehyeon changed his weapon. What he now held was Jaehyeon. He decided to deal with the enemy using Jaehyeon, which could inflict maximum damage on the enemy. With the longsword of mythology, the ice wall and the cold that surround Fenrir have been reaped. I hurt him, so from now on, it's a full-scale battle of power. Jaehyeon planned to finish the battle within the next 3 sums. It was a self-evident fact that the longer the time passed, the lower one was at a disadvantage. The best option right now is to finish quickly. Fortunately, Fenrir in front was also burning with a sense of selfishness and hated procrastination. So there was nothing to worry about. All that's left now is to show off your best and show off your spirit and strength to him. That was all. Active skill overdrive, a skill that temporarily doubles attack power. After activating this, move behind the enemy and close the angle. He straightened his sharp sword and stabbed it straight through. Active skill intangible sword type 2 phantom sword is activated. Even Jaehyeon, who specializes in thrusting, is not unable to use the phantom sword. On the contrary, it could be highly praised for being able to repeat attacks very quickly. In fact, Fenrir was also deeply impressed by Jaehyeon's attack. How to use a rapier like that. In addition, the skill was used to nullify the magic sword penalty. Great, his combat sense is unmatched. His praise was very sweet. Anyway, Jaehyeon hadn't been able to win against Tyr before. He was completely pushed back by the pincers of countless demons and valkyries and was unable to defend the kingdom of the elves. Even though he was chosen by Yggdrasil, this was a harsh reality for him. It took quite a long time to shake off the sense of inferiority and defeat that was carved deep in my heart. Isn't it difficult to cure the deepening emotions in the image that come from not being able to protect it? Chow chow, the phantom sword quickly strikes the enemy's vitals. So, the Achilles tendon and the places where the muscles meet were cut one after another. Jaehyeon's greatest fighting sense comes from this information, what parts of the body are weak and how to make it a little easier to deal with enemies. Jaehyeon is strong because he knows this best. It was this information that had kept him alive since his martial arts days. Jaehyeon looked at Fenrir's reddish fur and took a step back. Now 1 sum, he said with a laugh. I win. This time. I took 1 shot. Good night if you can do that. Give it a try. Great. Cold air rises from the floor and aims at Jaehyeon's chest. It means doing it right from now on, because it's a battle where you can lose your life. Avoiding vital points was the basis of sparring. But it was impossible to expect such mercy from Fenrir. However, the interesting thing is that Jaehyeon had no intention of dealing with him with such an absurd mind. Jaehyeon quickly picked up the rapier and once again proceeded with the next ceremony towards Fenrir. The third formula of the intangible sword, it was an extended sword. Big, a moan erupted from Fenrir's mouth this time as well, after a series of knocks. His terrible resilience finally stopped working. The effect of the mythical longsword that was used earlier also played a role here. Isn't Surt's flame said to have the power to burn the world, even if that myth was adapted? There was no way smoke would come out of the chimney when it wasn't. At least Surt's ability is strong. So isn't that kind of story included in mythology? Jaehyeon caught his breath and looked at the giant in front, an enemy that grows stronger with just breathing, and the one who makes even his allies stick out their tongues with his tenacious vitality. That was Fenrir. But he started to be pushed back little by little. To myself, who was the weakest and pessimistic on my own and sent through the past, Jaehyeon didn't stop and kept running. If we create just one more chance here, We can win. You will now be able to reach the fourth stage of divinity liberation and kill all the Aesir gods except Odin. That alone would be a great threat to the Aesir. Of course, I didn't mean to be satisfied with that. But anyway, the sooner the next goal is achieved, the better. A smile spread across Jaehyeon's lips. In order to achieve his goal, he must somehow overcome the wolf in front of him. That too. In a way that doesn't leave deep scars on him. Anyway, it's annoying. It's damn hard, but you can't afford to lose power on Van Sir's side here, even now. My colleagues will be fighting Heimdall. Perhaps thanks to the potion Li Yisang prepared, he wouldn't have suffered from abnormal conditions. But even that would not be an easy fight. The life force of his colleagues was quite tough due to the engraving of the equipment. But he would not be able to withstand it if he was subjected to concentrated fire. So Yisang Li's potion was used by Jaehyeon's colleagues to counteract Heimdall's flute. In addition, the mythical long sword given to Jaehyeon. Perhaps if you have that, you can aim for an unexpected shot. I'll do my best no matter what. They're not weak anymore and I can't do anything for them. Above all, Jaehyeon must defeat Fenrir, objectively. Fenrir's power was much stronger than Heimdall's. Wasn't Fenrir the one who accomplished the feat of devouring Odin in Norse mythology? Its power needs no explanation. After completing preparations, Jaehyeon threw back his shoulder holding the sword for the final attack. Fenrir revealed this. Come. At that moment, Jaehyeon threw all of his body strength and threw Tyr Bing like a spear. Peeing, the sword shoots as if an arrow is flying. And Fenrir's panicked voice bursts out. Are you suddenly going to throw away your weapon in this situation? I don't know what I'm thinking. At Fenrir's words. Jaehyeon smiled bitterly. It's a wizard. Active skill chain of fire LV5 is activated. Active skill prominence LV2. In an instant, the two gods collided and poured out a harsh noise, as if the world had stopped. It flowed very slowly, announcing the end of the battle. The winner would be decided in a very fleeting moment, but it was never decided by carelessness or luck. Charlaruk, with the sound of metal clashing. The chains quickly wrapped around Fenrir's body. Of course, since it's an A-class skill, you can't keep him for long. That's why Jaehyeon activated one more magic, recently learned prominence, the Flames of Hell, which consumes the life force of the purple light, hit Fenrir's body accurately. Wow, the ground shattered with an unheard of explosion and the sky was covered with acrid fire and smoke. Then, a wounded Fenrir appeared. Due to the effect of the imprint of destruction attached to the shot, Tiabing's body is breaking apart. If the user does not relent, the destruction will probably continue. Fortunately, however, Fenrir was a clever wolf. You have cleared the main quest, the fifth trial. You have cleared all the given main quests. Compensation will be settled, losing. The sound of the system announcing Fenrir's defeat was heard, along with that. More good news was delivered to Jaehyeon. You have completed all quests. Enter the fourth stage of divinity liberation. The level of the user is elevated at the same time. A mysterious power that he had never thought of before began to fill Jaehyeon's body. When you first get it, maybe more than that. It wouldn't be strange. The overflowing power seemed like it would overflow even if a single drop leaked out, just like water filled to the limit in a glass. Are you all ready now? At that moment, Jaehyeon muttered softly while looking at the system message. A faint smile hung on his lips. It was dark like a dark cloud, but it was a smile that held the light that it could clear again at any time. Heimdall's leg was severed and a fountain of blood splattered. Blood welling up in the air and pouring out carelessly gave him a creepy sense. How the hell can a human get to his level? Is it possible to reach the level of a god? Why did this situation come about? Even that was unknown. We are obviously weaker than Jaehyeon. But we are members of the same circle. An Hoyeon laughed, along with him. Kim Yu-young's magical power protects him and all his companions. Seo In-nu's seasons were also all ready to use. It is possible to finish him off at any time, but even so. Heimdall was trying hard not to have any emotions other than embarrassment. There must be a way to survive somehow. Wouldn't another possibility open up if we called Valkyrie here? As Tyr did, he thought so and tried to touch the communication device. However, what are you trying to do? He was completely restrained by the black touch that rose from hell. Then Seo In-nu's eyes flashed, and white wings rose behind her back. Active skill, the second coming of the king, is activated. Active skill, Ulfheim's sword. The skills of the two kings of elves calibrate Seo In-nu's all stats and bring her to the peak. Her hair was covered in bright yellow and her eyes were tinted green. It was the first time he showed his colleagues. Pretty. When Li Yisang admired it again. Kwon Soyeol hit him in the head. No matter how much the potion did its job. Have you forgotten that we are in a state of war right now, talking so calmly in front of God? I couldn't help but feel anger welling up from my diaphragm. Anyway, Jiying, dozens of sacred swords floated in the air and pierced Heimdall. Seo In-nu smiled a little. Confident of victory. It was because he was certain that his sword would hit Heimdall's body directly and then knock him down. It was then that the strange thing happened. There was someone who stopped the continuous rain of swords. Her attack was blocked by something unknown. Although it was hidden by a transparent membrane and the interior was invisible, it looked like a barrier. But who the hell is here? Hell and the other gods have never said that another god has arrived in Midgard. You look ugly, Mr. Heimdall. At that moment, the eyes of everyone present there were cold. It was a crow that emerged from the protective shield in the focused gaze. Hyugen, he who had been hiding all along, appeared, however. That was not all. The incomprehensible thing continued in the next moment. Chuk, Hyugen, what is this? Hyugen's black-shadowed hand pierced Heimdall's left chest and came out. Heimdall's body, which gushed out bloody sputum with a gasp, slowly collapsed forward. Chapter 385. The broken wall. A hand pierced through Heimdall's chest. The owner's true identity made everyone silent for a moment. Hyugen. Hel gritted his teeth and called his name. Hyugen, aside from why Odin's raven was here. The current situation was completely incomprehensible to them. Why did Odin's raven kill Heimdall, who was on the same side? Could there be an infighting in Asgard? There was nothing to know. It's hard to understand. But it's important to focus on what's happening right now. If we don't get even the slightest bit of information, we won't be able to gain an advantage in the future war against Asgard. What are you doing, Hyugen? Were you not Odin's raven? That's right, I am Odin's raven. At that moment, Hela felt an extreme sense of incompatibility. It was because Hyugen's attitude toward Odin felt excessively disrespectful. He is clearly Odin's crow. Didn't you always refer to him as Odin-sama? But why now do you feel an unknown sense of incongruity in his actions? She could intuitively realize that the case was taking a new turn. Everyone back down, Hela reflexively shouted. And Hel immediately created a barrier to trap them. What are you planning to do, Hyugen, however? Hyugen shrugged and raised his hand. Do not worry, I have no intention of killing you, I just want to use it forever. Use. Hel's sparse voice followed Hyugen's cold sneer. That's right, just as you did to the adversary. I am only using you, by necessity, and you have done your part well now. It wasn't perfect, but it wasn't bad. Hyugen said that and put his hand on the fallen Heimdall's head. Even at that moment, Heimdall, who had not completely stopped breathing, gritted his teeth and muttered, Yes, you dare challenge the authority of the god of Asgard. Heimdall. Frost settled down at Hyugen's cool voice. He sneered and deliberately let magic flow into his outstretched hand. For a story, there is a character who must leave. Of course, there are those who survive until the end. What? That is not you. At the same time, the power that came out of Hyugen's hands slowly began to take away the energy that filled Heimdall's body. Hel was shocked. How the hell? That's usurpation of divinity. Divinity usurpation. It originally belonged to Loki, but was passed down to Jaehyeon, a power like a sacred fire. A skill with an awe-inspiring power that steals the power of a god and raises one's abilities. Why does Odin's raven have it? Hel is right, that skill it's definitely the divine usurpation that Jaehyeon is using. But how is that possible? Kwon Soyeol thought the same and looked at Hyugen with a shocked expression. Is he no longer on Odin's side, however? It is definitely not a person who can be trusted as an ally. Who the hell was the person who drove Jaehyeon to his death before returning? It's Hyugen. The crow in front of him killed Jaehyeon. So he returned, but you're going to come and stab Odin in the back. Why? It is too early to tell you everything, but now they are not enemies, there is still work for you to do. Hyugen continued, because you are still the necessary characters for this story. After saying that, Hyugen's body shuddered like a haze and then disappeared. It happened so quickly that no one could react. It would be foolish to pursue him in this situation in the first place, no matter how wounded he was. He cut off Heimdall's breath at once. Not only that, but he also stole the price. It seemed that he couldn't take all the power as his own like Jaehyeon's original skill, but just being able to take away the power from another god was threatening enough. Now we have to join Jaehyeon and the other anti-Aesir forces to take a countermeasure. Kim Yoo-young bit her lips. Hyugen's last words, what on earth does it mean that we still have roles left? It was a word that everyone was curious about, but couldn't bear to get it out of their mouth. At that moment everyone thought, could it be that he is being consumed as a single role under the shadow of a huge black screen called Hyugen and playing with it? So, what the heck should I do now? But there was no other way. Accepting what was happening right now was far more important than that. First of all, I had to reunite with Jaehyeon. It was a great skill. You're the first person since Loki to reduce my stamina to this extent. No matter where I do well, I'm always compared to Loki. Jaehyeon sighed deeply and looked at Fenrir. Isn't Loki his father? By the way, why is he talking badly to Loki? Doesn't that mean a lot to the gods? I'm sorry, well, Hel didn't show respect to Loki either. Besides, frankly and objectively, Loki was not a very respectable father. Being imprisoned for 10,000 years is an irresistible force, but besides that, one or two minor accidents should have happened. Isn't it hard to find a paragraph in Norse mythology where Loki doesn't have an accident? I thought that even if I wanted to respect it, it would not be easy to say it out of my mouth. No one would say that his father cut the hair of Sif, Thor's wife, or made trouble for the other gods by abusive language, while thinking such meaningless thoughts. Fenrir suddenly opened his mouth. Now, you have reached a level where you can't be pushed back even if you fight with anyone except the two gods who are in the realm of heaven and earth. When Jaehyeon looked up and looked at him, he raised his mouth. Adversary, I will admit it now, you have overcome all 5 trials. It was fate, but it was a hellish task given to you. To be honest, I didn't believe it at first. A human being will be born into the world to become the enemy and liberate the 9 worlds. I will kill Odin, can you believe that? You wouldn't have believed it, but not right now. Fenrir nodded and lightly licked his shoulder to help heal the wound, surprisingly. The wounds on his cold body slowly began to heal and soon returned to normal. A sore on the neck will also return, even if it takes a little time. Fenrir has overwhelming restorative power compared to other gods. So it must be especially true. Does that mean you trust me now? Well. It's me, I just knew that you were a man with a will. I can see why Loki trusts you. Does Loki trust me? Jaehyeon asked that out of pure curiosity. The wolf in front nodded as if it were natural. It is unmistakably true that he consumed one of his own powder for the sake of not you but your comrades. Would you have seen Loki as Loki? Even if it is only one powder, certainly it was nonsense. For a moment, Jaehyeon recalled the past when he first met Loki. At that time, Loki hid his identity and fought himself under the name of Faye, especially at the end. I fought Sigrun together and I almost stopped her, who had reached the 3rd stage of liberation alone until Jaehyeon returned from the scheduled future. For at least several hours, he had bound her with a piece of powder. That, of course, means that the true body is stronger than that. Liberation Stage 4. Even Jaehyeon, who has reached that point and feels a more fulfilled sense of godhood, still cannot confirm victory. He is a trickster and a god who is already building a complete mythology. It was Loki. Loki believes in you, maybe even more than me, my son. Or hell, Jormungandr, I don't know why because I didn't tell you why, but haha, Fenrir said with a strange, bitter smile. Jaehyeon shrugged. Thank you very much for that, thanks to someone. I almost died several times. If I had left it alone, I would have just died. That seems to be the case too. Still, the arm seems to bend inward anyway. Seeing my father's advocacy, personal feelings should not intervene in work. Jaehyeon was about to click his tongue but held back, fearing that the wolf in front would ram his fangs into his shoulder. Well, hey, even if Loki's name is mentioned. He trembles and he doesn't even talk about Jormungandr, but Loki seems to be closest to Fenrir. After a while, Jaehyeon thinks. Suddenly, a system message popped up. You have cleared all of the 5th trial of the main quest, the Trial of Fenrir. You have acquired the passive skill Red Mane of Fenrir, displays skill information. Passive skill, name Fenrir's Red Mane rating X like Fenrir's Red Mane. You get a strong body and regenerative ability. The speed of wound healing is maximized. Wounds inflicted by the attack also recover quickly. The further away you are from the vital point, the faster the recovery speed. And the slower the recovery speed when you are hit in an important part. After completing the 5th trial with Fenrir, skill given to Jaehyeon was a recovery type, a skill that can be effective even during battle. It should be able to change his battle direction more flexibly in the future. Did I get roughly everything? Jaehyeon turned around and said his last goodbye to Fenrir. Then I will go, my colleagues are also worried. What are you worried about? He must be just going to rest. Fenrir laughed heartily, then he quietly added a word. The next time we meet, see you on the battlefield, Ragnarok. Jaehyeon had to get help from Fenrir. His power was at an overwhelming level even when he expanded the scope to the whole world. If only I could go into battle with Nidhogg and Fenrir on both sides. Just thinking about it makes me proud. Then, after laughing, Jaehyeon briefly opened the status window to check the party members' physical strength. Seeing that everyone's stamina was full, it seemed that Heimdall's treatment was over. Because I didn't worry too much. I went with Hela and Hela. So what kind of worries did you have? Jaehyeon must have completed the last task. I decided to return to the academy with a satisfied smile because I had to plan the next one. Still, things went well. There won't be a big problem. Exactly 2 hours after thinking that, Jaehyeon couldn't help but put on a puzzled face when he heard about Hyujin. What did Hyujin betray Odin? Chapter 386 Asgard Infiltration Plan. So, Hyujin killed Heimdall and took away his dignity. Now, Jaehyeon's embarrassing voice resonated emptily in the circle room. It was an absurd story indeed. Now, after going through the 5th trial, I got the 4th level of liberation. From now on, he was going to deal with the gods in earnest and announce the start of Ragnarok, but he was not happy with the news. In war, one must be able to clearly distinguish between allies and enemies. If that is not the case, there is a high possibility that it will collapse from within. For these reasons, Jaehyeon has always been careful not to put himself in such a situation, no matter how much you believe. You can hit the back at any time. It was the same with the radar system before the regression that he tried to survive. It was a moment of happiness after obtaining the only mythical item at the time. In the meantime, Jaehyeon had to hide the items he had obtained from other raiders. Like an old lion being chased by a hyena after a hard hunt for its prey, Jaehyeon had to work hard to keep what he deserved. That's what has endured in a natural place. So now, Jaehyeon thought that it was necessary to identify friends and family a little more clearly. Who is the ally and who is the enemy? Of course, no matter how you think about it. Hyujin is the enemy. That fact won't change even if a knife is inserted into his throat. It was none other than the one who killed her mother. Jaehyeon was thinking of killing Hyujin under any circumstances. You can't change people. Jaehyeon was neither young nor foolish because he believed in the sweet story that anyone can change if he puts his mind to it. Because of this, Jaehyeon was able to draw conclusions right away. It means that there are two forces we have to deal with. Hyujin may have other forces besides Asgard. It's definitely a story with potential, but why did Hyujin do that? It was a strange thing, no matter how much I thought about Hyujin's judgment. It was difficult to understand. It is true that Jaehyeon has recently become stronger and has started to put pressure on Odin little by little, but the game of the second Ragnarok has not completely changed yet. At most. Heimdall and Thor's two sons had deserted the front. Asgard was still far ahead in the war. In such a situation, why create another force? Abandon Odin. The trusty loser, it will be one of two things. Either you've already decided to stick with the other side or else you move according to your firm convictions. Jaehyeon's words were persuasive enough, whatever it is now. One thing is certain, that there is something going on in Asgard that they don't understand. If you don't figure it out, you might face a difficult situation in the war later. Everyone is silent for a moment. Kwon Soyeol crossed his arms and said, "So what is the best decision we can make now? You can't sneak into Asgard right now like a spy. Can you? Oh, is that a good idea?" Jaehyeon calmly affirmed her words. An Hoyeon's heart sank. He didn't say anything, but everyone else's expressions were the same. "You mean that? Don't you mean?" "That's right." Jaehyeon's colleagues had a hunch. In a situation where Jaehyeon made that kind of expression, no matter what they said, nothing would change. At that moment, Jaehyeon was thinking, I don't know what happened. But anyway, before the war is properly fought, Asgard must be visited. If it's best to catch them off guard, then what should I do? If he made a surprise attack from that side every time and made this side a mess. This time it was Jaehyeon who was thinking of returning it the other way around. Maybe this time I might be able to see Odin, but Jaehyeon wasn't afraid. He believed in the strength he had accumulated so far. So you're going to attack Asgard right now? Jormungandr looked at Jaehyeon with a rare expression of astonishment. It was a completely different look from the one he usually joked about. The reason was simple. It was because what Jaehyeon had just said was so insane. It is as he said. I might encounter Odin, but I'm going to Asgard. Do you know what you're talking about? Sure. It was Jaehyeon who responded coolly to Smur's words. He urgently called for a regular meeting of Hell yesterday and has just delivered his plan to the gods and giants. This time. On rare occasions, Idun and Nidhogg were also present. Nidhogg had a polymorph. He had his arms crossed with an uncomfortable look on his face. According to what I heard later, Nidhogg is strong. But his polymorph skills are not very good. Maybe that's why my body is getting smaller and I'm uncomfortable. Anyway. The place where the main axis of almost all anti-Aesir forces except for Loki gathered. The story Jaehyeon brought out there was a shocking declaration. I'm going to Asgard. It was probably normal for the president to flip over at those words. Jaehyeon said calmly. Didn't you tell me before anyway? I have to go to Asgard at least once. They say we have to rescue the prey that is being held there. The story of a new god that hadn't been mentioned yet leaked out of Jaehyeon's mouth. Frey, he is the older brother of Freya. The leader of the Valkyries, and one of the strongest of the anti-Aesir faction who is said to have a magic sword. However, he is said to be imprisoned in Asgard's prison. The reason was because he was excessively active during the first Ragnarok. Odin imprisoned him for disobeying his orders. Also, he made Freya his limb and used her for war. Hel laughed incredulously. What are you going to do if you go there alone? As I said beforehand, we can't move properly yet, in terms of troops. We are still far behind. You're not going to get hurt. You're going to save me? He said he also needed to convince Freya. Then it's better to move now than later. Besides, we need to find out what Hyujin is up to. There was nothing wrong with Jaehyeon's words. Originally the gods of Vanaheim. Freya and Frey hated Asgard, according to what Jaehyeon had heard from them in the past. Freya also supported the opinions of the anti-Aesir faction in the past. But why is she now on the side of Aesir? Greed. Will that be a reason to abandon a subordinate who is blindly loyal to him? Jaehyeon clearly remembered the last words she said in the fight against Sigrun. Mrs. Freya, I'm sorry. I couldn't forget the image of Sigrun dying while standing still. Maybe Freya has something hidden. It would be a good idea to take this opportunity to understand them as much as possible. Of course, there was another giant to meet before that, but I decided not to say this to them. Anyway, in the case of Hela, she has to stay here and help with the work. Moving quietly would be just right without being noisy. Then I know that everyone knows that, well. Don't worry too much, I am pretty strong now. There was no one left to refute Jaehyeon's words. Now his skills are unmatched above two, with the exception of Odin and Loki. It was harder to lose one-on-one with anyone else. Didn't he actually win against Fenrir? Huh, then cheer up. At Aiden's words, Nidhogg scratched the bridge of his nose and accepted the words. Do something well. Haha. Don't worry, aren't you the one who defeated me? If it's an adversary, he'll come back alive somehow. From there, Fenrir sneakily helped. Then Hel sighed and touched his forehead, and Jormungandr, who watched the situation from behind for a while, noticed and clicked his cunning tongue. You should know that there are countless people's poems in the world, and each story has its own meaning, but that your story shouldn't end here. For some reason, Jormungandr, you say all the right things. It was the moment Jaehyeon was about to admire. In that sense, do you know what the most realistic poem is called? Uneasy gazes began to fill all over the place. Jaehyeon let out a deep sigh, then. Jormungandr seemed to have been waiting for this silence. That's serial. Haha, this time my humor collection finally reached 40 volumes. And I thought of it as a commemoration. How is it? Please shut up. Jaehyeon wanted to put up with it a lot and finally let out some pretty harsh words from his mouth. It must have gotten pretty strong now. It was because I thought it would be akage to break it up a little bit, even though Jormungandr laughed at the words of reenactment. He said, then I'll be back, please keep this side well for now. Jaehyeon looked at his colleagues as he packed his things with a calm expression. 9 members were looking at Jaehyeon with somewhat uncomfortable expressions. It was to come out to meet him. But his eyes are bloody for the reason. Maybe it's because I didn't bring myself, but Jaehyeon couldn't help it. It is difficult for the members except for themselves to survive in Asgard yet. At most, Cona would be able to endure it. However, since I was only going to take one person with me, I thought it would be better to work with my colleagues a little more and test the performance of the newly acquired item. Because of this, Jaehyeon and Poppy are on this journey, and I decided to take only Kim Yoo-young with me. But why are you taking Yoo-young with you, if you look at it with all your strength? Is it not right to take yourself or An Ho-yeon? Cona was asking such a reasonable question, however. Jaehyeon shook his head. It is impossible for Kim Yoo-jeong to deal with anyone there. The reason I take Kim Yoo-young is because of her buff skills and soul link. Jaehyeon definitely drew a line. Cona bit her lip a little, but tried not to worry anymore. What can I do? Jaehyeon says so. Bye, we will do our best on our own. Okay, I exchanged a brief greeting with An Ho-yeon. The rest of the members did the same. Kwon So-yeol asked if it would be okay if he didn't follow. But he said it was an approximate route, and he knew it after receiving guidance from the meeting, so there was no problem. Actually, there were no problems. But Kwon So-yeol wasn't that strong. It is an unavoidable situation now. You have to find your own way. Take this too. It's still a beta version. I'd rather not drink it. Isn't that the potion you asked for before? That's right, Jaehyeon said while receiving a potion from Lee Yi-sang. The potion handed over was an incredibly bright golden color, and it seemed that at least one bottle would cost hundreds of billions of won. It's absurd to put a value on something because you can't buy it. Perhaps, if the worst situation comes in Asgard this time, this potion will save him at least once. It was a kind of extra life. Jaehyeon nodded and turned around. Kim Yoo-young grumbled with her hands in her pockets and looked behind him. Eventually, when the party was all far away, Kim Yoo-young opened her mouth in a small voice. Is it really true that you are going to meet him? Okay, Jaehyeon laughed. The designer of the Nornir system, Mimir. I need to meet that giant in person. Chapter 387 Mimisbrunn Part 1 The place Jaehyeon wants to head to is Mimisbrunn, the spring where Mimir, the giant of wisdom, is located. The place where Odin tried to gain wisdom even by giving up one of his eyes. And the place where he got Odin's lost eye. Jaehyeon planned to head there to get some things. Kim Yoo-young is in a position to go with her thanks to her skill, but for some reason, her expression didn't look bad. Jaehyeon laughed and laughed. Why are you smiling like that when you go to a dangerous place? You really hate falling out with Poppy, but is that the case this time too? At the light question, Kim Yoo-young shook her head as if she hadn't worried at all. No, Yang is good, but actually, it's not only because of that, Why was Jaehyeon at that time? I thought I was asking something I shouldn't have asked, as he was trying to catch up with his words. Kim Yoo-young's continued words had already clearly fallen into his ears. It's good to be with you. Jaehyeon sighed and coughed, also. I haven't gotten used to this yet. The Kim Yoo-young he knew wasn't the kind of person who said things like that. When did you become so shameless? Jaehyeon frowned for a moment. Hey, the situation is the situation. Are you saying that? Groon. Jaehyeon somehow didn't look at her side and replied that way, but he raised his hand and made a gesture to apologize to his owner, saying that Poppy was on Kim Yoo-young's side. Where the hell did you learn this? Seeing that Poppy had gained a little weight recently, she could only guess that it might be because Kim Yoo-young ate a lot of her own food, a state in which there is only one mental symptom and no physical evidence. In any case, since there was no evidence, Jaehyeon couldn't do anything other than sigh. Yes. I am sorry, what am I going to kill? Of course, you said you were possessed by them in the elven village too. You have a bad habit just bewitching any girl like that. That's what he said all of a sudden. And it has nothing to do with me. Jaehyeon doesn't know why he stutters to explain the story, but he thinks he can't help it, so he said that. In fact, Kim Yoo-young did not intend to reprimand him sincerely. Her heart was pure, worried mind. Naturally, Seo In-na was like that too. Because of this, Jaehyeon was not very happy with this situation. Now, he brought her to maximize efficiency, but he couldn't help feeling sorry in the back of his heart. I wondered if she had been forced to drag her to such a dangerous place because she must have been afraid by using her heart. If that's the case, you're really the bad guy, it's cheap even if you curse. While thinking about that, Jaehyeon looked at Kim Yoo-jung's profile for a while. A few months ago, the day I met Sigrun and Loki. What was Kim Yoo-young's expression like when she found out that her death was predicted in the future? He could not forget the expression on her face. Trembling with fear, still she sacrificed, because he was a precious person to Kim Yoo-young. That's why Kim Yoo-young did that. Jaehyeon couldn't help but feel guilty. Don't be so conscious. When I was in that kind of trouble. Kim Yoo-young suddenly said that. Jaehyeon looked up and looked at her. Then Kim Yoo-young smiled and brushed the dust off Jaehyeon's shoulder. I responded positively to your offer because I wanted to come, so don't worry too much if you're so cowardly. Even I will feel bad. Akae, thanks. Jaehyeon couldn't help but say that. He couldn't help it because the situation was the situation, but he was well aware that his answer was unclear. After everything is over, wouldn't it be possible to give a clearer answer? Wouldn't the indecisiveness that was covered by the name that it couldn't be helped end there? By the time the accident branched off and continued, Kim Yoo-young laughed. Then, at least I can give you a good answer later, is not it? Kim Yoo-young smiled while watching Jaehyeon's back after speaking, as always. I was thinking and thinking and thinking. Min Jaehyeon, maybe he's worried about me. They're forcing themselves to think that I'm following them to a dangerous place because of them. After all, people have always been bad at subjects that they use well. In fact, Kim Yoo-young knew well. Why did Jaehyeon decide to go with him? Because it has value for itself, because she can be his strength when he fights. That was all, because the skill matches well with Jaehyeon and is helpful. He decided to head to Asgard with him. But even so, the fact that the desire, like a small fire that blooms in her heart, continues to grow in size, was irresistible even for her. Someone said that love might be like a fever and then disappear. Now I have to hold my heart tight, I have work to do. Kim Yoo-young thought so and nodded her head slightly. I already conveyed my feelings. And I already realized that those feelings reached Jaehyeon even a little bit. He genuinely cares for Jaehyeon and Jaehyeon did the same. If he hadn't cared for himself, would he have been able to cry for himself like he did back then? Jaehyeon cried in shock when he thought he was dead. That strong child, the back which had always been firm, collapsed, definitely not a false feeling. Kim Yoo-young still clearly remembered the empty expression on Jaehyeon's face after killing Sigrun for himself. The same was true of the warm embrace mixed with the smell of sweat. Everything was entirely for himself at that moment. At that time, Kim Yoo-jeong had to admit that her feelings for Jaehyeon deepened. Cona, she loved Jaehyeon enough to overshadow her decision to give up for her best friend. I don't know how that feeling will end. The world is collapsing and Ragnarok will tear all of Midgard apart. You and your family may die, still. She thought, let's answer honestly at this moment and move forward little by little. Maybe that's the best you can do until the last moment. She thought so and smiled a little. Then, he brushed off the dust that wasn't even attached to Jaehyeon's shoulder and ran his hair lightly. The pure white neckline is revealed, and the fresh citrus scent of the sprayed perfume spreads. He probably remembers that he also used this incense often. Jaehyeon doesn't look like that, so he's surprisingly not resistant to strong perfumes. On the contrary, if you like this fresh scent, you will like it even more. I'm sorry about Ine, this time it's time for me to borrow Min Jaehyeon. There probably won't be any complaints about each other, thinking so. Kim Yoo-young's mouth still had a smile. Jaehyeon and Kim Yoo-young brought a huge tent that could easily fit 2 people and a bunch of other things and set them down on the floor. When you open the gate for the first time, you enter the world of giants with Mimmisbrunn. It was pretty good until I came to Jotunheim, but it wasn't so easy to find my way. I couldn't help it because I hadn't said that I would visit Jotunheim in the first place. He could neither ask for help nor receive guidance from the anti-Aesir faction. I just have to search like crazy. The fortunate thing is that I can roughly guess the location of Mimmisbrunn, Mimi's Brunn. The location of Mimir's Spring is briefly described in mythology, so you should be able to find it roughly. Its location is the lowest of the 3 routes of Yggdrasil that extends toward Jotunheim, even if I couldn't find the exact path leading to him. That much was certain. It was certain because he had been confirmed by Hela in the past. Bruise. Several hours passed while they searched for it with such thoughts, and Jaehyeon and Kim Yoo-jung searched for a way out of the dark cave. It seemed that this place was an ancient dungeon. However, it was not the concept of the dungeon that the raiders attacked, but it must have been a dungeon that existed from the real past. Otherwise, Kiek, Perong, there is no way that a monster that has reached the level of a myth will appear like it has just appeared. if the people Jaehyeon and Kim Yoo-young were dealing with were discovered in the Midgard dungeon. The world would have been turned upside down. They were not as worthy as God. However, it was quite unbearable for those who were about the size of those fragments to corrupt and glared at him. Thanks to Jaehyeon, he had to clean up the surroundings and move on. Kim Yoo-young also made sure to play a supporting role. Now she has grown to the point where she can activate most of her support skills without casting. Of course, the efficiency is a bit low, but her judgment and timing and ability to read the battlefield were excellent enough to overcome it. The reason why Jaehyeon brought Kim Yoo-young came to light. After the battle, Jaehyeon decided to stop searching for a way and rest for a while. It doesn't matter if it's her own case. But Kim Yoo-young has not yet fully attained divine status. Liberation Stage 3, only when you arrive there will you be given a chance to attend Hell's meeting. On the other hand, the members of 9, with the exception of Ina Seo, had just reached the first stage. Even that was possible because he had raised his level considerably while dealing with Heimdall. Continuing the battle without rest was not good, even though Jaehyeon had gained a reputation. It was quite important to stock up on mana and stamina. Did you only bring one tent? Jaehyeon tilted his head at Kim Yoo-young and asked. Kim Yoo-young pitched the tent and nodded with a slight deviation. I was wondering if there was a need to bring 2 of them. I'm too lazy to bring other things. It's annoying when you clean it up. If it's something like that. Jaehyeon nodded his head appropriately somehow. It seemed that the dark inside was revealed, but it did not show. Anyway, I need a break now. And the number and types of monsters that appear should also be used to estimate the identities of those that will appear in the future. Otherwise, no matter how much you are at the 4th level of Godhead Liberation, Jaehyeon laughed. No matter how strong the monster was here, it wasn't enough to bother him, because the level he achieved is already within the world's 5 fingers. Now shall we get some rest? At Jaehyeon's words, Kim Yoo-young nodded with a slightly heated face. Chapter 388 Mimi's Brune Part 2. The inside of the tent Kim Yoo-young's setup was very wide, thanks to the special treatment of the artifact. The interior went beyond cozy and felt quite luxurious. 2 super single beds and hangers and more. It was very comfortable because it was able to organize all the necessary items. Jaehyeon realized that having her purchase the tent and other equipment was a good choice. As expected, the non-combat side is quite a gem, even more so in the current situation. By the way, when the 2 of them were lying in bed side by side, suddenly, Kim Yoo-young was so lucky, her eyes turned to Jaehyeon. After the Second War, how will Gates and Raiders live? Well, is everyone going to be unemployed anyway? I don't like that. Jaehyeon laughed at Kim Yoo-young's words. He said calmly, you said you were learn to act. Hey, that has to be a face too. Yeah, what is it like an A? You are fine enough as I am, in the first place. What kind of face did the actor do? Do you ignore the extras? Jaehyeon said that with the utmost sincerity. Kim Yoo-young laughed briskly, but suddenly came to her senses and pinched her cheek. Ouch, why are you pinching my cheeks like that? It's because I almost fell for your sweet words. Why am I cheating on you? Can't you believe it? At Jaehyeon's words, Kim Yoo-young's face softened again. I try to forcefully frown, but the corners of my eyes continue to curl gently. It is probably because of the psychology of wanting to confirm what he knows. Normally, it would have been quite annoying. But not now. It was after Jaehyeon calmly accepted the silence that had passed for a while. After the war. I want to rest a bit. I want to find something interesting. I want to add some hobbies and just do it. You already have a lot of money. Right, Akare? It's so dirty that it rots, and who will touch me? But, Kim Yoo-young laughed. I also thought it was a Jaehyeon-like story, talking with him. I recently felt that he was a very old friend of mine. Clumsy silence and feelings for each other. You can tell everything even if you don't say anything. A map of what each other needs. That makes you infinitely more comfortable. That must be one of Jaehyeon's greatest strengths. After thinking so, Kim Yoo-young immediately turned off the light on the bed. Then I straightened up and looked up at the ceiling for a while. Soon she fell asleep. Today was a pretty tough day, fighting countless enemies and watching Jaehyeon's back. I tried to bear the burden he went through together. I don't know how helpful he was, but seeing that his eyes closed right away, he seemed to have done his best. After she fell asleep, Jaehyeon sat up for a while and looked at Kim Yoo-young. Exhausted, she spread out and slept, due to her habit of wearing a blanket. Jaehyeon covered her with the blanket again and came out of the tent for a while. Numerous demons outside. He was thinking of estimating their skills to some extent in order to move tomorrow. The next day dawned, and Jaehyeon was able to figure out a few things for sure. First of all, the place he is in is one of the hidden dungeons in Jotunheim, and here was the road to Mimisbrunn. It was good news for Jaehyeon. I just cleared the darkness and hunted all the demons nearby, and a plate engraved with an intaglio on an unknown wood protruded. There was a phrase written to prove that he was an adversary, and when I analyzed the rune words written there, this answer came out. This is the dungeon of wisdom in Jotunheim. Go towards those who are heading towards Mimisbrunn. go upwards. Paradoxically, like a giant, it occurred to me that I had hidden this space below. In reality, Jaehyeon had been heading downward all the time. Isn't it a story that has been emphasized many times in Norse mythology that Mimir's fountain is at the bottom? Paradoxically, however, the giant hid his fountain above. Could it be that the source of the water has been changed by opening a new path so that Odin cannot find it? It was possible enough for that Mimir, the one who intervened in Odin's Aesir system, delivered the artifact to himself, and revealed many hidden truths. Isn't he Mimir? The letters engraved on the wooden board disappeared as soon as Jaehyeon read them. It was probably to prevent other beings from reading the woodblock. That's why I said it was impossible to find Mimir's fountain. Members of the other anti-Aesir factions had told such a story, and it was said to be absurdly dangerous. Probably, Jotunheim was more dangerous than Jaehyeon knew. It's a conquered land already conquered by Odin, and there must be a lot of his minions there. Moreover, their skills are unbelievable. It was said that some of them were mixed. So he had no intention of sending Jaehyeon. If he dies, the prophecy will be twisted and everything will be in vain. Of course, no one wanted it. But, well, I'm not the type to listen for now. It's just bumping into each other. Jaehyeon knew that at times like this, he had to go out for a bit. Is there anything that changes just because you are afraid and keep worrying and worrying? If you can't get an answer when you ask yourself, you have to rush at once. Taking care of each and every task was accompanied by excessive fatigue. Then, if I just go up, I'll be able to do something. Jaehyeon nodded at Kim Yoo-jung's words, however. It is not yet clear how to go up. In order to find the way here, strong concentration and strength were required. How do I really go up there? It was when Kim Yoo-jung was thinking about that. Jaehyeon nodded as if he had finished his thoughts. Just a moment ago, he had confirmed that there was no way to go up using magic detection. He wore a light smile. Kim Yoo-jung, I guess we have to make our way. What? But it might be possible to break the bottom, but impossible to make a way up. If you don't care, this dungeon could all be destroyed, and the ceiling is that high. Do you know how far it goes? In fact, the ceiling was very high, no matter how strong the representation is. Reaching the end was impossible in the first place. I couldn't even be sure what would be at the end of the thick darkness. If Odin's army and demons existed, there was also the possibility of being discovered by them. In order to avoid their gaze as much as possible, it was necessary to make a new path here. Jaehyeon shook his head as if he was manipulating the inventory. Hey. Do I look like someone who brags so ignorantly? It's not like that, so don't worry. I remember breaking it like that in Nidavellir. Right? Jaehyeon shook a liquid he had taken out of his inventory and started slowly pouring it down. The contents of the liquid were pale green. It was strangely alive. And it was one of the potions he received from Li Yisang, what I brought to write for a time like this. Soon the ground began to sway. Jaehyeon smiled triumphantly. Ku-gu-gu, the ground began to vibrate. And then something rose from the spilled floor. It was a plant that looked like a giant pillar, to put it simply. It was a bean sprout from Jack and the Beanstalk that Li Yisang made by properly combining the special plant growth promoter he received from Idun and the monster heavy plant. Jaehyeon nodded his head for a moment as he looked at the tall trees. Until this goes up. You can specifically call me Jack. Crazy? Kim Yoo-jung did not put the word guy on the back. What can I do? Right now, the method he brought out seemed to be the best, and Seo Ina was gentle and warm. But couldn't she continue to treat Jaehyeon fiercely and indifferently? Kim Yoo-jung just let out a small sigh, where Jaehyeon can't be seen. After that, I followed the reenactment of sitting on top of a tree that continued to climb. Okay, wow, my vision shook dizzy with the trees starting to soar. Like Kim Yoo-jung, who is also weak against motion sickness. She immediately felt nauseated. Jaehyeon seemed a little amused and looked at her contorted face. She clenched her fists slightly, but fortunately didn't turn to him. Jaehyeon laughed lightly. Mimi's Brune, he is just getting on the express elevator where he can meet the giant of wisdom. Incidentally, it was also the moment Jaehyeon faced Mimir's body for the first time. Jaehyeon felt his heart pounding. Hew up, starting with the results. Kim Yoo-jung also suffered from severe motion sickness. There was no strength left in the clenched fists. Now Jaehyeon is getting used to it and it's okay. But it seems like it's difficult to get used to being shaken in a hurry. Jaehyeon looked around when he arrived. As a result of climbing the high ceiling for dozens of minutes, they were able to arrive at a place where light penetrated, a place that looks like a holy temple. There was a lake that gave off a mysterious atmosphere. Jaehyeon was sure that that place was Mimisbrunn. Let's go because they are all here. Wait a minute. Kim Yoo-jung was dragged away by Jaehyeon with a hard voice. It was a bit sad to see that scene, as if you were watching a cow being led to a slaughterhouse. But what can you do? Hansi is in an urgent situation now. Jaehyeon thought so and arrived right in front of the lake. Then he cleared his throat and immediately shouted loudly. Mimir, we need your strength. The voice soon created a small ripple on the water's edge. Something soared with his actions. Jaehyeon's shoulder lifted. What would Mimir look like from the past? Jaehyeon took a deep breath and saw a being appearing at the same time as all the steam disappeared. A giant with horns in the misty mist and crevices of a beautiful temple, Mimir appeared. I was waiting for you. Mimir had said so. Jaehyeon was sure. He already knew that he would come here first. Also, what did Jaehyeon need to come to him? Chapter 389 Mimi's Brune Part 3 The Giant of Wisdom. Mimir already knew that an adversary would come looking for him. Two empty pupils and horns growing from his head. A gigantic figure appears in front of Jaehyeon. In fact, he was very ugly. It was the aftermath of a war in the past. Prior to Ragnarok, Mimir originally sided with Odin but eventually changed his mind and betrayed him. Odin, aware of his betrayal, naturally tried to punish him. And the huge scars on his face were caused by that. It was none other than Odin who once shared his will, who carved the scar that now stands as a symbol of Mimir. It's a bit earlier than expected. Mimir thought of that and looked at him using the power of his mind's eye. You've already reached level 4 of liberation. Did you pass the test of the vicious Fenrir? Jaehyeon was now clearly a powerful person with the highest rank, a person in the position of an overwhelming predator. He was like that now. Mimir knew too that he had now reached a level comparable to the other Aesir gods in terms of his individual abilities. I am Mimir, the keeper of Mimisbrunn. Formally greet you. Nice to meet you, the antagonist of the prophecy. Mimir smiled and said hello, a cheerful smile. In the meantime, there was a sadness that I couldn't understand, however. Jaehyeon responded without showing off. Nice to meet you. This is Min Jaehyeon. There were many stories I wanted to hear. It's really nice to meet your adversary's companions. Sit down first. At the same time as Mimir recommended, a chair appeared in front of the two of them. It was a high-quality wooden chair, but it seemed that it was magically treated so that it could be taken out of the subspace. Mimir also made a table and placed it in front of him, then sat down on a chair across from him. He brushed his beard and opened his mouth. Jaehyeon, I am very glad to see you. I already knew that you would come here, especially the way you used that plant that came up to the fountain. It was wonderful. Being praised for wisdom by a giant made me feel like I didn't know what to do. But Jaehyeon nodded. When I first encountered him in the trial of the giant, I didn't even know that such feelings preceded me because I was in a position to be tested. Mimir took a leisurely look at Jaehyeon's face. You came to me now to save Frey and convince Freyja, right? Jaehyeon nodded his head with a slightly surprised expression because he didn't know he could see through that far. That's right. After all, each and every one of us is in an urgent situation. If there is anything we can do, it would be better to do it all. The goal of this journey of reenactment, it was to scoop up Mimir's spring water here. Mimir's spring water is described as a product of wisdom in Norse mythology. However, it is said that this is not omnipotent, but is to visualize fragmented memories or information. Stories I heard from the half-Aesir gods in the past. Jaehyeon knew that even that would require an enormous amount of magical knowledge, preserves all memories, and also reproduces them, no matter how you think about it. It was a power that exceeded standards. Even more so, it wasn't something that an individual could do. Jaehyeon thought about that and looked closely at Mimir. It may be disrespectful to the giant who dared to create the system, but he also used magic to gauge his strength. Then, as expected, a thought ran up his spine. It's unbelievable power. Even though my body can't support it, I can hardly take it out, even compared to his current self. It was Mimir with almost the same level of magical power. However, according to Hell's past, he hardly knows how to use combat magic. It was just Mimir who had been immersed in magical research and records all his life. Moreover, because of his mild temperament, he is not well suited to combat. Perhaps, despite his overwhelming power, he prioritized saving the inhabitants of another world over taking care of himself. I don't know if Freyja knows, but now she's playing into Odin's hands. Freya has her most important thing in mortgage. Jaehyeon had a rough idea of what it might be. His own brother Frey, maybe because he is captured. He is trying to save him from Odin's clutches somehow. I thought that there was a lot of possibility if it was a brother and sister who had a usually mild temperament and had a lot of friendship. Of course, Brisingamen, it may be that he is cooperating with Odin for the legendary necklace that is said to be beautiful. But from what I've heard from other gods so far, Freya isn't that kind of person. Didn't Jaehyeon personally experience it in the decisive battle with Sigrun? Freya was a recognized leader. He was also an excellent tactician. I thought that she couldn't be swayed by something like a necklace, so maybe all that's left is Frey, however. Mimir's continued words were enough to shatter Jaehyeon's thoughts. She is cooperating with Odin because of Brisingamen. At those words, Jaehyeon couldn't help but be dubious. The one who trusted and followed his subordinates so much. You betrayed the anti-Aesir faction and cooperated with Odin just because of the necklace, however. Jaehyeon did not rush to ask questions to clear up his doubts. He felt that Mimir's story isn't over yet, that he opened it in such a hurry because there was more left. When Jaehyeon was talking to Mimir, in the Temple of Hell, everyone except him is gathering and talking. This time everyone except him really gathered. the head of the Van's throne, Loki was here. He never showed up when Jaehyeon was in front of him. But this time it was different. He took the rhyme with a serious expression. Odin has prepared an army. The war will probably start with the Valkyries' air raid. I haven't seen him in a while. What do you mean by suddenly appearing? Helen asked with a puzzled expression. But the people here knew, no matter how much the person in front is the trickster Loki. In the end, he is the head of the anti-Acer alliance. He couldn't even play a joke in this situation. Therefore, you will not be able to hear all the stories you are saying now. I told Iden and Nidhugg beforehand. I've been taking some walks for a while. Walk, Smir sighed as if he was dumbfounded, although he was originally such a nobleman. It was because he felt that it was especially severe today. Oh, I didn't do anything. I went to the elven forest for a while. The elven forest? Hela tilted her head as if she didn't understand what he was saying. The forest of the elves, wasn't it already destroyed along with the kingdom? Why did Loki go to a place where the lifeline was completely cut off? You don't know. But there are still survivors there. A survivor? Jormungandr shook his head as if he couldn't understand. Fenrir asked with an excited expression, how is it? Is he strong? He was the only one who respected his father. Loki smiled. Of course she is. So to speak, a true, direct descendant of the king's direct line at that. Everyone looked at him in shock. Loki nodded. Aka, it's a jewel saved by the adversary, a jewel that has been smelted for 10,000 years. Loki laughed mischievously. How is it? Don't you think she is beyond beautiful? Brisingamen. The story about it is so famous in Norse mythology that few people know it. A symbol of Freya and an object that shows her dark side. Jaehyeon was sure that there must be another truth hidden there. It is clear that there is a distortion of the myth. Norse mythology became reality. No. Some events that were rough to reproduce, who originally lived in that world but were unable to maintain the other world at all. This was to open Jaehyeon's eyes. And it was also to make him not believe in anything other than what he saw. Myth in one sense or another by Odin. It was also distorted by the Aesir gods. Those who were known to be on the side of Odin or possessed of various kinds of greed. Including Thylpina and Fafnir, the Golden King. They all had their own circumstances, and due to the distortion of the myth it was portrayed as a being close to evil. However, in reality, that was not the case. And the one who could be seen as the axis of evil was Odin. He exploited them for his own comfort and greed. And he chose the current distortion of history to cover it up. Jaehyeon was sure this time would be the same. As he waited without questioning himself, Mimir smiled intriguedly. You are prudent, even though I have a question. I don't ask why first, just as I remember. The attitude of knowing everything about yourself, even though you've only met him once. But it didn't bother me at all, rather if you know yourself well. The story will speed up. Jaehyeon looked at his face, wondering what he would say. Mimir was Akae. It's as you think, Brisingamen. There is a very ugly truth hidden in this. How could the collaboration between Freyja and Odin be achieved? After saying that, Mimir turned around. Then he took out a glass from the subspace and held it in his hand, a goblet that looks like a golden chalice. Mimir got up from his seat and used it to pour a cup of Mimisbrun's spring water. Then, he gazed for a moment at his ugly face reflected in the fountain below Jaehyeon. Then he repeated the same action one more time and handed it to Jaehyeon and Kim Yujung. He said with a laugh, come on. Drink, my fountain can contain memories. I can't show it to other gods, but it's Akae if it's you. Jaehyeon and Kim Yujung looked at each other for a while and then swallowed. Came here for this. It was a little scary. But Mimir wasn't an evil giant, so there's nothing to worry about. Like that, the two drank the spring water in the glass all at once. And, in an instant with him, their son-in-law went dark. A thick shadow emerges from the pitch-black darkness. A whirlwind of daunting magical power raged and brought Jaehyeon and Kim Yujung to one place. Suddenly, a child was heard crying. Chapter 390 Brisingamen Ugh, crying, a child is heard crying. The voice of a child crying sadly in the dark is heard spreading towards the two of them. The next moment, the darkness that covered Jaehyeon and Kim Yujung lifted and the son-in-law became brighter. Soon after, a beautiful woman's face and clear voice entered. It stops the two of them from moving. Why are you crying so much? Mom is here. The woman's voice was infinitely warm, as usual for parents looking at their beloved child. Her face is full of only smiles, a clean smile without that common annoyance. This made the viewer forget even what they were in right now. I just feel blind love and warmth, while Jaehyeon was watching blankly. Yujung Kim suddenly asked, that woman, can't it be? Akae, seeing how pretty she is, she must be Freyja. Jaehyeon calmed down and said calmly. Somehow she felt Kim Yujung's staring eyes reaching her. But now was not the time to talk about it. Moreover, Jaehyeon's words were persuasive. Freya, she is the god of beauty. Her cream color, which appeared in mythology, is said to be truly phenomenal. And it was said that the level was unparalleled. Jaehyeon had never seen a woman as beautiful as Freya in her life, a face that is strangely different from those who are called beautiful in the human world. She was singing a lullaby for her child. Let's focus, even if it's a piece of memory. You don't know what will happen. Jaehyeon focused his mind as he said that, as he expected. Things didn't take long. It was because Freya's expression hardened coldly as she heard a knock from outside. She gave more strength to the hand that held her child. Why Jaehyeon and Kim Yoo-jung felt a strange sense of anxiety in that scene. It's like looking up at the dark, clouded sky before a bout of rain. A feeling of being soaked in such unpleasantness suddenly enveloped the two of them. Then comes Freya's slightly trembling voice. "Who are you? What happened?" "I have been ordered by Odin." Odin's henchman, who was waiting outside, spoke. Freya's brow was completely wrinkled. It seemed that she hadn't yet sided with Odin. The edge stood at her words. "I would have said it before. I will not go to war with Odin. I don't like using humans. And I won't oppress other gods and races." Odin said he would respect Freya's wishes. "I only came once to ask you to join the Aesir at a meal." Freya seemed to think for a moment, but eventually put the child down and sighed and started to pick out a dress from the closet. At that moment, Freya's monologue was heard in Jaehyeon and Kim Yoo-jung's ears. "I regretted my decision to attend Odin's banquet that day for the rest of my life. I shouldn't have gone to the banquet. I shouldn't have believed Odin's ugly lie." The two of them spit again. It fell over once. And the son-in-law went dark again. The two instinctively realized that they were moving to the next scene, that disturbing monologue, that something happened out of it. What this means is still unknown, however. I was sure that the dinner hosted by Odin would not stop at just a leisurely party. However, I can't help it. Now I just have to watch. Subsequently, pieces containing Freya and Odin's memories are clearly engraved on the retinas of Jaehyeon and Kim Yoo-jung. It took my breath away just to watch. It wasn't just a matter of tension. It was because overwhelming mana was leaking out from everywhere to the point of nausea. The image of Freya attending the banquet came out briefly, and then the scene changed again. Kim Yoo-jung felt a little nauseous because of the screen that rotated frequently. It was Akare for Jaehyeon because he had been through this often. But it seemed like he wasn't used to it. Jaehyeon asked with a worried expression, "Hey, are you Akare?" "Ah-oh," before you can answer correctly. The next scene plays again. This time it was from someone other than Freya. "I see a palace with a throne and large windows." Jaehyeon sighed and looked at the person sitting there. "Odin. Is that Odin?" Kim Yoo-jung asked Jaehyeon, who was muttering, "Akare, the beginning of all cases," from him. The fact that the races of the 9 worlds were oppressed, that the world was out of balance. Also, the fact that Jaehyeon is now facing an extreme situation. It all started with the existence sitting on that throne. Jaehyeon bit his lip. Kim Yoo-jung realized that he was angry now. Hyujin was also by his side. Odin asks Hyujin, "So, the way to capture Freya is really sure, isn't it?" Hyujin, "Of course." There was also a black screen. Jaehyeon thought about that and focused as much as possible on the conversation between the two. Their story was full of shocking things. So Jaehyeon and Kim Yoo-jung had to try to suppress their anger as much as possible. "The child's soul was stolen. I only managed to capture that piece, but well, this would be enough to fool her." Hyujin spoke to Odin and held out a small necklace in front of him. At that moment, Jaehyeon felt an uneasy imagination branching out in his mind. "Hopefully not, I thought so." But the opponents were Odin and Hyujin. A child's soul contains about 10%. After all, magic that defies the law is still difficult to handle properly. Odin examined the necklace and then nodded. "Still at this level. We can get her on our side. Go then." "All right." At Odin's words, a shadow rises from under Hyujin's feet and he disappears, as always. It was a magic that hid the appearance he had seen. Is it possible that Freya's child's soul was fragmented into pieces?" Kim Yoo-jung asked with a breathless face as if she didn't want to believe it. Jaehyeon wanted to shake his head there. But unfortunately, what she said was true. The tiny vitality felt within it. It was because it was felt from the child Freya was holding a moment ago. Freya's monologue continues. "After returning from the banquet, what I saw in front of me was my child, who had already turned into a cold corpse. My lovely child, he is not breathing anymore." The scene switched again. Jaehyeon and Kim Yoo-jung's shock continued. Hyujin visits Freya. He is seen rolling on the dirt floor of the gymnasium, however. There is not a hint of agitation on his face. After all, it was the crow itself that felt no emotion. "How dare you do that with my child? I will tear you to death, Odin, and you." "Calm down." It was the time when Freya, who had lost her temper at Hyujin's words, began to slowly thrust the blade into his throat. Hyujin's voice approached her in the worst possible way. "The child can still be saved." Saying that, Hyujin held out his necklace. It wasn't something decorated with beautiful decorations or stuffed with precious jewels, as people had heard in the world. It just contained Freya's most precious thing. It contained fragments of the child's soul. Freya's hands trembled at the faint breath of her child that she felt from it. "Go to war. If you hold the 9 worlds in your hands with Odin, your child will be spared. I vouch for it. Are you going to bargain with my child if it is for the sake of peace?" "I will gladly do so." Hyujin's words, it was too paradoxical. To say the word peace after ruining a person's life. Jaehyeon was genuinely disgusted with him. He suffered that way too. He lost his mother and attacked himself. That, of course, was painful for Jaehyeon. It was humiliating and I wanted to pay it back. He knew that that was Odin and Hyunjin's main tactic, but there's never a way to get over it. A person who is caught mortgaging what is dear to him becomes the weakest and the strongest. Knowing that Odin and Hyunjin must have made such a proposal, I also knew Jaehyeon. Of course, I didn't understand it with my head. But that's the worst option. I also knew that it was the best for Odin. Jaehyeon thought Freya would not be able to refuse their offer, sometimes. There are things that can be exchanged for beliefs in life. He knew it more clearly than anyone else. I thought for a long time. But I realized that nothing is more important to me than a child, so I've decided to become Odin's dog. If that's necessary, then so be it. Even if it was a reproduction, I probably had to do that, then. After Hyunjin disappeared, Freya hugged the necklace and sang while shedding tears. Lullaby. The endless lullaby rang through the gymnasium for a long time. Freya stood on the battlefield, other gods, giants, and elven races condemned her. It was a seemingly reasonable accusation. Freya, wasn't she betraying her belief that she would never stand on Odin's side? But what happened in between, she didn't tell anyone because Odin asked for it. Also, since her own child was held hostage, she could not act hastily. Odin spread a rumor to me who lost my child and tried to get him back. She coveted a beautiful necklace and joined Odin's side in order to have it. But I can't help it. If only I could bring my child back to life. If I could feel the weak but warm warmth that gripped my index finger. If I could sing a lullaby again, I could do anything. Freya puts on her helmet, but why? The smell that emanated from it was not like that of steel. But it felt like the thick smell of blood that someone else would shed because of him in the future. Numerous Valkyrie troops follow her. Numerous white wings rise in the air and on the ground. And flags engraved with crows symbolizing Odin float on the battlefield. She shouts in a voice mixed with resentment. All charge with him. The first Ragnarok began. It was the beginning of a war. Chapter 391, Dungeon Part 1, the beginning of Ragnarok's battle. With that, bloody battles of numerous races began, every day. The corpses piled up like a mountain were clearly in Freya's eyes, but she had no choice but to look away. The only child's soul is trapped in a necklace and waiting for itself. By now, the child who can't speak properly might be desperately looking for her mother. He had no choice but to fight and fight for his child. That other people's lives matter. I knew very well that I shouldn't use weak humans as weapons or weapons. But I couldn't help it, not those you'll never see again, but rather your own children. It was much more important to her. Jaehyeon and Kim Yoo-young felt extreme pain and intense compassion as they watched Freyja go to the battlefield over and over again. The ambition that started with the strongest in Asgard spread like a holy fire, killing countless gods and giants. He also drives the deceived humans, the Einherjar, into the battlefield. So many people's lives were lost because of it. Just goes out like a candle. It was too painful for them to even contemplate all of it from a distance. At least from a distance. Freya was forced to go to war for your own child. I want to bring it back to life. Yes, Jaehyeon couldn't do anything other than just affirm it's already happened. There is no way it can be reversed. Also, he knew that this would never give Freya her child back. It's just that this is nothing but a long tragedy at first. Odin and Hyunjin said, I couldn't contain all of the child's soul. He put a mere 10% of his soul into the necklace. What that meant was clear. A child cannot be brought back to life, no matter how many times Freya wears a bloody helmet. No matter how many times she goes to war, in the end, she can't get her child back. That was a tragedy. Jaehyeon felt the rage burning calmly. That's why Sigrun was so loyal to her. Now everything is starting to make sense. Strangely enough, Sigrun's loyalty to Freyja, it was, after all, an expression of deep respect as a person. After that, Odin decided to call the necklace containing the breath of the child held by me as follows. Brisingamen. I was always with the necklace and breathed out with the child. All the gods and giants pointed their fingers at me like that. It's just a fake trash that sold everything for a necklace. But I don't regret it, even though I know that many lives have been extinguished because of me. I did my best, honoring their souls. I will go to the battlefield every day. It is no different now. I'll do anything to get my child, my precious child back, even if it means selling my soul to Odin. The whole story plays out like that at some point. All landscapes stop. The surroundings stopped for a moment like polygon pieces in a game. Soon, with the sound of glass breaking, the retinas were dyed black again. Then, Jaehyeon and Kim Yoo-young woke up at the sound of Mimir's voice. Sometimes the truth is such a cruel thing. Kim Yoo-young, who pondered Mimir's words for a long time, opened her mouth. We have to get her back. You can't let it be used like this. Can't I do something? At least Freya needs to know that she can't bring her child back. I think so too, of course. Freya committed an indelible sin, but that's not what I wanted to do in the first place. I don't want to see her writhe in pain anymore. I don't want to wear an iron helmet anymore and be cursed by the fishy smell of iron. Mimir said so with a sad expression. It seemed that the giant had already anticipated the reaction of the two. It was Jaehyeon who had been thinking about it for a while. Tell me what to do. Before that, let me ask you one thing. Are you confident enough to convince her? Yes, aren't you the one who hasn't been married yet and hasn't even had children? Someone like that told Freyja to stop siding with Odin now that her child is dead. I don't know if she'll believe that and agree with you. If I can convince you somehow, I will do my best, but it is not that there is no other option than persuasion. Kim Yoo-young's voice. Jaehyeon cut his teeth and looked straight at Mimir. You can't even feel a bit of agitation in the expression that burns with compassion and anger. Jaehyeon looked at the giant in front of him and Kim Yoo-young alternately, then strained his neck and continued. No matter how much she suffered, if she stopped what I was about to do and tried to harm my colleagues and family, I would kill her. As expected. You would have known how to answer like that. Mimir nodded and poured some water from the spring and handed it to Jaehyeon. The memories contained in this well are almost the same as what you saw. If Freya was fed this, her own child would die. You will realize that you have crossed a river of no return. Of course, you'll have to think about how to feed them. Maybe Frey can help. Still, my brother is my brother. All right, after Jaehyeon said. He took the glass and put it in his inventory. Kim Yoo-young was a little shaken as she saw Jaehyeon say she would kill Freyja. Now he is talking harshly. But in the end he was thinking about how to save her. He had no intention of killing Freyja. Is there any best way? Jaehyeon is still thinking about this, because I was that kind of kid from the beginning. Kim Yoo-young understood that, the moment when Jaehyeon thought he had nothing more to ask of Mimir. He was about to turn around. Mimir pointed out one thing. Again, to meet Freyja you'd better take her first, as you may have already heard from the other gods. Her brother is imprisoned in Asgard's dungeon. I will show you the way. Please, with Jaehyeon's consent. An old map made of parchment appeared and was placed in his hand. It was a map showing the approximate topography and major structures of Asgard. Jaehyeon left Mimir's spring without turning back and got on top of the plant again. When Kim Yoo-young got on board with him, Jaehyeon opened his heavy mouth. Let's go. At the same time you can feel the plants creeping down. It felt like the ground was going out, of course. Kim Yoo-young suffered several times more severe motion sickness than when she came up this time. When Jaehyeon is busy preparing for the upcoming Ragnarok by wandering around the 9 worlds, the human world has not yet grasped its seriousness. The biggest problem was the World Radar Alliance. They were pouring out colorful articles about Jaehyeon and his colleagues every time. And they were slowly killing Jaehyeon from the media. Since YonHWA is defending Jaehyeon, public opinion still exists, and Jaehyeon's position has already been solidified in Korea. So there were no major problems. In any case, it was true that Jaehyeon's position in the world declined. Those who support him are rejected as heresy, and everything that symbolizes reappearance is being burned. Its seriousness need not be clarified. Is Jaehyeon Akae? Yeonhwa's office. Yoo-seong, who was sitting on a luxurious sofa, opened his mouth at this sudden surprise. Seong-yi Park, who was standing next to him, nodded without hesitation. Jaehyeon is already the best radar. If he can't do it, maybe everyone else should think about the end. Indeed. It is the end that Park Seong-yi said was really simple. End of everything. In Ragnarok, humans are trampled on by the gods and all die in order not to become like that. Yoo Sung-yoon has been raising the ratings of YonHwa's radars by going around raids until now. Thanks to Jaehyeon's recent lift of the growth limit, a new level was opening every time he defeated a demon. Now, Sacrifice's recoil has also almost decreased, so it can be used a few times without difficulty. All top S-class raiders are preparing for war. It was a ball of reenactment, can't help but admit it. I heard that my brother also rose to S rank this time. Congratulations. It is still a long way from being helpful. Park Seong-yi also recently reached the S rank and proved his worth. Paradoxically, at the moment when the world was in the most crisis, they were reminded of what radar is. A person who hunts monsters, finds treasure, and protects humans. In order to fulfill that last duty, they continued to make efforts. Also, the effort will be rewarded. Yoo Yoon-yoon and Park Seong-yi, as well as Moria and Camilla Balak. In addition to that, numerous radars benefited from reappearance and were breaking through their limits. That is the strong evidence of reproduction, just because you don't go forward alone. Because we pave the way so that we can move forward together and always do our best. That's why Jaehyeon can be so strong. Yoo Seonjun and Park Seong-yi thought so. Other S-class raiders also think so. So they support Jaehyeon. We'll do the best we can here. I will always look after you. The two of them thought of Jaehyeon's face for a while as they had such a conversation. Why, at this moment? I miss that clever expression quite a bit. The dungeons of Asgard, here on the floor just above the lowest level, was imprisoned one of the Sur's great enemies. His name is Frey, Freya's older brother. Fertility and sunshine, and he was the rain god. He was locked up for 10,000 years with his hands and feet bound and unable to eat anything. Neither her own family, Freyja, nor others outside could see it, however. Hope did not completely disappear from him, Loki. This is because there have been many stories about him recently breaking out of prison, although he almost lost his power when the second Ragnarok was lifted and was unable to attempt a prison break. It seems that Loki was also Loki. Did he say he was the enemy? He'll find me soon. Frey already knew that the adversary would come looking for him. also that he will bring a new wave of this second war. Chapter 392 Dungeon Part 2 After climbing down the bean tree, Jaehyeon and Kim Yoo-young unfold the map they received from Mimir. Finally, Asgard. It was because they had to head to Odin's stronghold. Of course, boldly entering the entrance is a later task, and this time it is all about hiding. But anyway, the feeling was a little new from the beginning. His target was Odin, the moment he decided to kill his father and live a new life. The first time he met Hyujin and learned that a man named Odin was involved in the case. In all situations, Jaehyeon always calmly tried to give the best answer. It was the same this time, and this is the result. Risking his life, he infiltrates Asgard's prison. There, he rescues Frey, who will become his best ally, turn Freya into an ally. The power of the Valkyrie army is brought here if you can do that. At least the number of allies will not be pushed back in the Second War. It meant that he would not feel the lethargy he experienced in the City of the Elves in the past. Whoa, what kind of person is Frey anyway? You must be handsome. Jaehyeon just said that, in fact. It was only natural that he was one of the most famous gods in mythology, but after thinking about it for a while, an unexpected story came back from her mouth. I like being handsome, but I like being moderately handsome. Then he said, God is not my type, and didn't even ask. Jaehyeon was dumbfounded, but thought this was also her strong point. Even just believing in yourself and going with you in a dangerous moment like now, she believes in herself more than anyone. That's why she decided to sacrifice herself twice. It would have been impossible without deep trust. Kim Yoo-young. Okay, somehow. Stick well next to me. Aren't you going to do that anyway? After Kim Yoo-young stuck out her tongue, she took the lead with her reddened cheeks. Then stopped in place. Jaehyeon smiled and stood beside her. You're afraid to stop because you're so ahead of the Gilchiju. It was bad really, pretend you don't know. Okay, of course, I didn't listen and answer properly. But this was like two people. When you start to be too conscious of it, you end up distant, but when you're next to each other, it's a relationship that ends up being warmer than anyone else. That was the consciousness Jaehyeon and Kim Yoo-young had for each other. Spiral Tower of Yggdrasil before heading to the dungeon. We need to get to the center of it. Basically, Yggdrasil is divided into 3 roots but above them. This is because there are 3 worlds in Middle-earth and 3 worlds above it. Among them, Asgard is the best. It is also centrally located. In order to head there, Jaehyeon had to head a little higher, anyway. The place I was a moment ago was almost at the bottom. Mimisbrun's position was at the bottom of the world tree. Reaching the top couldn't be easier. It was because I thought that Odin couldn't have made the road to Asgard so easy. Well, I would have done that even if I was myself. So I decided to think that there was nothing I could do about it. Isn't the enemy one of the sages who have realized the rune language, since he was a smart guy who climbed to the top of Asgard? Jaehyeon didn't think he would be able to deal with him easily from the start. It's nice to have a map though. After Kim Yoo-young said that, she looked around. The surroundings are an unknown structure with randomly carved murals and pillars. There were all sorts of piles of stones and rubble. Jaehyeon and Kim Yoo-young were currently climbing the stairs to the hidden upper level. It was easy to understand that it was a kind of emergency staircase concept that could be used because you had succeeded in climbing the tower in the past. I know, anyway. There are no monsters. Going to Asgard itself shouldn't be a big problem. Well, the problem comes next. After reaching Asgard, Jaehyeon had to head to the dungeon where Frey was. And to do that, I need a stealth class. I have stealth. But Kim Yoo-young's case is different. Of course, I've already finished all the preparations for that. Jaehyeon was walking with a cloak over Kim Yoo-young. Kim Yoo-young pursed her lips and muttered, Do you really have to keep wearing this? It's a bit hot. Being hot is better than dying. Jaehyeon calmly responded with a small voice. She agreed. The cloak she is wearing now. It was an invisibility cloak with stealth effects applied, an S-class artifact specialized in hiding one's identity. The duration of the skill was long. And the biggest advantage of all was that the duration did not pass unless he moved. As soon as Jaehyeon saw this item, he bid on it at the auction house and bought it with an amount that was not noticeable even after taking it off a little. It was natural since he had planned to invade Asgard with Kim Yoo-young from the beginning. Even he is not sure that he can survive if his identity is revealed there. No matter how strong you become. What if the Sir God stop reappearing? If such a worst-case scenario happens, Jaehyeon will surely die. How much more so is Kim Yoo-young for this reason? Jaehyeon bought an invisibility cloak and gave it to her. Maybe this item will be of great help later on. It seems to be halfway through now. If you go a little further, you will be on the top floor. The two of them had already climbed the stairs for hours. It was fortunate that he was not tired because he was a radar. If he was a normal person, he would have been struggling with mana poisoning and waiting for the day he would die. Loki, trickster, is now standing in the ruins of Vanaheim. In the past, this place was the home of the Vanir gods such as Freya. However, before the first Ragnarok even started due to Odin's attack, this place has become a sea of fire. Now only the shape of the Shattered Kingdom remains. Loki has been there for several days now. He was recalling memories of the past while wandering around the remains of those who had perished throughout the 9 worlds, the memory of a certain human being and the scars of war, and it was in order to regain his strength and gain the highest rank again. In fact, since he is the best being in mythology, it doesn't show too much, but Loki was in a fairly weak state. In order to regain that power, I had to go through the past records like now. Everywhere he hid fragments of himself. Each time he finds and absorbs them, he will become a little stronger. It was the same here in Vanaheim. No matter how I look at it, I can't adapt. Loki groaned and put his hands in his pockets. He contemplated the undying landscapes with a frown, which is rare. I have been to many worlds so far. I deliberately didn't overlap with the adversary. But Jotunheim, Ulfheim, Vanaheim, etc. I retrieved a lot of fragments of myself that were abandoned in the destroyed places of the world. Perhaps Asgard and Odin did not know that they had hidden fragments of power in this way. Before signing the first dirty contract, Loki had already hidden his power in several places and was captured by Odin himself. The reason for sharing the power was to keep an excessively huge divinity and magical power in one place and not be noticed by him. Thanks to that, except for one powder, his powers were now back. Now I can move properly even in war. Odin, I could give him a shot. Loki smiled brightly, trying to erase the dark expression on his face. In the war that started again, he remembered exactly what he had to do. The promise I made with the 3 Norn sisters and the story Mimir told him. Loki will never forget this, just like he did. He will not forget anything from the past, he thought so. It was already dawn when Jaehyeon arrived in Asgard. Bustling Asgard, where the sun always seems to rise, also has a time when it is locked in the deep night. Jaehyeon realized that he had arrived here at the right time and at the right time. As soon as he arrived, he overpowered the gatekeeper waiting in front and ended his life. I didn't mean to go hard just to be good here. These people were already like magic beasts to Jaehyeon and Kim Yoo-jung. In any case, they agreed to Odin's command. And how many people were sacrificed because of it, that alone gives a valid justification for their deaths. Know that this is just an assortment match, but I couldn't help it. Hadn't Jaehyeon already made up his mind several times in order to protect precious things? Sometimes you need to become a wicked person. A moment of hesitation from my colleague. It is a world where the family's throat is cut off. He will never let such a tragedy happen in that world. That determination will not be shaken. To do that, he needed strength, a strong force that will prevent anyone from harming them and their families and friends. Let's go. Kim Yoo-jung also agreed with Jaehyeon's will and shook her head, at the point where she decided to stand by Jaehyeon's side. It was the point at which she understood that she could often go through situations like this. I couldn't be afraid of killing someone now. That death is inevitable in war. She regretfully realized at the moment of her death, the one that activated Soul Link, on the day he decided to sacrifice instead of Jaehyeon. His own life had already been cut off once. Definitely remember, his own soul was completely shattered. If it wasn't for Loki's body, everything would have definitely ended. And then, to Helheim, I didn't know for sure. But I was certain that it was better to survive. I have to move forward without being shaken. Kim Yoo-jung firmly believed and carefully looked at Jaehyeon's broad back without realizing it. A smile leaked out. The two walked through the darkness of Asgard together and cautiously walked towards the lower floors. About 2 hours like that, before the morning sun rises. The two eventually found the dungeons of Asgard. Where they found Vorohand, however, I met a man with a truly wonderful beauty. This time, Kim Yoo-jung was convinced that god is unmistakably Frey. He never seen anyone so handsome, not like that. Her head turned to Jaehyeon for a moment. Kim Yoo-jung's cheeks turned red, but soon returned to normal. Jaehyeon looked ahead, ignoring the sudden, burdensome gaze. The energy you feel there, it was because the nerves of my body were on edge without my knowledge. Are you the enemy? At that moment, a voice came from a man in prison. Chapter 393, Dungeon Part 3. Are you the adversary? I heard the voice of Frey. A lowly inmate. Jaehyeon nodded. That's right. Jaehyeon said so with respect, as he does to other gods. Kim Yoo-jung fed up and laughed at her polite attitude. But Jaehyeon remained calm. He just continued talking while looking at the god whose limbs were bound. Frey, we know you can help us. I'm here to help. Get out of here. However, at Jaehyeon's words, Frey seemed a little taken aback. He pondered for a moment, then looked at Jaehyeon's expression and said, I also want to help you with my heart, but before that, I have one request. Ask for it. I need to get my sword back. Jaehyeon let out a short exclamation and nodded his head. The sword Frey is talking about, it is probably his magic sword that appears in mythology, a sword that comes out of the scabbard and swings according to one's own will. It was the weapon that made Frey one of the strongest among the Aesir gods, of course. It is a high-ranking item among the mythical classes. Now the weapon must be taken away. There's no way Odin would have imprisoned me here while giving me a weapon. Odin is thorough. It's very likely that he took the weapon and hid it somewhere. Or he was already drunk. Jaehyeon sighed and asked, if Odin has a weapon, I can't help it. My level is still not up to the level of Odin. Cold. But true, it is true that Jaehyeon has reached the fourth stage of divine liberation and has become the top predator. However, it was not yet to the extent of directly fighting Odin or fighting multiple divine beings at the same time, something that should be avoided even if there is a possibility. It was always forbidden to be careless. At that time, Frey looked at Jaehyeon and said, as if not to worry, nothing to worry about, we already know where the weapon is. Odin can't even hold my sword in the first place. It's a sword made entirely for me, a story that did not appear in mythology. Jaehyeon listened. Frey continued, the sword is probably in Asgard's treasury of the gods, the treasure house of the gods. Jaehyeon thought for a while at the somewhat familiar tone. Meanwhile, Frey continued to explain, yes, you'll probably need a key to get there. Unfortunately, I don't have one right now. First, we have to find a way to get the key. Frey's weak voice. Jaehyeon, who quickly organized his thoughts, smiled. The key to the treasure house of the gods. It was because it was an object that resonated very familiarly with Jaehyeon. Jaehyeon nodded and raised an eyebrow. He took a key from his inventory and held it in front of him. Is this the key you're talking about? How do you have that? How did you get it? Jaehyeon responded to Frey's bewildered voice. In fact, he didn't get this key to get it, but somehow got it as a reward. It was when he encountered the Golden King while climbing Yggdrasil in the past. At that time, Jaehyeon saw the story of the Golden King, and as a reward for freeing his soul by defeating him, he obtained this key to enter the treasure house of the gods once. Thanks to that, I was able to use it in the right situation. Of course, Frey was genuinely impressed, as he had no idea what was going on behind the scenes. Did the adversary know that this would happen and even bring the key? Also, preparation is thorough. It deserves Loki's choice. Jaehyeon knew that he was giving me an illusion, but he didn't show it. Anyway, now is the important time to survive. There was no reason to waste time talking about pointless things. So to sum things up, are you saying that we can retrieve your items from the treasury of the gods? So it is. I'm sorry about this, but without that sword, I think I will become a burden to you. All right, then I will go. Do you know the exact location? Frey nodded and opened up her mana slightly to create a transparent thread, as if in a weaving operation. The thread is pulled out in a long way and something is formed. It was an unmistakable map. It was drawn with magical power and you can only see it for a moment, but that was enough for Jaehyeon. Even so, Frey added a detailed explanation. Valhalla of Asgard, if you go through the central staircase of the heaven for the dead and go out into the garden, you will find a huge stone chamber. Insert the key into the door engraved with the golden crow pattern there and turn it. I will keep that in mind. See you then. I'll see you again, Groon. Kim Yoo-young and Pappy also greeted like that. Jaehyeon started walking again, thinking that he would like to emulate the cheerfulness of the two of them. Now he was going to head to the treasure house of the gods. Of course, Jaehyeon also had the idea to properly touch the treasures there, if there is something useful. Isn't it the privilege of a warrior to steal it? Well, I wonder if there's another brave hero like this. Looks like it's not that easy to find a star in the far-off abyss. A battlefield covered in darkness. Even if you dare to call it Jeongguk Chinese letter COLOR. The beautiful goddess muttered that while holding a sword. The god, who roughly took off his helmet, clenched his fists and closed his eyes. Freya, as the god of beauty and the head of the Valkyries. She had yet to fulfill Odin's command. Odin's command is to secure the star of the distant abyss in time, but it wasn't easy. In the first place, it was an object that could not be properly found even for a long time of 10,000 years. A star in the far abyss. A fragment of the beginning. An item that fell from the abyss of Kinningagaf. It couldn't have been that easy to find something like that in the first place. Even that is Odin, so I've already found a few of them, and if it were others I wouldn't have thought of it. Among them, 2 were found by himself in the past. Even then I searched through the 9 worlds, but I couldn't collect all the items. It was not something that could be obtained easily even after all the hard work. Of course, Freya was well aware of this, but she had to find all the pieces as quickly as possible. Freya briefly stroked the Brisingamen hanging around her neck. It was more precious than one's own life. And it was a fragment of the soul of a person he had to protect. Moreover, recently Odin has spoken. You'd better find the pieces quickly. It took a lot of work to maintain the 4 children's souls. Odin's meaning was clear. Freya gritted her teeth. There was nothing he could do now, just go to the battlefield to protect the child and find the star fragment. Freya-sama. It would be better for you to die soon. A Valkyrie standing by Freya's side spoke. She had armor with luxurious decorations even at first glance. At least it was on the same level as Sigrun, whom Jaehyeon had dealt with in the past. Freyja had a rare gloomy expression. It was raining sparsely from the blue sky. Gunnar, when the hell does Odin intend to return mine? You never really know what and how much you have to hold in your hands to be satisfied. Freyanim, Gunnar. Freya's limb and one of the captains of the Valkyries. He was silent as he watched his master's lonely back. All the top Valkyries, including Gunnar, already knew. Why did Freya follow dirty Odin's instructions and join Ragnarok for him, own child? It was because he was threatened through the medium of his only child's soul. Not only that, lately, she has become like another family member. Sigrun was lost, adversary. If you look closely, he too was just trying to survive, but each other's interests and values don't match. That creates a strange gap between the two, resulting in tragedy. Gunnar knew that it was disrespectful, but he was thinking that the adversary and Freyja might have the same thoughts. The recent events in Midgard, from all the rumors he heard. He cared terribly for his family and his colleagues. The Lord in front of him now, like Freyja, she saved countless poor young and weak women and gave them light. He allowed them to stand by his side and was considerate of them so that they could accomplish feats. Such was Freyja, the one most worthy of the name of God. Gunnar certainly thought so. It's impossible to keep looking at the back like that forever. Gunnar thought of his dead friend Sigrun also. Brunhild of the past, I thought of a colleague with whom I shared forbidden love. The last is Freya's strange fate. He bowed his head in a calm voice, vowing to always fight by Freya's side. It is windy, please go in now. Okay, the rain is gradually getting stronger, a strong wind as if a typhoon is about to blow, whether it is due to a simple whim of the weather or something else, whether it was a harbinger of an unpredictable tragedy. Even Gunnar and Freyja could not know. Asgard was very large. There was a place called Odin's Palace and the place where the Valkyries stay. It's because all kinds of places are concentrated in one place. It is natural to reappear. But since I did not come to tour Asgard, I had to move as efficiently as possible. If it was only a gatekeeper or a soldier, he could easily subdue it, but if he encountered a higher god, he had to risk his life no matter how much. Besides, this is the enemy's headquarters. It would have been better to abandon the idea of letting the enemy fight one-on-one here. Kim Yu-young, let's talk telepathically from here on out, because I think it would be better to be as careful as possible. Okay. Kim Yu-young immediately replied to Jaehyeon's words and nodded. It wasn't too difficult to sneak into the robe, which concealed even the use of magic as much as possible. It was thanks to the robe that blocked out any sounds or signs. In addition to that, Jaehyeon is a magical genius. It was no longer difficult for him to recreate the enchantment on the robe and perform multiple types of casting at the same time. He made a higher version of the cognitive robe of error he had made in the past, put it on and slowly entered the interior. By the way, they had just passed Valhalla and were passing through the garden Frey had told them about. Is that, along with Kim Yu-young's telepathy? Jaehyeon's gaze goes to one place. The place where his eyes reached was none other than a huge stone chamber, a huge door made of stone, even a lock that can be turned by inserting a key under it. Jaehyeon was sure that this place is the treasure storehouse of the gods that Frey said. That's when Jaehyeon started moving forward little by little. Krrrrrr. A dark shadow fell from above the stone chamber along with the voice of a ferocious beast somewhere. Jaehyeon and Kim Yu-young's eyes turn at the same time. Chapter 394 Treasure Vault of the Gods, a treasure chest full of the most mythical weapons in Asgard. There is one guarding it. These are Odin's rune words in long agony, and it was the product of transcendent black magic. It was a kind of chimera. And its name was Estelle. It was the guy named for protecting the treasures of the Asgods, even if I stretched my magic for a moment and measured it. The rank of the monster was indescribable. Jaehyeon frowned. Damn, this is not a good situation. Estelle's existence is, of course, thoroughly hidden except for Asgard's gods. The anti-Aesir forces, including Jaehyeon, were not even aware that such a threatening being was guarding the stone chamber. Jaehyeon looked up for a moment and saw a dog guarding the stone chamber below, like Gerium in Norse mythology. He was very large and stained his chest with fresh blood. Garm was the dog guarding Helheim. And it seems that Odin created a being like this with him as a motif. What should I do? Kim Yu-young asked. Jaehyeon couldn't help but think for a while. It's not a big deal to subdue. The really big problem is the noise generated during the suppression process. This is where the dead stay. It's Valhalla in Norse mythology. The main army of Einherjar and Odin is stationed. Any commotion here could have resulted in an instant encirclement. For now, let's silence the noise and get as close as possible. Kim Yu-young nodded to Jaehyeon's telepathy and followed. Jaehyeon contrasted the figure of Garam and Shinwa more closely and found out that he was a bit bigger and darker. Other than that, there were no other crops, as expected. I have no choice but to bump into it. It was when I thought so. Oh, Estelle, you are also very sincere. Who dares to stand in your way so stubbornly that you are coming to rob Asgard's warehouse? I heard someone's voice. The voice was a little frivolous. Jaehyeon narrowed his eyes and hid in a corner soon. His body trembled. There was someone there that he had no choice but to know. Thor, hide your magical energy as much as possible and be careful. Jaehyeon immediately warned, a hammer with a short handle attached to the waist. I saw Thor wearing Mjolnir. He brought a large piece of meat and set it down in front of Estelle. Eat a lot, it is red dragon meat. Estelle approached Thor and immediately began to eat the meat. It seemed like a regular thing. You must have been very hungry. Well, it can't be helped to maintain that size. Thor, who had been saying that, thought for a moment and then said, "Anyway, that's very strange. I thought even Heimdall would die. I never thought I'd die from those comrades who weren't even opponents." Estelle raised his head and chewed on the bone. Thor had his thick hands on his head. "I don't know if it's dirty giants, at least to die to humans. It's not something you can easily understand. There must be something wrong," as Thor said. He added one last word. "The most suspicious thing is Hugin, that crow. I will definitely catch that dirty back." After Thor had finished speaking, he was disappearing across the garden before he knew it. Thor and the discerning gods of Asgard already seemed to know that Hugin had betrayed them. "I got information from an unexpected place." Contrary to Jaehyeon's thoughts, their bodies were wet with sweat. "It was because I was too nervous." The two of them barely sighed. If it wasn't for the invisible robe and skill, there would have been a battle without a doubt. Being caught by Thor. Maybe he died from a joint attack. Thinking so, I felt a chill run down my spine for no reason. After all, I thought that there is no human being who can remain calm in the face of the primal fear of death. Jaehyeon looked at Kim Yoo-jung. She also didn't look good. It seemed that he was greatly shocked by Thor's rank. "Are you okay? It's ridiculous. It's completely different from Heimdall. How can you do that?" Kim Yoo-jung sparsely said that. She was pale with fear. Jaehyeon put a hand on her shoulder to calm her down and pointed forward. "I understand your surprise. But you have to move now, and it seems like we have a chance." "A chance?" Kim Yoo-jung came to her senses and said. Jaehyeon nodded. "Okay, it seems like an opportunity that can only be used once. How is it? Do you want to try it?" Kim Yoo-jung looked in front of Jaehyeon's gesture. "There." I could see Estelle's eyes slowly closing because she was full. It seemed he was going to bed soon. Jaehyeon smiled. "There's a good skill at times like this." After getting as close as possible to Estelle's nose, Jaehyeon carefully stretched out his hand and placed it on his head. Krrrrrrrr. Estelle, embarrassed by the unfamiliar touch, made a sound. But it quickly subsided. It was thanks to the magic that Jaehyeon had activated. Active skill Sleep LV5, Sleep, a magic that grants a drowsy effect, although it is a basic magic. It exerts an almost invincible effect when used on a sleepy person. To Estelle, who was sleepy right now, the effect of this skill meant that it was outstanding. Krur, Le Jaehyeon's prediction was exactly right. Estelle collapsed and began to fall asleep. Jaehyeon smiled in satisfaction, however. He did not forget to add one thing to Kim Yoo-jung. "No matter how much I put him to sleep, he'll wake up in less than 30 minutes. Before that, you have to rob the warehouse, got it?" "Ah yeah." Kim Yoo-jung nodded immediately. Jaehyeon nodded his head with a proud expression. "I didn't know there would be a time when Thor would be helpful in this way, but I'll use whatever is available." Jaehyeon thought about that and immediately put the key he was holding into the stone chamber. Deed. The sound never leaked out. It was the effect of magic silence like that. Jaehyeon and Kim Yoo-jung are the treasure house of the gods. In other words, I was able to set foot inside the place where Odin and the as gods lived. "Pappy, you keep an eye on Estelle to make sure he doesn't wake up here. If anything happens, you must let me know right away, okay?" Groom, Pappy gave a short salute to Jaehyeon. It was Pappy who, thanks to her growing up, learned how to answer quietly over her shoulder. Stone chamber, the inside of the place, which is said to be the treasure house of the gods, was truly splendid. Numerous artifacts piled up everywhere. It was a level that was difficult to gauge the grade even at a glance. At least, there were a variety of weapons piled up, from S-class to mythical. However, before coming here for the first time, Frey had said, he said that he should never touch any other item except his own magic sword. If you do that, Asgard's security system will activate, so you will surely die. However, it was not a big problem for Jaehyeon. Stealing an item might be difficult, but copying it magically wasn't that difficult. In the first place, the condition for copying arms was just touching it once. Jaehyeon had nothing to worry about. The security system is activated when you go outside with an item, by exploiting the loopholes in the system. Jaehyeon could get more than he thought. After Jaehyeon nodded, he looked around and touched the arms. Thanks to this, the number of weapons that could be copied continued to increase. It's just that it's difficult to use it often because it's not engraved. But because each weapon has its own characteristics, it's good if you can use it anytime, nothing bad. Jaehyeon thought so he didn't worry. By the way, where is Frey's magic sword? In response to Kim Yoo-jung's question, Jaehyeon continued to look around and answered, "Maybe I should go inside because the other guys say they can't even handle magic swords anyway." Because Frey can only handle his magic sword, he said that the other gods couldn't have installed a security device. I heard that even Odin's hands would burn just by touching it. In addition, magic swords are basically long swords but can be used by floating in the air with magical power. It is said to have a rounded end. Jaehyeon started looking for such a weapon, first the shelf, then the floor, then the wall. About 20 minutes like that. It was the last time Jaehyeon found the sword. Here it is, Frey's magic sword, on the wall where his gaze was directed. A long sword that shed magic that was almost awe-inspiring stood tall. For convenience, it was said to be on the wall. But in fact, the sword was floating in the air, a sword that floats alone even though nothing is supported on the floor. Jaehyeon reached out his hand as he sensed interest. Kim Yoo-young held her breath and looked at Jaehyeon's hand. It's not like I'm questioning what to do if it's not this sword. It was just because I was worried. It would be difficult if there was something strange hidden in the sword. Contrary to his worries, Jaehyeon had nothing wrong with holding the sword. Frey had said that Loki's chosen adversary would be able to wield his sword, but apparently that was true. The security system also did not work. First of all, Jaehyeon put the sword in his inventory and prepared to leave the stone chamber again. When I checked the time, 30 minutes had already passed. Now there is no way. I can only hope Estelle didn't wake up. Thinking so, Jaehyeon and Kim Yoo-jung hold their breath and step outside again. A shocking landscape unfolded before them. There was a huge dragon yawning and making a tired expression, and beneath it was Estelle, who was already covered in blood from him. What the hell happened? While Jaehyeon was startled, Poppy looked back at herself as she lifted her foot in front of her, after shrinking back to his huge size. He flew to Kim Yoo-jung and took her into her arms. What is it? How was Poppy able to kill him without a sound? As Jaehyeon's question deepened, a system sound was heard. Fafnir II absorbs the magic of Asgard and grows rapidly. Fafnir II learns new skills. The rank of King Fafnir II is upgraded to Myths. Chapter 395 Freya Part 1 Jaehyeon briefly recalled the time when Poppy hatched. I didn't care at the time. But at the time it was clearly written in a small way in the system. Grows faster in certain environments. Apparently it was that way. Poppy has also grown quite steeply through the recent grade up, and is now ahead of the myth grade. It was strange that he was able to become a mythic rank this quickly. Other factors must have come into play. Jaehyeon thought it was an environment unique to Asgard, compared to the other 9 worlds. It is a place with a vast amount of magic power and countless demon beasts. There was a high possibility that this was the best field for Poppy's growth. He had received quite a bit of help from Poppy in the process of clearing the road a little while ago, but it seemed that his experience was still accumulating in the process. Perhaps Poppy killed Estelle while I was gone, thinking that he would wake up. If it wasn't for Poppy, I would have died. Jaehyeon nodded and started to check Poppy's newly acquired skill while hiding himself using stealth magic again. No matter how emergency it is, if you don't check the usable skills in advance, it could lead to a more dangerous situation. So it was better to check it because it was judged. Active skill, name, resurrected memory rating, myth only one recalls memories of the very distant past. This skill cannot be activated again after use. After the magic is activated through memories of the past, the dragon's past is completely erased. Jaehyeon didn't know what Poppy's newly acquired skill meant, however. I knew intuitively that this skill would be of great help in the final war. A skill that uses Poppy's memory as a medium. I remembered what Hela had said about the value of dragon memories. She had been talking to herself about the gods, about the races and their way of life in the other 9 worlds. Jaehyeon smiled and held out his hand. Good job, Poppy. Groom. Poppy kindly rubbed his nose at Jaehyeon at the subject of being held in Kim Yoo-jung's arms. Even so, it never came to Jaehyeon's arms. It's useless to raise a child. It's not like it's a little disappointing. No snack afterward, Poppy. Jaehyeon thought about that and stroked Poppy's head before heading back to the dungeon. Now, the next goal was to deliver this sword to Frey. Inside a prison where the transparent moonlight shines down, trapped in the iron bars and unable to move, Frey sighs deeply and is lost in thought. No matter how adversary he may be, he is still human, but can he really rob the treasury of the gods? It's an ominous feeling that I'm about to fail. Frey's tone was quite different from when he was talking to Jaehyeon. He is handsome and a god trusted by people, but he has a bad mouth and has a habit of waking up whenever he has a conversation. In addition, he has been imprisoned in this prison for 10,000 years, so it goes without saying, because he was naturally light-mouthed and talkative. Anyway, it would have been better to explain the map to the adversary more properly. Loki acknowledged it and said he came this far, but he's a human anyway. Besides, the dragon hasn't fully grown yet. Has it? There is a possibility that he is still lost there. What should I do? Don't worry, I didn't get lost. While he muttered while thinking, Jaehyeon suddenly appeared and said. Frey raised her head in surprise. He was immersed in the world of his thoughts, but he did not know that Jaehyeon would suddenly talk to him. Moreover, now he has just discovered his private parts. Jaehyeon didn't seem to have a problem with it, but it wasn't on Kim Yoo-jung's side. Wow, I'm really awake. He talks a lot. But his words were basically full of frivolity. If Jaehyeon is the smirking type, is he like a bully? The way you talk is like a bully something. Hey, the thought came out of my mouth. What do you know? When Jaehyeon spoke, Kim Yoo-jung hurriedly pretended to cover her mouth. Then Frey looked at the two with a red face and said, You thought I was frivolous when you saw my tone? No, fortunately. Kim Yoo-jung was an acting genius. Jaehyeon felt relieved again, but Frey's pressure investigation continued. Don't lie, making fun of God is a felony right now. That's it. And get a sword. Jaehyeon stopped talking at the right time and handed the sword to Frey. His weapon, the magic sword. Frey's face brightened at once. Thank you, really. I apologize for my mistake, but I also have a godhead. So be careful with your words. I'm pretty tall, so what is your tier? Frey kept her mouth shut, as expected. Even the best god in the world can't overcome Nimti. Jaehyeon thought so and used the key he took when he first entered to free Frey. All of the chains that bound Frey were released and his expression brightened. After that, he let out a short breath. Jaehyeon said to Frey, "We need to save Freyja. Frey needs your help." The reason why Jaehyeon tried to save Frey in the first place, among them Freya's persuasion was the most important. In fact, Jaehyeon was not very confident in persuasion. All he could do was convince him to use his power to crush his enemies, then use his attributes to slash his fears behind them. The kingdom of dwarves in Nidavellir. I was just lucky. However, since such luck could not continue, Jaehyeon decided to take Frey with him. It was because he thought that it would be a good hand to persuade Freyja. Since they said that brother and sister had a deep friendship, Frey nodded happily at Jaehyeon's suggestion. I get it, I'll do my best to help convince Freya. No. I really want to help, because that child has to wake up from this hellish nightmare now. Jaehyeon and Kim Yoo-young traveled around Asgard and heard about Frey's imprisonment and the outline of all the incidents. He said that he knew that his sister had lost a child, but was unable to give details because he was captured during the war. Jaehyeon thought that all of the siblings were poor and headed toward the garden they had just passed by, Freya's dwelling place. This was Valhalla, which had been avoided a moment ago. My younger brother must be around here. At least here Frey was a high treason, so I had to save my words, no matter how much he came to see his younger brother. If he hadn't judged him as an ally, he could have become poison. If I didn't want to die, I had no choice but to be as careful as possible. This way for now. Frey was fortunately well versed in geography. Jaehyeon and Kim Yoo-young, if the two of them had come, it was to find the way they would have wandered. Jaehyeon felt that he was great as a guide in his own way. I'm not sure if the military power is that good. In fact, the mana he felt from him was about the top of the third level of divinity liberation, so he was above the pure force itself. However, if you fight him with a magic sword, the result will be unknown. Jaehyeon was thinking of showing his skills sooner or later. If he joins the Anti-Acer Alliance anyway, it will be easy to compete with him. If that happens, you will be able to reach the level of Odin and Thor Loki more quickly. Jaehyeon felt that in order to fight Odin, he had to rise to the same level. I was doing my best to do that. With that thought in mind, I started walking. And before long, I came across a long hallway. The hallway, which had an antique atmosphere with red carpets everywhere, did not seem to be frequented by people. Untouched drawers and vases were lined up neatly. Seeing this, Jaehyeon recalled the story Smur had told him. Valhalla is the place where Einherjar and the Valkyries who lead them stay. According to Smur, this is where Einherjar originally stayed. However, recently Odin's plan was in vain, and the number of Einherjar decreased sharply due to the first war in the past. Recently, there has been no new supply and demand, and it has only decreased. So it was only natural that there were many untouched items. Here it is, this is my brother's room, Frey said, pointing to a room at the end of the hallway. Kim Yoo-young is ready, of course. After asking Kim Yoo-young for a moment, Jaehyeon put his hand on the doorknob. The chest area swelled up and then fell down repeatedly. Take a deep breath, relax the muscles of the whole body, and give strength to the hands. Yet squeak, the sound of the rusty door opening was heard, and from there a pure white longsword touched Jaehyeon's nape. A chilling voice landed in his ears. Who the hell are you, however? Jaehyeon was not taken aback, because I knew you would react like this. He didn't strike back to show that he had no hostility. Some don't even respect it. It was because he didn't want Freyja to think he was scared. Jaehyeon made eye contact with Freyja, who was looking at him with the most nonchalant expression. Her lifeless eyes were full of hot hostility. I think it would be best to go in and talk. I don't want too many eyes. I will ask again. The sword Freya was holding was transparent and emitted white light. It is the harmony of magic and divinity of the obvious divinity attribute. It was dangerous even to pretend. Who are you? I am an adversary. At the same time as Jaehyeon answered, power was applied to her sword. Then, just before the sword cleanly cuts Jaehyeon's throat, Frey intervened, pushing her sword away with a magical sword floating in the air. Freya, it's Frey. Brother came, so take that sword away. Frey, Akae grow. Freya looked at her brother in disbelief. The appearance of her brother who appeared was undoubtedly someone she knew. Also a sword floating in the air. It was also something that only my older brother could use. Now I know it's in the treasure house of the gods. But why? I'll say it again. I want to go inside and talk. At that moment, Jaehyeon intervened. He said in a calm voice, it's about your child. Freya's shocked face stood out very clearly in her eyes. A single drop of blood ran down Jaehyeon's neck. He already knew Freya's answer to follow. Come in. Chapter 396 Freyja Part 2 Freyja is Jaehyeon and her older brother Frey, and while guiding the human girl to his room, he was constantly trying to figure out the intentions of their visit here. How the hell did this happen? It was already well known that the adversary had become stronger. But if you ask me if it's enough to break into Asgard like now, I thought it was not yet, perhaps other gods thought so too, however, contrary to his expectations. The adversary easily penetrated the gatekeeper in front and also recovered Frey's magic sword hidden in the treasure house of the gods. At least, the level that Jaehyeon has achieved right now must be hard to ignore. But even so, Jaehyeon was not a person that she liked very much. Sigrun, one of the captains of the Valkyries who believed in him and followed him, it was the enemy who killed her. To her, who took great care of her family, Jaehyeon was, in some ways, an enemy. Of course, it is true that he ordered the opponent's attack first. Basically, emotion made it difficult to reflect on the situation from the perspective of others. The current Freyja was just like that. You said you would tell a story about my child. Explain what you mean. Jaehyeon used the sacrifice to clean up the cut from the sword that had pierced his uvula, and then took a sip of the tea he was served. He looked at her eyes and face with a relaxed expression. Freya's expression showed unobvious agitation, no matter how long she has been active on the battlefield. She must be weak in front of her own children. Jaehyeon cleared his throat and said, Freya, I know Odin is using your child to blackmail you, and I came to you to tell you the hidden truth. It must be in line with the story that they came to capture me. Freya immediately grasped the intent of reappearance. Of course. There must be a reason for willingly suggesting that you give yourself information now. He's probably saying that in order to subjugate himself to the anti-Aesir faction. However, Freya shook her head. I will kill all of you here if it is useless. Frey, it wouldn't be any different if you were my older brother. Why don't you listen and judge? After thinking about Frey's words for a while, she nodded. In the first place, since it was a story about her own child, she could not completely ignore it. In any case, you should listen to the story and make your best judgment about it. Jaehyeon put his hands together and let go of luck. Freya, your child is already dead. What? Freya's fine brow hardened at once. The muscles in his face flinched and twitched briefly, followed by an instant release of a massive blow. It contained the meaning of a clear warning. Jaehyeon felt his body tremble for a moment to the point of inhaling his breath, but quickly shook his head and regained consciousness. It means that your child has already been killed by Odin and Hugin. I can't go back, Kiang, in an instant. The tip of the sword aimed precisely at Jaehyeon's uvula again. However, this time it was different from before. Jaehyeon accurately parried Freyja's attack with the mythical longsword he had made. It was a reproduction that had now reached the fourth stage of liberation. It was not soft enough to be subjected to such an attack. What he suffered a little while ago was only to acknowledge his innocence. It wasn't because he couldn't block Freya's attacks. I don't want to make a fuss here. That is your case. I could kill you all here. Freya gritted her teeth. But Jaehyeon replied with a grin, if you do that, you will never know the truth for the rest of your life. He shrugged and pushed away her sword. Do you trust an author named Odin when you haven't recovered your child for 10,000 years? He gave you nothing but tragedy, but how can you be sure that your child will come back when you have world supremacy in your hands? Bring the proof, if not. I will not trust you. Freyja softened up a moment ago but still tightened her neck as she spoke. Jaehyeon nodded, after making a simple gesture to ask for the sword to be removed. He immediately took out an item from his inventory, a cup resembling the Holy Grail from Mimir's fountain. He gave it to Freya. It is the spring water of Mimir, said Frey. Interjecting, it was because he recognized this even at a glance, and he had already roughly explained the situation. Kim Yu-young was carefully watching her expression. I'm sorry, we saw your memories, the way you hold your baby and sing lullabies and the way Odin tricks you. Unfortunately, everything Min Jaehyeon said is true. Freyja accepted the cup and pondered for a moment. Could this really contain his and Odin's memories? Isn't it something to poison yourself? I tried pouring magic into it, but I couldn't find another poison. This is indeed Mimir's spring water. It's probably the spring water that contains fragments of certain memories or any knowledge. Although Freya realized this, she hesitated. Even if her brother was with her, it was difficult to believe the words of the adversary in front. No, if that's the only thing, I'd rather be happy. After all, she didn't have much greed for life anyway, just, if my child really can't come back. That was what I was most afraid of, in fact. The first time Odin asked him to go to war to bring the child back to life. Already she thought Odin could stab her in the back of the head. But in the end, the reason why I had no choice but to follow his words, it wasn't from somewhere else, but because blind love for the child was at work. His own child, the child who always held his hand tight and smiled when he put out his index finger. In the world, the necklace containing the child's soul is called Jaehyeon, and she calls herself a rare villain who ate Odin's side with only a necklace. It is said to be a symbol of greed that sold itself to dirty dwarves. And it is also called a foolish woman who shares affection with any god. None of this was true. But Freya didn't bother to correct it. It doesn't matter if someone else criticizes you or if you are proud of yourself, because something that never happened didn't become a fait accompli. Moreover, even if he was criticized for it, he wanted his child back, even if I had to give up everything and live in hell alone with nothing. If only your child comes back, you can make a sacrifice if you smile. I thought so, but if the child can't come back, then what should be the purpose of your life after losing a child? Freya wandered like a gypsy and was swept away by wild storms, living in a hellish battlefield. At some point, the greatest blessing of life given to her becomes a shadow and oppresses herself. If it's broken, what should he do? I get it. I will drink the spring water. However, if all of this is a joke, I will never forgive you. Odin is enough to play with my child. Do whatever you feel like. At Jaehyeon's words, Freya closed her eyes, then he raises the glass he handed him. I was afraid. But I couldn't help but check. Freya loved her child so much, also. I wanted to get a little closer to this dirty truth. That's why she drank all the water from Jaehyeon's spring at once. My head gets a little dizzy and my vision flickers at the same time, then into a fragment of a memory. Her consciousness slowly drifts away. It was only a few minutes before Freya returned to the world of consciousness after a while. This is because the act of showing stored memories does not take a long time. In the first place, Mimir's magical achievements were also outstanding. After a while, returning, Freya let out a rough breath while holding her head with both hands. Frey placed a hand on her shoulder, looking concerned, but she was still figuring out if what she saw was really happening. My child's soul has been shattered and only part of it is contained in this necklace. Giving everything, was it just a journey to revive the son who couldn't even save the result of going to the battlefield while continuing to be stained with the blood of another race? What the hell, how are you supposed to accept it? Everyone go out. Freya, we need your strength. Odin's power is growing stronger. In order to reduce those suffering like this, the power of the Valkyrie army, you are the one who killed my subordinate. Sigrun, I still can't fully trust you, so get out of here right now. Freya, Kim Yu-young and Frey muttered at the same time. Freya shook her head. The human woman and brother. Please step aside, stay away from yourself for the time being. I need to get a better grasp of the situation. It is an urgent situation right now. It would be better not to worry too long. At Jaehyeon's words, Freya's eyes were bloodshot. Don't rush me, I will kill you. Do you think you can do it? Jaehyeon responded with the same this time. It was natural. He also had something to protect. Her situation is pitiful. How painful is the heart of a parent who has lost a child? It will be like Jenga that will collapse at any moment, each time the block is removed. It continues to shake. Like a boat on a storm, you must weigh your life on the waves every moment. But Jaehyeon couldn't wait any longer. After he left his words, he used the stealth magic again to get out of Freya's room. Then see you again, Freya, my little brother. Greetings from Frey. Freya sat alone in an empty room and did not speak for a long time. The tragedy began 10,000 years ago and her son can no longer return. She just couldn't believe it. Yes. The adversary lied. No matter how trash Odin is, you can feel the pulse of a child's breathing inside this necklace. It wouldn't be all lies. If I had everything in my hands, he would stop letting me go. After thinking that, Freya made up her mind. I said to the Valkyrie who appeared out of nowhere, the adversary will be nearby. A dark light lingered in her eyes. Go after him and kill him and his companions, all. Chapter 397, The Moment of Reunion Part 1. Jaehyeon was hurrying to get out of Asgard. There is nothing more to do here. He did the best he could. He persuaded Freya with all his heart and even gave her time to think. It's safe to say that you've done all you can, I thought. But this was a mistake. Apparently Freya didn't believe in herself. The gloomy aura felt from behind and the reverberation of the faint magical energy surrounding it, just as doubts were brewing. A voice came through telepathy. Tracking is on. Frey had said that all of a sudden while climbing the stair landing to get out of Asgard. Jaehyeon nodded. Probably Freya's subordinate, at least two of them. Jaehyeon bit his lip. Kim Yu-young said with a nervous expression. Anyway, I think we have to fight at least once. Running away like this is virtually impossible. Yes, it looks like we've already arrived nearby. In order not to get caught by the tail, you have to catch it here. Saying that, Jaehyeon passed through Valhalla and started going down the spiral staircase of Yggdrasil again. There was a presence blocking their way. As expected, they were Freya's subordinates, two captain-level Valkyries. If it was a reenactment of the past, it would be an enemy he would not dare to deal with. Jaehyeon smiled and opened his magic as if he couldn't help it. I think there are too many to kill, at least three. In front of him were Gunnar and Ire. All of them were Freya's loyal Valkyries. And their skills were very good. And they were those who had acquired the rank of captain, at least the elite among the elite who have far surpassed the third stage of liberation. It was clear that they were not good people to deal with in a situation where they had to fight without making a sound like now. It was impossible to advertise to the other gods that they were in battle. If you do that, the Aesir gods including Thor may come and surround you, at most. He could come all the way here to persuade Freyja and die. Jaehyeon analyzed the situation while thinking over and over again. The number of enemies and allies, fortunately. There are more allies, but it's never an easy opponent. With pure skill, he would be able to deal with both of them. But the current situation was the situation. It's all over if you make too much noise. There must be a reason why Freya sent only this amount of troops. It's probably to prevent her older brother, Frey, from being captured. The biggest thing Freya and Jaehyeon had in common was that they took care of their own family. Perhaps she didn't intend to do anything too big to get Frey out safely. It is highly likely that Freya decided that it was only necessary to remove herself. Kim Yoo-young and Pappy, I won't kill you if you get out of here now. Jaehyeon said so, but Gunnar and Ire shook their heads. I know you are strong, and I'm sorry for daring to point the sword at Freynim, but even so, we can never disobey Freynim's instructions. You guys have changed a lot too. Do you think your brother will be able to get the child back this way? I do not know, but if your lord wants it, we just comply. Even at Frey's words, they didn't waver at all. Jaehyeon let out a deep sigh. Active skill Great Silence LV5, Great Silence. It was an upgraded version of silence. And it was a skill that prevented the sound from leaking out to the surroundings as much as possible. It was a magic that prevented the magic reaction from leaking out quite well, so it was optimal in the current situation. However, the downside is that its duration is less than 10 minutes, so it is necessary to clear the enemy as quickly as possible. Then, according to chivalry, having said that, Gunnar and Ire simultaneously raised their swords vertically and then lowered them vertically. The sword that is expressed along with it, it was familiar. Devotion sword, as expected. The swordsmanship used by the Valkyries are almost the same. Jaehyeon thought so, and changed the trajectory of the enemy's attack with the sword he took out through the image of the magic tool. A black mythical longsword held in the hand for granted, since it can boast of high efficiency while using it for a long time. Jaehyeon has been using it frequently lately. The soul sword bounces off and vibrates as it hits the wall, but it's still fine. There will be no sound leaking out. Isn't this Asgard, no matter how hard you try? The building won't collapse easily. Moreover, it is even more so if it is near Yggdrasil, which is close to the center of the world. Then it's my turn this time. After expressing all sorts of passive skills, Jaehyeon opened up his fight. Kim Yoo-young gave him overflow and other buffs. Frey also started to assist him, following behind him. His movements were slow because he had not been released from prison yet. It wasn't too bad. Though Kiang, big, a faint moan escaped Gunnar's mouth at Jaehyeon's sword. It was because the sword hit and a tingling pain rose up in his wrist. In fact, it was natural. No matter how many times Jaehyeon is using multiple skills at the same time, he has now completed the 4th level release. Less 3 steps, in other words. It is true that it has become a full-fledged mythical being. It does not reach the realm of reproduction. That's because it was the rule of these 9 worlds that the difference between the 1st level and 1st level was excessively large, sending the first 2 people away. Freyja thought he is obviously in an embarrassing situation right now. Also, she wants to do things right in a quiet line in such a situation. Can I afford to show mercy to Jaehyeon? No way. There is no chance of winning unless there is a majority, presumably. Freyja knew this and had 2 of her favorite Valkyries attached, because you know it's best to do that. An existence that is said to be a god of heaven and earth, who is on par with Tyr on the battlefield. That was Freya, a person who is superior to Tyr in terms of skill and popularity. Freya's authority was truly enormous, but if I can't become an ally, I will kill you. Jaehyeon was also in a situation where he had his heart set. There are things you must protect in such a situation. Do you feel sorry for other people's lives and sympathize with them? Jaehyeon wasn't an idiot enough to do that. That's not wise. Just live desperately for yourself and get what you want in your hands. That's enough. For a quick surprise attack, Jaehyeon activated Shape of Magic tool again and changed his weapon. What he held in his hand was Tiabing. It meant to finish the battle quickly. Chow, the mark effect of destruction activates. Gunnar stepped back a couple of steps and tried to let go of his sword, but ended up getting cut at the tip of the sword. That was exactly what Jaehyeon was looking for. That will hurt quite a bit. Jaehyeon raised an eyebrow. Gunnar still couldn't understand why he said such a thing with a shallow cut. The next moment, I realized why Jaehyeon was so confident. Why does the wound spread? Shallow cuts continued to spread to his abdomen and arms, and it was because I could clearly feel it spreading to my legs and waist. This was an issue that could not be easily overlooked. Source of this power, it was obviously the technology of a certain tribe that had already died out. Gunnar gritted his teeth. Dwarves, did they join the anti-Acer forces? Then, I won't let go even if I try to wipe them all out. While he was saying that, one of Gunnar's wings landed on the floor. It was because Jaehyeon approached and cut off one of her wings. Streams of blood splattered and floated into the sky, then dripped down and soaked the floor. Gunnar's expression hardened. And Jaehyeon smiled. That doesn't work like you all. I touch people who are inside my fence. I don't like it. Jaehyeon said that and cut off the remaining wing as well, Valkyrie. It was because one of the sources of their power was their wings. They were not self-made beings, those who have become transcendental beings with talent. That is the status they have been shared in a bowl, therefore. Jaehyeon cuts off their wings in order to remove the power derived from them. Kim Yoo-young watched his battle in amazement. It's a completely different move than when I was dealing with Sigrun. He already knew that Jaehyeon had reached the fourth stage of liberation, but even she didn't expect it to be this much. To think that a difference of at least one level would bring about this much difference in results. Well, the difference between A-class and S-class radars was as great as it is now. It was the same in the past radar system. The difference in treatment between A-class and S-class radar was the difference between heaven and earth. It was a little easier when you think about it that way. It's easier to understand that it's deeper because it's the stage that Jaehyeon has achieved now. I will not forgive you, Ire, who watched Gunnar's wings fall to the ground, charged at him holding his sword. But this time, Jaehyeon evaded the attack as if nothing happened. Certainly slow, I've grown up. Jaehyeon summoned Nidhogg's fangs this time, then held the sword in reverse and cut all of Ire's tendons, including Achilles' tendon. Then, looking at the faces of the two people who couldn't move properly, he said, I will ask again, should I kill you here? Jaehyeon was giving him a chance now. Ire and Gunnar are now feeling fear. They were in the process of clearly feeling the power like a huge destiny that they could not dare to resist. Naturally, the subject was representation. He was in control of their life and death. He didn't even use any magic. He just completely defeated them with his pure movements and sword. For the two of them, who were worthy of being the captains of the valiant Valkyrie, it was quite a disgrace. However, they were Freya's knights. Even if her Valkyrie felt the fear of death, she would never give in. Kill him. We are not afraid of anything. I don't want to kill you. Hana Jaehyeon shook his head and said that. The effect of the great silence still remained for 5 minutes, but the reason he bothered to wait was very simple. Freya. It was because he thought that if there was any way to convince her, it would be best to let them go. In the case of Sigrun, even if it was a situation where there was no choice but to kill it, it is not now. If you put your mind to it, you can kill it any time. However, if we let them live here, she might change her mind, but the answer that came back was enough to disappoint him. I get it roughly. It looks like you want to convince Freya and him, but you won't get what you want. Akare then died saying that. Jaehyeon raised his sword high. It was then, wow, with a huge explosion. The barrier of the great silence that had been created was completely broken. The magic surrounding it like bulletproof glass is shattered and scattered into the air. The voices of two people with him. No wonder, he said something was going on here. That's right, two men appeared in front of Jaehyeon. And his body stiffened. There were two Sir Gods who hoped never to meet, Thor and Tyr. They looked at Jaehyeon with sympathetic expressions. Shit. A low-pitched curse escaped Jaehyeon's mouth. Chapter 398. The moment of reunion part 2. Somehow, he said something was going on here. That's right. The two gods that appeared in front of Jaehyeon were Thor and Tyr. It was like two of the strongest gods gathered in one place. They hid their presence with great silence. But their feelings seemed sensitive enough that even this skill couldn't cover them. Actually, Jaehyeon was quite noisy in Asgard. It would be fortunate if it was fortunate that there was only this much noise while dealing with two Valkyrie captains. But Jaehyeon sighed. Dangerous, Kim Yoo-young asked in an urgent voice. What should I do, Frey? Can you do something? I've just been released from the dungeon. I'm still not at full strength, I guess. It's hard to be of much help. Don't be fooled by that and use your weapons properly. If there is ever a time to fight a war, it is now. Saying that, Jaehyeon took Shinhwa's longsword back into his hand. Dealing with enemies will be difficult. Two of the strongest gods, dealing with them at the same time is not an easy task. No matter how recreated it is, but it was something I couldn't help but do. If you screw up here, all plans will be in vain. I can't let it go like that. Jaehyeon thinks so and first kicks the ground towards Tyr. Active skill, leap in the air. His model, which had been shot toward Tyr in an air leap, abruptly broke, an angle that is considered unnatural. However, it was familiar to Jaehyeon. Jaehyeon's sword is swung diagonally from the bottom left to the top right. Thor pulled out his hammer, looking a little taken aback by the adversary's attack, which was more agile than he thought. The dwarves who killed Hrungnir and also made weapons for Jaehyeon, artifact created by the Brokatri brothers. It was Mjolnir, the perfect weapon for Thor who rules the thunder. Rushes in to crush Jaehyeon's head. Jaehyeon used his body's elasticity to make up for his lack of strength. Along with this, ki with the sound of metal clashing. Jaehyeon and Thor's bodies were pushed back little by little. Can do if this is enough. Jaehyeon was sure. At this rate you should be able to fight on par with Thor or Tyr, who have been weakened by Hrungnir's whetstone fragments. He also has skills to protect himself at the worst moment. They may also be able to use field magic. But the Anti-Acer Coalition said in the past, Jaehyeon's field magic, the Red Moon Plateau, is several times more efficient than the others. In addition, the effect of the mythical longsword that the Brokatri brothers recently made was the amplification of the effect of this field magic. A skill that can elevate reproduction to the pinnacle along with divine usurpation. After thinking for a moment, Jaehyeon fixed his sword again. His momentum changes completely, taking a breath after relaxing the muscles of the whole body. It observes the movements of the enemy like a beast, concentration to see through everything. This will eventually allow you to find the slightest gap in them and stick a sword through their necks. A night with a full moon in mid-heaven, having made up her mind. Freya visited Odin's palace with a gloomy expression. It was to ask him about what he had seen while drinking Mimir's spring water. There were many reasons, but the most important was that Mimir's spring water was real. Mimir, a giant of wisdom and a being who knows nothing. Why did he have fragments of his memories? Could Odin really manipulate even that? Nothing was known. Freya just said that her child is fine now. I just wanted to hear that he was still breathing in this necklace. Because of this, I was thinking of going to Odin's palace and putting a bluff on him. When this Ragnarok is over, I hope you don't bother me anymore. Stop asking for the child back. But how is Freya these days? Mrs. Freya says she is diligently looking for the star of the far abyss. It doesn't seem like it's easy to find. But it's something that's stuck, so you'll do it somehow. A conversation between Odin and Jaehyeon upon hearing him. She hides his presence without even realizing it. The conversation between the two continues. By the way, it's a big deal to keep bothering me to return the child's soul hidden in Brisingamen, asking for something you don't have anyway. Freya's body trembled at those words as she pulled Odin's beard. Jaehyeon's gaze briefly moved toward the entrance of the audience room. What is going on? No, I guess it's because of my mood. After saying that, Jaehyeon politely continued. Perhaps Freya-sama will believe the statement that she can save her child even if it is a lie. Originally, he is a person who takes great care of his children, since Sigrun was killed by an opponent. There must be no doubt. Okay, well, it's a child's business. After the war, if you deal with her, everything will be solved, nothing to worry about. Freya, who was listening to the story behind her, hardened her expression. Odin and Jaehyeon. He said his child was already dead. It was as the first antagonist had said. Dead, my child. He was the one and only precious child. Her husband had already died in the war. And that was all she had left. But why should he have to suffer like this? A series of incomprehensible situations. The biggest thought at the center of it was, of course, the extreme sense of betrayal towards Odin, no matter how trash he was. He knew how to keep his promise to have a child. But even that was a lie fabricated to draw you into the war, at least when he destroys Vanaheim and brings Frey and himself back. Odin said he would treat her at least. In addition, he promised to return the life of the child if he lends his strength, but it was all lies. At that moment, Freya made her decision while shedding bloody tears. Built sometime. The plan to destroy Asgard that I told Sigrun, that it should be implemented as soon as possible, that they had to stop meaningless battles and stop the two Valkyries who were fighting against the enemy. But unfortunately, it was already too late. This is news that the adversary has invaded Asgard. It is said that Lord Thor and Lord Tyr stepped forward to deal with them. A voice from another servant of Odin. It was like a death sentence for the enemy. Perhaps the adversary will die here. Freyja bit her lip until it bled, reminding herself that even if he died here, she would somehow get her revenge on Odin. When Jaehyeon's momentum changed completely, Thor stuck out his tongue and said, "The adversary, it's more than I thought. I thought what a great guy he was for killing my son. But I guess I was right. You have a natural talent for combat. It's terrifying." Thor, a born fighting maniac, was more interested in the way he fought than in killing his own son. He was of numerous races at the time of the first Ragnarok in the past. In particular, he was greatly disappointed that he could not meet his rival while slaughtering a giant. This time, too, I was disappointed because I thought that only such enemies would be encountered and that Odin would win easily. But to think that such a person exists. To him, Jaehyeon was a very interesting toy. Like a battle doll rolling in front of him. Even so, he said with a fishy sneer in his mouth, "If you think it's worth a try, you'd better give up." It was as if he had read Jaehyeon's thoughts. Jaehyeon responded in the most calm voice. "Well, why should I? Because I am with Tyr." Jaehyeon couldn't answer further, no matter how much he is Kim Yoo-young's buff and Pappy's passive skill, and even with Frey's help. It wasn't enough to deal with both of them at the same time. Besides, Frey can't show his full potential yet. How the hell do you have to fight to survive in such a situation? Think about it. Jaehyeon emptied his head endlessly and put his swords together when Thor came with his hammer. He hit it. After deflecting the path of the sword he struck, Tyr fired the sword again. Jaehyeon was able to break Tyr's attack after collapsing the ground with his foot. But it was just a fluke. Gradually the enemy will become stronger, the gap will shrink and you will be cornered. Also, Kim Yoo-young and Frey may catch their ankles. Well, Kim Yoo-young is already doing her best in this situation by giving herself buffs, but it's dangerous. Being able to die is the same. Jaehyeon collapsed while thinking that, and then finally recovered 2 Valkyries and 2 Aesirs, and I saw the army of beasts following him. How can I win on my own? He pondered for a long time, but even during that time, the enemy's attacks continued. Chow chow, the scars on Jaehyeon's body start to increase gradually, and his self-injury deepens. Jaehyeon was attacked by Mjolnir and shook off the weak current flowing through his body with magical power. Fortunately, as the first skill he learned was a lightning-type skill, it wasn't too difficult to scatter the current. However, he was unable to block Tyr's attack. Shit. Min Yi-hyun, Kim Yoo-young shouted urgently and tried to change the sword's trajectory. Frey also tried to protect him by using the magic sword, but the speed was absurdly lacking, cannot help it, here. After being cut once, grabbing an enemy and taking Li Yisang's potion, it was when Yi-hyun leaned forward. Assuming the worst, it is unforgivable to touch my groom. Do you know how many years I have waited? A familiar woman's voice was heard from somewhere and a gale rushed in. At that moment, the owner of the voice wearing the robe put a protective shield on Yi-hyun, Kim Yoo-jung. And Frey Jaehyeon activated powerful transmission magic. Yi-hyun saw it at that moment. The man wearing the robe was the owner of a very familiar face, and that she was a woman who reminded me of someone I missed. The delicate green eyes shone transparently, and the raised blonde hair and slightly playful expression stimulated Yi-hyun's scent. In Yi-hyun's eyes, the image of a girl he saw while attacking the tower had become a lady before he knew it. Chapter 399, Ruina, Part 1. There are many types of transmission magic in the 9 worlds, but among them, Dine Teleport is the most outstanding and high-level magic. Basically, it is very difficult to transmit people by specifying coordinates, but in addition to that, the number of people increases naturally. This is because a high-level understanding of arithmetic expressions is required. Those who can do this are very few among those who use magic, at least in the human world Midgard. It was nowhere to be found. That's why everyone simplified the process of calculating complex formulas and coordinates by using the medium of transmitting stones. However, there is a girl who evacuated Yi-hyun from Tyr and Thor by casting this magic. A familiar face that I can even feel longing for. An elf who broke away from being a girl and became a pretty cool woman. It was Luisa. Yi-hyun had a smile on his face. You must have not listened to my advice in vain, Luisa. Of course, these are the last words Seo Bangnim left. West, I heard Kim Yoo-young's booming voice. And she briefly entered the world of deep images. I heard from Sena, Elf World. There is a woman in Ulfheim who called Yi-hyun Seobangnam. I hadn't yet seen the reality. So I thought so, you are also a bad guy, after a while. A snarky curse came out of her mouth, but I don't know if I know that kind of heart. Yi-hyun tilted his head and only greeted Ruina when he met again. In the meantime, how have you been? Sure, 10,000 years, it was a very long time. But somehow I managed to persevere despite being lonely. Did I do well? Okay, what? Yi-hyun scratched the bridge of his nose as if embarrassed. Good job, you've been through a lot. While saying so, from somewhere, the voices of others began to be heard. Oh, is that the husband of Luisa-sama you mentioned before? Wow, I guess it's true, Luisa-sama's face is red. You have been looking forward to it for so long, the teasing tone of voices, but Luisa affirmed as if it were natural. Then this is the groom I was talking about. What about these kids? Yi-hyun asked while looking at the elves who were young even though they pretended to surround him. Ruina replied with a small smile. They are the survivors of that day. Survivors, yes. After saying that, Ruina asked the children to move away because she needed to talk for a while. Frey and Kim Yoo-jung and Yi-hyun walked slowly to Ruina's terrace. Upon arrival, Ruina began to tell what had happened. At first, it was difficult to live alone. Jaehyeon Nim has to live, he said that. But even that was too much for me. Jaehyeon Nim probably knows very well that being alone is a scary thing. Okay. In the midst of that, I was able to discover the hiding place of the elves who had fled and sheltered first during the war. Even though it wasn't Ulfheim, I thought I could start all over again here. Luisa said that the place where Yi-hyun and her friends were transferred was not Ulfheim, but Vanaheim, and that it was a hidden ruin nearby, a place whose exact location is unknown because of a special barrier. Yi-hyun nodded. So, as I said, you were holding out while protecting your people until I defeated Odin. That's it. How is it? Is it like a wise mother? Kim Yoo-young remained silent. It was the moment when Frey noticed and his mouth was itching. He looked like he wanted to ask something, but his face looked like he was afraid that if he did, this place would turn into a grave. Yi-hyun expressed his sincere gratitude to Ruina. Luna, anyway, thanks to you I barely survived. If it wasn't for you, I would have overdone there again. Maybe they're all dead. I know, so marry me here later. You are 10,000 years old. Do you still come out like that? The elves are all handsome and tall. Why are you only doing this to me? Yi-hyun kept ignoring him, but in the end, he had no choice but to say so. Ruina laughed softly again. Those people are not Yi-hyun. Well, it seems that there are a lot of people around me who have romantic feelings, but it's like the fate of a person with ability. So I understand. I don't know what you're talking about anymore. Yi-hyun shook his head. Kim Yoo-young suddenly asked Ruina, did you say Ruina? My name is Yoo-jung Kim, as you can see. I am helping Min Yi-hyun. Nice to meet you, Yoo-jung. Ruina and Kim Yoo-young briefly exchanged greetings, and Frey quietly raised his hand from behind to reveal his name. He was as quiet as when he first met Yi-hyun, but he didn't seem to want to show his frivolous tone to others. Wouldn't it be better to reveal it rather than hide it like that? The thought came to my throat, but I barely held it in. Perhaps to God. Face is more important than I thought. Haha, Jormungandr is a strange case. None of the other gods were frivolous, there were some warlike ones. But it was probably just a level of intimidation and awe. Jaehyeon owns the whole volume of the humor book with Jormungandr, who is flicking his wicked tongue after publishing the 40th humor book. He trembled for a moment. Recalling the more terrifying figure of Hela, after a while, Jaehyeon changed the topic moderately and said, Ruina. I will ask you the most important question first. Why the hell were you there? It's because I heard that Jaehyeon Min started moving slowly. What, where? Does Ruina have any information? The one who did not belong to the anti-Aesir coalition was Ruina. She was always a variable by representation, however. Jaehyeon was completely convinced by the answer that followed. Yggdrasil told me Jaehyeon is here. Yggdrasil? Yes, elves are friendly with spirit trees. There is even a story that Yggdrasil was the first to conceive an elf. Are you right if that's the case? I understand, Yggdrasil is basically a world tree. It was a tree no different from the mother of elves. Therefore, Yggdrasil's influence must have played a role in the ability of those hiding in closed places to move around and collect information. Jaehyeon was Ju-eok and was. Even if you don't. I was thinking of finding you. I want to ask you for help. I know, Louisa smiled as if she knew from the beginning, bright smile, for some reason. My heart broke a little. How much effort did she have to practice for 10,000 years to practice that smile? That thought came to me all of a sudden. Jaehyeon knows, even with empty words. She couldn't say that she had an easy life. No matter how strong the spirit of the elf was, even if the sense of time was different from that of other races. This was the same, recalling the face that shimmered in front of his eyes when he was still young. Jaehyeon smiled warmly. You have suffered, Louisa. Because of that, Jaehyeon had no choice but to say that, and with all my heart. I begged her. You already know, again, war is coming, and I'm here to end this war once and for all. I need your help here. In response to Jaehyeon's words, Ruina responded by tapping her chest as if she were rather excited. Of course, compared to his confident attitude, he still had a little bit of that of a child. Do not worry, I'm not the old Louisa either, actually. I'm not as good as Jaehyeon, but I've become very strong. I probably won't be a burden. In fact, the power flowing from Ruina had already passed the third stage of liberation, even if it did not reach the level of reproduction. It was already not inferior to other gods, so he must be fine despite the aftermath of such a big movement magic a while ago. Jaehyeon was satisfied with the realization that a new force had been added, for him who failed to persuade Valkyrie. Joining the elves now could have been a good enough second-best solution. After talking with her, Jaehyeon decided to stay here a little while to take a break. The skills and talents of the elves here, if you don't check things like that in advance, you won't be able to play an active part in the war afterwards. So I thought it would be a good idea to check the training of the elves early on. Then let's take care of ourselves for a few days. Ruina winked and gave Jaehyeon a coy look. She said casually, as much as you like. Would you like to use the same room? That's done. Jaehyeon shook his head. That night, Jaehyeon was looking around Vanaheim, the world that was first conquered by Odin in the past. Everything is already an unquenchable flame, in other words. The sight of Surt constantly burning with flames was enough to shock him. The anti-Aesir forces have spoken before. The Aesir stole Surt's flame and attacked Vanaheim in the past, and it almost turned the place into a sea of fire. Jaehyeon realized that those words were never lies. The sight you see now, this was because it was not considered a land that could be revived even with empty words. The reason the elves were able to settle down and hide here was thanks to a ruin that even the Sur hadn't discovered. Bruise. Jaehyeon cautiously stepped around and walked forward because he felt that someone was following him. He's a strong guy. Jaehyeon thought so and quickly activated his magic. Then, when he drew his sword and turned around, ting, wow, this is too dangerous. A familiar face appeared in front of him, red hair and mysteriously shining red eyes. This was the thin, handsome face he had met at the Mills School Festival in the past. Is it easy, adversary? Loki, the head of Van Aesir, who had not appeared before his eyes for a while, suddenly appeared here. What are you doing here? I don't have anything else to say before that. He poked Jaehyeon's side with a natural smile. Jaehyeon let out a sigh as if he couldn't do anything about it. I was grateful for saving Yuyong at that time. Shit, after all. You can't get dirty. Haha, thank you. I'm the type of person who hears such stories often, so it doesn't really hurt me. Loki said so in an infinitely calm tone, however. It took only an instant for the atmosphere to change completely. One thing, I came to you because there is something you absolutely need to know. Jaehyeon listened. It seems to be a night to hear unusual stories. Chapter 400 Ruina Part 2. You still don't realize how strong you are. It was such an unkind word that I thought it would not be suitable as an opening sentence. Jaehyeon waited patiently. Loki's explanation continued. You have a talent close to all that no one can handle. But I still can't put the last puzzle of it together. Level 5 Liberation. At least there are things you need to realize in order to rise to the same level as me. Jaehyeon couldn't understand what he was saying. What do I need to realize that I can be strong? That I can't tell you. There is a reason for that. Ha, really? It was like that originally too. You class sirs also hide a lot from me. I thought it would be better now. Loki smiled and put his hands in his pockets. What can I do? Really, I also have my own circumstances. Anyway, find a way for me to understand somehow. In short, That's the story, just like the ordeal I've been through so far, is not it? What is it? But I thought I could give you a hint. Jaehyeon held out his hand and said, then give it to me. No. Look at the snobbery, I never said I would give you an artifact, I said I was just giving you a hint. Chit. Hey, did you just get tongue-tied? Are you tongue-tied? Haha, Loki laughed naturally. Well, don't be so discouraged, hints will be quite helpful and surprisingly easy to interpret, Loki said. Choosing his words carefully, how many minutes was it like that? Words slowly began to flow from his mouth. The most suspicious thing you've seen while reaching the present state, that will lead you, that is your subject, everything. And destiny, that's all I can say. Did you get infected by the giants too? Why, it seems that guys like Hrungnir and Smur often gave you quizzes, right? What is it? Every time I hit it with force though. After saying that, Loki looked up at the dim moonlight for a moment. His red hair shines brightly. In a strangely mysterious appearance, Jaehyeon started looking up at the moonlight together without realizing it, but then, for some reason, a sudden severe headache began to appear in Jaehyeon's head, a pain that spread slowly. It wasn't just pain, as if something else had been mixed in. That kind of sensation stimulated my whole body. Why are you like this? Loki seemed flustered and reached out to support Jaehyeon's shoulder. It was an urgent and worried expression that was not befitting the appearance of a trickster. Jaehyeon frowned and said, a headache, this. He felt something passing through his brain in a shattering agony, then. His hair went white and cold sweat broke out all over his body. Loki quickly started pouring some of his godship into him to relieve the pain. It worked quite well and the pain gradually eased. After a while, by the time Jaehyeon came to his senses. Albeit weakly, hey Loki, what the hell is this? Jaehyeon raised his head and Loki had already disappeared in his field of vision, however. He remembered clearly what he had said before disappearing while he was feeling the pain. There is a possibility, I'll have to go through a little bit of trouble, since he disappeared before I could even ask what he meant. There was nothing I could say about it. Haha, how ignorant was Loki. So far he has seen only a handful of them. Perhaps this time it came on its own and disappeared on its own. This isn't some kind of stray cat. Anyway, he's a very busy guy. After swearing, Jaehyeon went back to the ruins. At that time, Loki, who had hidden himself on top of a building under a burning sky, murmured softly as he tried to hold on to his beating heart. You haven't forgotten everything. Starting with the results, the skills of the elven soldiers that Ruina raised were of a high level. I didn't even think about it. But it seems that Jaehyeon learned from his shoulder how to train soldiers in Ulfheim in the past. He should know well since he watched his father and mother rule Ulfheim next to Wang Doya. My older brother was also a well-trained guardsman, so he naturally had leadership. In addition, since he was born with a genius talent for magic, he could have grown up more easily. 10,000 years would be too much time. Her talent and time were far beyond the limits of her race. The stage where Lars reached the end, as much as Angel was born, because it's been a long time since I surpassed all of them. Jaehyeon was satisfied at this level. The elven army will be a great ambush for the enemy in Ragnarok. How is it? Are you satisfied? That's great. Jaehyeon presented pure impressions. It's a natural answer. It would be difficult to find a soldier trained to this extent even among the Valkyries, unless you are a captain. There aren't many spears that have been polished like this. Min Jaehyeon, did Frey call you? Akare, I'll go. Louisa, leave your seat for a while. Yes, whatever you do, do it. West, Louisa answered that energetically. Strangely, Kim Yu-young's gaze seemed disapproving, but now it's a busy timing. Adding something here hurt my pride a bit. I don't know why, of course. Jaehyeon didn't pay much attention and went to where Frey was. There were so many things I had to be responsible for, from the moment he accepted his destiny as the antagonist. Jaehyeon had a destiny to struggle to advance further and to do his best to rally the anti-Aesir forces. After a while, when I headed to Frey's room, he opened the door first and invited me to sit down and drink tea. He had a very haggard face. For a while he seemed to be quite troubled by his brother. First of all, I want to apologize first. I didn't expect my brother to come out like that. I was careless because the friendship was deep. That's what any parent would be in front of their child. I seem to have overlooked it too much. It's Akue, rather. Speak comfortably, Jaehyeon said dryly, but it was true that Frey wasn't helpful. I've been looking for a magic sword. But I haven't recovered my strength yet in battle. Jaehyeon almost died there. What if you used the Red Moon Plateau? There must have been a more difficult situation and one of them would have died. Not to Odin, but to a lower god than him. Thank you for understanding. You're someone I can talk to so easily. It's good that there are people like this. Don't you think so too, anyway? All I want to say is, I have good news and bad news. What would you like to hear? Frey almost spat out his rap with a rapid-fire cannon. To be honest, Jaehyeon barely listened. But he definitely heard the last words and raised his head. Words from Frey. It was because it was a story that aroused Jaehyeon's interest. Under these circumstances, I was convinced there was more bad news. But can there be any good news, in fact? Jaehyeon was thinking that he was fortunate enough to be able to reunite with Ruina and receive help from the elves, so he had no choice but to focus on the positive story Frey was telling. I will listen to the bad things first. That's why I decided to listen to the bad things first. This is because in order to devise countermeasures, it is necessary to assume the worst in advance and respond to it. Looks like Odin has recovered all his powers. Midgard is now able to mobilize large armies, that's the story. In fact, this wasn't even bad news. Although it is a problem that the timing was a little earlier after Ragnarok started, it was bound to happen at any time. Odin kept trying to intervene in the other 9 worlds, and to do so required enormous divine power. He's been trying so far to get it back, and he's just been successful. It was a story that there was nothing special about it. Jaehyeon nodded and asked the next question, what's the good news? It means that I have recovered all my strength. At least it has a power close to the 4th level of liberation. So it can be of great help by force. That is very fortunate. Jaehyeon could barely breathe. This will give you some peace of mind when you return to Midgard. Kim Yoo-young is now trying to look ahead to the 2nd stage. So she can't fight alone with God yet. In such a situation, it was entirely reenactment to run into danger when encountering more than one enemy. It would be perfect if he, who had properly recovered his strength, would join us. Moreover, Louisa also said that she would live in Midgard for the time being to prepare for war with Jaehyeon. There will be no problems with the enemies you encounter on the way back. Jaehyeon thought about it and shook his head. Whatever the situation, things are going on. How does it move now, and can the remaining colleagues and raiders break their limits and grow further? It was important to be prepared to defend yourself. Again the next night, Ruina kicked off the blanket several times at night and was immersed in thought for a long time with a red face. Of course, it was because of the reproduction. The man who treated her leg and saw through it for the first time, she truly loved him, very short. In particular, it was only a fleeting moment for the elf. But Jaehyeon had given Ruina a lot in the meantime. Faith and courage that you can do it yourself and move forward. Not only that, but also the strength and faith to do our best. Everything helped her get to a better place. But there was one problem. Jaehyeon is all good. There is nothing wrong with that. If it's a problem that it's too good, then it's a problem. There are too many women around. She threw one of the pillows by her head and sighed. The first time I saw Sioina was also very beautiful. It was because all human beings had alluring black hair and beautiful eyes that made me wonder if they looked like that. However, Kim Yoo-young, who I saw this time, had another charm. She has a cheerful and bright personality and is said to have spent time with Jaehyeon several times longer than herself. The odds of losing yourself in this fight are too high, even the common sense of elves, so. The culture of being able to marry many men and women seems to be a system that is still difficult for humans to accept. But I can't help it, it's too early to give up. He has been waiting for 10,000 years. She decided to believe that she had a chance and finally went to sleep. I couldn't help but fall asleep. It was because she had to go to Midgard with Jaehyeon from the next day, just before falling asleep. Why? It was as if Andel's lullaby he had heard in the past was ringing in his ears. Chapter 401, the beginning of the Second War. Tyr and Thor. Even though the 2 gods stepped forward, they couldn't defeat the adversary, Asgard too. In this place where the limitations of our power are completely removed, Odin's fury and madness reverberated through his palace, a face full of anger. Of course there was a reason. But I've never seen him so unable to control his emotions. So Hyugen and all the gods lined up looked at each other without saying anything. This was not something they could easily understand. He already knew that the adversary had come to Asgard. It was also the same that he disappeared from here and returned to Midgard. From Asgard's point of view, it was missing the opponent in their front yard. Odin's wrath could not but be justified, even that. The only ones who felt strange in Asgard were Thor and Tyr. It is truly deplorable. Odin's voice was cold as frost. The chill from his voice was enough to freeze everyone here. Freya was also present at the urgently arranged meeting in Asgard, even though her face was dark. She couldn't miss the meeting that Odin was attending anyway. Only then can it be returned to Odin. At that thought her heart was pounding, but unexpectedly. She sat down colder than ever. Parents who have lost everything feel that way sometimes. Isn't there such a word? Wives who have lost their husbands. There are words to call husbands who have lost their wives. But there are no words to call parents who have lost their children. It is because that far-off pain and heartbreaking heart cannot be understood without experiencing the same situation. And those who have experienced it usually become disabled people. The sense of betrayal that Freya is feeling right now. The sense of loss of losing a child is so great, but she didn't even show anything. It may seem like he has already given up on everything. But there is no one who does not know that a calm flame is burning inside, at least for those who know her situation. It is fortunate that the 2 captain-level Valkyries were able to return alive. From now on, I will no longer make useless sacrifices. Freya swore like that, chest deep. The embers of Brisingamen and my child's weak souls which are slowly dying out. continue to go out at this moment. I won't look back any longer. He has already lost what he thought was his goal in life. All he sees is a huge vengeance and righting his own mistakes. That was it, while Freya was repeating to herself. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. But it couldn't be helped. It was because an unknown elf suddenly appeared. It was something we hadn't even thought of. Those were Tyr's words. Odin, sitting on the throne, gave strength to the hand that held the H-lid scalp. It was a look that showed that he was angry. Elf, when Odin growled, Tyr nodded in a cold sweat. Yes, the elf from 10,000 years ago that was thought to be extinct. At that time. You must have said that you got rid of them all, Tyr, on top of that. It would be a story that he has a tremendous status if he is able to shun you guys even for a moment. Do you think that is possible unless you are a direct descendant of the king? Odin's words clearly contain the meaning of reprimand. But even for Tyr, it was unfair. In the past war, he must have completely destroyed the kingdom of the elves. As a result, Asgard's soldiers are scattered throughout the elves' empire. And the lullaby of the dead elves is still heard there. The cries of those who could not stand their miserable hearts came from the middle like an echo, in the burnt forest and on a street that was once bustling. But why did the surviving elves exist? It's a strange thing no matter how you think about it. The elves, especially those who were born with royal blood, were all taken care of. Does that mean the elves haven't lost their lives yet? But there was something else that disturbed Tyr more than anything else. That woman, she was covering her face with a robe. But somehow she was used to it, female. It was because the elf's face was somehow familiar. It was also similar to the king whom Valkyrie called herself in the past and dealt with directly. Maybe it was Angel, however. Unless the child is hidden, it is completely incomprehensible. Also, even if he did, it wouldn't make sense for him to remember her face. At the time of the encounter with the adversary, Tyr knew one thing for sure, a being that fought against himself 10,000 years ago, that he was an adversary, the present adversary. Not another being, that he was involved in the war. There was no need to repeat that there would be a point of contact between them. Of course. It must be related to the elf who interfered with the work this time. There are only pathetic things gathered. How dare you put the name of the as God and handle things only that way? I have no face. Tyr simply apologized like that. But he didn't look sorry at all, so was Thor, he said, turning Mjolnir around. I just can't get rid of the dirty feeling, as your father knows. How on earth did the adversary disappear from Asgard in an instant? Who should know that if not the two of you who were present? Frigg agreed with Odin's words and narrowed his brows. He is right, it's a matter of holding the two gods accountable, but not now. Now. Asgard has suffered quite a lot of damage. Frigg was. Heimdall is dead. Our gatekeeper guarding Bifrost is dead. The seriousness of the situation cannot be overstated. Frigg is right. Heimdall was one of our main forces. He was not a man who should have suffered an absurd death. Even he was defeated and died at full strength. This is despite the fact that the adversary barely intervened in the battle. How is that possible? Nothing is known. But there must be a reason. Freya. Odin suddenly called Freyja and met her eyes. Freyja's pupils, without even an inch of shaking, collided with him. Odin was cold. I will start a war, move the remaining Einherjar and Valkyries. I will, Freyja replied coolly and sneered. And Frigg asked with a questioning expression, how are you listening to me today? It was meant as an obvious mockery. But Freyja did not waver. Then, do I have other options in this situation, or shall we rip out its mouth first and then go to war? I beg your pardon, that mouth right now. Shut up, Freya. My orders are simple. Odin's voice fell coldly. It was after he intervened. Exterminate all humans in Midgard. About 2 days later, Jaehyeon returned to Midgard from Vanaheim. It didn't take long. But he was in trouble, Hela. This is because as soon as the guide found out that Jaehyeon had been to Asgard, he jumped up and said that it was a rash decision. Are you insane now? Hela rarely bites her tongue and grabs Jaehyeon's collar. Jaehyeon gestured to calm down, but she didn't. If you make a hasty decision and die right now, what should we do? Are you telling me to die? Hello? Jaehyeon hurriedly looked at Hel, but to no avail. She said it was Jaehyeon's fault and didn't even think about helping him. That wasn't all. Smur, Jormungand, Fenrir, etc. Everyone was just nodding their heads at Hela's reasonable anger. As a representation, it was unfair. Regarding the topic that they allowed, Jaehyeon hurriedly waved his hand and said, oh no, wait a minute, no matter what. It didn't work because it was done well, right? Did you just run away after seeing Thor and Tyr? Not only that, look here, Luisa, yes. You met the direct descendant of the last royal family of elves. Even that has no meaning if you don't live that much. The power of prophecy is strong, Flo is. After all, isn't that why I'm alive? Hela was stunned by Jaehyeon's impudent attitude. What can I do? It was her role as a guide to always step back when he came out so sly. After she let out a short breath, she said clearly to Jaehyeon, now Odin will move more properly after Niflheim. We will go out to find the last star of the abyss hidden throughout the 9 worlds. Why are you doing such a hassle without attacking us directly? An Hoyon asked. They were attending a meeting remotely. It was a kind of communication magic using artifacts. What is the reason? Because of the strict rule that those who have not reached the third stage of the liberation of the Godhead cannot attend. Thanks to this, Jaehyeon's colleagues are having a conversation while listening to their conversation with the table on the other side. This is also a rule. I'd be lying if I said I didn't, but what can I do? It happened because they were weak. Still, I think Jaehyeon did a good job copying this. They smiled with satisfaction as they looked at the crystal ball-shaped artifact in front of them. This is because it was one of the artifacts Jaehyeon copied from the treasure house of the gods a while ago, a telecommunications device that enables communication between the worlds. It was a convenient thing in many ways, of course. I wondered if Jaehyeon needed to do this. He thought that he might not know the society of the gods who were also formal. But he did not say it. Didn't Jaehyeon tell you that you always need to be careful with your mouth? Their theory was that there was nothing wrong with being careful. Smir nodded and answered on Hoyeon's question. Companion of the adversary, the reason is very simple, because Odin is a perfectionist. He hates prophecies the most, but at the same time he is the one who trusts them the most. Hate but trust. Kim Yoo-young tilted her head and put on a worried expression for a while. Seo Nunna and Kwon So-yeol and Lee Yisang were also in the same condition. Yes, in the very distant past, a prophecy came at a time when Odin had not yet risen to the pinnacle of Asgard, and that prophecy raised him to the top of the Asgods. In short, you're saying that Odin was able to reach the top of Asgard thanks to the power of prophecy after all. When Kwon So-yeol asked through the communicator. Smir nodded. Jormungandr teased his wicked tongue. Yes, that's why Odin is looking for a star in the far abyss even though he has such strong power, if you collect all the pieces. The prophecy of death surrounds you. He raised his head and said, in other words, the prophecy that the adversary of the prophecy will kill him will all disappear. Chapter 402 Star of the Distant Abyss Part 1 To all the inhabitants of Asgard I inform you. Now I Odin will waste no more time. And I will make sure to show our might to the insolent adversary. Odin's majestic voice echoes through the lofty ceilings of Asgard, Bifrost, following the fierce shouts that begin pouring down the Rainbow Bridge. We see those responding to Odin's voice. All eyes were focused on Odin, however. Odin showed no signs of stopping. An unwavering voice began to resonate through the loudspeakers outside the palace to the people of Asgard. The adversary's throat will be hanged in Asgard, and all forces involved in it will be annihilated. I, Odin, solemnly declare here. With lofty pronouncements, wild voices burst forth in madness. They were just loyal dogs following Odin. With an almost fanatical appearance. Odin, 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 I believe, a voice calls out Odin's name. All kinds of stories that are heard in an instant resonate around the world. All Aesir gods, and even the beings in the slums who have already been brainwashed by his ideology are urging him to start a war. For some reason. Freya didn't attend, but she was famous for not attending public events like this. There was nothing wrong with not attending. If you suddenly say that you will attend, you will only cause misunderstanding from others or raise suspicions that you have other ulterior motives. We will put the whole world under our feet. The death of Heimdall is justification enough for us to dispose of the adversary and the profane anti-Aesir coalition. Somehow I will hold them accountable for killing our gatekeeper. Odin said that in a cold tone. Then looked around. This is it. The fact that it is the power he has achieved so far is bound to give him such a feeling of uplift at times. Cheers from below, a crowd full of madness and voices chanting their names. He came all the way here to make it resonate all over the world. Every time he looked into the mad eyes of those who blindly followed him. Odin looked back on his achievements and was satisfied. He was born with the blood of an iron-blooded lord. Odin ruminated calmly. The adversary is a dangerous being. He has already shown us his character through numerous battles. And the entire throne of Aesir has already become an enemy that cannot be ignored. But he's overlooking one thing. That war is not fought alone. As long as you have your own soldiers and Freya's Valkyrie, the adversary can never win an all-out war against Asgard, no matter how much it is per hundred. Thousands to tens of thousands of soldiers rush at one. Even Odin could not overcome such a situation. So Odin was confident of his victory. He thought that he, who already had an army in his hands, could not be defeated by a ragtag man. The prophecy of the three Norn sisters, this time. Odin will prove it wrong. No prophecy can change me, that I will always stand right here. The power of prophecy that protected reappearance has disappeared, but Odin wasn't going to downplay it. Wasn't he also the one who reached the pinnacle of Asgard with the power of prophecy? Of course. The power to protect the opponent is gone, but the prophecy will try to devour itself at any time. Torrent of water. It seems difficult to stop the flow. It's something that might come in the form of an ordeal, however. Overcoming even that is the final task to unite the 9 worlds given to you. Odin thought so. Also to do so the best hand you can, even that. He was sure of, there is only one way to reverse the prophecy. Odin's cold ridicule spread throughout Asgard. I will obtain all the stars of the far-off abyss, then I will reverse the prophecy and once again I will rise to the pinnacle. A star in the far abyss, if you collect all of them. Or at least 8 out of 9, you can twist the prophecy of the 3 Norn sisters with your own power. Be able to protect yourself also as long as he is alive. Asgard will not be defeated in the second Ragnarok. Odin was the one who didn't do anything he couldn't do as he wanted, truly a positional god, the one at the top of Asgard, there's nothing he can't do, even then. Odin believed so firmly. One of the places where there is a star in the far abyss is also Niflheim, the place where Idun's mist garden is located, a world that Jaehyeon has visited before. A place where ice and cold chill fill all 4 seasons. Jaehyeon knew that he had to move slowly and quickly get his hands on the star in the far abyss. Prophecy. How much is the value of the prophecy of the 3 Norn sisters? What on earth was it that put Odin on the throne and chose himself as his adversary in an unknown situation? He saw his colleagues, they look at themselves as if they are ready at any moment. Jaehyeon laughed. He has so many worries, but they really trust him, maybe even more than yourself, if so. Isn't it the role of a leader to respond to him? It was when Jaehyeon was thinking about that and planning a strategy. The voice of the caster who made me doubt my ears was heard from the TV installed opposite the mustard-colored sofa in the poor room where I was sitting. The screen the TV was projecting was Freiburg, Germany. About 20 minutes ago, gates suddenly occurred simultaneously all over the world and numerous monsters are rampant. All of those ratings far exceed what we've seen before. They are at least S-class. No. They are estimated to be higher than that. Just dangerous, what more can I say? It's a disaster. This is the arrival of mythical beings. An adversary revealed at Yonhwa Guild in Jaehyeon Min's interview. The story that the radar has been able to grow beyond its limits is revealed to be true, and the more mature radars are blocking it. It's at least taking a breather. But there's still a lot of controversy in some quarters about how long it can last. The voice of the caster who went to the scene was no longer heard. It was because the monster with its huge jaw wide open tried to swallow his body. Everyone closed their eyes tightly just when the worst was about to happen. A familiar voice from the TV reached Jaehyeon through the magic stone. Min Jaehyeon will take this side of the black robe, so do what you can. Yes, I'll try to survive here somehow. It was the voices of Balak and Camilla. The screen showed Japan this time in order to quickly deal with the accident. It was the voices of those who had accumulated so far that were heard there. Now I'm dirty too, Jaehyeon Min, don't worry about this side. Moria, who had grown stronger by pioneering further grounds, was there. There is fury in the screaming voice. Thanks. As a result of trying to be strong, I was able to come this far. You will be able to do even better. Jaehyeon felt his heart beat faster than ever. All the radars in the world are not looking only at you. Now I have to look ahead. It was the best achievement he had achieved by taking on the role of a villain. Jaehyeon delivered a video he recorded with his camcorder to Yonhwa. There was something truly shocking about it. He handed the file to Yoo Seong-yoon and said, "After I leave for Niflheim, spread this video around the world. That's how I'll be back as soon as possible. Please hold on for a little while. Of course, I'll try my best, but are you okay? Of course. Your colleagues will help you, but it's not easy anyway. I know, but it is something only I can do." Jaehyung-kun, even Seong-yi Park, who was standing next to him, darkened for some reason, of course. The words Jaehyeon told them a while ago because its contents were truly shocking. From now on, I'm going to get the star of the distant abyss in order to pressure Odin. The reason he cares so much about fate is because he's afraid of it after all. The others were speechless at Jaehyeon's words because I thought he was absolutely right. This is Yoo Seong-yoon, who has heard the story from Jaehyeon and Hela, raiders that have recently become stronger beyond S-class. And although the raiders who went beyond A and became S-class are good at blocking the demons, there are things that even they can't do. Killing Odin, it is something that can only be reproduced. He is the antagonist of the prophecy and has already grown beyond comparison with them. Now, radars in other countries have no choice but to rely on Jaehyeon's performance while minimizing human damage. Jaehyeon smiled at Yoo Seong-yoon with a worried expression. I have no intention of sacrificing myself because you will win. You are holding out somehow. Why? A smile came out of Yoo Seong-yoon's mouth. Has his disciple grown up to be this dependable before he knew it? As I thought about that, I felt a lump in my chest. Already soft-hearted Park Seong-yi was wiping away his tears with a pink embroidered handkerchief. Jaehyeon left the guild thinking that he was a little bit awake. Jaehyeon first contacted the dwarves and asked them to train weapons that human raiders could use, with the exception of slave number 1 and number 2. He requested cooperation from all the dwarves in Nidavellir. Darren readily accepted his offer. He knew that the end was coming. Although he had recently reclaimed a land stained with the blood of his ancestors, Darren was determined to keep his promise. Feeling deeply grateful, Jaehyeon asked them to speed up. Now the real Hell War is not far away, Ragnarok, with the end of everything approaching. All you can do is stand against him and kill Odin, that's it. It can be put together in a very simple sentence. But it was never easy. Jaehyeon calmly cleared his mind. Then he took out the Dropnir and injected magic into it to open the gate. The green gate exploded and the door to Niflheim opened. Jaehyeon set foot there. His colleagues were also there at that moment. Jaehyeon already noticed. In Niflheim, one of the gods of the Aesir awaits them. And its presence is the god of war, I mean Tyr. Chapter 403 The Star of the Distant Abyss Part 2 Yesterday, the day before leaving for Niflheim, arriving in Midgard with Jaehyeon. Ruina immediately gave instructions to the elves. It was to prepare the army to stand by and fight at any time afterwards. Like Luisa, who became the new king of the elves. They were loyal to her word. I was just about to say that I would risk my life to fight right now. Thanks to that, things got a little easier. And Jaehyeon was able to feel at ease. He looked at Ruina and patted her on the shoulder. Thanks, Luisa, it made things a little easier. Yes, then will you marry me? Why do you always say that? Jaehyeon sighs as he tries to answer. But he feels a stinging gaze from behind. It was Kim Yu-young and Seo Ina. Apparently they were in a position where they couldn't help but worry about Ruina and Jaehyeon having a conversation, even if it's not. I'm not the only one who's worried because of love. However, the stone that rolled was also very strong and capable. It wasn't easy even if I tried not to be vigilant. Jaehyeon knew this too. So he chose to keep his mouth shut. It was because there was nothing he could do right now, and if Ruina came out like that, it would be impossible to handle it. He had a lively personality, but after a long time, it seems to have gotten worse. I thought I would really wait for 10,000 years. Why did you wait for yourself when you have a pretty face and a good personality? Jaehyeon felt that way. But there was nothing he could do about it. Right now, the priority is to make sure the army can operate properly. I will explain the plan from now on. Concentrate and listen carefully. After Jaehyeon calmed down, he started talking in earnest. The first thing to be maintained is to secure the Star of the Abyss, heading to Niflheim and finding the star in the far abyss there. The content is very simple, but Kwon Soyeol sighed. Crossing his arms, An Ho-yeon also seemed to agree. He said, leaning back in his chair. Is that easy, as expected? The Sur side will also start to move. It is said that we must fight in the end. I know. Even Seo Ine had a worried expression. All of my colleagues wondered for a long time if there was a method with the highest probability. But the answer did not come easily. Jaehyeon didn't think deeply. It was because he had already guessed who would be waiting for him there anyway. Tyr, god of war. Thinking of the guy waiting there made my blood boil. The memory of the time when he couldn't save Ulfheim came back. And seeing the lively smile of Luisa, a survivor of the tragedy, only added to his feelings. You must know where Tyr will appear. It would have been better to move in harmony as much as possible. Also, in order to do that, you have to organize your party well. This time, especially since the other anti-Aesir forces also decided to help him. Anyway, now the restrictions on each other's divine powers have been lifted. From now on, the battle worthy of the title of the War of the End will continue. The clash between God and God will continue, and death will come as a daily routine. The anti-Aesir forces presented their opinions, but in the end, everyone decided to follow Jaehyeon's words. After all, Loki and Jaehyeon are in the same position as the co-heads of Van Aesir. It was an arbitrary decision. But Jaehyeon also thought it was right, as long as he was born with the fate of the opponent in the end. This fight had to be his own stake. You have to decide for yourself and accept whatever results come out without resentment, because that's the best. Perhaps the far-off Star of the Abyss is in a pretty corner even in Niflheim. To put it simply, you can see it's almost close to that boundary. It's the boundary. Jaehyeon nodded at the words of Kwon Soyeol, who had already roughly grasped the location. If so, there was a possibility that a battle would take place in another world, that is, a world that was connected. Jaehyeon is so worried, suddenly. Jormungandr suddenly opened his mouth and teased his tongue. As expected, it's the edge of the polar region. I thought I had something to say, but it seems I was. He had a very serious expression. So Jaehyeon couldn't help but ask why. Why did you think that, in case you sensed a special magical power? That's it, of course it's because Niflheim is a cold place. Because it's a cold place, Hela asked like that. Everyone in the meeting is choked up in tears. Jormungandr, who was watching it, said with a smile of repentance, you don't seem to know that you always have to go to the corner when it's cold. Do you know why? Because the corners are 90 degrees. It's the hottest place. Yup, kudos. We will continue the meeting. In the empty silence, only the voice that connected Hel's meeting and the sound of Jormungandr's tongue flicking, and only the sound of holding back Hela's crackling laughter rang out. Jaehyeon ended the meeting seriously contemplating whether to pull out Jormungandr's tongue for a moment and then return it. The next day, they headed straight to the world of fog and frost, Niflheim, to search for the stars in the far abyss. Unfortunately, it wasn't just Jaehyeon and his companions who went to Niflheim. Naturally, the Aesir started to move. It was as expected at first. Also, the god waiting there is a god with a long white sword. He had already faced Jaehyeon once before. Tyr, the god of war, was there. I can't find the exact location either. It's a star in the far abyss. That's something I've never seen before. It won't be easy to find. It was as he said, if it was easy to find the stars in the distant abyss. There would never have been a time when we couldn't find them all until now after 10,000 years have passed. In Jaehyeon, the existence of Kwon Soyeol, an excellent searcher, made this possible. But they were not. Being omniscient and omnipotent as a god appears only in other myths. Get rank and get stronger. Through these two processes, anyone can become more of a god, nothing special. You can gain rank and advance to a higher level, knowing that Tyr had no choice but to bite his lips. The adversary, this time. I will deal with him somehow. Tyr wanted to clear his doubts, adversaries that existed in the past, and the unknown source of the mystery that exists between him and himself. Where does this come from? You have to figure it out. I felt that I had to do that. At the same time, it was not entirely without anxiety. War in the past, when the kingdom of the elves was destroyed. That cruel bloody wind blew. The one who hurts himself is the enemy. If that person became stronger over time, maybe he's stronger than me. All of the comparisons were done, and this time in order not to make a mistake. He finished all preparations to deploy his field magic as well. No matter what happens, you will never lose. A fishy smile formed on Tyr's lips. Niflheim is filled with only the chilling cold. In the meantime, countless soldiers are stationed there. Only magic beasts with freezing properties have been specially accompanied. Wasn't dealing with demons his main method of fighting? In the current situation, if you push through numbers, you will be able to quickly deal with the opponent. He shouted at the soldiers with confidence. If you win this battle, I promise you a sumptuous banquet every day for 9 days in Valhalla. Let's all fight with all our might. While a wild roar erupted, it was at such a time, I could feel the ground shaking with a huge explosion and the sky turning purple. What the hell is this? Breaths mixed with venom started pouring from the sky like rain before he could even figure it out. A breath that burns the flesh of the soldiers with a crackling sound. It belonged to a dragon Tyr knew well. Nidhogg. Were you hiding in a place like this? Hiding? It's funny. Do you think I was just hiding from you? It's too conceited. Nidhogg's venom wiped out half of the soldiers in an instant. Tyr shouted in a furious voice. Such a piece of trash, I will tear you to death. I'm sorry. But I need to correct one thing. It's a pity, but I'm not the one who kills you. Ki-aing along with him. The white sword that flew in before I knew it was aiming at the nape of Tyr's neck. He reflexively raised the sword from his waistband and managed to parry the attack. But he was forced to take a few steps back. Tyr was slowly stunned as he saw the face of his enemy with a sword pointed in front of him. Adversary, did you come as well? Akare, I wanted to kill you with my own hands. Jaehyeon. The opponent smiled calmly and raised his sword vertically. Tyr's sword began to be swept away by the power of reappearance. What is this absurd strength? I was convinced in the moment of Tyr. At least it is impossible to deal with this guy with a sword. Everything from pure stamina to strength and agility is at a level where everything is reaching a far-off level. At least it means that the fourth stage of liberation is far beyond. Also, in the end, it meant that the enemy had become several times stronger than in the last battle as he had expected. We don't know the details yet, but at least in a one-on-one match. We can't be sure. Tyr couldn't get the possibility of his defeat out of his head. I was planning to deal with the enemy with an attack using a monster, but with the appearance of Nidhogg, even that could not be easily done. Now, the remaining number, is that the best? While he was thinking, he looked at him coldly and sneered at him as if an adversary had cut him off. And then it connects coldly. Tyr. I hate you to the point where I want to kill him right now. Startle in an instant. Tyr felt the pressure he could feel from an overwhelmingly strong man and pulled out the sword that was colliding with him. The weak side he showed when fighting Odin or Thor, but he wasn't ashamed of his actions. The evidence of this was the cut on his cheek and the scars in various places. Even at that moment, Jaehyeon's eyes just sit down coldly. Jaehyeon was replaying his memories. Ra's the kingdom of the elves. Aindel the dead soldiers. It was Akae. Even if what I was trying to do now was revenge, Jaehyeon was going to do whatever his heart felt. Now kill Tyr here. I'll break a chain here. After Jaehyeon raised his sword, he slowly began to release his divine power. A mixture of black and white flames rises from the tip of the sword. Like an ink painting, the drawn sword moves forward, leaving an afterimage and disrupting the enemy's breathing. Jaehyeon shrugged his shoulders, enjoying Tyr's face turning blue. Today is going to be a pretty long day for you. Wouldn't it be better to be prepared? Chapter 404 Requiem Part 1. A moment ago, as soon as Jaehyeon arrived in Niflheim, he visited Idun's garden. Also there I saw a bored goddess who was quietly drinking tea and a heavy guy holding a shovel and whimpering while digging. It was Idun and Nidhogg. At the time, Nidhogg was in the process of restoring Idun's garden for destroying it. But Jaehyeon confidently told Idun, I'll borrow some, there's a bastard to kill one of them. It's too much, what about my garden? That's only meaningful when the world isn't broken. Idun, you seem to be free at the same time. So please find a star in the far abyss with my colleagues. I'm a bit busy. The result of that, Jaehyeon came here with Nidhogg to deal with Tyr for war. You need the ability to control the majority, that's what Tyr told me. I thought it wouldn't hurt to pay back a little. Jaehyeon laughed and looked at Shin, who was frightened by his sword and backed away, sensing that his face was getting pale. He opened his godhead. The monsters here are the dead who were imprisoned in Nastrond for committing all sorts of sins with Nidhogg. They decided to deal with the condition was that it would be reduced only to those who did not commit heinous sins. Nidhogg was glad that there were fewer targets to watch. So he readily accepted it, thanks to that all sorts of rotting corpses and Nidhogg. The two combinations are destroying Tyr's army, of course, not only Nidhogg's breath. But all skills were showing their efficiency. It is not difficult to deal with the enemy. The important thing now is whether you can win against Tyr, that was all. Of course Nidhogg was negative, obviously. Nidhogg was worried at first and told himself, can you really win? No matter how strong you become, Tyr is the god of war, also unlike Heimdall. He can use field magic besides controlling the beast. I'll break whatever it is, you won't make mistakes twice. Jaehyeon's will was stubborn, 2 mistakes. What that meant was clear, the tragedy of Ulfheim. A gentle flame burned in Jaehyeon's eyes as he recalled the empire of elves that could not be saved. Ruina, who was watching Jaehyeon from the side, felt deep gratitude for his determination. He never forgot Eindel and Lars, Ulfheim and the elves of the past. All that memory they were alive, because of this. Ruina participated in this battle with him. Although I can't face Tyr properly due to trauma and fear, that's why I'm fighting the witch beast in the back row. Ruina was trying to help Jaehyeon somehow. Meanwhile, Jaehyeon was planning to completely kill Tyr here in Nastrond, no matter how strong he is. He has a trump card, there is no such thing as Jaehyeon being defeated. You dare to gain power that is difficult for a human subject to handle. Isn't that what a bastard who hides in the military and sticks out his face would say? What? Tyr doubted his ears. No matter how strong the representation is. Isn't that an act that crossed the line? Of course, it's funny to talk about the law now and he probably doesn't even know Asgard's laws. However, in Asgard, blasphemy is a serious sin. I will treat you severely with that bastard's life. However, Jaehyeon was already fully aware of Tyr's thoughts, how to defeat him in this battle. You will regret it. The sin of daring to insult Tyr is not light. As he said that at the same time, he felt the magical power of the atmosphere around him deepen. Jaehyeon barely managed to hold back the laughter that was about to leak out. How do you get it to move the way you want it to? Is the god of battle really right? It was an honest response that made me think so. The opponent activates the field magic Requiem of the Dead. Field magic became the second proper opponent after Ju 1. Magni had also used field magic. But it was only half of the power that was developed by borrowing the power of the artifact. However, Jaehyeon already knew what the field magic called Requiem of the Fallen was like and how many chances he had. The odds of winning the battle are exactly right. It was 100%. The Requiem of the Dead among the field magics. It was the magic that belonged to the higher ranks. This was also the reason Tyr assured victory, encloses enemies in their own barrier and reduces their stats by 20%. Not only that, but he also gives himself a buff so that he can deal with the enemy lightly. And here he can also summon his demon to attack the enemy. It is safe to say that it contains the essence of Tyr's fighting style. Goo goo goo, with the instant magic activated. Only the two of them were confined in a huge hall. The barren land came into view first, as if in a Western movie. The dust constantly blows up and nothing blooms on the cracked ground. Land of the dead, I thought it was a field that reproduced that requiem. Jaehyeon smiled. So, did you think you could beat me with this, since it's hard for you to search for the stars in the distant abyss? You must have thought of rushing after we found them. Is it wrong? Then what shall we do? Is there anything a weak human can do? Human is right, but it would be better to remove the modifier in front. At that moment, Tyr's brow flinched for a moment. Why is he so relaxed? It is true that he is stronger than other humans, but is that enough to be confident in front of me? What is his current level? Jaehyeon was very relaxed. Tyr couldn't help but feel a little strange about it. At least he seemed to have a strong conviction that he would not lose this battle. It meant only one thing, own death. It was an unacceptable result for Tyr. It's something that's hard to understand no matter how hard you think about it. As he had never thought of Jaehyeon defeating him, he naturally had no choice but to be against his words. However, even then, Jaehyeon wasn't worried at all. He looked at the panoramic view that filled his son-in-law with a small smile. The Requiem of the Dead, I had already heard about this field magic from other guys until I got tired of it. It was said to destroy everything and use the souls of the dead to strengthen the user's abilities. All of the anti-Acer coalitions in the past said in unison, refrain from fighting Tyr. It would be better not to deal with him until at least level 4 of deity liberation and without the help of others. But Jaehyeon thought again. It was because I realized that I couldn't move forward with that mindset now. No matter how strong the enemy was. He was also strong, becoming a predator if so. You have to bring victory with a fighting method that suits him. Now he has the strength to lead the story to the end of this war. It made no sense to run away for your own comfort here. We now have to raise the number of wins. Also personally, Jaehyeon had a bad feeling towards Tyr because of this. Jaehyeon realized that he had to go a little further in order to defeat Tyr, even if the road is a little dangerous. Whoa, along with the noise. The surrounding air begins to turn off with magical energy. The scenery of dry land and fragmented cold weapons spilled on the floor is captured in the eyes. This is Tyr. It was a field he created. Requiem was resounding everywhere, for some reason. The sound is similar to Ulfheim's lullaby, so my hands tremble and my breath gradually quickens. A landscape that can feel like the feet of fear. Tyr laughed and clicked his tongue. Why are you afraid now, facing me, dealing with Nadir, who exists on the ceiling of Asgard? That's not it. Jaehyeon said that and gradually began to release his godhead. An air current of overwhelming magical power gradually gushed out and wrapped around his body. It was more like a bizarre sensation of a kind that is difficult to experience. It is impossible to open the ranks so quickly unless you have genius talent, however. Jaehyeon was doing it so easily. What is this? In fact, Tyr couldn't believe that Jaehyeon was showing his power so quickly in the field where his influence was exerted. Even at that moment, Jaehyeon's smile did not waver. I'm just excited to be able to kill you here with my own hands. When Jaehyeon said that, an enraged Tyr gnashed his teeth and let out an angry roar. His new model quickly rushes toward the reappearance. Dare making fun of the Aesir's Colossus. Adversary, you will pay the full price for that sin, however. Jaehyeon is still just watching his attack without doing anything. It seemed that nothing could harm him. He just looked down at Tyr with a calm and awe-inspiring gaze. Why? Tyr was obviously strong, the highest god of the Sur and the god of war. It was that symbol. Even the other anti-Aesir coalitions are the ones who nailed Jaehyeon not to fight him. And yet, how is he able to maintain such a coolness? Tyr. Jaehyeon spat out the words at the moment and stretched out his hand toward Tyr, who rushed towards him. After that, he fights with him in earnest, announced its beginning. I will pay for the lives of those you took away in the war with Ulfheim 10,000 years ago, in an instant. Magic was released and began to push Tyr's body back. Jaehyeon's eyes brightened with gold, however it was different from before. His pupils were now golden, not just on one side, but on both sides. What that meant was clear. It's not enough that Jaehyeon reached the 4th level of divine liberation. Odin's lost eye is strongly activated. The name of the artifact will be changed to Eye of the Fortified Adversary. Spotted adversary's eye synchronizes with the user and reveals its true effect. Nidhogg, who was watching this from outside the field magic, was astonished. In the world, what does that power mean? From Jaehyeon's 2 golden eyes. Overwhelming energy erupted on a different level than before and began to overwhelm Tyr. Tyr instinctively backed away. But Jaehyeon was already in front of him, a movement different from the wonder that can hardly be followed with the eyes. Jaehyeon licked his lips slowly. I'm tired of playing with you guys now. Whoa, drops of blood spurted in the air then. The field surrounding Jaehyeon began to change at once. Reverse. The expression that it was reversed was appropriate. In my vision that became dizzy as if the world was spinning. Tyr saw the provocation and pride etched into the eyes of his adversary. Number isn't that conceit. Tyr quickly realized that he had misjudged before he knew it. His shoulder had been cut to the bone and his skin was exposed. At most, a single blow, one shot of magic fired by the adversary left her left leg unable to move. It was absolutely unbelievable, however. Jaehyeon was still calm. Soon after, the world surrounding the 2 deities was completely changed. Activate field magic Red Moon Plateau. After Jaehyeon lost himself and awakened, he was finally able to use the Red Moon Plateau for the 2nd time. The same red moon as when he killed Sigrun, and a huge long sword tied to his eyes caught his eye. Jaehyeon now knew what the sword really was. Chapter 405 Requiem Part 2 Eyes of the Forbidden Adversary. The first time Jaehyeon noticed a change in himself was after the last ordeal, Fenrir. In the 5th trial with the giant wolf, Jaehyeon was able to raise his level even further. It paved the way for growth beyond what Mimir and Loki had foreseen when designing the earliest Nornir systems. The other anti-Aesir forces never expected it. But Jaehyeon finally succeeded in reaching it. His greatest weapon is none other than his will to overcome his past and grow, because it was itself. Because of this, Loki had said it when he encountered Jaehyeon in the past. You are strong, but you can still become stronger. I'm far short of you compared to what I knew. Actually, I couldn't understand the meaning of what he said behind the scenes. It's just that he and Loki had something in common. So he consumed one of his precious powder when he saved Kim Yu-young. That was all Jaehyeon knew. However, it was not that important to Jaehyeon. The moment he realized that he had to become stronger. The moment he felt that he had something to protect. He had already decided, we need more than the growth rate expected by others. You have to reach the state even if you take risks faster. The result was this. You might think it was just a change of eyes. But that was never the case. Now in Jaehyeon's eyes, Tyr's attack was read very slowly and clearly. The class is different. Time begins to flow infinitely slowly as if you can feel the words. It was just a sensation. But by no means nothing. On the contrary, it is the outpouring of talent that is shockingly far away. Even now, his eyes were reacting with Jaehyeon's magical power. Raising his level even more. Activate the active skill magic power detection. Detect the magic power that was activated afterwards. This perfectly read the movement of the enemy, the magic to be used later, and the direction the tip of the enemy's sword was pointing. However, Jaehyeon was not satisfied, more faster. As Jaehyeon thought about that, he kept a cold expression towards Tyr, who was swinging his sword like crazy. In fact, Tyr was no longer in his right mind. Adversary, this bastard, I will never forgive you. He had already been hurt by Jaehyeon because of this. The shame of being attacked by humans twice filled his brain and prevented him from making a rational decision. Of course, Jaehyeon was facing a better situation. It is not difficult to know that the pattern becomes simpler as the enemy panics and gets excited. The first thing to be taught in the radar world, that was calm. Unfortunately, however, common sense of radar like this would not work for Tyr. As a predator, he is one of the gods who have reigned not only in Asgard but also the whole world. Of course, it couldn't be easy to recover mentally in a situation where you were under overwhelming attack. It was only natural that I had never experienced such a situation in the first place. It's nothing. Jaehyeon saw the surroundings turned into his field before he knew it. The appearance of Jaehyeon with his huge sword on his back was like a yaksha, a feeling of pressure as if they would rush in at any moment and cut off the enemy's throat. That stopped Tyr's sword for a moment. Jaehyeon slowly looked around. Your proud troops can't even come this far. I got some good information. Don't be ridiculous, even if you don't have an army. I shut up at that moment. A feeling of incongruity began to spread throughout Tyr's body. It was because of Jaehyeon's tone of voice that he felt familiar with someone's personality and astonishing pressure. Jaehyeon smiled and waved his hand lightly. Kwang, before Tyr's body could even react. He was pinned to the wall. It was just the release of mana and power, but Tyr couldn't react. It was because the basic power itself was at a level that made no sense. Only then did Tyr realize that something was wrong. How on earth can an adversary generate such power? I knew the adversary was strong, but I didn't expect it to be that strong. Idun, who got out of the garden before he knew it and stuck behind Nidhogg's back, said with a small mutter. She was completely overwhelmed, barely taking her eyes off the sight of Jaehyeon and Tyr fighting. Nidhogg was no different. He was astonished to see Jaehyeon easily deal with enemies even on the field, even if he couldn't properly handle all his powers. He was also someone who had reached the 5th level of liberation. It is said that he is one of the strongest predators of the 9 worlds and a counterweight who dares to balance right under Odin, Loki, Thor. By the way, the current opponent, I can't guarantee it even if I'm dealing with it. Can I win? The adversary has grown to such an extent that even he cannot guarantee victory. When I was fighting Fenrir, I thought it was almost the same as him, but it was more than expected. The antagonist who used field magic and used all his equipment was several times stronger than Nidhogg thought. Now really little, if I become a little stronger. Wouldn't I be able to reach his level, Odin, to that lofty and disgusting name? It must be a little bit, if only I could do a little bit more. Yes, perhaps the adversary can kill Odin. Idun has responded so well. She smiled and watched the battle of the dead unfold before her eyes from behind Nidhogg. Giving them light blessings and buffs was the best she could do, even if they are gods. Not all gods are strong. Idun is a being who has risen to the present position by building his own dignity. Combat was too far away for such an existence. In the case of Nidhogg, it counts so ignorantly, even if I pass. Idun raised his head and moved his gaze to the field where Jaehyeon and Tyr's battle continued. The field where the red moon rose was covered with the power of reappearance, field of adversaries. I had only heard of it in words. But now the form is intact. The adversary will soon be strong enough to rival Odin and Thor, and he should do his best to grow plants for him. Idun nodded, satisfied with his role. Then suddenly glared at Nidhogg. Do you have to return the garden to its original state? Understand? Ah, I got it, for Jaehyeon. Hrungnir's rage, skills, and abilities that can be used against various Aesir gods. There were new artifacts and more, in addition to its action at the point of opening up to the field of the person himself. Naturally, Tyr had no choice but to be his opponent, but Tyr's brain couldn't even think of the wagon. The accident was stiffened in the pushed combat situation. It is a grand battle when oneself shines forever, in other words. It was time to deal with many enemies and allies. In one-on-one like now, it's only slightly better than Heimdall unless you have field magic. It is nothing more and nothing less. Of course, even taking all of that into account, the adversary who pushed himself like this at once was strong. Booths. With the sound of stones falling, Tyr stood up again. Jaehyeon was still watching him as he was. It's a nonchalant expression, as if it doesn't matter what he does. It reminded him of his master, Odin, although he was deprived of his position. He finally followed because he had to admit his skills. Odin had that much meaning to Tyr, overwhelming power of authority, the only being that everything touches the sky, but why? Insignificance in front of me, no. A human who shouldn't have a loser's energy like that. Let's join hands with me, you want to kill Odin, right? Then maybe I can help. Because of this, Tyr had no choice but to say that in the end. Anyway, even though Odin is his lord, isn't he the one who truly serves with loyalty? I don't want to admit it here, but if I stick to Jaehyeon's side, I could be able to take a place in Asgard as well as myself. They won't be able to ignore their own power. Fugha, the moment you think so, the sword in front of me danced again. Tyr's pupils narrowed. It was because he saw clearly that something was flying in the air. That's, maybe, by the time he thought about it. He was sure, he knew that what was flying in the air was his own arm and that his adversary had attacked him with a long sword. After all, he only had one arm. It was because his left arm had been eaten by Fenrir in the past. Thanks to this, Tyr's rationality was completely blown away at this point. Jaehyeon sighed softly as if driving a wedge into it. I don't forget, nothing should be forgotten. Why? Jaehyeon had to face the deepening sadness as he spit out those words, the blood on the sword. The sticky air and the red moon added to his madness. Unlike the first time he activated the skill, Jaehyeon had intelligence, but it was different from usual. His way of speaking, his actions, and his cold fighting style. Not only that, but even memories derived from somewhere. Jaehyeon applied his strength to the sword again, not even knowing where the pieces of memory flowing in now came from. Chow ah, the ensuing illusion sword strikes Tyr directly. The sharp sword cut through the opponent again and again, as if to show the will to make life no longer possible. The sword did not have an expression like its owner, but it slaughtered the enemy in a pale manner. Ah, Tyr, who suddenly lost both arms and was on his knees, looked up at Jaehyeon and was furious. He has now lost all his cards. He could no longer engage in battle. And there was no guarantee that he could win against Jaehyeon. Curse is all he can do here. All you had to do was tell your opponent that you could never defeat Odin. Of course. Tyr knew best that it was futile. Hana Jaehyeon's eyes that look at him are still filled with misunderstanding. I didn't feel any fear or emotion. What are you afraid of? Jaehyeon asked as he looked at Tyr, who was trembling in fear for the first time in his life. The enchanted power and the remoteness in his eyes contained the insignificant body trembling in Tyr's fear. He seemed to feel no emotion. Is it Odin or me? Tyr felt himself being sucked into a deep abyss. Jaehyeon smiled in front of him. It is me. Chapter 406 Requiem Part 3. Why did I just say that to Tyr? I kept repeating my thoughts amidst the torrent of consciousness and the excitement of battle, while slashing and slicing the body of an enemy whose limbs were wrecked with a sword. Why am I? It felt like getting me back. It wasn't just a sensation. I was actually getting closer to myself little by little. Now I am resisting from a huge sense of loss, is turning the mistakes of the past. Chow ah chow, blood splatters in the air, the body is rich. The attack becomes sharper in the floating sensation. The feeling of cutting flesh, even the feeling of looking down at the enemy. All the actions that should have been unfamiliar started to get used to. I still don't know what I'm going through right now and some memories that came up now. What does this mean and what does my existence come from? What else do you derive from? I cannot know. In the midst of not being clear on anything, I just keep reflecting. The one in front now is my enemy, and killing Tyr is the best option I can make now. Tyr has already lost 2 of his arms. His body is on the verge of collapsing. Your knees bend and your upper body begins to fall forward. The weak body of the guy who couldn't keep his balance is screaming to stop now. Perhaps Tyr knows too. The workshop a little while ago, that alone was a win. Also the fact that I will never be able to raise my head to the level I have reached. So he suggested, come with me, I want to kill Odin, but my choice. It is disgusting, Tyr. It was a refusal, disgust from the depths of the body, and contempt bloomed, fierce enmity toward the enemy. He wouldn't even know that this would happen, a man named Tyr. I never thought the words of the god of war would end in such a miserable way, however. If he was the one who brought it on himself, I have no reason to forgive him. After all, if this is due to his sin, everything must fall into place. That's why facing him directly. I said so, you only take care of your comfort until the end. There are only choices for you anywhere. It will never take care of your companions or other races. Tyr's sins were countless. Tyr is the one who tried to covet Sigrun's body. It was Tyra who lived every day indulging in pleasure and women. Also, the one that destroyed Ulfheim and created a tragedy and despaired himself. It was Tyr in front of me. I don't hesitate anymore. When Tyr, who had no hands to hold the sword, knelt down and looked up at me, I felt that I had to end my relationship with him here. The adversary, I will admit you, this is enough. You will be of some help to me. So why don't you stop saving me here? Did I ask you to save me? A sneer rises in my mouth involuntarily. It is clearly aimed at one target. Why couldn't I in the past defeat them? Could I not have listened to my voice and believed in myself? Such regretful feelings spread like paint, but now it doesn't make any sense. Just only futility and emptiness fills my heart. I can't do that, along with the horse. The mythical longsword emits light and draws a light line, like a transparent thread. The sword path slashes through the enemy while slicing the area. It goes up through the chest and legs and rides up the heart to the diaphragm and the stomach. Back on top of that, neck and shoulders, and finally the face. The process of hacking all parts of the body follows. Type 2 intangible sword, H1 sword, as soon as it activates, the enemy's body disintegrates. Nothing feels so empty. Could this be the void? I didn't feel any emotion even though I cut an enemy who was at the 4th level of divinity liberation. A sense of exhilaration and the joy of having grown up to where I am today. Right now. I just cut through enemies without feeling anything. It just reminds me of a boy from the past. He was the captain of the Wrath Elves' personal guard, the name of the boy with heavy shoulders. I kept stepping on my eyes. You have succeeded in defeating Tyr, god of war and justice, of the throne of Aesir, and the activation of field magic. Soon the plateau of the red moon surrounding me completely lost its power, even though it has become stronger. It seems that there is an immature part because it is not a power that has been used often, but it didn't matter much. The enemy was defeated anyway, and now the next one is the distant star of the abyss. All you have to do is find it. Get it and thwart Odin's plans. One before that, active skill divinity conquest is activated. You killed a target with perfect character. An enormous divinity dwells in the user's body. What I had to get. I definitely had to get for better results. The search for the star in the far abyss was proceeding smoothly, first of all. The existence of Kwon Soyol is incredibly helpful. It was because Van Esser could not easily use the search skill. It detects mana deeply and furthermore identifies what dangers are nearby. This has never been easy, basically. It was because it required the ability to quickly read the surrounding information and the power to handle special magical powers. In addition to that, you have to secure the stability to find the safest way with quick wits. Otherwise, securing the stars of the distant abyss would be close to impossible. Hela shook her head and thought so. In that respect, it was truly heavenly luck that Kwon Soyol, who is the best at taking good care of his own life, was given this kind of power. It doesn't mean that there won't be too many deaths. I think we can do drilling work here. I'm feeling something magical down there. I'm sure it's for sure. Drilling is basically the act of digging the ground to extract the resources that exist within it, a place where the stars of the abyss far away from Niflheim are presumed to be. It was deep underground, at Kwon Soyol's words. The other party nodded in agreement, but they weren't without worries. But drilling is not going to be that easy. Another world is nearby, and if you make too much noise here, Odin might notice you. You have to make as little noise as possible, but you have to dig out the pieces with the best possible efficiency. To An Hoyeon's words, Kim Yoo-young also agreed. She gave her opinion. First of all, the exact location is important for drilling, but you need to figure out the floor structure first. If you accidentally dig the ground and fall, it's bound to be dangerous. I think so too. That is what I have in mind. While Kwon Soyol was listening, Lee Yi-sang suddenly intervened. He took out a potion from his inventory and held it out in front of the party. It was a medicine containing a very hot liquid, which seemed to be able to dilute some of the icy chill here. It probably wouldn't be that difficult to break through. Hela nodded at Lee Yi-sang's opinion and looked around and said, "Then I will be vigilant. Please be as careful as possible." "Sure," Kim Yoo-young answered lively. Lee Yi-sang looked around for a while and then nodded. After that, he opened the stopper of the potion and slowly started pouring the potion into the X-shaped part Kwon Soyol pointed at. Drooling, the hot liquid vomits out and a round mark forms from there. Before long, I felt an unknown energy welling up from there. Geeing then. An immense intangible mana began to surge from the ice-covered interior. Undoubtedly, there is something here. Everyone there was sure there must be a piece of star in the far abyss here. But why? The ice did not melt even with Yi-sang Lee's potion. Hela, who had been scouting, tilted her head as if it was strange. That's strange. There is ice that does not melt even with Yi-sang Lee's potion. Is it hidden here too, a piece of star in the far abyss? It is certain this magical power. This is a magical power that can only be felt in star fragments. It was then the voice of Jaehyeon, who had returned from killing Tyr before he knew it, came from behind. The group had a smile on their lips as they saw Jaehyeon returning safely. Jaehyeon nodded to his teammates once and slowly approached the place where the X marked by Kwon Soyol was drawn, the inside of the ice wall that was not completely melted even with the power of the potion. It's ice that doesn't break easily. Other gods have said it before. There is ice that will never break at any high heat. Maybe this is what it is. Suddenly, the story of the anti-Aesir forces came to mind. Ice that cannot be easily broken. It is said that there is an ice sheet somewhere that cannot be broken by heat, and that it existed with the birth of Niflheim. There is only one way to break it. I'm sure it's here, even if I felt it again. I could definitely feel the magic of the star fragment from within. How much hot liquid can't be eaten? To put it another way, it is no different than saying that it might be easily melted if an overwhelmingly hot liquid acts on it. Jaehyeon immediately activated his active skill, formation of magic tools. The weapon he produced was, of course, the longsword of Shinhwa. Everyone stepped back at Jaehyeon's words. His colleagues meekly stepped back. It wasn't once or twice that I was swept away by the aftermath of the attack after asking what it was. It was best to do as Jaehyeon told him to do. Then Jaehyeon held the sword in reverse, put strength on it, and slashed it down with magic power. It lodged exactly where Li Yisang's potion couldn't melt it at first. Is it a success? Don't order strange things. Kwon Soyol scolded Yisang Li for his words, but fortunately, there were no surprises. It was because the sword that reacted to Jaehyeon's magic slowly poured out hot heat. It boasted an overwhelmingly high temperature enough to melt everything at once. Jaehyeon smiled. As expected. This was the correct answer. What Jaehyeon used was the dust of Surt. It was because the sword contained the flames of one of the strongest giants in the world and one who was said to have the hottest fire. The flame of Surt, it's only natural that a sword that was used for smelting could pierce any cold air. It only took a few seconds to confirm that Jaehyeon's idea was correct. Gradually, the ice membrane broke and the inside began to be revealed. Then the black debris that emerged from it catches Jaehyeon's attention. Two of these. Jaehyeon smiled and held the black piece in his hand. Now, the second star of the distant abyss was obtained. Chapter 407, Trickster Part 1 Trickster. Loki was the first to figure out that Jaehyeon had obtained the second star of the far abyss. It was also true that he had found a clue to his memory. A smile tugged at the corners of his lips. And a handful of expectations shook. The antagonist, he didn't forget everything after all. Until now. He had misunderstood the adversary. He forgot everything about his past and became who he is now. He thought he had forgotten everything about himself and Mimir. But it wasn't either. He remembers me. It was Akue even if it was very faint. Loki was satisfied. If Jaehyeon ruminates on his memories even a little bit, that alone made Loki happy. Jaehyeon is definitely doing his best because he knows better than anyone else. You said you finally defeated Tyr this time. The adversary has finally surpassed his limits. He brought out the true power of the lost eye of Odin and raised his level. The proof was that both eyes were stained with gold. It also meant that, as an adversary, he had almost caught up with Odin and himself. Ha, the pure white breath breaks. Now everything is really coming to an end. That smoky graphite that covers the world and the darkness that doesn't even light up. That there is another end to all of this. Do other people know the cold and snow that has filled the world since the beginning of Fimbulbert? The severe cold that fell on Midgard was not to be taken lightly, just like Nastrand. The coldness of this place was slowly spreading to people. Chain of evil, it spreads and starts killing each other, in the form of all sorts of tragedies, including bone-training conflicts. The wolf's time spreads slowly, causing people to kill each other. Recently, I heard that crime is heinous in the human world. Perhaps this Ragnarok had a big impact on him. It infects people with madness and steals their power, creating a greater thirst and greater hunger. Unfortunately, this was Odin's fault, the one called the god of madness and storms, because the beings living at the top of Asgard were stronger than they thought. In the past war, Loki felt it painfully. No matter how strong you are, it is impossible to face Odin alone. No, in fact, even if everyone fights together, it will not be easy to break down the iron fortress he built. He was sure of it because he had been through it once before. Whether you join in or other strong beings intervene, that is not important in the end. It is the enemy. When he grew up, he had to decapitate Odin. The one whose destiny has been foretold from the beginning must achieve the feat at the very end. Until then, he was just a helper. It should stop at that level. Then I'll try moving slowly. After retrieving the last alter ego, Loki took a slow step. Now it was time to meet the adversary in person, Hell's irregular meeting. This time, the focus was on Jaehyeon's simple rebuke for his dangerous actions and the story about the second star in the far abyss. The first to speak was, of course, Hell. I have a lot to say, but first of all, you, the antagonist. Have the credit, don't say more about this, but this should never happen again. Got it? Tyr was a strong guy, never against you. No, it wasn't Hell, while paying attention. Nidhogg suddenly interjected with a snort. He was polymorphed, but his arms were crossed with his dainty feet. In addition, sitting in a chair that was about to burst. It even looked a little precarious. The power of the current adversary was completely beyond the arc. I would never have known if I hadn't seen it myself, but at least one thing I can be sure of is that the opponent is already stronger than me. It was really the truth without a single lie. In the past, Nidhogg watched the battle between Jaehyeon and Tyr. In the process, of course, there was a chance to observe the unique magic of reappearance and the newly acquired artifact. Jaehyeon was clearly a strong player. Didn't he already show an overwhelming appearance when he faced Tyr? There was no point in them worrying about him now. If it is an enemy that Jaehyeon can't kill, the result won't change just because they step out. Nidhogg emphasized once again. The adversary is strong, it's out of our reach now. Soon you will be able to step into the realm of Odin. Thor and Loki, is that true? Hel looked at him with suspicious eyes. But Nidhogg nodded confidently again. It was the same with Idun. Of course, Nidhogg is stupid and spits venom or flames whenever he gets a chance and ruins my flower bed. But he's a kind dragon, a kid like that would lie. If even Idun said that. Hela seemed to agree a little. Well, it wasn't often that Idun expressed his opinion properly like now. That's why the reliability is also great. Unless it's Jormungandr, thinking of that. He smiled as he thought of the ad-libs in the humor book number 41 he had recently received from Jormungand. But professionally, she quickly returned to her original expression. So, what are your future plans now? I managed to get up to 2 abyssal star fragments, but what comes next is important. There's probably no one here who doesn't know that the war is really coming to an end. Can I comment on that? An irregular meeting in Helheim. A familiar voice is heard here. It was a familiar voice to both Jaehyeon and everyone here. Jaehyeon could quickly realize who he was without even turning around. Wait. Sit down once, Loki. So what? Loki sat across from Jaehyeon with a calm face. Fenrir shouted in a panicked voice. Father, where the hell have you been? And now, is that person doing that for a day or two? Hel responded. And Fenrir scratched the bridge of his nose as if he had nothing to say. Smur also shakes his head. It was a fragment showing the image he had in the Anti-Aesir coalition. But what was really great was that Loki was talking about himself without paying any attention to it. As Hela said, the full-fledged start of the war will begin soon, because the other side has already lost 2 outstanding hands. Heimdall and Tyr. They probably want to chew us up right now. Jormungand flicked his tongue and nodded. An Hoyon asked using the communication tool as before, even if we can't help it until the battle. The field of Midgard is a problem. As long as the war begins, not only will the land be in ruins, but the magic will erode all around and kill people. Even if we evacuate people, we don't know if they will obey our intentions. A friend of the adversary, did you say, An Hoyon? Yes, yes, what is the most important thing in a battle? Loki asked playfully. Resting his chin on his chin, An Hoyon pondered for a while before answering, it is about winning. Okay, you're going to win in this case. The method with the highest probability should be selected. But sometimes the least probable method is caught off guard. After letting them lose their temper and run, voila, if you lock it up. It will all end. Are you saying to use bait? When Kim Yoo-young asked. Loki immediately nodded. That's right, are you smart? But you need an attractive lure to do that, attractive enough to bring them all together. Here it is, Loki smiled and pointed at himself. I decided to be the bait for this operation. I'm probably the most irritating to those fucking Aesirs, at least. More than the unripe opponents. When Loki laughed, Jaehyeon spurted his strength as if he could fight right away and accepted his words. Well, wouldn't it be better to check to see if that's the case? That's good, because I also needed someone to test my strength on after getting back all of my alter egos. Meanwhile, Lee Yi-sang and Kwon So-yeol were busy figuring out how the situation was going. They were whispering while watching the gods notice. Do you think something exploded? I think so. It looks like Loki and Jaehyeon are trying to fight. What should I do? Will Jaehyeon be okay? Are you even going to kill me? Saying so, Kwon So-yeol glanced at the giant Smur. But for some reason, no answer came back. I took a closer look at him, wanting to feel strong. But the result was the same. And what that means is clear. Loki will do everything in his power against Jaehyeon and will not take mercy in his hands. Jaehyeon and Loki built a special subspace for mock sparring. The basic formula was similar to the one used at the academy in the past. But the scale was 2 times larger. It has quite usable durability and no one will die here. Loki knew this and requested the production of such a space. By the way, this was Lewis's skill, for her, who was gifted with a strong magic talent from birth. It was not difficult to create such a subspace itself. However, it can't be maintained for long. So it would be better to end the battle within an hour, 1 hour a day. Loki felt that was enough. Adversary, you said so at the meeting. But you are already strong enough, I couldn't help but admit it, to kill that Tyr. Have you changed your attitude now? Why don't you just do what you do? Previously, Loki's mood suddenly changed. First of all, I should ask how far you recovered your memories when you opened the second field magic. Jaehyeon's lips rose at Loki's words. I knew it. Jaehyeon briefly recalled the memories he had recently recovered, a memory recalled during the battle with Tyr. There was one existence between the unconnected fragments, Loki, the head of the Anti-Aesir coalition and the one who chose himself as the opponent along with the 3 Norn sisters. He kept appearing in his memory. Why? I didn't know why. Because all my memories hadn't returned yet. But one thing was certain, Loki in front of you, that he might have something to do with the gaps in his empty memories. That's why he was chosen as the opponent. Also, when the story of the memory came out of Loki's mouth, Jaehyeon was convinced. He said that he and Loki might have known each other from the very distant past. Chapter 408 Trickster Part 2. The first time Jaehyeon doubted his identity was when he awakened to his godhood. A desperate situation in which Hela died while confronting Heimdall. Jaehyeon awakened his unique skill. Divinity usurpation, moment of crisis. The voices of his colleagues and family were heard in his ears, followed by the voice of an unknown being. After that, he gained rank and awakened his strength. I don't know. But Jaehyeon knew one thing for sure. The mysterious voice I heard then, the fact that it had a big impact on his awakening, after the incident was resolved. Jaehyeon sighed in thought, heard at the time, who was the owner of the voice I heard when I faced the giant of mana, but at the time I couldn't answer because there was no clue, however. The next moment was a little different. The voice I heard when I first opened the Red Moon Plateau field, it has conveyed its intentions a little more clearly. Do I need the power to protect everyone? The voice asked at the time, when Jaehyeon answered yes. He gave strength. It was of course a dangerous force that could destroy the representation, but he eventually succeeded in enduring it and making it his own. It was. The voices heard from the world in one's own image were there to make the representation stronger after all. There were three keywords: dwelling and questioning voices, awakening, whenever he reached his limits. Jaehyeon heard his voice without question and he came back stronger, identity of the voice. Jaehyeon was convinced that the purpose of that voice was his own growth, and now the situation has come to get a clear answer to him, Loki, because there was a person in front of me who knew everything. Loki, did you plant an alter ego in my ego? That's why you gave me strength every time I fell. Wait a minute, I asked the question first. Well. There's nothing I can't answer first. So let me tell you, I'm not the owner of the voice I've been hearing. Its owner is a worthy owner who can handle you. Master? Okay, but I can't answer more here. This is unavoidable. We'll find out anyway in the near future. That too. By yourself, I can't, after organizing his thoughts. Jaehyeon pondered over the answer to Loki's question this time. It's a pity that you can't solve your doubts, but maybe there's a reason Loki comes out like this. There are restrictions on the disclosure of information. You must be in such a situation. Of course. I wondered what the restriction was that blocked Loki's mouth, but I can't ask this. Because of this, Jaehyeon passed on the situation by thinking about the answer. First, he thought a few fragments that he remembered while opening the second field magic this time. It was too distant to be considered her own. However, Loki said a moment ago, how far did you get your memory back? That means these memories are all mine. Where the hell does this memory originate from? There wasn't much to know, but there was no need to worry. Isn't there someone in front of you who can tell you the answer, at least if it was Loki? He would have told himself about the clue. I'm sure it's because I asked this question first. It's a pity that I didn't hear the answer to the question from earlier, but Jaehyeon raised his head. Cutting off the thought, I saw some memories. Jaehyeon quietly opened his mouth after that. I was able to talk comfortably as if I were talking to a very close friend. All I remember were three. The first was the memory of Freyja and her child, whom she had seen at Mimir's well in the past. The second one was me standing at the forefront of the war in the past, that is, 10,000 years ago. And the last one was, there was no choice but to stop reappearing and look at Loki. Loki seemed to be urging him to speak. Jaehyeon made eye contact with him. It was a memory of me drinking with you in a shabby bar wearing strange clothes. Loki's pupils narrowed. Jaehyeon's words continued. Loki, what are you to me? I am. Loki's eyes began to tremble more than ever soon after. His lips began to open slowly. That's how Tyr lost his life. In the process, it seems that the second star of the distant abyss was also stolen by them. Eventually, it came to this situation. Odin calmly answered Hugin's report, sat on the throne, and closed his eyes for a moment. Even Hlidskjalp, who is said to contemplate all of the 9 worlds, cannot know the actions of the adversary and those related to him. It is also unknown what purpose they started the war with and why they made the worst decision to kill Tyr first. But one thing is certain. Now, the worries about the excessive intervention of the divine power are gone. They also showed their will to fight an all-out war against them. I don't know why their movements, which were passive in the war, changed, but now was not the time to back down. Haven't you already told the people of Asgard? He said that he would achieve a perfect victory in this war and that he would finally succeed in his long-cherished plan to put all 9 worlds under his feet. There is nothing more to worry about at this point. Odin just perfectly accomplishes what he sets out to do, as it always has been, in the process. The deaths of Tyr and Heimdall were just happenings to Odin. The presence of 2 gods is a usable hand. It was nothing more and nothing less. How many people in the past jumped into the fire without hesitation at their command? The higher you climb to the top of the world tree and the higher your reputation. The higher you get, there will be many who want to become his subordinates. They will sacrifice their lives in madness. And once again, Odin's name will become a myth and spread throughout the 9 worlds. Power was like that. What do you want to hold in your hands? That's what being strong meant. But, in the process, the first step is to change the fate that has been determined, even if it means extinguishing the distant star of the abyss and something with the corresponding power. There are 2 pieces of stars in the far abyss that have already been stolen by the adversary. It was now difficult to neutralize the prophecy as easily as he had planned. The power of fate is tying me up more than I thought. The adversary continues to deny me. Kill me and bring me down from here. Odin couldn't admit it. The existence of the adversary and the death of oneself. How did you get to where you are today? From just an ordinary god to the heights of Asgard. He dedicated his eyes to Mimir and hung upside down from the top of Yggdrasil for 9 days. Creating his current self, traveled all over the place. I looked at the high places and reached so this seat, it is mine. he will never be defeated to do so. It was necessary to erase the prophecy. There is only one way left now. As expected, the work could not proceed. Then, of course, you have to sacrifice something else. Did you say equivalent exchange? If something else with the same value is offered as a sacrifice, what if we build a formulaic formula of magic that can do that? As the caster, Odin will be able to invoke transcendental magic, such as reversing time or neutralizing prophecies. The star fragments of the distant abyss, which are lacking, can be replaced in that way. If that happens, the antagonist of the prophecy will no longer be my opponent. What he has is only the power itself called destiny, an antagonist of prophecy. Odin remembered him and gave a small smile. No matter how strong you are, you won't be able to stop me this time. You are just a small stream of water to change one huge flow. I am the head of the Anti-Aesir Alliance and a being called a trickster, in a word. He's an incredibly handsome guy. Loki held out his chest and said confidently. Jaehyeon glared at him like he was going to kill him. You know I didn't ask for that, right? Loki was startled by his bloody words, but soon came to his senses and accepted the words. But it wasn't the answer Jaehyeon wanted. I have something to tell you, adversary, suddenly. Jaehyeon wrinkled his brow at Loki's attitude as he smiled while saying that. Therefore, are you going to get lost without answering the question now? I'll listen to the answer this time, thinking so. Jaehyeon paused for a moment as he was about to speak. It was because Loki came to him before he knew it and put his hand on his head. Jijijik, as if there was a microphone noise. A grotesque sound resonated in my head. Jaehyeon shook his head in surprise. Loki was away again. This is all I can give you. That should be a good enough answer. Of course not right away, trust me. I'd rather trust a passing dog. Jaehyeon was sarcastic. But Loki clearly ignored him and replied, for now, let's think about dealing with the Aesir gods. You can be stronger, of course, you know that, right? Of course. From today until the war begins, I will make you stronger than I am so that you can kill Odin even if I become a bait. What? Jaehyeon was dumbfounded and asked in response, although he was speaking naturally. Loki's words were too absurd. I thought of course I would get his help when defeating Odin. What? You'll be the bait. So tell yourself to kill Odin. Doesn't it mean that you want to do all the cool things and fall for it? It's thick. He's the head of the Anti-Aesir coalition, but he still has a habit of talking. Fuck, at that moment. Loki's jaw snapped. It was because Jaehyeon's fist hit him directly. Jaehyeon sees Loki's deceased face as he pours his magic power. He said with a confident expression, first, you should explain that you are qualified to teach me. Did you eat one of these? The trickster immediately straightened up and looked at Jaehyeon's follow-up. The attack is standard, but there are irregular patterns mixed in. Is it true that the growth of the adversaries is something they built up on their own? Loki's eyes, looking at Jaehyeon's attack, were colored transparent gold. The color is exactly the same as that of reproduction. Two pairs of pupils face each other. It was a truly bizarre landscape. Chapter 409, The Trickster Part 3. Those eyes are unmistakable. It's similar to Odin's. But more than that, it's exactly the same as mine. It's a strange thing. Didn't this only exist for the enemies? While thinking about that, Jaehyeon watched Loki watching his attack. It was then, in an instant, Loki's model leaned forward and at the same time a cracking sound was heard. Then before he knew it, he felt Loki, who had moved behind him, slap his hand on his shoulder blade. Big. Jaehyeon hadn't been pushed too often in battles with gods, so his current movement was not very unexpected. However, no matter how strong Jaehyeon was Loki, after all. The name of the leader was not a lie, but it was indeed a flagship speed. My head felt like it was going crazy in shock. Is it fast? You are fast too. It's because he's a little slower than me. With that said, Loki opened his arms and drew a huge orb. Even one. Okay, just wait, I will turn you into powder in a few days. For some reason, Jaehyeon felt angry at such a low-level provocation. It was a strange sensation. It was like dealing with Kim Yoo-young. It was as if I was having a conversation with a friend I saw often. If you're old friends, you often fight over trivial things. Don't you get angry because you know each other so well? Perhaps a memory from a bar I saw some time ago. Maybe it made me feel that way even more. But now it didn't matter. Anyway, the point is that enemies are coming. According to Hel, the forces of the Aesir will come through the gate to Midgard. However, this process takes quite a bit of time. Bifrost isn't that wide to transport so many troops. So it wasn't reasonable, and Tyr, who first opened the gate, died. Therefore, it meant that Odin had to contribute to opening the gate himself. There is Thor, but he's strong, but he's not very talented at fine magic control. So it won't help. It would be fortunate if I didn't ruin the gate I made. Jaehyeon had no worries, and for now, he was thinking of building up his own rank through sparring. There will be very little to be gained from the Nornir system. I heard that other people are also working hard to grow, and the grade continues to be upgraded to S-class or higher. Yuseong is also the same. It was enough to protect people from demonic beasts in the worst situation. It was very encouraging. Balak, Camilla, Moria, And Li Yixin, radars were gradually growing. Although not as much as growing up, they were also preparing for a fight. The stronger the person, the more they will feel what is happening now. Because you know best that if you don't move, you won't change, and that is exactly what Jaehyeon was aiming for. He pretended to be a villain and stirred people up. They showed that their existence is not omnipotent so that they can stand up alone. It was an honest reveal of the fact that he couldn't do everything. It's a sober way. Some might say, however, this was very important. Jaehyeon is a god. But he is not omnipotent as depicted in some myths. Just one human being struggled and the result is only the present self. Jaehyeon had no intention of falling into self-confidence. Such people are always dead, as it turns out. Raiders were a risky profession. Unfortunately, S-class raiders, they said I'm going to do what I have to do now, don't worry here. The voices of those who had said that to him on TV seemed to come back to life. They all believed in Jaehyeon, firm trust. It was a measure of whether or not the raiders could have each other's backs. Being strong wasn't all about standing tall. Can I lean on someone when I'm having a hard time? Radar should know better than anyone that he is also a part that must be acknowledged by being strong. I'm glad you seem to have realized a little bit now. A word to admit that in the end I can't go alone. Are you talking about that? Okay, it was great, however. I thought it was advice that could fail depending on how the person accepts it. The time when a person's heart is at its weakest is when something you love is broken rather than when you are in pain or in a painful moment. When something you love is broken. Jaehyeon repeated the words with the tip of his tongue, then straightened up again. I heard that message when I awakened my unique skill. Come to think of it, even then Jaehyeon swore that he would never lose it again, and in the end I was able to grow as I am now. Maybe also. Paradoxically, they had to recognize that they needed allies because it can grow colleagues. You can't do it just by keeping it in your arms, walking side by side. I couldn't explain how important it was. Jaehyeon nodded and smiled, then. He kicked the ground again to close the distance with the enemy and thrust out his sword. Kiang. Loki lightly raised his mana just like Jaehyeon did and made a white longsword. It wasn't such a great thing to pretend to be. But why? Jaehyeon couldn't scratch Loki's sword much even with the mythical longsword. What? I couldn't figure out where exactly what was happening in front of my eyes was coming from. You blocked the mythical longsword you use with a weapon that looks like it's at least C-class. But more surprises remained. Loki grinned and swung his sword horizontally at Jaehyeon. Its power was, of course, great, awesome. Jaehyeon looked at him with trembling pupils, noticing that his skin was completely torn. The special effect of the artifact, Abyssal Armor, is activated. Evade the attack of the designated target once. The moment when Jaehyeon, who activated the first attack evasion effect, was about to step back quickly, Loki smiled again and whispered in his ear before he knew it. Where are you going to run to? Awesome. Again there was the sound of something being cut, followed by a fountain of blood. The owner was, of course, Jaehyeon. Jaehyeon couldn't hide his astonishment as he saw the bright red blood pouring from his abdomen. Isn't this bastard really intending to kill me? Of course, it wouldn't die as much as it was a subspace. But it was absurd for Jaehyeon. Loki, is this bastard really crazy? Jaehyeon thought so and quickly activated sacrifice while using freezing magic to distance himself from the enemy. However, Loki was completely destroying even his ensuing magic with his sword. Broken pieces of ice fly in the air. I know that. Loki playfully opened the door and stabbed his throat with his sword. I can do anything you can do. The winner of the first sparring is Loki Lawfacen at that moment. It felt as if time and space had stopped, and the system called out the winner. Jaehyeon looked at him with a disappointed expression as he held the sword. A cold sweat runs down my face. It was Jaehyeon who even dealt with Tyr lightly, but Loki was an even worse monster. I couldn't believe it. But it was true. How can you make such a move, Loki, that son of a bitch? Jaehyeon quickly reviewed the battle from before, however. No results were obtained, because the battle itself ended so quickly. It was too much for him to follow Loki's movements. Jaehyeon barely resisted the urge to hit his fist again on his cheeky smile. Then looked up at Loki again. After that I got lucky by staggering and showing off what I didn't like. How on earth can I fight like you, at that? Loki reverse summoned the sword as if raising a medicine. You can ride it, you crazy bastard. Jaehyeon couldn't stand it any longer and made a sudden start. The familiar nutmeg in Loki's ears flew. Even Loki was familiar with it. So he just folded his arms and listened to Jaehyeon's curse for a long time. He was enjoying the time to the extent that his disposition was questionable. So, you're taking lessons directly from Loki. But your weapon doesn't work. Does magic break easily? Hel was listening to Jaehyeon's complaints with his arms crossed. It was because just in time after training, Hel met Jaehyeon's eyes as he was returning. To put it simply, it was irresistible. It's like being suddenly dragged into him and listening to his story. Hel couldn't help but be a little embarrassed. I had hardly ever seen the adversary so talkative. However, when I heard the story, I found it quite interesting. Jaehyeon is an awe-inspiring being who is already at the 4th stage of liberation. He was much stronger than himself, however. It is said that Loki dealt with him with a C-class weapon. It was impossible. Something that can never happen no matter how much Loki was a monster. There was no way he could show such a performance when the grades of items were so different. Thanks to this, Hel was able to draw conclusions quickly. I think Loki used distortion magic, when Jaehyeon asked. Hel nodded. Akue, that author writes the best. It's magic that distorts time and space and makes you feel like you've been through something you've never been through. Does that mean that my sparring with Loki was nothing more than an illusion he distorted and not something that actually happened? That's how it is. Even as he said that, Hel crossed his arms strangely. Still, it is strange that magic uselessly consumes a lot of mana. So there's no reason to bother using it, no matter how much Loki is ignorant and has a lot of magic. Isn't that your father? Jaehyeon, who was not seen, intervened, however. Her attitude was stubborn. Father, are you talking about that person who ran away without saying a word for 10,000 years and is now setting up? Now that I think about it. He's not my father, Jaehyeon agreed. 10,000 years in a royal family where even if you leave the house for 1 year, you become the world's garbage parent. How many times do you have to die and be born again? From that point of view, Loki was trashed. It's garbage. That's right, garbage. The two began to contemplate together how to fight Loki while having such meaningless conversations. Rather than becoming stronger, the two of them somehow wanted to give them a shot. But no one said that. He was just brainwashing himself that this was part of the proper training. Feed that scumbag somehow. Yes, Hel and Jaehyeon became close friends through Loki's gossiping. The overwhelming appearance he had first seen in the Temple of Hel and the fear he had felt had long since disappeared. Chapter 410 Trickster Part 4 Loki is garbage. From now on, I will punish such scum. After reaching a satisfactory conclusion, Jaehyeon continued the next day. Also, the next day he was spending his daily life being beaten by Loki without a doubt. Now I'm a bit unfair. But I'm proud of myself. I didn't even want to ask what to do first. For some reason, in front of Loki, Jaehyeon had a corner where he became a little childish. You act childishly. As if you were a child, me too. Jaehyeon thought so and looked at the monster in front of him, Loki. He was also many times stronger than he thought. No matter how twisted it is, how can you deal with me with a sword like that? Are you crazy? No matter how you look at it. The sword he uses is no more than a C to B grade. However, he is engaged in battle with a mythical long sword and other weapons. It was a decision I made because I was not an opponent who could have mercy in my hand anyway. However, as a result, it was himself who was pushed back. Kong, Jaehyeon shook his sword and grabbed Loki's shoulder as he grinned, a situation where the wound is quite deep and it is difficult to continue the battle. But today I decided to try a bit more. He looked forward, holding the sword in the opposite direction. I feel my breathing slowly getting better and my lungs fill up. Loki in front is crossing his arms as if asking him to try it if he wants to. Before I knew it, the black reverse summoned. Jaehyeon gritted his teeth. Jaehyeon mana explodes and becomes a catalyst, raising the divinity to its maximum efficiency. Jaehyeon used his injured right hand to activate Meteor and drop a falling rock. Kwang, however. Loki avoided all of Jaehyeon's attacks with near-swift movements. It was an incredibly nimble move. Jaehyeon was frustrated, but he was sure that something was hidden inside. Hel told me the other day it's all just an illusion. Hel had told me that all the magic Loki is showing now is illusion-type magic. That meant that there was a way to destroy it after all. After reconsidering his thoughts, Jaehyeon decided to bring out a method he hadn't wanted to use because it was dangerous. It is to deal with the enemy using the greatest weapon you have. Active skill, absolute calculation. The magic surrounding you is broken. There was one reason Jaehyeon hadn't used absolute arithmetic until now. What if absolute arithmetic is used to break not only this illusion magic but also subspace? If his power reached the subspace composed of magic, he would be harmed by Loki himself. Up until now, the battle had been fought within subspace, so he had not suffered any damage, but after destroying it with magic, it would be meaningless. Perhaps in the worst-case scenario, you'll be put in a situation where you can't move, and if you make a mistake, you could lose your life. Of course, considering what Fenrir said, it seemed that Loki valued himself. I'll probably try to control my strength as much as possible so that I don't die. In the yard where I have to deal with Odin right now, I can't control my power. So I can't kill my opponent, no matter how crazy Loki is. Maybe, however, if there was no reason to carry it separately. It was Jaehyeon who did not prefer to go out without risking. Jaehyeon was basically a bit conservative. It was because I had been active as a radar for a long time. So I had focused on surviving. Why don't they say that when you get older you get more scared? It was even more so for Jaehyeon, who was engaged in a dangerous job. Anyway, the magic seems to have broken properly. I thought it would be like this, but is it okay? This could hurt you. Loki smirked. I mean, it was clear. If you don't, you'll get hurt. But can you handle it? Aren't you too weak to handle your own power? However, Jaehyeon did not think of this battle without thinking. Well, Jaehyeon's eyes were colored with gold and a demonic spirit dwelled in them. I don't know. But I want to give you another slap in the face. Isn't that a bad idea, but can you? I guess it must be difficult, Loki leaped. It's amazing how you can move like that in the air. Jaehyeon also responded. It manages and draws out the enormous magical power that permeates its eyes and manifests it. At the end of such a process, Loki's movements are gradually revealed, albeit very faintly. Bang! Jaehyeon succeeded in blocking Loki's attack for the first time at that moment, after Loki got away from Jaehyeon before he knew it. He clapped his hands. It's quite good. Contrary to what he said, however, Jaehyeon's expression wasn't very good, with a cold face. He held the sword in his hand and poured his attacks to the limit. Aren't you full yet? How did you hear? Wow, once again the two godheads collided. A huge noise covered the subspace. Now, the enemy's movement is gradually getting stronger. Jaehyeon's colleagues were also receiving personal training from other anti-Aesir forces. And their goals were becoming clearer again. The death of Odin and the fall of Asgard. It was the victory of the second Ragnarok. As expected, a guy is a guy. The adversary, that bastard, must be a madman. In fact, they were fighting calmly. But Loki was also quite flustered. The first time he felt strange was when Jaehyeon maintained a warlike attitude in front of him. At the time, he maintained an infinitely light attitude towards himself, just like the person you know. It was a very nice thing for Loki. The next time I was surprised was when Jaehyeon used a black and white flame that was close to ink. At the time, I was genuinely surprised. In the past, I wondered if Jaehyeon's growth was slow. It wasn't like that. Visor, the swords of the two collided and sparks ignited. Then, the cracks began to slowly go to his sword. It meant that Jaehyeon's attack was effectively working against him. I'm glad he sincerely thought so. But Loki didn't express it. I just deal with Jaehyeon with the same mischievous expression. Adversary, can I tell you something fun? In fact, I already knew you would have those eyes. What? Jaehyeon, who stepped back while biting his sword, tilted his head and asked again. It was such a difficult word to understand. Did you know you'd have the eyes of the adversary? How is Loki? Isn't it strange when you think about it? Loki was a god with many secrets to himself, trickster. He wasn't nicknamed a con artist for nothing. And the anti-Aesir faction had hidden many secrets from Jaehyeon until now. As for representation, there is nothing special about it. I don't know what the reason is. But I don't have time to worry about it anymore. I think you have a reason for saying that. Okay, a matter of course. Loki smiled and showed the same two eyes as himself. From now on, there will be about a week left until the Aesir moves. From there, a long war that no one can stop will begin. It's surprising. You will absolutely need the power of that eye to kill Odin. In addition, it would be better to use the fragments of the two distant abyss that I have already collected. Use of the star of the distant abyss, and the power of the eye. There were still many stories that Jaehyeon didn't know well. In fact, when I first got the star of the distant abyss, I had an idea that I could use it. However, since even the anti-Aesir forces did not know the specific method, Jaehyeon was still holding back on using it, but I thought Loki would have held the key. There was nothing bad about Jaehyeon. Wouldn't it be like using the things you risked your life for? It was something that Jaehyeon couldn't help but be happy with. First of all, let's start with training to properly handle the eyes. With that said, Loki began to teach in earnest. As Jaehyeon listened closely to his story, he couldn't help but feel that his realm was expanding every moment. In addition, why did Loki become such a monster? Crazy, you really can't explain it backwards. The reason, it was because Loki had no talent for explanation. The reason why the realm of reappearance was expanded was because he perfectly understood Loki's words. It reminds me of a professor's boring lecture I used to listen to. It was a lecture that actually stimulated trauma. Jaehyeon sighed deeply and waved his hands as if he couldn't help it. I can't help it. Look, only once you learn while getting hit. Don't hold me accountable later, with Loki's playful words. The couple started fighting again. The shabby slums of Asgard where dusk has descended. A man is seen walking down the street wearing a shimmering robe of black shadow. He was a familiar face. A cold expression and a fur coat wrapped around the shoulders. It was Hyujin the Crow. Now the end is really near. Recently he witnessed the deaths of Heimdall and Tyr. I haven't seen Tyr in person, but he's unmistakably the opponent. It must be Min Jaehyeon's work. Hyujin had no choice but to admit it. Adversary, now he is unstoppably strong. Incidentally, Freya also smelled of the child. The first time he talked to Odin about it, he left the door open and removed the security system. He thought and thought. What is it that I do not wish for? Hyujin murmured as he looked at the cold slum where white breath leaked out. I saw the poor people who could not eat properly and the wild animals that came down from the mountains in search of food. At first, he himself was like that. It was nothing but a beast. However, because of luck, he became Odin's limb and was able to come to his present position. Loyal to him always for those who want to have everything in their hands. No one can deny that. However, Hyujin was not without a goal. Again, his goal was overly clear and it constantly tested him. Also, now he had a clear idea of where he was supposed to stand. In the past, He himself had spoken to Heimdall. He could never be the main character, it's nothing more than an extra, Hyujin knew. Extras in the novel are infinitely short of passages to be devoted to. A story has value when read as an old story, because no one other than the main character can lead the story to the end. Extras are always extras. Can't be the main character, however. Those words were by no means applied only to Heimdall, himself too. Yes, at the end of this story I will be no more than an extra one, but that fact won't change my behavior. Hyujin passed through the slums, grabbed an item, and left quietly. It was one of the objects that Odin was searching for, and taking it out recklessly meant that Hyujin, the crow, would betray Odin. Hyujin now intended to risk his fate on Jaehyeon's natural destiny. Chapter 411, Opening of the War. A large-scale warp portal has been opened in Midgard's Republic of Korea. Its exact location is near the Han River in Seoul. It is a place that often appears in any horror movie and is the main background for exposure or apocalypse. There were a total of 3 people who arrived through the portal: Thor, Hyujin, Frigg. They were the most outstanding subordinates of Odin and the main forces of the Sur among those who remain today, compared to the past when Heimdall and Tyr were alive. The composition was too simple, however. The number of troops that followed did not even compare to the previous ones. Almost tens of thousands of troops are constantly pouring through the gate. The shady air descended beneath the pitch-black gate. The degree of reverberation was incomparable to the gates that had occurred so far, to the extent that even non-radar people could tell that it was all magical. There were very few humans left in the vicinity. He probably smelled it and had already run away, disappearing so quickly. It was something that even the Arsenal gods could not have imagined. Thor clicked his tongue as if he was pathetic. It seems like he already knew we were coming. Well, I can't help it because there are those dirty bugs of Van Aesir. Perhaps there was no way humans could escape so quickly at all. I think the anti-Aesir forces have noticed our arrival. Frigg agreed. Hyujin was speechless. Thor tapped Hyujin on the shoulder as if it were strange and said, "What are you doing blankly? Hurry up and guide Midgard. I must see the end with the adversary." "All right, this way." "Wait, before that. Where the hell is Freyja? It seems that she and the Valkyrie troops are not assembled." Frigg said it strangely. It was obviously odd. I didn't even think of it because I wasn't in a hurry. But Freya wasn't a person who didn't attend such an important event. Moreover, isn't she one of Odin's strongest cards? Due to her beautiful appearance and ability, Frigg was personally jealous of her, but acknowledged her abilities. Freya was well aware of the dignity and circumstances of being a god, at least, even if he didn't get along well with Frigg. He was someone who strictly followed that line. "But why can't I see her now? You came this way first because you were instructed to do so. It's Akare if you don't mind, so this is it. Let's go." Hyujin guides the 2 gods and cuts off their thoughts. Thor followed without thinking. And Frigg couldn't hide his bewilderment, as he had never heard such a story from Odin himself. Weird, after all, is there something between Freya and Hyujin? It was something I had been suspicious of from the start. In the case of Freya, she was famous for not being on good terms with Odin, so there was no one who didn't know that Hyujin's recent movements were unusual. For some reason, Frigg had a bad feeling about it. Moreover, I did not understand Odin's decision. How deep are you with him even if he doesn't give you real power, although they have recently drifted apart? They are a married couple. There is no reason not to share this important information, but I didn't have time to think long. Thor was randomly passing through Seoul. It was because a blue thin film suddenly formed in my eyes from somewhere. "Is this a barrier?" Frigg frowned as if it were strange. Thor had the same opinion. "I guess so. I don't know what the heck this is about. There's no way people who can create barriers of this scale exist." It was something they couldn't easily understand, of course. It is very difficult to maintain magic of this magnitude. Even if Loki intervened and succeeded in creating a barrier, the situation would not be so smooth. It is practically impossible to fight while maintaining the barrier that consumes such a huge amount of mana. At least it's difficult unless Odin and Loki are united. What is Thor? He was a person who tried to solve everything with his strength. So there was nothing to explain. Anyway, it won't be easy to break through, however. There is a barrier in this place. That means one thing is certain. Thor raised his eyebrows. It means that the sorcerers are waiting nearby. Loud laughter along with him. Thor gave instructions to the Valkyries who followed Odin and to the beasts Tyr raised. I couldn't handle it properly yet, and since I hadn't been entrusted with full military power, the orders I could give were limited, but none of that mattered. The Valkyries began their search while wading through the snowdrifts that heralded war and the long winter in which clothes were piled up. It was to find the person who opened this barrier, but only after a few minutes, they were able to realize one interesting fact. Thor Nim. "We report the results of your check. It seems that our initial expectations were wrong." One of the returned Valkyrie captains reported that. Her words that followed were even more shocking. "Those who formed the barrier are not one, moreover. It was even less of a godhead. It was none other than the existence that they had lightly ignored that had succeeded in constructing this huge dome-shaped barrier. Were humans, before the war was fully ripe, the world needed to sort out important facts first. Who is leading this war, however? The conclusion came surprisingly easily. At the same time as the reappearance returned, the United Nations Organization and the Radar Alliance fully delegated the leadership of the radar force. The leader, Richard, had no choice but to quietly hand over all his authority to Jaehyeon. It's a situation where all the money you already have has been robbed. Is there anything to be gained by holding the army yourself? I inquired. But no answer came. Thanks to that, things went more smoothly. Jaehyeon announced it on TV at an official event where all radars are watching. Soon the long war will begin. Now, the fierce battle for rights must stop here. From now on, all that remains is to struggle for survival. What is the treatment of a defeated nation? There was no country that did not know this. Every country has ever suffered defeat. Also, the moment when you become a loser in a war, I know I could lose not only the area, but everything I have, but even lose the world. To non-humans, it was a problem that could not be easily accepted no matter how it was explained. Moreover, the strongest radar now was by far the world's most recognizable. It was the basis that it was right for him to take command of this war, strength and leadership. From war to the eyes that read the plates, everything was given to him. Jaehyeon continued to clear his throat. I will explain to all the raiders the strategy to face the gods from now on. Jaehyeon first figured out where the Aesir gods would appear and attack them. In fact, the closed city of Daegu was the most likely, but that side was excluded early. This can be seen by considering the characteristics of the Aesir gods. They were mean and technical. The fact that they have the ability to warp as a group has been known for a long time, Dropnir, since it was a reproduction that had been used before. That thought added more confidence. If they are given a reason to use their divine power in Midgard, they can turn this place into a mess. Also, it is the Sir Gods who are the aggressors who choose the place where the battle takes place. Jaehyeon made a decision. First of all, people from major cities around the world, including Seoul, moved to rural areas. It was because he believed that he could respond to enemy attacks several times more reliably. An awakener whose growth restriction was recently lifted would not die from being poisoned by this amount of magic. But the ideal of an ordinary person was different. Jaehyeon couldn't save them all, but he didn't intend to kill them all either. After the evacuation, all the power of the radar is needed. The outline of the operation that followed was simple. All radars gather and set up bases in major cities of each country. To put it simply, it is to set up a barrier that weakens the enemy's power in order to be able to fight. In this way, no matter where the Aesir gods appear, their power can be weakened by using the barrier of the combined radar unit. The power of the barrier increases as the number of people increases. Wasn't that the case when creating subspace? The more complex the expression, the more simplified the way to deal with it. One person is very good and overwhelms everything, or many move together. Jaehyeon and his colleagues chose the latter because they had to deal directly with the Aesir gods, and contrary to Jaehyeon's expectations, more radars were sympathetic to his operation. You must follow the adversary's words. That is the only way for mankind to survive now. Yes, we have to help them. Not giving up easily is one of the greatest strengths of human beings. In addition to this, Jaehyeon told Ruina to participate in the Battle of the Elves, and to the dwarves to make equipment and distribute the equipment to the raiders to prepare for the final battle. Like that, all preparations are over and now the only thing left is to deal with them. Jaehyeon smiled softly. He slowly began to step forward in front of the bewildered Aesir gods. After that, a long procession follows. Own colleagues, Kim Yu-young Seoane An Hoyeon Kwon Soyul Lee Yi-sang Hella Hel Smur, etc. Those who had helped them so far and those who made it somewhat difficult gathered in one place and stood in front of the enemies. The expression of the Sir Gods facing them was very distorted. Thor crossed his arms with a warlike smile. They gathered together as if they knew we were coming here. Isn't it, adversary? Akka. Jaehyeon's answer wrinkles Thor's forehead. He raises the hammer with the thunderbolt in it that makes him sneer. Mjolnir. His symbols began to pour out slowly. This place has such a shocking magic power that even the raiders outside the huge barrier can fully convey its status. It began to spread to all who participated in the battlefield. Thor looked at Jaehyeon. Showing his white teeth, he opened his mouth. But do you think you can deal with me and this many armies? What is that, however? Jaehyeon's expression remained the same. He opened his eyes and spoke in a light tone. Of course. Chapter 412 Everyone's Story. Can we do it well? A few days before the start of the war. These were the words that Seoina suddenly came up with at a gathering of her colleagues except for Jaehyeon. Kim Yu-young was the first to answer her words and sighed. Actually, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't worried, she said as she leaned back on the sofa. In fact, it was natural. The enemies I had to deal with from now on were the beings who stood in the highest position among the Aesir gods. They were the ones with overwhelming military force and power under their command. It was different from hunting monsters so far. The real war begins. The weight it meant was too heavy to dismiss as a joke. Moreover, there were many things at stake in this war. End of the world. In Ragnarok, if the alliance centered on Midgard and Jaehyeon were defeated, this would be what they would experience. In fact, it was a story that did not come easily. What is the end the members of Nine did not know properly yet. It's just that you lose the things you hold dear. That was only a vague thought, apart from that. The 9 members were doing their best to prepare for the war, the will to never let Jaehyeon carry everything alone. The hardened, unshakable wick was burning and acting on their bodies. In the form of exhilaration. Sometimes in the form of heart palpitations. They are like radar to the bone. He knew exactly what he had to do and where he should be, no matter what the situation. We have to do our best to die there. If you think of what Jaehyeon has been doing alone up until now, now is not the time for us to back down either. Hoyin is right, now is not the time to shake, it's not too late to think later. Yi Sang-li and Soil Kwon also nodded. The two were the most timid. But they never avoided what was in front of them. I just wanted to do my best this time, and I was busy moving forward to see the end, even if you lose at the last minute. Don't be ashamed of yourself, to be proud of oneself. I don't know if there's a place for me to fit in between these colleagues. Ruina intervened with her arms crossed, looking slightly dissatisfied. The other gods were already preparing for reappearance and operations, so they couldn't gather together, but Ruina's case was completely different. Rather than protecting the world, she honestly saved herself. I hope Jaehyeon doesn't die, also. Maybe the ones before this will be like that too, she was thinking faintly. What are you talking about? We've known each other for a very long time. Seo Ine said with a soft smile, a kind and transparent smile that is not often seen. Seeing this, Louisa laughed. About 10,000 years. The problem is that Seo Inanim isn't yet 10,000 years old and that we haven't met for 10,000 years. That's true. All of her colleagues smiled at Seo Ine, who hesitated. There was a little joy in it, but also a little worry and fear. Members of Yeonhwa, including Yu Sung-yoon and Park Seong-yi, and radars that surpassed the S-class from all over the world gathered in the outskirts of downtown Seoul. According to Jaehyeon's message a moment ago, there will finally be an attack with the enemy spirits here. What they need to do is simple, to create a barrier by pouring all one's magic power into it. It is also to endure as much as possible and block the movements of the gods. This is the first time since the Valkyrie incident that S-class raiders have gathered in one place. When Balak finished his rhyme, Camilla nodded. Yes, come to think of it. Jaehyeon, even now, everyone gathered because of the antagonist. It's funny, the world's best radars are gathered thanks to just one person. Isn't that obvious? You're the one who destroyed Moria Renki and Yamada no Arachi, the Black Robe. It was Moria who kept calling Jaehyeon that way because he still had the nickname Black Robe attached to him. Yu Seong nodded. Ever since we first met. He was an unusual kid, but I can't believe he was my student. Haha, no matter what you say. Jaehyeon was the CEO's disciple. Didn't you say that some time ago? It was as he said. Jaehyeon thanked Sung-yi Yu and Seong-yi Park a while ago before the final battle. Jaehyeon said, if it wasn't for you two, I wouldn't have come this far, thank you so much. The two of them had no choice but to send their apprentice away while holding back tears. The appearance of S-class raiders bragging about knowing each other well, it was very different. But it was worth watching. And the one who took the point of it was Lee Yi-sang, the father of Lee Yi-sang, unexpectedly. He is also a friend of my son. It's like I'm helping him out of pure goodwill. Not to take advantage of him, unlike Yeonhwa. You have become shameless. Yu-sung said that as if it was absurd. He had heard that his relationship with Lee Yi-sang had become quite good recently, and that his good deeds had become more frequent, that he has changed. All of this was the wind blown by Jaehyeon. The flapping of the butterfly's wings became a huge storm that reached all over the world and now has an effect. Yu Seong-yoon smiled while thinking for a moment. The war that will stake the fate of the entire world will soon begin. Everything depends on it. Also, what determines the life and death of one's disciple there? It will be everyone else. Back to the present, looking at the faces of Thor and Frigg hugging in front of his eyes. Jaehyeon said calmly, of course, do I have any reason to lose to guys like you? Hearing Jaehyeon's story, tendons jumped out of Thor's forehead. The reason for that is nothing to explain. Didn't Jaehyeon speak directly that they can deal with themselves? I can see the end of this war now. You are foolish and arrogant, human. You who attacked me must be more so. You will all die here. Jaehyeon laughed then. Jormungandr spoke from the side. Adversary, do what you said then. We will deal with them. Go to Asgard before that portal closes. Yes. Wait. What do you mean? Thor asked as if he was dumbfounded. Are you saying you bastard Van Aciers are going to deal with all of us without an adversary? Yes. Smurd took a step forward and said so, except for Loki. The other anti-Aesir forces also stepped forward and showed hostility. As the Godhead is released, the balance of power that confronts the two forces begins to balance. However, this was a meaningless show of strength. At least Frigg of the Aesir thought so. What do they have? There is an army right there. Although Tyr and Heimdall were lost, they were still mighty. The small but still healthy Einherjar equipped by the Aesir. The Valkyrie army under Odin, and even the Witchbeast army left behind by Tyr. These numbers were enough to turn the tide of this war. To think you would win against us in such a situation, it is true that you have gone mad. They will never be able to turn the tide of battle. Frigg never doubted their victory. She smiled and reflected on the past, half Aesir. What was the reason for their collapse in the past? Because they lost the political battle. They couldn't lie, they had to be able to seduce others with sweet words, so that they could create soldiers who would cry and die for themselves. But they did not discard lose. In other words, they did not create an existence to blindly sacrifice for themselves. Because of this, Van Aesir collapsed, although strong as individuals. There was no one loyal to them, so it was defeated because that's what war is. Are you sure? We Asgard will be able to obtain the hegemony of all 9 worlds through this war. However, there was one thing she overlooked, that was the new force. It would be disappointing if we were left out, isn't it, West? The same goes for this one. Frigg's head quickly turned in the direction the voice came from because something completely unexpected was happening. That's a dwarf and an elf, the elves of Ulfheim, who were said to have perished in the past, and the dwarves in the ground who were ruled by the dark elves. They participated in this war, unexpectedly. Frigg bit his lip involuntarily. I'm West, I'm here, don't call me that. Oh my, you were garbage, the antagonist. We honorable dwarves are monogamous, but how many of you? Shut up. Blackfeet, elves led by Luisa. All the dwarves, led by Darren and the Blackfeet, gathered in one place and had a conversation with Jaehyeon. They brought all their strength, including elite knights, and stood on the battlefield, unlike Frigg, who was stunned by this. Thor did not appear to be frightened at all. The number is still overwhelming here. Then stop procrastinating and let's start. Thor will judge whether you can pass this way. Thor flashed a thunderbolt and turned the Mjolnir in his hand once before he knew it. The thunderbolt gradually filled up and his rate began to increase rapidly. However much. Even so, Jaehyeon just shrugged his shoulders and said that, with him, wow, the Sur forces and the Anti-Sur forces began to intertwine. Jaehyeon's companions and the other anti-Aesir gods also started fighting. However, the aspect came back with a reaction that was completely opposite to Su. The bewildered Frigg quickly reads the situation on the battlefield. This is nonsense. The elven army was properly trained by Ruina and showed maximum efficiency on the battlefield. Due to their racial characteristics, they were easy to fight in a narrow space, and they were much more advantageous in battle because they fought by making bows and other weapons. Dwarves were also weak, but they were slaughtering enemies based on their unique temperament. The iron hammers they held seemed to weigh well over hundreds of kilograms, and their strength to wield them was unbelievable. So did the other gods. Fenrir was tearing enemies apart with his claws and raging teeth, which came from his enormous size and overwhelming power. And Nidhogg and Jormungand were also attacking enemies by pouring venom. Not only that, Frey, who was called the Master of the Sword, has returned. He began to fly away from the battlefield with perfect body movements. As a person with the 4th level of divinity liberation, he was rapidly reducing the number of opponents. Thanks to that, the situation on the battlefield was not going very well for Aesir. On the other hand, it was the same that Jaehyeon's colleagues were also showing their dignity. First of all, An Hoyeon began to show what the status of a person who has risen to the limit of the sword is. Recently, after repeatedly asking Frey for sparring and dealing with his magic sword, he finally broke the wall as a result of forging the sword to its limit. It reached the 2nd stage of liberation. It was the same with Sena, reunited with Ruina. She safely learned all of the Elf King's secret techniques. The second coming of the king she uses has grown even more and shows overwhelming majesty enough to stab thousands of swords. Kim Yoo-young's assists and Lee Yi-sang's potions and Kwon So-yeol's cold judgment and battle instructions were also helping allies to fight more easily. Jaehyeon smiled faintly. Their comrades have grown through countless battles so far, just like he did until now. They have been running hard and building their own mythology, a state that was only achieved with a human body. It made Jaehyeon's heart pulsate endlessly and made his whole body rise. Such a time, in an instant. Thor leapt, he was furiously narrowing the distance with him. Jaehyeon is still smiling with the same face, and when he opens and closes his eyes, spotted adversary's eye has a true effect. The world Jaehyeon sees has completely changed. Chapter 413 Thor Part 1 The aspect of the battle that started was initially equilibrium. But even this was enough to instill fear in the people. Even those who burned their fighting spirit became infinitely weaker in the face of enormous military force. The wizards were stunned by the corpses strewn in front of them while setting barriers. And the martial arts that dealt with the demons that popped up around them were also suffering from all sorts of fear. First Fimbulbert. When the severe 3-year winter came, they already knew. In the end, my body has to protect itself. However, because they were weak, they tried to rely on Jaehyeon. Even though he knew that it could come as too much pain for him, he just found people to protect him in the cradle. Of course, it was true that Jaehyeon told the raiders to protect their own lives. And a calm fire was burning for them as well. Couldn't deny that, but a battle against such an overwhelming enemy. They had never imagined such a landscape and a formidable enemy. I was afraid because the weight of the two letters of death. It pressed both of their shoulders and even disrupted their breathing. Save me. The number of people who were scared one by one continued to increase. Yet, it was a time when everyone was thinking that way and trying to get hold of their magic tools and weapons. Everybody is now. Jaehyeon's voice began to resonate clearly throughout the battlefield, the appearance of enormous power pouring out of both golden eyes. If we don't take one more step now, everything is over. Do your best so as not to embarrass yourself. Along with him, Jaehyeon took out his secret weapon right before fighting Thor. Gold eyes. The world seen through both eyes was filled with all sorts of blue threads, where to cut can inflict a fatal blow to the enemy or cut off the enemy's supply line. Everything was clear to his eyes. The power of his newly acquired eyes was that he could see very brief fragments of the future. Jaehyeon sighed and smiled. Odin, if you oppress the world and other races with that petty force. Active skill Frenzy Storm is activated. The user's personality is perfect. You can use all the effects of your skills, shows skill information. Active skill, name Storm of Madness rating. Myth creates a storm of madness and swallows everything in the 9 worlds. When activated, temporarily gives allies a passion buff, consumes 20% of total horsepower per use. The power increases whenever the number of people caught in the storm increases. Caution, the longer you hold it, the greater the consumption of magic power and the mana rebound. So special care is needed. Passive skill. Name Passion rating S+ gives courage to all allies and puts them in a passion state, increases attack power and active skill effects by 40%. This is a skill that is automatically activated when a maddening storm is active, whenever the number of people receiving the buff increases. The caster's body is strained, effect amplification is limited for some skills. I will trample on your things with your strength. Jaehyeon's 2 golden eyes radiated light at the same time. Thor's hammer struck precisely with the long sword of the myth of reappearance. Jaehyeon deployed his magic with his other hand. Then, as if it exploded, he pushed the divine attack. Active skill Frigid Spear LV5 is activated. Cold Window. A long stretch of ice wedged itself right into Thor's stomach and pushed him all the way. It was spectacular even to look at. Beautiful, however. The overwhelming strength that could not be expressed in such words was clearly reflected in everyone's eyes. A cold window. It didn't exist in the first place. It's the first magic I've ever created. Jaehyeon completely opened his eyes and fully realized the essence of his power. It originated from Odin. But Jaehyeon completed it in a completely different way. Rune language. He wove his own story with the threads of the language that underlies magic, unraveling this. He finally created a new magic. The Spear of Cold is at least a magic that reaches the level of a myth created by transforming the frozen earth. The essence flew quickly and hit Thor's ribs. Thor stood up from his seat in shock. Staggering, it's a strange thing, strong. It's more than I thought. I didn't expect this either. However, he was Thor, one of the supreme gods of the Sur with a strong sense of war for him. The current situation was a blessing. For him who enjoys fighting, fighting was the reason and goal of his life. Akare, let's fight. If you come out like that, then I too. Fuck, at that moment. Thor's face turned. Jaehyeon came up to him before he knew it and put his fist right in his face. Handfuls of blood sputum spilled out and scattered on the floor. Jaehyeon walked across the barren land with his eager eyes and began to approach Thor in front of him. The composure and overwhelming momentum felt at each step seemed to quickly cool the surroundings like thin ice. No. It was real. Not a feeling. Active skill Frozen Earth LV5 is activated because Jaehyeon is moving forward while freezing everything around him by activating the frozen ground right now. A reason to listen to you. At that moment, Jaehyeon's atmosphere suddenly changed and turned into that of a loser. I don't have one. Kwang. It was the next moment when an explosion was heard. Frigg, as Odin's wife and goddess of the earth and home. She was also a prominent presence in Asgard, a goddess with the unique privilege to sit on Odin's throne. Hlid Sculpt, because that was the phrase that qualifies her. But just because she is Odin's wife doesn't mean she's in that position. She also possessed great strength, although not to the extent of Freyja's Valkyrie army. She was one of the supreme gods of the Aesir. And Thor is a being with more power than her. It was truly a being with a different class. By the way, what is this now? Frigg is holding the most shocking scene of his life in his eyes. It was the image of Thor being pushed by humans. A weak race, is this even possible? I knew that the adversary was strong, but I never thought of it like this. What is a species so far? She has thought that it is the boundary that separates each person's line. I thought it was a natural limitation. From the beginning, Frigg believed that beings like himself, who were born as gods, were supreme and pure, and should live in the highest position, ruling over the lower ones. Power is a word that exists only for the gods. I believed so. What the hell are you? What are you? What on earth is in it? Frigg was in shock. And his brain was like that, however. There was no answer. Jaehyeon just watched Thor as he rose again. It was to the extent that I felt resoluteness in that appearance that never allowed gaps. Frigg sighed and quickly cast his powers on him. Greedy eyes. It was the authority that raised her to the top position even though she was relatively weak compared to other top-level gods. A magic that is essentially almost identical to the insight eye that accurately identifies an opponent. This is, of course, the lost eye of Odin. No, it wouldn't have meant much to Jaehyeon, who had the eyes of a steadfast adversary, but Frigg judged that Jaehyeon, who was fighting Thor right now, wouldn't have the time to respond to his own magic, absolute operation, to use the power to neutralize all magic, because Thor the enemy right now won't be defeated so easily. Wait. What the hell is this power? Frigg's eyes twinkled with bewilderment. Soon her body starts to tremble and her expression gradually stiffens. As if she had seen something invisible, she was frowning at Jaehyeon, who was generating magic. As he saw it, the adversary would never lose to Thor. How the hell is this even possible? Thor, back away now. All of a sudden, I was screaming like that. But I thought it was a pity. What skill did Jaehyeon use a moment ago? It was not something that could be dismissed as a familiar magic I had seen somewhere. What a mad storm. He used Odin's main weapon, but why isn't he taking any risks? Thoughts followed quickly and came to an immediate conclusion. The reason was clear. Adversary, could it be that you have reached it at Odin's level? Jaehyeon smiled faintly at that. Thor, who was lying down with him, robbed himself of his seat and stood up with an angry expression. Patsutsut. A massive electric shock strikes Mjolnir. Revealing it towards Jaehyeon, Thor met his eyes and smiled. You've become several times stronger than before. It is interesting, very so much fun, madness dwells. Did he inherit it from his father Odin? Thor, uninhibited by the overwhelming power of reappearance, began to charge at him. Kick the ground and stomp your feet. Then raise the hammer that the electric shock is raging high. Frigg, realizing the mistake he had made, shouted again, "Stop, Thor!" But Thor couldn't hear her words. He was an unstoppable force and was a typical strong and weak predator who was easily swayed by his desire for victory. No matter how powerful Frigg was, he didn't have to accept everything she said. At least that's how it has been in my life so far. Die, adversary! Thor's hammer hits Jaehyeon's head exactly in an instant, unlike just before. An attack with power that is infinitely close to full strength. However, after watching the flow of the attack with a bored expression, Jaehyeon reacted briefly at the last moment. That was all. Aang with a huge explosion. Jaehyeon put his magic power on his sword to the limit and struck Thor's hammer. However, he did not stop there. Active skill Thunder God's power is activated. Active skill Thunder God's chain LV5 is activated. Thor. In the silence where everything in the world seemed to have stopped, Jaehyeon opened his mouth. The enemy's attack was accurately blocked by his longsword, and the frozen ground was just pure white light. Thor's expression darkened slightly. It was a shocked face. The opponent is the power of the Thunder God. I knew that I was using my authority, but this is unexpected. If it's the same power, my proficiency will be much higher. What the hell is this? The Thunder God's chain activated by Jaehyeon accurately ensnared the enemy's sword and began to slowly push Thor's body away. In the battle of brute force, that Thor began to be pushed back. It seems Hrungnir is still angry with you even after he is dead. Jaehyeon laughed coldly. Passive skill Hrungnir's Rage is activated. Chapter 414 Thor Part 2 Hrungnir's Wrath. It was the second mythical skill that Jaehyeon had acquired in the past, and the reward he got after clearing the giant's ordeal. A skill that is particularly effective against the Aesir god, increases all stats, including attack and defense. It was a skill that could be called fraud and one of Jaehyeon's secret skills. This helped Jaehyeon achieve feats as an adversary, until now. Every time I dealt with various Aesir gods such as Modi and Magni Tyr, this skill helped Jaehyeon perform better against them. However, there was another time when this skill showed its greatest efficiency. It deserves the name of Hrungnir's Wrath. The effect was amplified against Thor, the target of the massacre of the giants. When Jaehyeon reunited with Smur later, he briefly recalled the additional explanation of the skill he had told him about. The effect of Hrungnir's Rage is maximized against Thor, who annihilated the giants. It is the power given for revenge, but it's up to you how to handle it. Smur said how to handle this skill is up to him. Jaehyeon pondered for a long time, repeating what he meant. Not an easy time, however. Jaehyeon found an answer. It must mean using force to move forward, just because the power for revenge is nothing but an empty shell. It didn't matter if it was correct or not. Jaehyeon felt that Smur's story was helpful enough just to remind him that power is something that must be used in order to move forward. Jaehyeon lifted his head and looked ahead. Thor, the god of thunder and the god who killed Hrungnir, the person responsible for turning Jotunheim into a sea of fire, was right in front of his eyes. Also, as you can tell from the name of the skill, the effect of Hrungnir's Rage is maximized several times when it targets them. To put it simply, reappearance meant that he had a completely opposite-sex relationship with Thor. Thor seemed to have noticed this too, and gritted his teeth. You have the power of a dirty giant. You'll soon find out who the dirty one is. Jaehyeon lightly countered Thor's words and let the divine attack pour out again without capturing it. Jigsaw jigsaw, exactly like Thor's thunderbolt. No. The added magic power radiates bright yellow light and wraps around Jaehyeon's whole body. A release close to awe. Even the atmosphere around him was completely annihilated. How the hell is that even possible? Jaehyeon's colleagues looked at him in amazement. But he remained calm. He is just making a calm expression while accepting all the gazes focused on him. Thor put his strength back into the hand holding the hammer. It was because I thought that the adversary was not an opponent to be taken lightly. The adversary? Are you saying that killing Tyr wasn't a fluke? But even so, there would be no reason for him to lose. Tyr was called the god of war, but he was not very strong in one-on-one combat. It doesn't mean much to Thor, who is good at lightning strikes and has tremendous power. Moreover, there are times when you hide it like that from yourself. If you use that power well, you can get what you want. The adversary will never be able to triumph over himself, Thor said with a bitter laugh. Adversary, I can't understand. Why are you scumbags struggling? Living under Odin wouldn't be bad either. Why are you risking your life to protect your humble life? You call that a question? You were crazy too, like Loki. Speak such arrogant words only after defeating me. That's what you're going to do now. With his words, Thor erupted with a momentary force of his own mighty rank. He pulled out his maximum power at once and started to open the field. He wore a mischievous smile. I have something to tell you, God at the top of Asgard. You do not know what Odin's purpose is. Purpose? Jaehyeon's eyes narrowed. A sense of incongruity felt at the same time as Thor's words, however. Before Jaehyeon could figure this out, Field swallowed him and Thor in an instant. It wasn't until a few minutes later that I realized something was wrong. A bloody wind rages. Raiders in oil-slicked iron armor are fighting in their respective positions, making up for each other's shortcomings. The most outstanding are, of course, those who are called S-class raiders. They were also Jaehyeon's colleagues, as if they would not spare the enemy in front of them. They were doing their best to catch the enemy somehow. The same was true of the Dwarven and Elven armies. In fact, it was not the time to discuss such trivial matters as those who were not very close to each other. Moreover, the frenzied storm triggered by Jaehyeon boosted the allies' momentum at once. Nothing else caught their eye now. You just have an enemy to take down and hunt him down. Radar's primal instinct keeps leaking out, revealing fangs at enemies. Luna, how many people fall that way? Stop it. Yes, it was a collaboration between Kim Yoo-young and Ruina. They had become quite friendly. The other coworkers are also now open-minded. And our relationship with each other is quite good. Now it's to the point where I can rely on my back in an emergency. It was encouraging, however. The situation was still not good. Number of enemy troops, because it was too much. No matter how many times I kill it, there is no end. This is dangerous. An Hoyeon bit his lip. This is not good at all. The number of soldiers in the enemy camp continued to increase. If the battle is not ended quickly, the number of soldiers will continue to increase. Beyond the gate, even at the moment I thought about it, an unbelievable number of troops were still pouring mercilessly. On the other hand, the number of allies does not increase even if each individual shows an active performance. It can't be like this. Kwon Soyeol pursed his lips and looked around. I didn't expect the number of enemies to be this high. So the formation of the allies was collapsing pretty quickly. It couldn't have been anything to worry about. The most difficult is, of course, Valkyrie. Their soul-fighting swords disrupted the movement of their colleagues and pursued the opponent until the end. So there was no option to avoid them without blocking them. It was truly astounding power. Shit. Valkyries, I think only those guys should do it. An Hoyeon and Kwon Soyeol exchanged words like that. Seone also agreed. Surely Valkyries are annoying, especially if it's a captain-type Valkyrie. There is a limit to supporting with the power of potions. I don't think it will be easy. Li Yisang also helped, just a few minutes, little by little. As time passes, the allies gradually begin to be pushed back. The enemy's offensive continues to get steeper, and Jaehyeon and Thor are sucked into the field magic. However, it is difficult for ordinary human raiders to continue fighting here. On the other side, Jormungandr and Nidhogg's venom became the root of a tree summoned by Idun. Also, the knights of each race were slaughtering the enemy, but the enemies were clever and persistent. They are concentrating their forces to break through the blockade in the direction where the weakest humans are. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before it was pierced. What should I do? An Hoyeon pondered what he would have done if he had been in the same situation. The answer does not come easily. He is he and he is himself, so of course, conclusions such as reproduction cannot be drawn. But it was because he was always the one he could trust by looking at his back. He thought of Jaehyeon all the more in this desperate situation. The passive skill Sword of Faith is more activated. Blue and white are burning to the limit. An Hoyeon continued to slaughter the enemy while breaking the wall every moment. The movement of slashing one enemy at a time with each breath made it hard to believe that it was human. Hel and Hela also open the gates of the dead and lead a large army of the dead to fight. However, even so, Valkyrie was strong. Shit, at this rate I will be pushed. It was around the time that their army gradually began to decline. Out of nowhere, overwhelming magical energy suddenly erupted, and numerous large armies began to rise above the friendly camp. It was a landscape I had seen before. The day when the name of the adversary began to be known to the public someday, those with pure white transparent wings floated in the air, holding swords and fluttering like cherry blossoms in full bloom. At once, the eyes of allies are focused on that direction. They, Valkyrie, a muffled voice broke out among the humans. Valkyrie, Mill's school festival, the disaster that drove them to hell at the time had arrived here, however. If there was one difference from then, it was that they were allies now. Freya, at that moment. The name of hatred erupts from Frigg's mouth in the enemy camp. Freya, she finally made a decision after much thought. He changed his mind and became an ally to join the battlefield. The Brissingamen that always hung around her neck was no longer to be found. She has already decided to accept it, that their child died. Because I can't come back, even now. You have to hold back the mistake you made yourself. That would be the only atonement I can do. Believing that, Freya changed her mind and stood on the battlefield, once again. He put on a bloody iron helmet, and came here with a number of Valkyrie troops loyal to him. Not Odin to end this hell, it was in order to reach the place where the enemy should reach. Prepare the entire army. Freya exploded with enormous magic and shed something that I don't know if it was blood or tears. Her determined voice broke out. From now on, we will subdue the wicked Odin and set the world right. Wow, a wild roar erupted, and as if the Valkyries standing behind Freya had hit it, they rushed at the enemy at the same time. What is this? Calm down, the enemy's momentum. Whoa, the sword draws a trajectory and begins to sweep away enemies. A sword for soul mate with a sword for soul mate. The two swords collide in the air, canceling out and opening a path for allies. Eventually the tide turned. Freya raised her sword vertically and made a vertical line. Then, she slowly swung her sword down and down. The sword of death. Wow, it took only a moment for hundreds of Valkyries floating in the air to be reduced to ashes. Chapter 415 Thor Part 3 Freya. After overhearing Odin and Hugin's conversation a month earlier, she realized that everything the adversary and her brother Frey had said was true. Also, the situation of the Jaehyeon Min came from his own response. In addition, he realized that he had come this far obsessing over what he had already lost. For what purpose did I get blood on these hands? She was constantly questioning herself. Why couldn't he just do that? Was he loyal to Odin, who was like trash while killing and butchering countless races in the name of protecting his child? Maybe an indulgence was needed. Maybe he believed himself that if he moved for the sake of his child and participated in the war, his hands would be clean. Could it be that he tried to hide his eyes and not even see what he could see? He doubted whether he had avoided it to avoid being destroyed. That's why we need to fix it right now. Freya thought so sincerely and finally made up her mind, together with her brother. Frey, let's shake off our mistakes on this battlefield. Even though I killed a lot of people, let's pay for our sins, if that's the best we can do. Let's do it, all troops march. Freya opened her closed eyes and shouted at her soldiers. It was truly spectacular. Numerous Valkyries under her command rushed toward the enemy all at once. Also, the whole process of shooting the sword seemed like a painting. Awe and admiration erupted at the same time. Kiang, visor, in order to survive in the spider web of war. Flying insects caught in the string get tangled up. If there is a short gap between the swords, the person standing behind stabs him in the neck. A great battle that does not miss even a moment when there is a gap. The hostile Valkyries' forces under Odin rushed to break through the barrier. But Freya's Valkyries stopped them and gritted their teeth. All for Freya, for 9 peaceful worlds, they made their presence known to them by shouting endlessly. Frey also slaughtered the enemy with her at the forefront. As if she would not only hurt her brother, a sword that flies by itself even without touching it. It was a magic sword that Frey was proud of, then it draws an arc in a straight line, also slashes enemies vertically. Frigg, who had been watching this in awe, took a backward step in fright. She grasped the situation and quickly shouted, Hugin, Freya has betrayed you, hurry up and report this to Odin. Frigg's words didn't come out and he was swallowed up. There was, of course, no existence where his eyes were directed. Odin's raven. Hugin disappeared in the middle of this war without a blink of an eye. Frigg's anxiety runs mad, and her heart beats repeatedly. Pounding, my hands were shaking. Frigg was certain that something had happened that shouldn't have happened and that Freya and Hugin were deeply involved in the incident. Pat's cheats. A thunderbolt roared and suddenly illuminated the darkened world in bright yellow. This was Thor's field magic tall spire of the god of thunder. A field with phenomenal power that increases the efficiency of all lightning-related skills. But it could also be used in reverse. If it's a thunderbolt himself, he's been dealing with it since the beginning of his regression. There is no reason to be afraid of a new battle with the enemy. Perhaps you are thinking, did you notice this? Thor sighed and shrugged. The hammer is pouring out an overbearing force. He was unconcerned. If this is the case, you might be able to defeat me with a thunderbolt, but that will never be possible. I can show near invincible power here. Thor was confident. Jaehyeon watched him quietly. Frowning, you'll have to prove to me that it's not just a mouthful. Don't worry, because I'm different from those goofballs. Tyr, who is called the god of war, was also nothing to me, just a puppy. It wasn't much more than that. It was a fact that Jaehyeon knew well. You said that Tyr had never defeated Thor in one-on-one combat, so it was understandable that he was so confident, however. Jaehyeon overpowered Tyr and won. Moreover, Hrungnir's anger has overwhelming power. It is a situation where Jaehyeon is stronger than before. Still, why is he so confident for some reason? Jaehyeon couldn't help but feel a sense of alienation from the sensation that sent chills down his spine. Shortly thereafter, the anxiety dissipated. I already know your plan. He probably wants to kill me and head to the gate to Asgard. To kill Odin directly there is not it. Then, that is impossible, unexpectedly. Thor threw Mjolnir at Jaehyeon once. Kwang, Jaehyeon asked as he quickly parried the attack with his sword. Why? Because Odin has already completed all preparations, I hate to admit it. But my father is a thorough man, all preparations have already been made to kill you as an adversary. Jaehyeon couldn't help but pause for a moment at that point. Kill me as an adversary, not just me. It was accompanied by an intense sense of discomfort. I didn't feel too good, the aftertaste was bitter. There is something. Jaehyeon jumped at Thor first this time, after laying the sword horizontally. Quickly close the distance with the enemy and swing it horizontally. Kiang, sparks fly between the returned Mjolnir and the mythical longsword. Active skill formation of magic tools is activated, with Nidhogg's fangs that he had changed before he knew it. He shallowly sliced through the enemy's abdomen, the abdomen which was first cut with a cold spear. Dug deeper with him, the designated target has reached maximum poisoning. Thor has fallen into an abnormal state. Jaehyeon made an expression that he had seized the victory. If you can move freely in Thor's field to this extent, you have a good chance, but why? Thor's expression seemed to completely deny that idea. If you thought you could defeat me with something like this, you are mistaken. Thor lightly applied force to dissipate his mana. Because it was Nidhogg's poison, it couldn't be completely dispersed. But it stopped the spread of the poison for a while, and Thor smiled as if it would only take a moment. Jaehyeon's eyes shone brightly. He asked, Thor, you're dragging your time uncharacteristically of you. Why? Did I tell you, the lofty heavens of Asgard are trying to stand tall again by denying your existence? No way. A disturbing thought passed through Jaehyeon's mind at that moment, as if Thor had read his thoughts. He smiled broadly and looked at Jaehyeon. Yes, Odin is trying to change the destiny that has been determined through the stars of the far abyss, the prophecy of the three Norn sisters that you will destroy Asgard. Jaehyeon couldn't help but be in shock. Didn't the enemy lack the star fragments of the distant abyss? How is that possible? Equivalent exchange. Thor put a sly smile on his lips. If you bet something of the same value. It is possible to deploy black magic even without a star fragment from the far abyss. That is the result Odin gave. Was it necessary to tell me that? Because knowing you doesn't change anything. And what, wouldn't it be more fun to have a dramatic situation even if you enjoy it as a short-lived entertainment? Jaehyeon's brow flinched and trembled. At that moment, Jaehyeon heard the sound of the system in his ears. The lofty god of Asgard activates the magic of the world. The power of prophecy that has been established begins to be nullified. Remaining time, 1 hour. It started. Thor chuckled and laughed. He turned the hammer around and looked at Jaehyeon. It seemed quite painful for Thor, who is weak against poison, but, as if that level was nothing, Thor was enjoying the pleasant situation. After, Jaehyeon was convinced the moment he let out a short sigh. If Odin is not defeated within 1 hour, Odin will nullify all prophecies, then everything is over. The opportunity to kill Odin as an adversary would be lost forever. However, the biggest problem was the fact that he had to kill Thor first. I wouldn't be pushed back. But time was absolutely running out. Kill Thor as quickly as possible, and I have to kill Odin. Jaehyeon made a decision and quickly rushed at the enemy. He wielded a dagger covered in thunderbolts, then changed his grip on the sword. Tiabing, the magic sword that was once in Ju-Won's hand, shines. Fane, the stabbing sword, carves a deep scar down Thor's abdomen. Then, the outer tissue of the skin covering the outer surface began to flow little by little. Tissue destruction. The imprint of destruction began to take effect. However, Thor was still there. He blocked Jaehyeon's attack with a hearty smile, prolonging the time as much as possible. His behavior was contrary to his usual belligerent temperament. There was a clear reason for that. I know, you're the enemy and you're rampaging, but there's a limit to what you can do. Despair. Adversary, realize that there is nothing you can do and lose everything at the feet of Asgard. From the beginning, Thor was clearly revealing his intentions. He must have wanted to see himself struggling. He was thinking of watching Jaehyeon in pain. It was intended to serve as a snack while watching her despair and pain. You never let me down. Blood flowed through the teeth of the jaw. Jaehyeon's string of rationality was about to break slowly. In fact, it wouldn't be too difficult to kill Thor here, but if you use all your power here, you won't be able to do anything in the fight against Odin. A little while ago, he used up a mad storm, consuming 20% of his mana. Inevitably, if you don't save your strength here, Your back will be dangerous, but what if an hour passes, Odin would set his own death at the cost of something else. Jaehyeon thought, how the hell can I get out of this situation? What's best it was then, great, like a giant egg breaking with a loud bang. A large man dug into the field. The adversary, he said as he fell down with the spear. I will take over this place. Jaehyeon's eyes narrowed, the one who is revealed in front of himself. The identity of the man is the son of Hrungnir and a giant. It was Smur. Chapter 416 Thor Part for the opponent. I will take care of this place. Smur calmly broke Thor's field and appeared. He had a spear in his hand, an object suitable for the size of a giant. There were also several artifacts specialized for stabbing, which were similar to those used during the first trial of the giant. Jaehyeon bit his lip. But Smur, you know you cannot fight Thor with your own strength, no matter how strong Smur is. He still hasn't surpassed even his own father, Hrungnir. Even the one called the King of Giants was defeated by Thor so trivially that Jaehyeon had no choice but to stop him. Didn't he see that memory himself through Urd's mirror? Smur must have witnessed the scene with his own two eyes, but why did he come here when he knew it was dangerous, even though you know best that you have no hope for yourself? No, then, even if I don't win, I'll stop him here. I'll say it again. Adversary, you do what you have to do. I'm going to fight Thor. If it's out of vengeance. Stop here right now, you must go back now, otherwise I will really die here. Jaehyeon tightened his neck and said that, however. Smur's attitude was stubborn. It is not revenge against my father, I just do what I have to do. One day I think I need it. I was ready to give up everything I had. I've always thought that way and that's just it now. Smur, the miscellaneous things are talking for a long time. How dare you put this Thor in front of you? Thor laughed bitterly. Okay, I remember too, you were definitely the blood of the dirty giant king Hrungnir. That fool was defeated by me in the end. Yes. Father lost to you, but what does that matter? Smur took a step forward and said. He didn't look agitated at all. His face looks as if he has already forgotten the trauma of his father and the tragedy of the past. The moment Jaehyeon looked into his determined eyes, I finally had to make a decision. He won't listen to anything he says. The present self must go if there is something to be done according to his word. Please, please don't die. That's it. It must be a request I cannot grant. Saying that, Smur gave a small smile. Thor put his power into Mjolnir. Do you think I will let myself go too far? Kwang, however, at that moment, Thor's attack was blocked. Jaehyeon activated his magic and blocked his son-in-law with an ice wall. It was an iceberg that could not be frozen in an instant. However, it was not difficult for Jaehyeon, who reached the extreme of magic, quadruped, without missing the time. Jaehyeon succeeded in coming out through the place where Smur had broken. The scenery of the battlefield began to come into his eyes again. It was not too late to see the Valkyrie unit joining. Freya, when did you arrive? A little while ago. It took time to gather as many troops as possible. Then, yes, I will be in charge of this place. So you can go ahead. Even Freya said so. Jaehyeon nodded. Akae, Jaehyeon couldn't help but feel a heavy weight on his shoulders. For a moment he looked at Smur and Freya and prayed, even for his colleagues. He repeated endlessly, I hope we can meet all of them alive. Jaehyeon made up his mind and started running. The target was the warp gate that Thor and Frigg opened the field for the first time. The reason was simple, if you go through there, you will be able to head straight to Odin's palace in Asgard. There was no time to climb Yggdrasil and head to Asgard now. This is where you have to make a choice. In addition, no matter how much Freya joins the battlefield, if the enemy's army continues to attack the allies, the chances of victory are infinitely low. I have to reach Odin somehow quickly. Once you reach it, you will be able to face Odin by joining Loki, who has decided to draw the attention of the enemy from there. Anything can bring you a win. Jaehyeon started walking confidently. At that moment, only the two of Thor and Smur were left. Smur clicked his tongue as Thor broke through the ice wall and jumped out. A rat-like bastard. Aren't you the one who was imprisoned by that little mouse, Thor? And your father was worse than a rat. It was a lowly provocation. Smur held the spear unperturbed. Thor let out a laugh as if he was full of energy. Are you really going to deal with me? Are you saying you would sacrifice yourself like an ugly father for that human being? It is not meant to be sacrificed. Then is it revenge? Did you point your spear at me to avenge your father? At that question, Smur shook his head after closing his eyes for a moment. No, at the same time, a massive slap began to erupt from his body. It just opens the way for those who need to go forward, even if I have to sacrifice myself for it. A few hours ago, before the magic of the world is activated, upon learning that Hugin had disappeared, Frigg quickly arrived in Asgard through the portal. She was running through the palace in a cold sweat. We must tell Odin about this, that Freya betrayed her, and that her adversary has reached almost the same level as Odin. The current situation was not very positive for the Aesir. The humans of Midgard joined forces with the dwarves, whom they expected would never cooperate again. Elves also joined the Anti-Aesir and its power grew. In addition, Freya, who had the authority to command half of the Valkyries, betrayed them. I don't know why. But it was true that the situation was serious. Frigg burst through the door and saw God sitting on his throne, a supreme and pure being with two cold golden eyes. It was Odin. She shouted quickly, Odin, something big happened. Freya betrayed, however. Odin nodded as if it were natural. No, Why at that moment Frigg had no choice but to back away from Odin's cold sneer. Why are you feeling afraid? Because everyone was watching from the slides, and I all expected that this might happen. The same goes for how to solve it. How to solve? Frigg couldn't understand Odin's words right now. She thinks the best way is to defeat the army right away, regroup and aim for the next opportunity. If the battle continues, the side lacking a commander will become dangerous. No matter how you think about it. It was too risky. I don't know if there is any other way. Didn't the plan to overturn the prophecy by gathering the stars of the distant abyss also failed with 2 pieces taken away? The adversary is more cunning and stronger than you think. But why does Odin look so calm? What the hell is there to do with him? The star of the far abyss, I will use it. But didn't you tell me earlier, in order to overturn the prophecy using the stars of the distant abyss? We must collect at least 8 of them, Odin laughed. It doesn't matter how much, as long as you pay the same value. There is no problem, equal value. It was the first time I had heard of it. Odin has always shared every strategy with him. But this time it was different, and that didn't bode well for her. Frigg, come closer, Odin's overbearing voice. At that, Frigg felt an irresistible fear at the same time. He felt his own body moving at its own pace and moving little by little towards him. I felt it intuitively. You must not go to Odin now, but her body didn't move the way she wanted. Frigg continues to walk unsteadily and approaches Odin's side. Shame rose from the body that had lost itself as if it had been stripped naked, like that, standing in front of Odin. Frigg trembled in fear. Odin gave her a chance to sit in the H-lid specially. Sit down and see. He breathed magic into the chair. Is this the picture I drew? Odin showed the world, a devastated world, and his own existence standing tall there, however. There was no one around. No god in Asgard is with Odin. Also, there are no people in the foreground looking down from the throne. No. That might be wrong because they were all dead. Let me tell you one thing, Frigg, something of equivalent value to the star fragments of the distant abyss. Among them, this is the easiest to obtain. Cuck, at that moment. Odin's hand pierced Frigg's heart with Gungnir. The tip of the spear pointed at his wife shone sharply. Gungnir, the strongest spear that will surely hit the enemy in any case when thrown, that it was directed at someone meant one thing for sure, predestined death. Frigg felt the wound in his chest with a cold. Still hand, I wiped the blood that was vomiting up. The blood did not stop. My whole body was trembling. I couldn't even breathe in pain. He was dying. Why? Why did Odin sacrifice himself? For what? Only by sacrificing all of my personalities and insignificant humans will I be able to reverse the prophecy. Odin put on a satisfied expression. There was no agitation on that greedy face. He is also guilty of killing his wife, a feeling that something was lost. All that remains is something that you will hold in your hands in the future. Something blurry was everything. Odin, how could you? The master of Asgard do this, Frigg shouted and screamed. But the spearhead only sank deeper into it. How the hell did Odin get so corrupted? I couldn't believe it. Frigg remembers Odin from the past. I remember a man in a ragged robe who was constantly searching for the truth, even though he became one-eyed. His passion for learning did not cool down, an eccentric who even hung from Yggdrasil upside down. Remember him, but is the person in front of me right now like him, even if it was twisted? The person he thought was the Odin he remembered had already become a monster. I didn't realize that sooner. That was the reason Frigg died here. With this sufficient divine power has been supplemented. Odin looked at the large cogwheel behind him, leaving Frigg bleeding and crumbling on the throne. It is the crystallization of black magic that Odin devoted his entire life to researching and creating. To put it simply, it was a machine that enabled high-level arithmetic expressions to operate, an item that allows you to change a prophecy made by using the star fragment of the distant abyss. With this, you can do everything your will, the highest point among the lofty peaks. You can climb there, of course. It will take quite a while for the gears to engage and the machine to complete the formula. It was good. The adversary in it will not be able to kill itself. The corners of Odin's mouth rose very slightly. Come on. Antagonist, it is the final ordeal. Will you be able to reach me? Drooling. With a sound, the cogs started working. At the same moment, shocking news was delivered to Jaehyeon's ears. Until the effect of the prophecy disappears, another hour. Chapter 417, Twilight Part 1. Twilight descends. Cold air and silence fill Odin's throne. By now Midgard would be at war. Perhaps Thor is holding back his adversary. And the rest of the Valkyries are also fighting for themselves. Freya's betrayal was expected. It was like a ticking time bomb that was about to explode. It's not something to be embarrassed about just because it exploded. Odin was infinitely calm. The opponents are strong. But no matter how strong they are, they will not be able to overcome Thor and come this far. The target he should check now is rather Loki. It was a guy who might soon reach his very eyes. Now time is on my side. Loki and the antagonist. What can you do? What can be changed is just your insignificant roles. Do you really think so? At that time when Odin muttered while thinking so, a man appeared before Odin's eyes. Hugin, a crow that left the battlefield a while ago. He appeared directly in front of Odin. The lowly servant will ask the master first. Hugin asked in his usual calm voice. What is your purpose? It was not a question that one could dare to ask the ruler. Odin about the crows, however, he asked with sunken eyes without even a hint of agitation. It means that it was meant to be this way from the beginning. Odin looked at Hyugen carefully and replied calmly, everything. Is everything? Yes, it's all about getting your hands on it to do so. I need proof that I am the loser of the world. Yes, that means that sword must be held in my hand, Hyugen said with a forced self-deprecating smile. As expected. What you want is different from what I want. Different? Odin let out a bitter laugh. What on earth is the meaning of what the feelings of an insignificant creature like you want to me? You also believed in me and followed me during the last tens of thousands of years and eons of time, isn't it? Why have you changed your mind now? Because that wasn't what I wanted from the start. Hyugen's story baffled even Odin, who prided himself on knowing everything. Why is he talking like this, if so? What is the real reason you followed yourself until now? Hyugen quickly added a reason. I followed you because I believed that holding everything in my hands would bring me peace, but it wasn't like that. You were a plunderer. A man of greed. Not peace, Hyugen was calm. His eyes contained emotions for the first time. The magic that had been controlling his emotions was lifted. The cost of that was terrible and painful indeed. Right after the magic is lifted, all the emotions he remembered began to vividly come back to Hyugen. It came with memories. Sometimes with remorse, sometimes with sin, sometimes with pain, and sometimes with compassion. The mistake he had repeatedly made while following Odin for eons of time. Now as a burden. It weighs him down. Hyugen didn't do anything other than deal with it. Endured the memories of the past. The memories and painful times that Jaehyeon must have experienced before returning someday on that timeline. It can't help but be funny. Just having feelings makes a person so weak. Because of that, I forbade you to have feelings. Emotions are just a useless variable for not only you but also many people who follow me. Emotions only bring disaster to people in the end. Catastrophe. Hyugen cut off and took a step forward. It has already come from you, Odin. It is disrespectful, Hyugen, my crow now. You know very well that these words have no meaning. Then, Odin lifted his hand to let go. As the owner, I will take you. Fuwook, a twisted spear rod pierced Hyugen's heart just like before. A fountain of blood gushed out. However, even at this moment, Odin did not guess what Hyugen has left for the adversary in the final moments of the end, how big of an impact that will bring in the battle later. Yeah, I know that your sisters sacrificed and continue to work hard even in hell. Great job, really. Soon this story will come to an end. Will your names appear in the epilogue? Probably. I will make sure to do that. So, can you help me one last time, just like when we first promised? The light goes out. All living things in the 9 worlds slowly begin to lose their powers, like oiled torches hanging on the wall. People's lives become weeds and shimmer, an afterimage created by casting deep shadows. In the bizarre landscape, raiders all over the world felt that their power was slowly draining away. He had the strength he deserved to be equipped as a person who opposes him. Until now. It has been fighting against God, but now even that is beginning to blur. There will be no way to revive the dying embers anywhere in the world anymore. The end was now approaching. At that moment, even those who did not have the Nornir system felt it. They say that their time is running out. And all fortunes depend on the adversary. Sioane muttered as she looked at the sky where the heavy snow continued to fall despite the darkness. Jaehyeon, is it Akae? Don't worry, that's Jaehyeon Min. Kim Yuyong answered, and even Ruina helped a bit. You're my husband. So of course he can do it. Along with him, the eyes of the two women simultaneously turned to Ruina. The gaze that glared at Ruina was unusual. The comrades who slashed the enemies from behind whispered. Anyway, Jaehyeon, I'm sure he'll have a hard time coming back, right? Isn't that true? Maybe. However, even at that moment, they had to face the distant sight of the enemy soldiers coming like clouds again. It was indeed a look worthy of the name of disaster. At last, the world was dyed in twilight. The battle between Thor and Smur was one-sided. No matter how much Thor was attacked by Hrungnir in the past and couldn't use 30% of his magic power properly. His basic level itself was not comparable to Smur, Asgard's strongest, the one who is closest to the spot because that's the brain god Thor, however. Smur continued to block his attacks and just endured calmly. Thor sighed as he watched him come out with a defensive attitude. He slung the hammer over his shoulder and said, "You're not having fun either. Do you mean to fight to protect like your father? But all of that was crumbled. What the hell is the meaning of what you want to protect? What does it mean?" "Yeah, I don't know." Smur held the spear again with a faint smile. Several of them were already broken and their bodies were full of bruises from being beaten with a hammer. Worst case. Indeed. We are facing the worst of evils. One, it didn't mean anything. What, didn't you send the enemy forward? At Smur's words, Thor swung his hammer again as if he was dumbfounded. A wild thunderbolt that made a squeaking noise pierced Smur's abdomen and caused blood to gushing out. Even if the adversary gets to where Odin is, he will never be able to achieve what he wants. At first you called your adversary a mere human being. Smur suddenly raised his head. He raised all his ranks to the limit and looked at the enemy in front of him. Thunderer, Thor is the strongest being, even though his power was lowered by Hrungnir. There is no doubt that he is the one at the top of Asgard. However, Thor had one more meaning to Smur. The one who killed his father. It wasn't a good meaning, but on the contrary, it was helping him to the limit. He was calm, actually. The adversary was weak. There were times when I doubted myself, but he continued to get up and walk. He was faced with a situation where he would lose himself every moment. But he wanted to grow faster. Smur laughed. My past self and Jaehyeon seemed to suddenly overlap. At first, Smur was guarding the ruins by his father's order. But he never intended to let the weak opponent inside, so I tried to return it, even with a show of force. But then the adversary said, "You have to get out of there. You have to go inside, so get out of there." Looking back now, the adversary was more courageous and outstanding than he thought. Even though he was several times stronger at the time, he did not know that he would rise up like an adversary. After the death of his father, he became a disabled person and sat down. However, it was not an adversary. He got up and walked little by little. I began to achieve things that I thought I could never do. From the beginning, the opponent was such a person. Smur smiled faintly. The adversary is strong. Odin, Loki, and you, who were called the best gods, rose faster than anyone else. What do you want to say? Anyway, Thor, do you think Odin will defeat him? How dare this bastard? For Thor, it was an insult to his father and all of Asgard. Furthermore, it was a remark that insulted his existence. My mind has changed. I'll sort it out quickly. Having made his decision, Thor rushed at the enemy with a hammer full of lightning strikes. Taut then. The moment when he was about to gather the thunderclouds from the sky and strike them down. I will tell you one thing. What? The atmosphere has changed. A strange thing happened. Smur, an unknown, intangible power began to entangle Thor, who was nothing more than trash. It was an embarrassing thing for him. Cannot understand. What kind of situation is this? This spear was made by grinding my father's whetstone. No way, Akae, it's like something stuck in your forehead also. This spear was made to kill only you. It's an item that weakens the lightning and reacts with the whetstone on the forehead to take away its mana. That sounds funny. Yet you can't beat me. I am Thor of Asgard, who is far higher than you. That is my name. Thor gritted and gnashed his teeth. He opened his rank with the intention of getting away from Smur at any moment and drinking him, however. In the end, this ended up in vain. What? You're using at least the same level of magic as me. It was because Smur was exerting power almost equal to his own. Smur smiled and put all his energy into the hand holding the spear. Even at first glance, the level of magic power comparable to that of Thor a moment ago. The reason why such a thing was possible was simple. It was when he visited Darren a few days ago. The mark of sacrifice, do you mean to engrave it? Yes, Smur went to Darren and asked him to engrave the inscription of sacrifice. Darren's reply was cold. What crazy things are you talking about? Don't you know how dangerous the imprint of sacrifice is? You will surely die if you use it. It means you won't be able to come back. I know, like I'd die if I used it. However, someone has to do it. You know it's a war. Don't you? Damn it. Asking me to make a weapon to kill me with my own hands, me too. But I think the antagonist will accept that. The antagonist will think, and you will understand that the choice I made was the best. Even if you know it, you will be sad and suffering. How is it, Darren, if I was that human, wouldn't I? Smur, be worth the sacrifice. The imprint of sacrifice. It was an imprint that could radiate more than 3 times the power and magic power that one could produce instead of burning up and exhausting one's life in an instant. Smur engraved it on his spear. I used my father's whetstone to sharpen the tip. And now I can finally face Thor and see the end. Damn the giant bastard, swear words poured down your face along with blood. Thor tried to level the ground to get out immediately, but Smur held him tight so he couldn't move. Then, slowly began pushing the spear into his body. What are you doing? If you do this, you will die too. You probably don't know that. Cool, Thor sighed again. And blood sputum poured out. Smur was also slowly breaking down. His huge body was shaking as if it would collapse at any moment, and the veins around his eyes were bursting. The eyesight is darkened, however. Smur's eyes were filled with only aloofness. The adversary, go ahead and somehow end this hell. I'm sorry I left for Helheim first. I didn't feel any pain, adversary. I was really happy to die for him, even at that moment. Mjolnir's lightning strike burned his skin again and again, but he did not show it. If only I could get him forward in the future. Even if he died here, he wouldn't feel unfair. At the last moment of the last moment, Smur thought, just as his father in the past saved himself through death, now he has to help someone move forward. Come with me, Thor, to Helheim. Father, you must have felt this way too. With that voice, Thor screamed. Smur smiled a very bright smile that he had never seen before. Damn it, you bastard. It wasn't long before the 2 giants fell to the ground. No one was out of breath, however. There was no one here who did not know that it was a war. Chapter 418, Twilight Part 2, when Jaehyeon saw the gate to Asgard. Numerous soldiers were already blocking the area. It was probably expected that Jaehyeon would attack this place in reverse and head to Asgard. However, to Jaehyeon, Their plans did not hold much meaning. Squeak, squeak, some of the many soldiers standing in Jaehyeon's way fell. It was a swordsmanship that was close to divine. It was natural. Jaehyeon's sword. This is because the intangible sword has now awakened all 5 consciousnesses. Intangible sword, that derivation would be Frey. That was really unexpected. It was just a few days ago when Jaehyeon learned the 2 remaining expressions. It was when I was reflecting on my own swordsmanship after the sparring with Loki. The adversary, how are you learning the intangible sword? How do you know about the intangible sword? It was strange. It was a situation where we were questioning why each other knew about the intangible sword. When Jaehyeon asked about it in detail, Frey scratched his head and suggested it. How about sparring with me? In that way the sparring was conducted. And Jaehyeon encountered a different situation there. Intangible sword. He had seen him use the same sword he was using. It's a strange thing. This was definitely Balak's intangible sword. Besides, Balak couldn't master all 5 ceremonies, but why does Frey? That's the original swordsmanship I made. Yes, before. I had so much fun floating my sword in the air that I made a few sword techniques. Can something like this happen? Can something like that happen? With that in mind, he continued to handle the sword. That's why. Before you cut your mouth, just summarize the main points. I just happened to make it. Frey proudly declared so. It was embarrassing, but Jaehyeon was naturally happy. Even if it wasn't, he was the one who was thinking about sparring with Frey, however. I did not expect to see direct benefits in this way. I just wanted to learn something in Dalian. But there was something I could learn more systematically than I thought, Jaehyeon said with a smile on his lips. I look forward to, did I mention it for nothing, the fate of the world is at stake. It was annoying. But Frey faithfully taught me how to reproduce. His teachings, unlike Loki's, were effective. As the creator of the intangible sword and a master of non-stop explanation, he quickly taught Jaehyeon how to use the sword. The end of the intangible sword, the 4th and 5th expressions at the end, it was too difficult for humans to digest. But the effect was certain. It's not about hiding it again. A sword that paradoxically reveals itself and draws an ink painting. That was the pinnacle of the intangible sword. Thanks to each and every enemy that came to Jaehyeon now was nothing more than a toy. A one-sided slaughter began as dozens of enemies were swept away by one of his swords. It didn't slow down at all. The distance is shortened in an instant. A highland soon appeared in front of me. That gate, the road to Odin's throne, is right in front of me. Jaehyeon felt his heart beat like crazy. What is Odin thinking and waiting for him? I don't know. But my body was moving fast. The gate is slowly closing. Someone must have noticed Jaehyeon's movement and tried to close the gate, along with his thoughts. Demonic beasts came flooding in from all directions. Do you know how to let things go the way you want them to? Active skill, Ice Chain LV5 is activated. Jaehyeon smiled and quickly killed the monsters around him with ice magic. Now, it's not that difficult to push enemies like this with a chain. Jaehyeon quickly arrived at the gate, summoned Nidhogg's fangs, held them in reverse, and inserted them into the gate. Parts Tsutsu, gate let out a terrible scream and slowly began to expand its small mouth. There was a fine crack in the gate with a crackling sound. It was proof that someone was forcibly opening and closing the door. Jaehyeon didn't care, enemies come over there anyway. But it's no different if you go over there and kill Odin. There was nothing to see here. Quadragic, and finally Jaehyeon succeeded in opening the gate by forcefully expanding it, with him. A sudden and disparate thing happened. The door of the gate was completely closed. I thought I'd prepare something, but I thought I'd close the gate. Jaehyeon, who was sent to Asgard along with the light, frowned. It seemed that the pre-planted formula had worked. In case an outsider forcibly broke through the gate, Jaehyeon quickly figured it out and pushed his body into it. Gate. What stood at the end of that disgusting sense of transmission were none other than the remaining soldiers who could not be transmitted. Jaehyeon smiled. After all, hunting is a sheep hunting. It was a number that seemed suitable for warming up against Odin. Even at a glance, they looked like thousands of people, and though they were weak, they had dignity. There was no meaning to Jaehyeon. Jaehyeon immediately deployed the flame magic. Active skill Prominence LV5, Prominence. The surrounding heat and magma began to engulf the enemy in an instant. Odin's minions are quickly swept away. Jaehyeon, who was watching the scene, continued to use magic as if it was still not enough. Quang quang like that. It only took a few minutes for Jaehyeon to clear out thousands of enemies. It was to prove that Frigg was not wrong in thinking that he had the stature to dare side by side with Loki and Odin. Now then. Odin, where are you? Jaehyeon took a step, for the last of the last. The magic that Jaehyeon activated a while ago. In the aftermath of the frenzied storm, the momentum of our allies continued to rise. In addition, the appearance of various races continuing to improve. Jaehyeon closed the gate and the enemy did not increase anymore, so the current situation could be said to be good. But even in such a situation, there are always variables. One of them is Valkyrie. It was also Loda and Hildur, the Valkyrie who stood on Odin's side. In addition to that, there are countless battlegrounds of Valkyrie. The captain's battle, a number close to 20, Each of them had reached at least the third stage of liberation. A few were poisoned by Jormungand and Nidhogg, but their spirit was still strong. Rhoda, Hildur, and countless other Valkyries said while watching Freya facing swords with them, "I'm sorry for dealing with Freyjanim like this. I'm sorry. But I can't help it." Numerous Valkyries said that and aimed their swords at Freya in unison. They were by far the best among the soldiers Freya had raised, a level comparable to Sigrun and Gunnar. That is why the rank of captain was conferred. All the other soldiers are already fighting. It would be difficult to expect support from my side. I have to take care of this alone. The number of enemies is great. They were also those who were once his own soldiers. Freya realized that the time had come for her to risk her life, no matter how much she is. She is not enough to deal with dozens of high-ranking Valkyries. It was an unavoidable situation. Her status is around the fourth stage of liberation, however. There are dozens of enemies, only those who have reached the third stage. It's a fight that can't be a game, Chuck. However, Freya aimed her sword, a person who has lived fiercely to protect his child, because she is like that. She can be more aloof than anyone else in the face of death. Freya shouted with a determined expression, "Come, I will not look after you with the affection of a priest. Then I will go." A myriad of Valkyries rushed at Freya at the same time. "Mrs. Freya," the groans of the Valkyries who were dealing with the enemy on the other side burst out. At that rate, Freya would surely die. She must know this and go to battle, feeling their eyes blurring. They looked at the leader who stood at the very front. A god who always had the dignity of a valiant monarch who never fought behind the scenes. "I will not leave a single stain on her death." Quagwegwa, enormous magical power burst out from Freya's upright shoulders and elegant white wings. Kiang, swords collided and sparks rose, dozens of swords intertwined with each other, coveting the fabric behind them. A tense situation where they can cut each other at any time follows. The path drawn by the sword was perfectly beautiful. But what they shared with each other was not light sword dance. The sword that covets death has the scent of blood. It's fishy, sometimes chilling and tragic. "Are you sure you have no intention of changing your mind, Freya-sama?" At that time, Rhoda in front stopped his sword for a moment and asked. Her hands were shaking slightly. Freya smiled faintly. "No, that is impossible." "Why, if I ask you the same question? Will you give me the same answer? You are Odin's and I am me. We just go the way we want each other. It didn't go well. There is no one who can speak." At Freya's words, Rhoda gritted her teeth. In the end, the battle between the priests was a tragedy and was destined to go deeper and deeper into the abyss. Kiang, Visor Kiang. The battle continued for several minutes. The wings were cut and the blood splattered. The funeral ceremony collided with each other and emitted a roar. It was a fight that looked awesome even at a glance. Freya took the lives of several disciples in the midst of that, the number of soldiers approaching about 10. Each and every one of them was a captain. She is fighting beyond her limits. The mistake he made for penance for it, however. At the end of any war, there was always a winner, Freya. The proof was that 2 swords were flying into her abdomen. "I'm done here too." Freya had a hunch about her own death. There was not enough stamina to block both swords. Here he will end his life. Freya closed her eyes for a moment. "I dreamed of reuniting with my beloved child. It was a very long dream, 10,000 years of time." He lived like an idiot. Looked at a dream that could not come true and ran. "If you knew in your heart that the end would be a tragedy. If I die, I want to see your face again." She thought so and was about to accept the 2 disciples' swords. Krrrr. A huge dark cloud covered the sky and a cry was heard that overturned the earth. It belonged to the dragon no matter what anyone said. Then the swords of the enemies stopped, and the voice of an unknown gender resonated deep in the brains of those on the battlefield. Dragon language. Who the hell is this fight for? All the gazes of the shocked soldiers on the battlefield turned upward. The shadow of the wings coloring the sky black stands out. The dragon's voice continued. "Someone died, someone survived, but if even the living are not happy, what are the struggles and tears for?" At that moment, a voice resonated in Jaehyeon's ears. "Fafnir II activates the exclusive skill Revived Memories. All dragon memories are temporarily unlocked while using magic on the battlefield." Kim Yoo-young's hand stiffens for a moment. She muttered, looking up, "Yongyongi, I am Fafnir. I will punish Asgard on behalf of all dead dragons." Chapter 419 Reviving Memories is a skill that Poppy acquired when he reached the level of a myth. "I was contemplating the right timing to use resurrected memories. Although temporary, it is a skill that allows you to regain all your rank and knowledge." What that meant was clear. "It means that I can create a situation that can turn the battlefield over just once." It needed to be triggered at the optimal timing. Because of this, Jaehyeon looked at Poppy and said, "Listen up. Poppy, just once, use your newly acquired skills now when our comrades are in real danger. And please save my colleagues who are like my family, please." Jaehyeon told him sincerely. Poppy tilted his head, as if he hadn't understood the words yet. But he too was able to realize one thing for sure. That Jaehyeon hates losing something he loves more than dying. It was the same with Poppy. What if you can't eat Kim Yoo-young's special pie? If that happens, you will have to shed your tears. Is that all? Even when he approaches, he cannot see Kwon So-yeol step back. Nor can he see An Ho-yeon's trembling face in fear. I couldn't see Lee Yi-sang's exciting expression nor Seo Ina's warm gaze anymore. Poppy didn't know all of the owner's intentions at the time, but decided to do as he said. One day, when the master's colleagues encounter a dangerous situation, he decided to release his own power and activate the skill. It was a one-time opportunity and device to release his mental and physical limitations. Like a kind of trigger, and now Fafnir has recovered all his memories. Fafnir II activates the exclusive skill Revived Memories. All dragon memories are temporarily unlocked. I am Fafnir. I will punish Asgard on behalf of all the dead dragons. Midgard's valley was filled with the dragon's roar, and all the soldiers on the battlefield and Jaehyeon's comrades stopped moving. Among the dignified beings with dignity, they are by far the most powerful species. Dragon, Fafnir manifested here with his memories. Albeit only briefly. What the hell is this? The enemy Valkyries who were dealing with Freya spit out such words without even realizing it. They backed away, hesitant by the cool sensation from above. It looked like he was frightened by the tremendous force. Jaehyeon's colleagues watched Poppy's change with their eyes wide open. A red dragon with huge wings spread wide covers the sky, announcing that a disaster has arrived and the end of the world has begun. A roar that cannot distinguish between good and evil spreads throughout. You foolish servants of Odin, what exactly are you doing? Do you guys really know? Pappy, Seo Inna muttered as if she was lost in the battle. If Odin is not stopped here, everyone's efforts will go to nothing. The master's efforts to prevent the tragedy of death and war will also remain as a childish dream. I cannot admit this if you dare to stand in my master's way. Fafnir burst into anger and gnashed his teeth. Fafnir will make you repent here on the honor of the Balor. There will be no winners in the war. After saying that, Fafnir stretched out his wings and began releasing a huge strike from him. Mana spreads like a spider's web in the form of thousands of transparent threads. It's like letting you know that you can't get out of here anymore. He spread shocking magic and colored the darkened world brightly again. The world is covered in pure white and fierce flames that seem to burn everything. Odin's Valkyrie troops, who were watching, were astonished. Freya did not miss that moment and cut the heads of several Valkyrie captains in front of her. It was a phenomenal reaction speed. Roaring then, a huge white flame burns as it slowly absorbs the lives of enemies. As long as you are engulfed in this flame, you will not be able to head to Helheim even if you die. A white flame that consumes life and the soul itself. It is this pure white, brilliant flame that brings out the annihilation of nothing left. Yang, did you get all your memories back? Kim Yoo-young's voice resonates emptily across the battlefield. Fafnir II, no Fafnir, who had regained his memory, grinned. Little owner, thank you so much for always serving me delicious food. I always wanted to say hello in words like this. Kim Yoo-young and other colleagues had already heard from Jaehyeon after the raid on the treasure house of the gods in the past. Poppy has acquired a new skill, which is to regain her memories. Also, Pappy was a great dragon Fafnir in the past. However, since they did not know that they would show up like this, they were also quite embarrassed. Kim Yoo-young, who was closest, asked in a trembling voice at Fafnir's change. When this war is over, will we forget all the memories of our time together? That's not it, it's just, you're going back to what you knew, first of all. I have to survive on this hellish battlefield. Kim Yoo-young immediately grasped the question of what he said without a second to feel surprised. Poppy's gaze goes to one place. Everyone's back started to get chilly. They sensed a new danger is coming on this battlefield. Here, Odin's black magic, the crystallization of it, kugu, a magical shield that shatters with a roaring sound and cracks. As the formula built with numerous magical radars faded, a being began to appear. Of course, the disaster that came from the enemy camp. The identity was surprisingly familiar. Someone I thought I had already dealt with. How dare you drive this Thor to his death? Speaking of dirty giants. Thor, why you would be dead? And Ho-yeon shouted and immediately activated the blue and white sword, enveloping his sword in blue flames. It was the skill he handled best, so did other colleagues. With their own skills, they immediately prepared for the reappearance of enemies with transcendental status in front of them. Thor, the thunder god of Asgard. In order to deal with such a monster, everyone had to do their best. Kim Yoo-young activated various auxiliary skills and soul links. And Kwon So-yeol also dug a trap so that he could not easily narrow the distance using traps and various tools around him. Lee Yi-sang's potion was already distributed to all raiders to assist them in their fight, but even in the midst of that, one question remained unanswered. How the hell is Thor alive? This is Odin's black magic as a wizard. He finally touched the forbidden realm. Fafnir explained to his puzzled colleagues, black magic. I remembered hearing about it from Jaehyeon and the Van Esser members one day. Magic that violates a taboo that transcends the realm of cognition, that's what black magic is. Thor in front of me is resurrected by Odin's black magic, and even stronger than before. How could that be? Kwon So-yeol gritted it. Others were also horrified, no matter how proficient Odin was in magic. Reviving the dead was out of the question. Isn't that clearly out of line with nature? You don't know what kind of penalty you will be wearing in the future. Odin, who has uncovered all the knowledge in the world, can't be unaware of this. How many dead can Odin bring back to life? At that time Fafnir calmly stood as if he had read Hela's thoughts. No matter how Odin is. More than one is impossible. I am also a dragon who is proficient in magic, so I know a lot about black magic. Thor, that one guy is the limit. Of course, even if that was the case, the situation wasn't so good, because no one can defeat the resurrected Thor alone right here and now. Helen bit her lip. Smur is already dead because I don't feel any biological reaction at all. At least. The reason we had an advantage was because of Freya's participation in the war and the strength of the various race unions. But if Thor joins the battlefield, the story will change again. From now on. Let's start the second round. Thor emerged from the darkness and began to walk toward the friendly camp, after he was newly resurrected and recovered to all his physical strength. The same penalty as before disappeared. The whetstone fragment that Hrungnir had driven into his forehead in the past had no effect on him now. Level 5 Liberation. The god who stood at the apex of reaching Odin and Loki slowly began to release his energy. Allied soldiers, including Jaehyeon's colleagues, slowly feel fear and then begin to hesitate and backtrack. Let's get ready. However, even in a situation where everyone was terrified, there was one who did not back down, Soil Kwon. She was the person who practically became the leader of 9 when Jaehyeon was absent. It's not very strong. But that's why she knew best what she could do, encouraging and empowering my colleagues to move forward, sacrificing for them even if you're afraid to die. You can do it. Kwon So-yeol gritted it. Each step was deathly frightening and breathless. The enemy was strong. And compared to that, he was very humble. However it goes, hasn't Jaehyeon already done that? You can do it yourself if it is me who has been by my side so far. Kwon So-yeol believed so firmly. Turbuk, how many steps did you take after moving only a few meters? Her colleagues suddenly followed her. Then they walked side by side with her. They thought not too long ago they worked hard to their limit, so the stage they reached is about the 3rd level of divine liberation. On the other hand, the enemy is 5 levels of liberation. Their realm was the difference between heaven and earth, but nonetheless, they believed in each other, that somehow they will find a breakthrough, just like Jaehyeon once did. They believed they could do it too. You can't let Smur's death be in vain. Those were Kim Yoo-young's words. Sona nodded. We must win, even for Jaehyeon. Everyone nods. Now it was the moment when the chapter of the war passed into the second phase. Jaehyeon is walking down a long hallway, the hallway where Odin and Hyujin once walked while having a conversation. In the middle of Asgard. It was a space created to connect each other's rooms and monitor each other. Power sometimes makes people terribly suspicious. They make them hate each other and induce them to kill whenever it is not necessary. Jaehyeon probably took it for granted. But at least he didn't want to live that kind of life. Up until now, Jaehyeon had experienced the horrendous pain caused by the disparity in power, and barely survived the day between them. But get drunk with power and ruin everything, it was far from the life he wanted. When to use force and when not to, he never doubted that it was most important to distinguish them. Anyway, it's about time to come out. Suddenly, I see the end of a long rectangular hallway, the place where Jaehyeon's footsteps stop. At the end of it was a huge door, a door that looks difficult to enter because it is covered with layers of special magic. However, it was not a problem for Jaehyeon, because it would have been solved by using absolute arithmetic. Jaehyeon nodded, thinking about it, and finally put his hand on the door to open it. Ahead of this will be the throne of Odin. A wide space full of darkness and a headscalp that overlooks everything in the world will pop out, according to Loki's explanation. It was unmistakable. Can do. After hypnotizing himself, he turned the hand that held the door with force. That was the moment. Wait, adversary. Suddenly a familiar voice came from behind, of course. Jaehyeon already knew that he is there, even so. The reason for pretending to be defenseless was simple, to deal with enemies quickly. It was because he was intrusive on what he had to do now. Jaehyeon grabbed the man behind him and aimed at Nidhogg's fangs. It was a really quick move. A heavy voice comes out of his mouth. Hyujin, why are you here? Is it to disturb me? It was when Jaehyeon's sword dug into his shadow. No, Hyujin gave a completely different answer. Jaehyeon frowned. Then, do I have other business? Jaehyeon remembered. Heimdall was said to have been killed by Hyujin himself. That leads to the conclusion that maybe he may have betrayed Odin. Jaehyeon had no doubts. Have you betrayed Odin? Betrayal. Hyujin rarely extended his words. Not exactly. Odin and I had different goals from the beginning. Were the goals different? I will show you my memory. As Hyujin said that, he instantly spread his mana and swallowed Jaehyeon. Jaehyeon tried to resist immediately, but felt his whole body stiffen with the replay of someone's first memory. It was not irresistible, it's just, his memories of what he saw are absurd. He had no choice but to freeze on his feet. This is a certain crow's my memory. Hyujin said that, a scene from the past passed by Jaehyeon's eyes like a panorama, passed, in the very distant beginning of time. There was a raven that watched Odin hanging upside down in Yggdrasil, a creature that didn't even have a name yet, a being assimilated into an evil spirit who wants to obtain all the knowledge in the world. Hyujin was there. Jaehyeon's memories of the person he hated the most began to slowly regenerate from him. Chapter 420, The Crow's Memories of the Past. In the distant beginning of time, there was a crow watching over a man who was hung upside down from Yggdrasil, a creature that didn't even have a name yet. Every day he contemplated an old man hanging upside down, as if it were their daily routine. The crow watched the old man on the spot without missing a day, so about 9 days, after patiently hanging upside down on Yggdrasil, the old man eventually learned the language of magic. You have succeeded in awakening the rune language. At the same time, he became interested in a small creature that never left his side and watched. He gave the crow a name, an old man with a magical language. Giving a name to Odin meant that he had some dignity by transferring some of his magic power. The crow, which was so insignificant, gained status for the first time. Hyujin. It was then that the name first came into being. At first, the old man looked at Hyujin and said, "I am your master from now on. My name is innumerable, Wadnaz Woden Votan Weda, but the name that will climb to the top of the 9 worlds and hold everything in his hands is Odin. Thank you for serving such a master, an evil god who wants to obtain all the knowledge of the world." He was Odin. Jaehyeon was able to be sure that the memories that were vividly drawn before his eyes in the sense of sinking into the water were Hyujin's past. It was then. Hyujin looked at Odin and spoke with his back straight. "This is an arrogant question for the owner, Odin-sama. What are you trying to put the 9 worlds under your feet for? For the rest of all things. Rest, can it be considered peace?" "Yes, peace," Jaehyeon laughed. Words most incompatible with Hyujin leaked out of his mouth. "To be honest, I couldn't feel too good. It was natural. He was the one who killed his mother and his family. It was he who ruined Jaehyeon. But why does Hyujin look like that? Is it possible to say such a thing with such a calm face?" I couldn't understand. I didn't even want to understand, however. The reason I kept looking at that memory was because I thought that if I could see even a little bit of that fragment, it might be easier to deal with Odin. Yes, that's all. Hyujin has betrayed Odin and is helping himself for some reason. Use whatever is available, that's for the best. Jaehyeon already knew. For what reason did he show me my memories in this way? To make himself kill Odin. There was no reason for other personal feelings to intervene in that clear fact. You can't do anything if you're still obsessed with the bad feelings you had before returning. Jaehyeon thought that in order to protect the present, it was necessary to put aside memories of the past for a while. "All right, I will be your servant, but the peace you speak of, guarantee it to me. I promise." Hyujin, my crow. My first memory was that it all ended. It was the very next moment that the second memory was played back. Through this, I will proclaim throughout the 9 worlds that I have reached the top of Asgard, and that I will take everything in the world into my own hands. I solemnly declare that I will do everything in my power to realize Asgard's old ambition. In front, you can see various gods, including Tyr. Bowing their heads, Odin had won the war for control of Asgard. Eventually, Tyr was abdicated and Odin became the new ruler. In the process, Hyujin gains immense power even though he is not a god. He was guaranteed the best treatment by Odin and was able to develop his own power. It was at this time that Hyujin founded his own minority in the name of assisting Odin, turning people deprived of emotions, including Jaehyeon, into crows and spreading a religion that worships Odin based on this. It was all planned at this time. Of course, since he was Odin who pursued a iron-blooded policy, others were never allowed to train large armies. But Hyujin and Freya were different. Hyujin was my trustee in the first place, and Freya was able to catch her weakness and take advantage of it. There was no reason to place any restrictions. Then one day, Odin summoned Hyujin and gave him one of his powers. "I will give you the power to control your emotions. It will be of great help in my future missions." Thank you, magic or authority that can erase the emotions of others, including one's own, but Hyujin never used it on himself. I don't know why, but it was because I felt that I shouldn't do that. Thousands of years passed like that, and in the first Ragnarok, Odin didn't get the result he wanted. I only got a few worlds at most. He really didn't have all the world hegemony he wanted. Still, Odin did not give up. Immediately after the end of the war, preparations for the next war began. The beginning, of course, began with defeating the antagonist who appears in the prophecy of the 3 Norn sisters. The antagonist naturally reproduced. Hyujin was to be killed. Hyujin, you would know how dangerous the adversary is, how great is the power of prophecy. If it creates a huge wave and starts to come crashing down, Asgard could collapse too, so I'll give you a mission. Keep an eye on the soon-to-be-born adversary and wait for the power of prophecy to dissipate before you kill him. After asking Munin, a crow who can control memories, to erase all memories of Jaehyeon's father, Hyujin took his place. It is memory manipulation. Then he meets Lee Seonhwa, Jaehyeon's mother, and I lived with Jaehyeon every day as Odin had instructed. He tormented and tormented him. I stimulated his wings to break as quickly as possible. But why? The burning wick in Jaehyeon's eyes was not easily broken, beating himself every day. He never lost himself. I just throw my body to protect my mother with my eyes wide open. It aroused new feelings in Hyujin, a feeling that is still unknown, emotions she had never felt while supporting Odin for over 10,000 years. Since then, it has been gradually born. For a while after that, Hyujin stopped hurting Jaehyeon and Lee Seonhwa because I didn't want to do that. Why do you have such feelings? Hyujin thought. Are you saying I'm shaking right now, even though it was a direct command from Odin? Are you avoiding it because you don't want to keep it? It was a Hyujin that had never been like that before. Even when Munin, the crow who had been bestowed the power of memory, harbored blasphemous thoughts and had the power retrieved by Odin, even when it was granted to himself, he did not know what the hell it was called emotion. But now, why did he hesitate and not follow his orders? Hyujin conceded that you are being held back by something. We have to push harder. Hyujin gritted his teeth from then on. He inflicted more and more severe violence on Jaehyeon, although the adversary was not aware of his power now. After that, it could be a threat at any time for peace. Someone must die, that was his conclusion. Why one? As time goes on, all of these actions raised questions, along with the thought that it was useless. I felt doubts about Odin's thoughts for the first time. Is this really right? Why should I oppress them? Is this really for the sake of peace? Odin told me peace is something you can achieve by putting everything under your feet, but I really don't know. Is this really the right thing to do? What the hell is this? Jaehyeon was astonished at his self-deprecating and grumbling expression. Now that I have come, I have no pity. How on earth did he think of killing his mother and himself when he thought of such a thing? I was just curious about that. It can't be helped. It was then that Hyujin's voice continued. Afterwards, he decided to use the power that Odin had given him. It was magic to erase one's feelings. Along with that, the thoughts of Hyujin resonate in Jaehyeon's head. There must be one leader to stabilize all worlds. The world is covered in war every day. And there is only one way to end it. The overwhelming loser holding everything in their hands. If that is done properly, there will be no problem. The world will find peace. So this is the end. It's just a sacrifice of a cow for the sake of the generations. Hyujin thus extinguished his feelings. Then he looked at a man grinning in front of him and said, "Did you say, Jaehyeon Min, there is something you must do?" And he killed Jaehyeon's mother and Jaehyeon. That was the memory of the first time line. The third memory was relatively recent. He was reading in Asgard's old central library. Information about the first adversary has been obtained, and I recall one fact and one forgotten name. Akue might be able to do it if he was the first adversary. Maybe you can be the main character of this story. A name that doesn't sound right to Jaehyeon, however. Hyujin continued, Odin's way went wrong. A disrespectful word for Odin's crow, but his will remains unchanged. It's like just stating the truth. Jaehyeon was taken aback by the words without any emotion. What the hell does this mean? Hyujin's real goal was just peace, 9 worlds. Was it just the end of the endless wars everywhere? Dismissed. Hyujin was still in front of Jaehyeon, who returned to reality with a burning sensation in his brain. However, his appearance was more blurred than before. What the heck? I'm already dead, adversary. You have to do what you have to do from now on. I will ask neither forgiveness nor pity from you, so you do what you have to do, as Hyujin said. He was already dead. What Jaehyeon can see right now is just a form of thought. While feeling dizzy, Jaehyeon spat out the words with difficulty. There were clearly bloodshot eyes in both of his eyes. Of course, you are Trash, the one who killed my mother and me. That's enough, you bastard. Remember, Hyujin interrupted Jaehyeon's words, that every story has an ending and that the bad and the good are decided by victory or defeat. Having said that, Hyujin lost one of his arms and handed something to Jaehyeon with the hand opposite the fluttering hem of his dress. It was a key in an unknown transparent shape. You have acquired the artifact. The key of reacts with the user. The key was automatically stored in your inventory. It's locked so you can't easily get it out again, but it felt like a must-have item somewhere. Jaehyeon shivered like an aspen tree, then clenched his fists. Kwang, he hit Hyujin right in the face, just like that. Hyujin became a shadow and scattered. Jaehyeon recalled the memories he had seen earlier and the key Hyujin had given him. After thinking about something for a moment, Jaehyeon shook his head. Everything must be thought of after this hellish war is over. Jaehyeon thought so and opened the door. The air mixed with the cool magic power from there. Odin's throne slowly revealed itself. You have come, the opponent of the prophecy. Odin's chilling voice fell from the throne. Jaehyeon laughed. Akue, Chapter 421, Summit of Asgard Part 1. You're here, the antagonist of the prophecy. Jaehyeon quietly contemplates the person sitting on the highest throne. The atmosphere of the throne, decorated with all sorts of accessories and gold, is hideous even to look at, as if to prove that it was at least a mythical artifact. The magic that emanated from it was of a different class. A pure white light flickers behind the one-eyed man with a long beard, a light that spreads like a halo. It made it difficult for the person sitting in the back to think that it was an evil spirit, however. Contrary to appearances, the identity of the old man sitting on the throne is evil among evil. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it brought the world to the brink of extinction. Jaehyeon looked up and looked at Odin for a moment. God, is this what transcendent beings that humans generally know are like? Jaehyeon clenched his fists while looking at Odin. I held my breath as I looked at the giant sitting on the H-lid scalp. I felt the hugeness of the throne again. Odin, it's an enemy. but I can't help but admit that it's strong. Odin. After learning the rune language, he passed on magic to the world in the form of a ceremony. The enemy was unmistakably strong in order to deal with him. A lot of blood was buried on his hands and Smr's presence was cut off. He must have met his death with Thor. However, at this moment I shouldn't be shaken. In any situation, Jaehyeon had to stay calm, even if it was cold-blooded. Jaehyeon had to choose his best. Calm down, the guy in front of me is not the guy to deal with agitatedly. The slightest sign of error here runs the risk of ruining everything. That much should be avoided. It was self-evident that he would be defeated if he was swept away by excessive emotions at this moment. Jaehyeon knows best because he was not stupid as a radar that those who can control their emotions survive until the end. Okay, because of this. Jaehyeon chose to answer like that without hesitation. The enemy is strong, but he is now equipped with the same rank. The reproduction in the 5th stage of liberation has become a level comparable to Odin and Thor. Loki said Odin. Rising from his throne, congratulations, adversary, it was a pity for me. But I finally did it, to gain divine status with a human body and look at me with the same gaze and eye level as me now. That's what you did, don't praise, you are strong. What are you doing praising me? Jaehyeon puts a fishy smile on his lips. But Odin still watches Jaehyeon looking at him with an unchanging expression. I don't know if it means anything to you, but it is different for me. Odin rose from his throne and took a step forward, because it was unexpected for me. Who is said to have dared to dig into everything in the world? Suddenly, Odin's momentum changes and a storm begins to rage. Jaehyeon kept an eye on him and began to open up his powers. Odin smiled. You have become the biggest variable for me, so you can be willing enough. I bet you won't stop at variables. Along with Jaehyeon's voice, a formidable sound was heard. It was a noise that burst out at the same time, regardless of either side. The two of them approached each other with their weapons in their hands. First of all, Odin is Gungnir. He took out a spear that was said to hit anything just by throwing it, a weapon with sharpness that can be operated. This is an artifact that symbolizes Odin and was created by the sons of Ivaldi, the rivals of the Brocatri brothers. In simple terms, it means that it is an item made by the traders of the dwarves. On the other hand, Jaehyeon held the longsword of Shinhwa, a weapon created by the Brocatri brothers. It wouldn't be a bad idea to bring out a weapon that can do maximum damage right away. But because I don't know what else Odin has, you must use your best judgment, stay focused, you must not make a mistake even for a moment. Everything can only be decided by a single sum. The battles of those at the top are like that, momentary inattention and gap, that will determine your life and death. Jaehyeon immediately activated his magic. Active skill Ice Chain LV5 is activated. Chains rising from the air are intertwined and rush towards Odin. Odin raised his lips and swung his spear as the light-tinted chains rushed to weave through his body. Patching, at that moment, Jaehyeon faced a scene that was more familiar than ever. It was the sound of the absolute calculation, activating. Once I checked one. It seemed that Odin, like himself, could use absolute arithmetic, of course. It was highly probable, an item that he owned but now became the eye of the adversary. Its original name was Odin's Lost Eye. Jaehyeon acquired this and learned a new skill. And that was absolute arithmetic, magic that turns all magic into nothingness. It is not an exaggeration to say that it has become Jaehyeon's biggest hand so far. And now the magic shoots out from the enemy's hand. I was the one who discovered all magical truths and created the rune language. You didn't think that such magic would work for me, who has penetrating eyes. Right? No way, Jaehyeon jumped up again. After leaping at a short distance with a movement close to speed, it moves behind the enemy. Then he swings his sword vertically. Dig, however. The enemy lightly brushes it off and then throws an absolute hit spear. Woo! Jaehyeon reverse summoned his sword and reflexively opened a defense force field, however. It did not exert a great effect and was broken as it was. Jaehyeon clicked his tongue and activated the magic effect in the armor. Active skill Shadow Fairy Tail, evasion of enemies attack one time. It's not just about dodging attacks, at least it was for Jaehyeon. Jaehyeon leaped toward Odin's body again, and then broke the trajectory one after another in the air. It was the power of an air leap. Goes. At the same time, Jaehyeon inserted Nidhogg's fangs onto Odin's head, which he had summoned in reverse. Ki Ayoung, however. Odin easily blocked Jaehyeon's attack before I knew it. I took out another artifact and held it in my hand. It was strange. The enemy Odin and Jaehyeon's way of fighting were quite similar, even though they were the objects they hated each other the most. The two beings were fighting in the most similar ways. Pretty good, you already have a power comparable to mine. Adversary, Odin said so with genuine admiration, but Jaehyeon didn't like it, that his attack didn't work, more than that. It was still Odin looking down on himself. He couldn't admit it, he's strong enough, there is no time for Odin to be vigilant anymore. Jaehyeon kicks Odin's shoulder in the air and then shoots him backwards. Odin rushes in without missing. Where active skill Frozen Earth LV5 is activated, Jaehyeon immediately cast ice magic on the floor so that Odin could not approach him quickly, no matter how skilled Odin was in magic. It was impossible to keep up with the movement of reappearance without breaking it. Odin said, holding his spear in his hand again before he knew it. Anyway, you're a rat-like bastard. Your spear, you have a cooldown. Right? Jaehyeon laughed. Well, it was natural. Even though it is the same mythical item, I thought only Odin's was overbalanced. Odin's spear, Gungnir, is the best weapon. But there was one problem. There is a cooldown period for each use, about 5 minutes. The time that Jaehyeon experienced seemed to be about that much. Okay, but that doesn't mean you hoped that you could win. Did you? Even at this moment, your comrades will be dying. What are you talking about? Do you really think Thor died with that giant? What? Jaehyeon couldn't help but be embarrassed at that point, a little while ago. He confronted Thor and asked Smur to organize him. In return, Smur lost his life, and Thor died as well. Together, the two died together. I sought all the knowledge of the world among them. There was also black magic. If you don't believe me, I'll confirm it. At the same time as Odin said that, he put his hand on the held sculpt for a moment. Then, a transparent light leaked from the throne and recalled a screen. A landscape that seems to transmit images through a screen. The face seen from there belonged to someone who was convinced that Jaehyeon was dead. Thor, how the hell is that guy? Jaehyeon's magical power surged like a raging wave. Odin burst into a great blaze and attacked him. It was an attack using a sword because mutual magic did not work properly. Bang, the sword passes through the air and cuts through the ground. Jaehyeon kept his distance and continued to deploy his magic. It was an inevitable process for fast movement. Control your magical power delicately and use it to confront your enemies. Even so, he did not take his eyes off his comrades who were facing Thor on the screen. Jaehyeon bit his lip. Thor appeared to be alive on screen, but in reality he was not. I temporarily trapped my soul in a newly created body with black magic. Perhaps now he has become a fighting machine that only carries out Odin's orders. Jaehyeon asked in a cold voice. To bring your dead son back to life and use him as a puppet, are you still the head of a faction? To resurrect my child with black magic. Anyone can see how taboo such behavior is for wizards. Jaehyeon looked at Thor again on the screen. Maybe dead or something that could be called a Dragra, Odin sneered. Suddenly. What, wouldn't it be enough to have a son again? At Odin's words, Jaehyeon pondered for a moment. Is fighting Odin really the right choice here, no matter how strong your teammates are? Can you face the resurrected Thor? The odds of it being impossible were overwhelmingly high. No, it will, but the moment he goes back to save them here. Time will pass gradually and Jaehyeon will eventually be unable to protect anything he wants to protect. What choice do I have to make here? Remaining time is about 15 minutes. The time remaining until the prophecy was overturned was absurdly short. And the odds were slim even if we did our best to deal with it. At that moment, Jaehyeon gave a short answer to his thoughts. Then there is only one way. What? Jaehyeon clenched his fist at Odin's question. Tsutsutsu, instantaneous reappearance unleashes the divinity that has been released up to the 5th stage dwelling in the body at once. It was a different dimension from his far transcendent appearance so far. His black hair was flowing and it started to turn white before he knew it. And an unknown rune word began to be engraved inside the two golden eyes. That wasn't all. The red magic power permeated all over the body. The magic of the beginning was shining. And the great power of reappearance was born. The level was so great that even that Odin could hold his breath for a moment. Jaehyeon raised a red chain in the air and looked at the enemy. Can't we just kill you in 10 minutes and go rescue your comrades? Chapter 422, The Summit of Asgard Part 2. All allies froze at the sight of Thor pouring out dark energy. Even if it is not. He is the highest level god that Smur risked his life to hunt down. It was also a fight that Hrungnir hadn't weakened him with a whetstone and hadn't been wasting time. The one who was barely killed was resurrected. The issues unfolding before their eyes were too foreign for them to handle. I didn't want to believe it. It was something that was already happening, however. With Kwon Soyeol's small step, Jaehyeon's colleagues realized, what they should do now is to move, not despair. You have to move. After Kwon Soyeol, Seo Ina was the second to speak, growing up in a barren environment. She was always quick to accept what happened in front of her eyes. Just as she pushed her own aunt to death herself in the past. She sometimes becomes cold-hearted. I was also wise. That was Seo Ina's greatest strength. That's right, I have no choice but to do it. Dragon, will you help too? Of course, if you promise me that you will keep making food for me who lost my memory. I'll make as much as I want. Kim Yoo-young quickly spread the square while talking to Fafnir. It was to isolate Thor from his other colleagues. Other colleagues soon joined, in Freya's case. She was shooting down her students one by one. With a sword, regardless, she was just repeating it, even though taking the lives of former students would not be fun at all. She was accepting it humbly, because she has lived on the battlefield for a long time. There are things she can know. It was the fact that an ally could turn into an enemy at any time. The current time, Nine and Jormungand were the only combatants capable of fighting Thor. An Ho-yeon smoked blue flowers and Kim Yoo-young activated a support skill. Active skill Blue and White Sword, active skill Soul Link. Kwon So-yeol and Lee Yi-sang are also playing their respective roles in the battle, however. They are not good at fighting, so they are doing their best in their positions. Either heal the wounds of an ally or try to defuse a situation, or distribute potions. An Hoyeon and Seo Ina Kim Yoo-young. After a while, the three people gathered and joined forces. Let's go. What a terrible situation, having to fight Thor. Contrary to what he said, Jormungandr pulled out his tongue and was already dripping venom, no matter how you look at it. It was a face that thought Thor was enough to eat for 3 days. You dare me, can you handle Thor? With those words, Thor exerted explosive power and spread blackened lightning strikes all over the place. Freya's Valkyries are swept away, and allied troops die from a sudden attack. There were dozens of people who died instantly in a single attack. Do you want to remain evil until the end, Thor? Don't you know what your condition is now, and how much you are being used by the wicked king of Asgard? The shield created with Fafnir living there protected Jaehyeon's colleagues. Fafnir was the only one who could fight similarly, if not even to Thor, in this spot. Jormungand is also second to none in the destructive power that comes from the use of his overwhelming body and delicate power. But the magic of dragons like Fafnir and Nidhogg is of a different class. You can't answer the question. Thor laughed, and with eyes that had turned into reverse before he knew it, he raised Mjolnir again and struck it down. You cannot beat me. Wow, there was a noise with a crackling sound. Minor cracks appeared in the shield. An Hoyeon sighed and took a short breath. It is not possible to remain confined to this shield, if so. It means that one day you will have to go out and brandish your sword and face the enemy. But the enemy was too strong. Heimdall, whom he faced in the past, was not comparable. I'm sure I would have dealt with Jaehyeon without difficulty. But Jaehyeon had other things to do. This is a task given to them. Yes, task. Reenactment is a kind of ordeal that has been endured countless times. They just shared a little of it and carried it on their shoulders. Seo In-na and Kim Yoo-young were also thinking this way. Seo In-na, who flutters her blonde hair using the king's second coming, and Kim Yoo-young, who shows off her dignity, and the elite elf knight and Ruina running from behind to join them. Everyone was trying to share his burden for reappearance. From here on, they were fighting. Not Jaehyeon, at least for now. It's time to burn them even if they die, confident. They left the shield behind and slowly began to run forward. Soldiers of each race gained strength from seeing their colleagues running ahead and behind. Raiders, elves, dwarves, valkyries. Everyone knew what to do. What you can do, of course I knew, that it is difficult to realize, but it's time to do it, if so. Just do it. Other than that, there are no other options. Let's go. That's funny, Thor thought for a moment as he watched the foolish men rushing at him. The first time I realized that the situation was going differently than expected was when the son of the dirty giant king broke through the barrier and confronted himself instead of his opponent, Hrungnir, the king of the giants, whose name was memorable. His son had less than half the strength of his father, but to him he himself died once. Although he did not know what would happen on the battlefield, it was difficult for Thor to accept easily. Why the hell are you even doing this? Why don't they give up? Smir, who made friends with himself and sent his adversary forward. Why did he risk his life to kill himself? Thinking of such meaningless thoughts made me think about the meaning of his battle. It wasn't a very deep concern. He just thought because he felt that there was a clear reason for Smir's actions. What did Smir gain by sending someone to the front like that? Is there anything to gain from him who is already dead? Is it really a matter of right and wrong, no matter how much I think about it? It's a contradiction. Thor shook his head. Yes, it was nothing more than a contradiction. All the wars Thor had experienced so far contained one truth. No matter what kind of war there is, it will eventually be oneself. Or that it is only for the benefit of one's country. It means that the reason for being for the sake of others is nothing more than ostentation. Nevertheless, the reason for following Odin's command was simple, fighting strong enemies, because that was all of his life. So in order to fight as many strong men as possible, I agreed with my father's sword. In the past, he destroyed the world of giants and conquered countless worlds. And now it has become an ingredient for black magic and has become like an undead. The current Thor was like being reborn. The lofty rank of the gods has now been replaced by pitch black, filthy magic, a puppet that cannot control its overflowing power and only follows Odin's commands. The current Thor has only been revived as such an existence, a patchwork stuffed toy, nothing more and nothing less, a killing machine that is good no matter what your own will. That was who I am now, but that's why I can say it confidently. Thor pursued strength more than anyone else, so I take this opportunity to make a declaration. Thor groaned and raised his hammer high. I, Thor, will kill you all here. At that moment, with black lightning hitting the floor, all of Midgard flashed into darkness for a moment. Can't we just kill you in 10 minutes and go rescue your comrades? You are going to kill me? That's an interesting story. That's 10 minutes. Odin put a fishy sneer on his lips. Unfortunately, that seems difficult, adversary. Even though you are strong enough to fight me on equal footing, you are an individual after all. I think I've grown to have quite a few colleagues. You seem to think differently, don't you? Even now. My troops are gathering here. All of them are elites of liberation level 3 or higher. In between, there are also several mythical magic beasts. Can you really deal with them all with Odin in front of me? Are you saying you're coming out cowardly? Jaehyeon laughed. He knew that when he entered the enemy camp anyway, he would fight while surrounded. However, it wasn't that Jaehyeon set foot here without thinking. I believe. No, it's hard to believe, but there was one corner that I had to believe in to win. So I was just thinking of betting on it. Probably the troops you called won't come here. What are you talking about? Ah, yeah. Then a wild monster's cry was heard. The voice was so sad that Odin and Jaehyeon realized it at the same time. The magic beasts in Odin's army are disappearing at a very fast pace. In that brief moment, Odin knew what was happening elsewhere. Someone else is slaughtering all the soldiers he prepared in advance. It must have been a double operation. But there won't be a monster in Van Aesir that can wipe out my army alone. How could that be? No way. Odin's eyes narrowed briefly at the last moment. Jaehyeon smiled and thrust the red chain straight into Odin's shoulder. 8 chains draw different trajectories and quickly fly towards the place Jaehyeon wants. Charer. Aka. It will probably be all smashed up by now. Odin quickly activated absolute calculation and gnashed his teeth, breaking the chain of reappearance. Loki, I never thought I would use him as bait. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of explosions coming from afar is gradually approaching. Odin's expression slowly distorted. And at the same time, Jaehyeon's low voice was heard. That's right, did he decide to distract you from there? Jaehyeon and Odin's attacks collide in the air once again. Jaehyeon sighed at the thought of Loki's thin face. Fortunately, the first operation was a success. Chapter 423, The Summit of Asgard Part 3. In the end, that guy Loki decided to mess things up. Odin looked at the adversary with a displeased expression. The opponent is also an annoying opponent, but no matter how much it is, Loki is a bit stronger now, at least from what I've experienced so far. He was the only being with enough power to feel grotesque. The only god of the anti-Aesir faction that even he cannot guarantee victory. That was the size of the bowl that the god Loki had. Loki, he was the only one who could threaten my position if he comes this way and helps the opponent. I'm sure I'll be the one in danger, but you know that there is not much time left. 5 minutes, it is impossible for Loki to reach here. There was a fishy sneer in Odin's voice. It was natural. How dare you use the maximum power of an enemy that would make even him nervous as bait for a diversionary operation? It seems to have been taken by surprise. But its basic premise is wrong. For such an operation to succeed, one premise, of course, is required, adversary, that you should be able to kill me quickly. Akare, obviously, but I don't think it's impossible. At Odin's one eye for the first time. Deep anger is young, the irreverence of the return reply. It was judged that it had gone too far. That's foolish, once again. Two transcendent beings collide. Jaehyeon felt his body slowly heat up, never dared to look up. Odin is the culmination of all myths. He and himself are now fighting on equal terms. The elation that the fact itself gave gradually rose through Jaehyeon's body and gradually sharpened his sword and magic, intuitive movements and transcendent reflexes, and the destructive power shown by the power of the newly opened eyes was awe itself. In addition, in the training he had with Loki, Jaehyeon was able to grow faster than he thought. Every moment he was getting sharper. Jaehyeon continued to close the distance from Odin, not allowing a single attack from him. When the battle was fully ripe, Jaehyeon approached and deliberately grabbed his spearhead and turned around. Stupid, shallow, Odin said that, and before he knew it, he took out a dagger and cut Jaehyeon's shoulder. However, Jaehyeon's expression was relaxed itself. At that moment, Odin's face was covered with a dark cloud that could not be erased. It was as if he was moving exactly according to the enemy's intentions. I felt that way. No, it can't be, in any case. The disadvantaged side was the opponent. 3 minutes left now. No matter how well he held on, it was Akage. In just a little while the prophecy will finally be overturned. However, he did not remember that the moment he thought so was the most dangerous. It was because he had a bad habit of thinking that his judgment would always be right because he had been at the top for the longest time. Chow, at that moment. The first wound appeared on Odin's always perfect body, an overly sharp sword, no matter how you look at it. It was hard to believe that it had been shot by an adversary with a similar level to himself. I felt a warm sensation. Odin immediately looked down, a vertical wound across the left shoulder. The longsword of Shinwa wielded by Jaehyeon demonstrated its power. How can this power? Odin was in shock, however. As a god at the top of Asgard, he quickly realized, how could Jaehyeon's sword be so sharp? This is the imprint of a counterattack. Then, do you think there is a way to deal with it? Jaehyeon laughed. Odin gnashed his teeth, as Jaehyeon said. It didn't mean much even if he knew what engraving he used to strengthen his weapon. If there was nothing to counter it, the one who fell could have been himself. If you get hit like this for a couple more times, it could be really dangerous. Damn it. Odin quickly regained his sanity, although he had already allowed one attack. He still had the upper hand. It's a fight that he wins if he just endures time. If the prophecy is overturned, Ragnarok will end. A new prophecy surrounding him will be born. The adversary will never be able to stand against himself and will die at his own hand. It was a prophecy he made by consuming all the stars of the abyss. Even though my wife, My limbs and my subordinates were replaced countless times. It was not a waste, because they are nothing more than parts that can be replaced at any time. Their deaths meant nothing to Odin. Odin opened his eyes. He has one eye. But he has been using it for a long time so that Odin was able to do what Jaehyeon couldn't. Did you ever hear from Van Aesir's scum about my field magic? It's field magic, well. I don't think there is any. Jaehyeon continued to attack. I catch my breath after that. Change weapons and continuously drive the enemy to the back. It was like a sword and magic that could be called art, along with stab wounds. Scars from the magic that could not be destroyed began to appear on Odin's body. After blocking the site with water attribute magic, Odin, who removed it, inflicted additional damage with ice attribute magic. The series of courses were very colorful. It is not monotonous and each one is difficult to predict, no matter how Odin is. It is not easy to deal with. That was enough to make me realize it. Then I'm glad. Odin showed his white teeth. He was already wounded everywhere. But he didn't seem to think of his defeat yet. It means that you still have more cards left. Jaehyeon's body was kept alert so that he could react to his movements at any time. There is now 1 minute 30 seconds left, even if you don't know what the enemy will pull out. You have to kill it at once. I have to see the end here. When the prophecy starts to overturn, there is nothing you can do now. It is not the end, only that one's calling as an opponent of prophecy disappears. Everyone will die in particular. Those close to him will be killed more brutally and without mercy. Family, coworkers, friends, everyone will be crushed, like an ant. You can't even resist and everything comes to an end. Because this fucking world is where the winner takes it all, just like that. Jaehyeon stretched out his arm and was about to pour out his final attack. Ting! An incomprehensible moan escaped from Jaehyeon's mouth. A huge wave of magical energy rushed towards him like a tidal wave. Jaehyeon felt it, Odin's own field magic that Odin talked about earlier, that it has started now. Come on, this is the card I hid. Field magic, Waltz of Frenzy and End traps the user. Jaehyeon quickly deployed his magical energy to break his field magic. He also started to block the enemy's magic by activating the plateau of the Red Moon, but the results were disastrous. Activate field magic, Red Moon Plateau. Failed to activate field magic. Jaehyeon quickly became dumbfounded, failed to activate field magic, without time to continue thinking. The world was dyed in darkness. The scent of blood that filled his son-in-law and Odin's Gungnir rushed at him quickly in the thick pitch black. Odin smiled. Die, adversary, Hoon, with a sound. The spear pierced Jaehyeon's stomach accurately, deep darkness. This was a field magic that Odin, the one who started the end, had never shown anyone before. Even those Thor and Loki have never seen my field magic, so consider it an honor and give me your soul here in exchange. Damn, I felt as if countless hands were dragging me down under the deep water. Jaehyeon was sure that what Gungnir had pierced through was precisely his own heart. When all the lights in Midgard flickered with the thunderbolt a while ago, the darkness that filled the world lifted and Thor, the god of thunder, appeared, resurrected by black magic. He stood tall and watched his bleeding enemies. The only ones who could move properly were the members of the Nine and the gods with the same status. Thor was also stronger than expected. Everyone was swept away. Regardless of friend or foe, some of them were still alive, but more than half of them died at the same time. Kim Yoo-young's face hardened and her body began to tremble. I was determined to die. I thought I didn't feel fear because my colleagues were the same, but she didn't know that you are most vulnerable to fear. As someone who has stood at the edge of death once, she has no choice but to yearn for life more thoroughly. That fact made her fearless. The brain is no longer doing its job. I couldn't breathe, even though Jeok had been resisting the darkness a little while ago. She couldn't do it at all. That was pitiful. Jaehyeon must still be fighting Odin, but is he unable to even move? Are you stuck in the past? Look ahead. The voice heard at that moment was Kwon So-yeol. She grabbed Kim Yoo-young's shoulder and took one step at a time while no one could move. He slowly started walking toward Thor. It felt like seeing the dead walking towards Helheim on their own in the suffocating silence. Everyone watched him in a daze. Stunned So-yeol Kwon, in fact. She was one of the most down-to-earth members. It is not like An Ho-yeon to save someone because he has a dream and a cause. It's not like I love Jaehyeon like Kim Yoo-jung and Seo In-ae, like Lee Yi-sang. He was saved by Jaehyeon. It's similar, but maybe it was something I could do without him. However, why at this moment? Is she going to face her most feared foe? That fact passed them by as a question. Kwon So-yeol approached Thor and grabbed one arm with the other hand. Their eyes are focused on one place. She was shaking, being ahead of everyone else. She was trembling, my mind went blank and my breathing became increasingly difficult. But, nevertheless, Kwon So-yeol, at the most important moment, he spit out what he always said. Me and you are actually too young to die, but let's go. She smiled and shed a tear. This can be happen. Chapter 424, Song of the Stars, Part 1. Everyone must have learned about it at least once in science class. We call a celestial body that emits its own light with its own internal energy radiation a star. Unlike stars, satellites, comets, etc., they do not shine by reflecting other people's light. It is a star because it burns while sacrificing itself with its own energy. even among people. There are some people like that. Those who can shine on their own and show off their abilities at any time. For the 9 members, that was Jaehyeon. Jaehyeon looked like a hero to them, always when they are in trouble, when they are in danger. When they are in danger, he came to help them. Even if it was for their own benefit, their feelings for Jaehyeon, which had already deepened, did not fade away. But because of that, I was mistaken and set a limit for myself. I drew a line and blamed myself for not being able to cross that line. It means that only Jaehyeon can do something. It was an obvious mistake as a radar. I go to the battlefield with the confidence to win. Hunt witches, even though that is the virtue of radar. They have already been defeated by Jaehyeon. The mere fact of standing with him was enough. Unfortunately, it was none other than Kwon So-yeol, one of the 2 weakest members of the team, who awakened this because these are, let's go, this can be happen. I had no choice but to stand up. We couldn't let the weakest member take the lid. Sorry, sister, I was too weak. Kim Yoo-young said that and stood by her side. The same goes for Seo-in-ae and An Hoyen. They were able to check each other's hearts again at this moment. Jormungandr exploded in a high-pitched voice. Apparently impressed. That's amazing. This deep friendship, it's something you Thor will never have. This Jormungandr has something to say in this situation. Do you know why the older sister gets scared when her younger sister gets married? What kind of bullshit are you trying to do? Because it will be executed, I will help my adversary's comrades to execute you. To say such nonsense in a situation like this, you crazy bastard, Thor growled in genuine anger. It seems that Jormungandr's puns evoke intangible rage that is unmatched by others. Nine's colleagues. Freya and Fenrir smiled. In the battle that follows, they will never be defeated. Now it's really the final battle. Akare, Hel and Hela, who came running, paired up and opened the gates of hell. Countless dead poured in and began to move forward. Breaking through the black lightning, they rushed at the enemy in waves as if they had will. Ara, the undead monsters summoned by Hel and Hela, clung to Thor's body and restricted his movements so that he could not move. Oh, pyramids, incomprehensible. Thor clenched his fists. As far as I know, witch beasts do not listen to opponents with an overwhelming gap, no matter how much the sorcerer is Hel and Hela. To run into a high-ranking self is the same as to die again. But why do they run towards you without hesitation? Moreover, he was an unmistakable predator, yet they do not appear to tremble in fear. No, that's not it, at first. I was obviously terrified, but that woman changed everyone's mood. A woman who dared to start walking towards her on a subject with an absurd level. Kwon So-yeol's movement changed their appearance, however. It won't make any sense. What happens from now on is just a massacre of oneself. If you want to die so early, I'll come from my side. Thor drew out a thunderbolt at once and burst his magic power, part Sutsutsu. The undead magic beasts clinging to the excellent water were fried by the lightning strike. Their mournful screams echo throughout Midgard. Thor continued the battle. The allies' camp is a brainstorm that contains even the flames bursting from Mjolnir. It also starts rushing right towards one person, So-yeol Kwon. It was because of the good judgment that it would be better to eliminate the person responsible for advancing the morale of the enemies first. Thor laughed bitterly. It's already late, none of you dares to match the speed of my lightning strike. That was then dismissed, along with the sensation of an electric current. Kwon So-yeol, who was standing in front of him, disappeared. No. Actually, it didn't go away, it was just replaced by someone else. Active skill change, active skill soul link. Kim Yoo-young was standing there. She accurately blocked the attack directed at Kwon So-yeol. After exchanging positions with Kwon So-yeol, he dispersed the power with soul link. At that moment, Lee Yi-sang's potion restores their physical strength again. Now the power of Yi-sang Lee's potion is more effective than any elixir. Now, if they didn't use an attack with the power to kill them instantly, it was useless. Of course, I wouldn't be able to last long against Thor, but if I could make a gap for a very short time, there was always a possibility. It was something Jaehyeon used to say often, we have no intention of killing you alone. Kim Yoo-young resisted the fear and smiled at the same time. The soldiers of allied formations began to disperse. Thor surrounded by dust, all that was left to him now was their concentrated fire. It was, when stars that can emit their own light gather. It becomes a song, I used to say it all the time in the past. Fairy tales, TV movies, etc. I want to be a cool person just like what appears in various media. But why, when I was only 10 years old? I had my dreams stolen from me, because reality is crueler than I thought, even after becoming an awakener. That ability is lacking, because I couldn't get into a good guild, poor again because the background is not outstanding, bringing all the reasons. I spent all my past life comforting myself, because that was the path that hurt me the most, however. I came to realize that it was entirely my responsibility to rise above it. The people who have been by my side and the trust they have given me. Faith. Everything changed little by little and brought me to where I am now. What on earth has changed that has allowed me to come this far, constantly sinking to the surface? I questioned myself and found the answer, however. The answers I heard were always vague and kept testing me. It's difficult to understand. I also don't understand the situation of everything surrounding me. If there's just one thing that's clear, if it's to protect the precious things I have, I'll just move forward. Wouldn't that be the way to live a slightly simpler but clearer life? Because someone once told me so. Yes, someday. I can't remember who said that at the time. Someday and someday in a very fleeting moment. I remembered the back of a guy who was stronger than me. He told me, opening my eyes, I have a greater talent. So even if it's a very fleeting moment, even if it's the moment your heart stops, I can put off the death itself for a while. So I opened my inventory. There was a golden potion there. It was packaged in a luxurious glass bottle. But you can tell that it is a special product even at a glance. I know this is the best outcome under the circumstances. Bite on the stopper with your mouth, open it as it is, and pour it into your heart. At that moment, a feeling of heat in one side of the chest slowly began to spread. It was the first time for me to feel the heterogeneous now feeling from the chest. Yeah, no wonder this is a potion that even I have never used before. Use the super recovery potion. Your body starts to regenerate rapidly. At that moment, I am on the border between life and death. I was able to open the door to life again. Feeling the potion quickly restore my body, I reflexively gripped my sword, and he swung his sword at that moment. I thought again, I won't die anymore. Wow, I am a dagger that draws a sharp trajectory, watching Nidhugg's fangs. He continued to repeat his next attack route. The sword that crosses Odin's shoulder and thigh is clearly contained in the two golden pupils. It was driven by instinct. But it was the product of constant effort. Big, what is this? Odin's bewilderment erupts. Yes. It is completely understandable to have such a reaction. I have now deferred death once. A potion given to me by the Chancellor when he said he had only one older brother. He used the super recovery potion to recover his pierced heart, made by collecting the sap of a tree that only grows in Idun's garden, the item you were told to use at the last moment when you infiltrated Asgard in the past. But at the time, with Ruina's help, I was able to stop using this potion. And as a result of all those opportunities, I was able to get the current result. The heart must have been pierced. A look of astonishment lingers on Odin's face. The first stutter I've ever seen. It's funny, if you die and come back to life, wouldn't you be able to enjoy that child's reaction to your heart's content? If that's the case, what about dying and coming back to life? Maybe once in a while is fine. I then switch swords and activate magic. Tiabing, with less than a minute left. I had to do the best I could. Activates overdrive to double ATK and minimizes Tiabing's penalty by activating cold blood, which temporarily voids emotions. Then, after activating all kinds of buff magic, it slowly rushes towards the enemy in front of it. The passive skill bursts out, revealing fangs at the adversary. It seems that this is the reason that raised me in the first place. All of them embraced me and began to run wild. Hyujin told me. At that moment, for some reason, I couldn't help but tell Hyujin the last words he had whispered to me. Every story has an ending, and the bad and the good are divided into wins and losses. The magic power contained in my sword harmonizes black and white and retains light. An inkandwash painting unfolds and creates a magnificent view, watching the airwaves rise. I stood calmly. I'm sorry, but you are the villain. Chapter 425, Song of the Stars Part 2, Ink Painting. As befits the meaning of a picture drawn with ink. The technology that Jaehyeon is showing now draws a beautiful picture with only the harmony of black and white. A series of processes in which the skin of an enemy is cut once and then the sword is drawn again. In the process, Jaehyeon takes out all the cards he has been hiding. The fourth and fifth swordsmanships of intangible swords that have never been revealed to the public. Another expression of the intangible sword is nicely engraved on his sword. The highlight of the intangible sword is that it can handle the sword to its limit, and it can take enemies by surprise. This is what other guys would probably say, but I didn't make this sword with that meaning. It was a memory I remembered when I was receiving swordsmanship training from Frey in the past. That piece is now clearly engraved in Jaehyeon's mind and creates a tangible force. The power that blended with the situation was never something that could be hidden by hiding it. Frey's words from the past continue to resonate in Jaehyeon's ears. I can bet everything on the fact that the fourth and fifth expressions of the intangible sword will never be what you thought. You can believe it. What do you mean by that? Don't turn around. Say it straight, I don't have much time either. So, in the end, the real secret of the intangible sword is that all these swordsmanship is nothing more than one training. Voila, I'm seriously going to kill you if the requirements are not simplified even now. I'm sorry about that. In conclusion, the fourth and fifth equations are not hidden. It can be considered completed with that. Doesn't hide it. It was a paradoxical statement. Isn't that a complete denial of the root of the intangible sword? Intangible sword. It is a sword with such a name because there is no brother of the sword from the name. A swordsmanship that spreads a thin film on the sword with magical power, making it transparent, and inflicts great damage on enemies simply by swinging it. The enemy is greatly embarrassed by the invisible sword, but what the fourth and fifth inspections at the end reveal, what the heck does cultivation mean? Words I didn't understand at the time, but now I knew. The harmonious light of black and white that I spread now was proof of that. Why did Frey say that the intangible sword was only for training? Now I can understand for sure. Until I made something really outrageous. I couldn't stop laughing. It was. The fact that this sword is trained up to the third ceremony is nothing more than a process to delicately incorporate magical power into the sword. That is so. After a certain moment. If you get used to putting magic on the sword, it means that I can do the opposite as well. Exploding the magical power overlaid on the sword to amplify the tangible magical power. Ultimately, this is what this intangible sword was trying to say. Actually, I haven't finished it either. I'm sorry, but I haven't gotten there yet either. Well, I've been imprisoned for the last 10,000 years. Are you kidding me? But if you have enough skills, you should be able to do it. Yes, because this Frey guarantees it. You can definitely believe it. No matter how trustworthy I am, I'm the highest god compared to other gods when it comes to swords. In fact, I couldn't trust Frey's words, so I went to Hel and Hela and other gods and asked if his words were true, but they also gave the same answer. Frey is not trustworthy. But the sword is the best. That's right, he was also a man with outstanding talent. It is true that he possessed outstanding skills even though indolence and frivolity caught his ankle. If the story came from Hela's mouth and not from anyone else's, I could trust him. Afterwards, I continued to practice the intangible sword from a new perspective, and finally succeeded in completing the fourth and fifth rituals that even Frey, who invented the swordsmanship, had failed. Frey, it's been a while since the talkative man did something. My eyes light up and I can accurately identify the enemy's vital points. Heart, neck, eyes, joints, ribs, etc. continue to cut the path to break through the enemy's defense technique such as the Iron Fortress. The remaining time is only a few tens of seconds, so that's the best I can come up with here. There. After exhale, the sound of the heart beating and the movement of the enemy as if time had stopped for a moment, as the path is all predicted. My sword begins to draw a picture, if you can see it properly. It must be beautiful. Countless flower petals that bloom with my smile cover the battlefield. Type 4 intangible sword, Xiaojunghua. Chow Ah, as the sword was swung. Numerous sharp-forged flowers floated in the air and began to pour toward Odin. It was a truly spectacular landscape. What swordsmanship is that? What the hell? I can't believe this thing still exists. I really never thought of this. The pinnacle of Asgard, in fact. To Odin, who can see everything in the world, the sword and magic Jaehyeon showed him a while ago were familiar. I just got beaten while trying to test him. To the end. Jaehyeon's actions only slightly exceeded my expectations, but not anymore. What is that sword Jaehyeon is showing you? It must have been in the form of Frey's intangible sword, but as it crossed a certain point, it began to reveal itself instead of hiding it. What the hell is the purpose of that sword? I never knew, but one thing was certain. That must be dangerous. It was not a decision made from the brain, like a spinal cord reflex. The decision made that momentary and chills ran down my spine. However, Jaehyeon's black and white magic-powered sword was several times more agile than he had expected and was devastatingly destroying Odin's plans. Type 4 intangible sword, Xiaojunghua, along with the opponent's low voice. A cold and chilly blade like snow blew in like a storm. The colossal energy that had been condensed exploded out. At the same time, the wild wind began to tear and trample Odin's body. It was very painful. But why Odin, looking at the sword he didn't know? He thought, say it's beautiful. What the hell is you're feeling right now? The fact that he had learned something new made Odin's heart beat blindly. Odin's essence was to realize new things, new knowledge. Wisdom, willingness to learn everything and go further. Compared to the Odin of the past, that was what he lacked now. And now, Jaehyeon was unintentionally filling it. It was strange. In the process of scarring one by one on his body, he feels a sense of pleasure. Just by knowing it, he regained the feelings he had lost over the past 10,000 years or so. Odin smiled, elevation arose. And soon the emotion spread like a torch. There are things I don't know yet, and I will risk my life to find out, like the time I once dedicated one eye to Mimir's fountain and hung upside down from Yggdrasil. This time will be no exception. Whatever I want to hold, I will hold in my hands. Chow chow chow. The skin breaks, crossed and sometimes gracefully. It doesn't have a certain rhythm like a waltz, passionate music with continuous variations. It was a marvelous sword enough to be recognized by itself. As the wounds increased, Odin thought, soon you will find it difficult to even stand on your own 2 feet. Soon he will lose his life. The rank of the adversary has already grown to that extent. Now we have to acknowledge his skills. No. He didn't already ignore his ability from the beginning. I didn't judge how far he could grow just by the name of the adversary. Because of that, he never looked down on him. And Odin sincerely acknowledged Jaehyeon. The current adversary is risking his life. And he has grown because of that. It was to accept that fierce human struggle. And I will admit it, now you are stronger than me. Those words finally came out of Odin's mouth. But Jaehyeon calmly grasped his intention as he swung his sword. Is there anything else left? Her handling of this sword is still not perfect. at least for Jaehyeon, who was hoping that the worst would not happen. Odin's actions could have had the worst possible outcome. After a while, as expected, Odin began to use his last move. Tsutsutsu, enormous magic power rises from Odin. Sial Jung Hwa, the flowers that bloom in the snow stop. And the flowers that the adversary bloomed are harvested. It was still as good as its destructive power, but it could no longer reach Odin. What that meant was clear. Jaehyeon may not be able to win against Odin, maybe, no way, the moment Jaehyeon thought about it. Odin activated the only move that could make him whole. It is also something that he has tabooed so as not to lose himself. It was also a kind of trigger that could bring oneself to the top. Even though you know that very attractive pulling is dangerous, you end up pulling it, it is such a trigger. This means that now I also have to risk everything, my last tens of thousands of years of magical knowledge and my life soul, a magic that cannot be activated without guaranteeing everything. But at this moment, he couldn't help but admit it. The gap between himself and the adversary has widened, and now in order to fill it, he must risk his life as well. As soon as the thought entered my mind, everything became clearer. The designated target activates magic with a level of risk of highest. A new magic is born. The designated target activates world-class black magic transcendence. All physical abilities of the designated target are significantly increased. Warning, get out of here right now. Warning, get out of here right now. The system began to thump like a wave. Jaehyeon felt it because he has eyes that can see rune words properly, because his eyes resonated with Odin's. He could figure it out without reading the system messages. That Odin is now using black magic against him also. The tens of seconds that were given to him were now exhausted. The effect of the power of prophecy of the three Norn sisters is gone. A new prophecy is born. Odin wins the second Ragnarok. And all wars end at this moment. The adversary will never be able to cause any harm to Odin. All living things on the ground will obey Odin and will not be able to harm him in any case. The adversary will die here to Odin. Jaehyeon's eyes narrowed. Chapter 426, Episode 426, New Prophecy. A new prophecy is born. Odin wins the second Ragnarok. And all wars end at this moment. The adversary will never be able to cause any harm to Odin. All living things on the ground will obey Odin and will not be able to harm him in any case. The adversary will die here to Odin. Give up, adversary, you have no choice but to die at my hands. Finally, Jaehyeon couldn't meet the limited time. He should have killed Odin within time and prevented the change of the prophecy, but in the end, he could not resist Odin's last move. In a situation where everything could possibly end, Jaehyeon pondered, what should I do from here? No reproduction. What should I do now? The story of one person, Nara, who has been running to the death to kill Odin. Will it come to such a miserable end? No, I can't do that. I refused Odin's words to give up. Sometimes gods and giants. There's one common story I heard whenever I met other races. Human beings are sometimes overly foolish. Because you don't give up when you know that giving up makes it easier. Humans become weak and stupid, but that's what I know is humans' greatest strength. Grab the sword and unleash the 4 types of intangible swords again. Demon spirits rising from the mythical longsword. The weapon engraved with the imprint of counterattack against the enemy's attack emits light. The harmony of black and white begins to target the enemy again. However, this was to no avail. Not a single attack hit Odin. Odin's body has risen to a transcendental level due to black magic. Almost all of the wounds seem to have healed. To make matters worse, in a situation where I was wondering if I would be able to win with all my might, I couldn't even launch a powerful attack like I did earlier, because I put everything I had in the previous attack. You can't make an attack like that again, able to know that the chances of me losing are too great, still have to go from now on, even if I run away from here. Nothing will change, food. Without realizing it, I burst out laughing at that moment, a prophecy that has kept me up until now. It is now completely denying the existence of me. What does that mean? Naturally. There was only one, I die undoubtedly, but nonetheless. You are laughing, visor, I swung my sword. Of course, my attacks are completely unaffected by Odin. The power of prophecy is now protecting Odin. Not me, the opposite case is different. After recovering his body, his attacks are now far beyond their limits. Kwang, he had already been beaten several times. And the dizzying sensation of having his organs ruptured continued. It hurts so bad, even in a tragic situation. I just keep doing what I have to do. The brain becomes clearer than any other moment. Fight and fight, kill Odin. That goal was the driving force that kept me moving until now, so it didn't matter if I said I was no longer an adversary. The one who took everything from me. The one who might take it away now, if I put him in front of him and give up just because the attack doesn't work. What will happen to all those who believe in me and fight now? I'd rather die here for them, because I thought so from the beginning. From the time I got the rank and became a slightly better person. I am cause I've always believed that when you thought so my will is reminded again. As if smelting steel, the fire in my chest, which has risen hotly, goes through the process of forging slowly and hardens me, even though the body is screaming weakly. Oddly enough, I'm not afraid, even as I vomit blood. I open my mouth, Because I will die anyway. Are you asking me to give up here? I can't erase the smile that leaked out of my mouth without my knowledge. Odin's expression hardened. He also seemed to have an intuition that I would not give up until the very end. I gave him the best words I could. In the end. You gained the status and power of a god, but you were nothing more than a foolish human being. Even if you say that now. You were just human from the start. I am, tweet. He spat blood sputum violently and looked beyond the blurred vision. Turbuk. Odin brushed his beard and began to approach me, a ragged, one-eyed old man is baring his teeth at me. I would like to thank you for making me happy until the end. He started to speak on his own. And my mind gradually began to be pushed out into the distance. No, this is dangerous. Primal instincts were warning me, if I don't dodge this attack, I will die. Why kill it? The exact opposite of the words to save me was coming out of my mouth, and the next moment, a familiar man appeared with an explosion, the adversary. I turned my head with all my strength to face the man calling me. I'm sure you missed my face so much. Maybe you didn't, Loki. I really didn't know that the day would come when I would be so happy to hear that raspy voice. Stop struggling, there's nothing you guys can do. How many times have I not told you? The resurrected Thor shouts with an angry voice. The power he possessed was truly enormous, with one stroke of lightning. All lights went dark for an instant. In the meantime, all the races of the 9 worlds fried in electricity with blood are entangled. The smell of iron wafted from the rusty weapons and thickly soaked blood. The darkness below was thick, telling them how long the current battle had taken. There is not much time left. If it takes more time, Jaehyeon will be in danger, Hela said, even while she was doing her best to deal with Thor. She was worried about Jaehyeon. Was this the best? She had thought about that several times. It may have been a decision to sacrifice representation, even if he is destined to die if he is defeated in battle. Could it be that I put too much burden on him? Kill Odin. Wasn't it asking too much of humans in the first place? Twice. 3 times? I thought about it hundreds of thousands of times, but it was he who put the focus on that concern. It was a reenactment. I'm leaving, that's why you chose me anyway. I also hate running away. Hela knew that there was warmth in those cold words, of course, even at the beginning. Just before Hela sacrificed herself. It is Jaehyeon who opened his godhead to save her, a person who pretends not to be altruistic, but is more altruistic than anyone else. A person who knows how to serve people. That is reproduction. That's why Jaehyeon is afraid in his own way. But that's what he said. Hela gritted her teeth. It was Fenrir who accepted her words after killing the others. He joined to face Thor. Hela, do not be afraid. Fenrir. It's something that can't be done without him anyway. It's not that our hearts aren't hurting because he was sent in the name of God to settle the war that had been waged against humans. But don't we also have our own work to do? That's right. Now we have to do what we have to do. Thor in front. He's an outrageously powerful foe. I need that stupid guy to deal with him. Did you call me Fenrir? Jormungand suddenly jumped out and cunningly licked his tongue. Fenrir growled and nodded. Yes, Thor is vulnerable to your poison. With your help, I'll be able to stake even the slightest possibility. Well, that's right. Then go, haha, I see. After saying that, Jormungand quickly moved to the front line. Fenrir also followed him and confronted Thor in the front row. At the same time, Fenrir jumped forward and began to block Thor's hammer with his whole body. Did you come here to die, Fenrir? Looking at Fenrir, Thor sneered, quang, 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 quang. Several rough hammer strikes were heard. Fenrir looked back and shouted, no matter how much I am, I will not last long. Allies of the adversary, you must do it. Join forces with Jormungand and defeat Thor. Fenrir's voice was delivered accurately in the worst of the worst situations. The first to react was on Jaehyeon. He quickly looked at Jormungander, who tore open his mouth and secreted venom from it. Jormungander looked at the members of 9. The moment-to-moment strategy became clearer than ever, while Fenrir blocks it. Thor continues to attack with venom. If you can succeed in that, you can find victory. Let's go. Everyone nodded at Kim Yoo-young's words. Traditionally, radar is a way to grow when life is on the verge of danger. One day, the story Yoo Seong-yoon told them was helping them to move forward with their strength. Thor, you will die here. Fenrir opened his angry mouth and said so. Thor snorted. You seem to think you can deal with me because you have a lot of numbers. Right? Does that seem like the only reason? If not, what is it? Miracle. If that's what you want, you'd better get rid of it. Cause now I'm perfect, no one can stop me, even Odin. Kwang once again. Black lightning struck Fenrir's body. Strengthened by the aftermath of black magic, he is already in awe. The fragments of Hrungnir's whetstone were also wiped clean, so there was nothing to offend him, no matter how many there were. Thor could only see them as pyramids. In fact, it would have been. But why? What made you feel the chill at the return of Fenrir, who was moaning in pain? You are the enemy. Those who stand by him overlook the power they have. Look into their eyes, Thor. Do you see them as people rushing to die? What? Thinking so, Thor turned his head, and his teeth sank into Thor's shoulder. It is now. Where is the shallow water? Without even turning his head, Thor hit Fenrir with his elbow and sent it flying away. Hugh, Fenrir, who hit the wall several times. groaned and collapsed. Support from others was difficult. Nidhogg was weakening the enemy forces so that no one could come near. When Thor, who clicked his tongue, turned his head and saw the adversary's allies, for an instant, his pupils trembled, huge magic power and air waves flying towards him now. It was because it was far beyond the limits of what humans could produce. At the end of it was a woman breathing heavily. Girl. The little girl had blonde hair and green eyes, but was clearly human. Seoane received everyone's magical power and created a huge sword. At that time, Fafnir, who flew at full speed in the air, let out a breath, roaring. The wildly rising flame soon permeated the sword Seoane received. Tsutsutsutsutsu. A sword dripping with purple venom begins to slowly rush towards Thor.